Recorded Books Romance presents an unabridged recording of Against the Fire by Kat Martin, narrated by Jack Garrett. This book is copyrighted 2011 by Kat Martin. This recording is copyrighted 2011 by Recorded Books, the producer and publisher of Romantic Sounds, an imprint that features dramatic tales that will carry you away to exotic locales and sweep you off your feet. And now, Against the Fire.
Chapter 1. The screech of the siren didn't reach him at first. Exhausted from a hard day's work, Gabriel Rains slept soundly. But as the shrill cry drew closer and the flashing red lights lit the walls inside his bedroom, something registered in the depths of his mind, and he stirred. Gabe blinked awake, eyes instantly alert, as had become his habit during his years as a Marine. He'd been out of the Corps for years, but some things just didn't change. The wail of the siren grew louder on the street below the window of his downtown Dallas condominium. Then the fire truck shot past, and the sounds began to dim as the vehicle drove farther away. With a weary sigh, Gabe turned to look at the red neon numbers on his alarm clock. 3:30. Running a hand over his face, he lay back against the pillow, hoping like hell he'd be able to get back to sleep. He might have, if his cell phone hadn't started ringing. The siren's wail had stopped. The fire truck had reached its destination, which meant the fire was nearby, and the sound of a second engine was beginning to fill the night. Gabe reached toward the nightstand and picked up his cell phone, flipped it open, and pressed it against his ear. "Whoever this is," he grumbled, "this had better be important." "There's a fire at the Dallas Towers." The voice of his foreman, Sam McBride, floated over the line. "Looks like all our hard work is going up in smoke." Adrenaline jolted through him. Gabe swung his long legs to the side of the bed. "Are you sure it's the Towers?" "I was on my way home, about a block away, when I heard the first fire truck. I saw it turn toward the Towers and decided to see what was going on." Already off the mattress, Gabe pressed the phone more tightly against his ear. "You see what part of the structure is involved?" "I could see flames in the lobby." "Son of a bitch." They were almost finished with the major renovation they were doing on the tower's soaring marble lobby. Almost. He took a breath to steady himself as he walked toward his closet. "If you were just heading home, you must have had a pretty hot date." "I didn't spend the night, if that tells you anything." Like Gabe, Sam was a bachelor, and both of them lived downtown. An area that formerly consisted of run-down buildings was being revitalized, turned into a chic little district of shops and boutiques. Gabe had built the condos Sam lived in, as well as the Las Posas development that housed his own unit. "I'm getting dressed. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Gabe closed the phone. He should have known things were going too well. In his experience, every time life went a little too smoothly, bad news lurked around the corner. Naked, he crossed to the oak dresser against the far wall, jerked open his underwear drawer, and pulled out briefs and a pair of socks. Dragging on a pair of jeans and a Dallas Cowboys t-shirt, he ignored the row of Western boots sitting on the closet floor and shoved his size 13 feet into the heavy leather boots he wore when he was working. Gabe left the condo, and a few minutes later, he was pulling his big white GMC extended cab pickup over to the curb just a little ways down the block from the Towers. Smoke and flame billowed out through the open glass doors leading into the lobby, but the fire boys were at work inside and had 3 powerful jets of water hitting the building from different angles. With any luck, the blaze would be brought under control before it burned into the offices on the floors above. The bad news was the lobby would have to be completely rebuilt. Son of a bitch. At least the building was insured. Sam McBride strode toward him, almost as tall as Gabe's 6'2" frame. But instead of having Gabe's dark hair, blue eyes, and muscular build, Sam was blond and lanky. On top of being a damned good employee, he was Gabe's best friend. Well, I guess that's something. That'll sure put us behind schedule, though. I was hoping to finish up here, split the crew up, use the guys to finish our other projects. Not gonna happen, Sam said. Gabe looked up to see one of the firemen walking toward them in full battle gear, fire protection suit, helmet, goggles, high rubber boots. Be better if you step back a little, the fireman said, kept out of the way. I'm Gabriel Rains. My company's been rebuilding the lobby. A lot of my equipment is still in there. Sorry to hear that, Mr. Rains. Most everything in the lobby's completely gone. It was a hot, fast fire. We're lucky we were able to get a handle on it so quickly. Gabe blew out a breath. I hope nobody was hurt. Not that we know of. How'd it start? Too soon to tell. If the lobby was under construction, there was probably a lot of flammable material around. Paint thinner, drop cloths, stuff that really gets a fire going. We're really careful to seal everything up at the end of the day. Pick up whatever we've been using. Like I said, it's too soon to tell. Our investigators will be taking a look at everything, including the security tapes. Gabe shook his head. Afraid that won't help. The old cameras are down. New ones aren't up yet. How many people knew that? Not many. Replacing the old cameras was kind of a last-minute management decision. Only a few people knew they weren't up and working. The fireman nodded and headed back toward the fire, pausing for a moment to speak to a second man in a blue uniform, late 40s, salt and pepper hair. Gabe realized the man had been moving through the crowd that had gathered to watch the blaze, asking onlookers questions. Now he approached Gabe and Sam. I'm Captain Daly with the Arson Investigation Squad, he said. You're Rains? That's right. I understand your company's been working on the lobby reconstruction. Actually, we were damn near done. We've never met, but I know who you are. You helped my dad once, Jim Daly. He needed a permit to add a room to his dry cleaning shop. The building was old, and the city was giving him a hard time about it. You put in a good word for him, and the permit came through. I appreciate that. I liked your dad. I was sorry to hear he passed away. He was a good man. Daly straightened, returning to the business at hand. He looked over at the destruction in the lobby of the towers. I'll need to ask you a couple of questions. No problem. This is my foreman, Sam McBride. Daly gave Sam a nod and returned his attention to Gabe. What time did you get here? About 20 minutes ago. We both live in the area. Sam was heading home from a date. He followed the fire trucks and gave me a call. You see anyone going in or out of the building? You guys were already here by the time I arrived, Gabe said. I didn't see anyone else go in or out. Daly turned to Sam. How about you? Sam glanced over to the crews mopping up the scene. The first truck was just pulling up. I saw the flames in the lobby and called Gabe. I watched you guys working until he got here. It wasn't long before a crowd started to gather, but no, I didn't see anyone coming or going. The captain nodded. The fireman you were talking to, that's Mike Doherty. He says the cameras are down. Didn't seem like a big deal. No one was going in and out of the lobby during the remodeling. I'm going to need a list of the people who knew. No problem. Thanks. We'll be in touch if we have any more questions. Daly started back toward the men working the fire and disappeared among the throng of spectators. Gabe and Sam stood watching as the fire crews worked. Eventually, the smoke began to thin, and one of the water hoses was turned off. "Anything you can think of we could have done to cause this thing?" Gabe asked. "I was here at the end of the day. We left the place clean as a whistle." Sam shook his head. "We were so damn close to finished." "Shit happens," Gabe said. "I guess. At least the fire didn't get too out of control, and it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. I'll call Fred Parsons, see what he wants us to do." Parsons managed the building. He had hired Raines Construction to do the remodel. The owner was eager to get the lobby finished and the building running smoothly again. Gabe was sure Parsons would want him to get his crew back on the job as soon as possible. "I'll talk to Rich Simmons, too," Gabe said. Simmons worked for American Insurance. "We'll need to file a claim." But even if they did, there was a fairly high deductible. Nothing was ever cheap. Sam slapped him on the back. "Come on, it's damn near dawn. Neither of us is going to get any more sleep. Let's go get some breakfast." They might as well. The horizon had begun to turn a pale purple gray. Gabe's crew started work at 7, and though this job was down for a while, there was still work to be done on several other projects they had going in the area. "You thinking Mrs. Olson's?" Gabe asked. Mrs. Olson's cafe down the block had the best breakfast in the downtown area, and the place opened early. "Yeah, I could really use a cup of coffee." Gabe checked his heavy stainless steel wristwatch. "It's after 5. Should be open by now." They both climbed into Gabe's pickup. The company name, Raines Construction, printed on the door in bold black letters, flashed in the early dawn light. He fired up the big gas-guzzling V8 he had vowed to replace with a more economical vehicle on his next purchase, and pulled off down the street. His stomach growled. A big plate of bacon and eggs was beginning to sound damned good. Might take his mind off having to rebuild the damnable lobby of the towers. Gabe spent the morning working away on his favorite project, the reconstruction of an old theater he owned on a street in Deep Ellum. The brick building had once been a local cinema, back in the days when they were extravagantly decorated and elegant. The ceiling was hand-painted in bright colors with lots of gold leaf. At least it was back in its heyday. The doors leading into the seating area were guarded by huge gilt Egyptian statues. Wasn't much of anything left when Gabe had first started. The red velvet seats were completely destroyed, turned into rust and mold by a hole in the roof that had let in years of rain. But the structure itself was still sound, the brick walls sturdy, once he'd had them reinforced. He'd bought the place for a song and a barrel of determination. He wanted to see the Egyptian restored and put back into use. He had already made deals with several local theater groups and the Deep Ellum Arts Festival folks. He had no doubt, once the elegant interior was restored, the theater would again be in great demand. Besides, he had a personal love for the past that had started when he was a kid growing up in Wyoming. Wind Canyon was a true western town, and though he and his 2 brothers had been raised in a dumpy, run-down house near a set of abandoned narrow-gauge railroad tracks, the wooden boardwalks, long bar saloons, and surrounding ranches had instilled in him a love of the West. All 3 Raines boys had left Wind Canyon as soon as they had graduated high school. But a few years back, his older brother Jackson had returned. He'd made a boatload of money in the oil business, bought himself 12,000 acres of prime cattle land, and renamed the old homestead Raintree Ranch. Gabe had left Wind Canyon to join the Marines. After a 4-year stint, he had moved to Dallas and started working in the construction business. With Jackson's help, he bought his first fixer-upper house, remodeled, and sold it, He liked the work and the money he made, and began doing a second one. The real estate market was hot, and Gabe was a hard worker. He made enough money to start his own company, and the business had been growing ever since. Along with that, at Jackson's advice, he'd invested some of his hard-earned dollars in Wildcat Oil, where his brother had worked as a geologist, and that had made money too. He'd been smart enough to see the recession coming, and made changes that kept him from going broke, like so many in the construction business had. There were a lot of opportunities, tax credits and incentives, he'd discovered, for doing downtown renovation and area redevelopment. So for the last couple of years, he'd shifted his focus to that type of restoration, and found he liked that work even more. Liked seeing a near-dead place come back to life. Liked what it did for the people who lived in the area. Gabe went to work with a nail gun, securing the floor of the stage. He didn't do a lot of his own carpentry these days, but if he wasn't too busy with meetings or solving problems at different job sites, he often lent a hand, doing what had gotten him started in the business in the first place. The buzz of a nearby saw went silent, and Gabe looked up to see two uniformed policemen sauntering down the aisle in his direction. Setting the nail gun aside, he rose to his feet, jumped off the stage, and strode up the aisle to intercept them. "You Gabriel Rains?" the first patrolman asked. Gonzalez, his nameplate said. "That's me. What can I do for you?" "The fire at the towers was definitely arson. We've got a suspect in custody. We'd like you to come down and take a look. See if you might have seen him in the area last night." Arson. He'd been hoping it was just some kind of electrical problem. "Sure thing. I can do that." Officer Gonzalez, with the hard-edged features of a seasoned policeman, and Delaney, the baby-faced cub of the pair, walked him back up the aisle. "You can come with us or drive down on your own if you prefer," Gonzalez said as they stepped into the warm, humid, early September air. Gabe eyed the white and blue patrol car and shook his head. "I'll meet you there." In his younger years, he had ridden in the backseat of a police car more than once. In high school, all three Rains brothers had been hell on wheels. At the rate they were going back then, half the town figured one or more of them would wind up in prison. Then Steve Whitelaw, the school's boxing coach, had recognized a talent in Jackson. Gabe's older brother had been street fighting for years, and he was good. Whitelaw taught him how to stop brawling and start boxing, showed him that boxing could mean a way out of the poverty the boys lived in. And Jackson began to change. Once that happened, he made sure Gabe and Devlin gave up their wild ways too, which they did, mostly. Gabe arrived at the police station a few minutes later and shoved through the glass front doors. A female officer behind the desk announced his arrival to someone in the back room, and a few minutes later, the fire investigator with the silver-threaded hair he remembered from last night walked into the waiting room. "Thanks for coming," Captain Daly said. Gabe knew the arson squad worked with the Dallas Fire Rescue Department, but figured now that there had been an arrest, the police were also involved. "No problem. We think we may have found the kid who set the fire at the towers." "Kid?" "He's 17. He was pulled over in the vicinity on a routine traffic stop, broken taillight. One of the guys remembered him from the fire he set a couple of years ago." "And you want to know if I saw him last night?" "He's in a lineup. Let's see if you can pick him out." "All right, but I wasn't paying that much attention. I was mostly watching the crew work the fire." "It's worth a try." "Sure." Gabe followed the investigator down a long, stark white hallway into a small room with a glass window on one side that looked into a staging area. 5 men of varying sizes and ethnicities stood on a platform against the far wall. All of them were fairly young. One looked vaguely familiar. An image popped into his head of a boy, short and muscular, with dark skin and coarse black hair. He'd been standing next to another Hispanic kid about the same age. "Number 3, Gabe said, as the image formed clearly in his mind. "I saw him last night. He was talking to another boy. They were standing on the sidewalk when I drove up." Daly nodded. "Your friend, McBride, was down here a couple of hours ago. Picked out the same kid. Name's Angel Ramirez. Looks like we've got our perp." Gabe's gaze returned to the boy who was being led away. "What's the kid have to say?" "Said he was nowhere near the fire last night. Be interesting to see what he has to say now." "You say he's done this before?" Daly nodded as he pulled open the door leading out of the viewing room. 3 years ago, set an old abandoned building on fire. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but the building was mostly destroyed. Kid was sentenced to 2 years in juvenile detention for that little trick. Got out in 12 months for good behavior. Makes you wonder." Daly walked Gabe back down the hall. "As I said, thanks for coming in." The captain extended a hand, and Gabe shook it. "Good luck with the investigation." Gabe turned and started for the door. He was halfway across the waiting room when a red-headed whirlwind raced through the glass doors and bolted toward the desk. "Excuse me, my name is Matty Baker. I need to talk to whoever's in charge of the fire investigation at the Dallas Towers." Gabe paused as the information sank in. She was there about the fire. Pausing, he gave the woman a more thorough inspection. About 5'4", late 20s, maybe early 30s. Slender, but nicely curved, though it was hard to tell for sure in the conservative brown suit and pale yellow blouse she wore. A great pair of legs, though. And that hair. It wasn't just auburn. It was warmer, hotter, reminding him of the flames last night. Gabe inwardly smiled. The lady was a looker. The splash of freckles across her nose and the high cheekbones only seemed to emphasize the fact. And yet the clothes she wore and the way she had drawn all that glorious hair into a tight knot at the nape of her neck made him wonder at the sort of woman she was. Curious now, Gabe waited patiently as the older blonde officer behind the desk looked down at her computer and finally came up with the answer to the lady's question. "The man in charge, that would be Captain Thomas Daly. I assume you have information in regard to the fire?" "Yes, I do." "The captain's here. I'll tell him you wish to see him." When it came to women, Gabe was usually more the pursued than the pursuer. But there was something about this particular female that intrigued him. He crossed the several feet between them, used the name he had overheard. "Ms. Baker?" She turned at the sound of his voice. "Yes?" "I'm Gabriel Rains. My company was working on the remodel of the towers. I couldn't help overhearing. I gather you have information on the case?" "Actually, I'm here for a friend." She flicked an anxious glance toward the long white hallway where Gabe had viewed the lineup. "The police believe he is somehow involved in setting the fire." "And you don't?" "No. Angel wouldn't do a thing like that." "From what I understand, he set another fire a few years back, and I saw him at the towers last night. If he didn't set the fire, why was he there?" Huge blue eyes, a softer shade than his own, stared up at him in disbelief. You saw Angel there? At the fire?" "That's right. He and another kid were standing on the sidewalk when I got out of my truck. It was still very early, not too many people had shown up yet. That's the reason I remember seeing him." Her shoulders drooped, then subtly straightened. "I need to talk to him. There has to be some other explanation." "Excuse me, Miss Baker," the desk clerk said. "Captain Daly will see you now." Gabe reached into the back pocket of his jeans and pulled out his wallet. He drew out a business card and handed it to Mattie Baker. "This has my address and phone number. If there's anything I can do, let me know." Mattie took the card. "Thank you, I will." "Good luck," he said, figuring she would need it if she planned to help the kid. The desk clerk pointed toward the hallway, and Captain Daly appeared at the entrance. Mattie started hurrying in that direction, strands of fiery hair flying out from the tidy knot at the nape of her neck. Gabe headed for the door, wondering if he would ever see Mattie Baker again. And hoping like hell he would. Chapter 2. "I didn't do it, Mattie." Angel fidgeted on the seat across from her. He was smaller than other kids his age, only 5'5", with a stocky build and wide-set brown eyes. But he was a handsome boy and smart, at least most of the time. "I learned my lesson 3 years ago," he continued. "I would never do anything like that again." He looked up at her, and she could see the fear in his eyes. "You believe me, don't you?" Mattie sighed. "If you say you didn't set the fire, I believe you. Just tell me what you were doing downtown last night." Angel glanced away. "Angel, look at me." His troubled gaze returned to her face. "You live in Central Oak Cliff. You were seen last night at the fire. I need to know what you were doing all the way down at the towers." His blunt brown fingers twitched on the top of the table. "I was just driving around. I saw the fire and I stopped to watch, just like everyone else. That isn't a crime, is it?" Mattie ignored the remark. "The police say you may have been there with someone else. Who was it?" Angel shook his head. "It was just me, and I didn't set the fire." "All right, you didn't set the fire. But I can see by the way you're behaving you aren't telling me everything that happened. I can't help you unless you're honest with me." He swallowed, and for an instant his eyes glistened. "I didn't set the fire." Mattie sighed in frustration. "Then tell me—" "Time's up, Miss Baker." A policeman stood in the doorway. "I'm afraid you'll have to leave." She was surprised they had let her see him at all, since she wasn't a member of his family or his attorney. But Captain Daly seemed moved by her staunch defense of the boy and her obvious concern. "I'll get you a lawyer," she told him as she walked out the door. "And I'll be back to see you as soon as I can." Mattie left the small room and was crossing the waiting area when the front door swung open and a familiar black-haired woman rushed in. Angel's mother, Rosa Ramirez, spotted her instantly and ran forward, her 10-year-old daughter, Elena, and her 7-year-old son, Manny, hurrying along, trying to keep up with her. "Mattie, I am so glad you are here. The police came to the house this morning. They have arrested Angel. They think he set a fire in some building downtown." "The Dallas Towers. Yes, I know. Angel called me." Rosa's thick black eyebrows shot up. "You talked to him?" She was a large, big-busted woman, but short like her son. "Did you tell the police he is innocent?" "I spoke to Angel just a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, someone saw him at the fire last night. That doesn't look good for him." "Dios mío." Rosa crossed herself. "He didn't do it. I know he didn't. The fire he set before. He was just a boy, acting out against his father. But he learned his lesson. He is getting good grades in school. He wants to go to college. He wouldn't do it, Mattie." "I don't think he did it either. But I need to know why he was there and who was with him. Can you help me?" Rosa shook her head, moving the braid hanging down her back. "I thought he was home. I did not know he left the house." "What about the friend he may have been with? Any idea who that might have been?" "Angel has lots of friends." She looked down at her children. "Do either of you know who your brother might have been out with last night?" They solemnly shook their heads. Their attention focused on the uniformed policemen walking around inside the building, and the people being led into the back of the station. "I want to see him," Rosa said. "Talk to the lady at the desk. She'll be able to help you. I told Angel I would get him an attorney. As soon as bail is posted, we'll be able to get him out of here." "Bail? I have no money for bail." "It shouldn't be too high. I'll take care of it, Rosa." Rosa grabbed hold of her hand and pressed it against her lips. "Gracias. Thank you, Mattie. You have always been good to our family." Mattie nudged the stout woman toward the counter. "Go on now. Tell them you want to see your son." Turning away, Rosa herded her children toward the desk. Mattie was convinced that she had been right and Angel was innocent, yet certain there was more to the story. Was he covering for the person who actually set the fire? If so, who was it? And why would Angel risk himself that way for an arsonist? Mattie was still pondering the boy's predicament as she arrived at her downtown office building. She crossed the lobby to the bank of elevators and pushed the button for the 15th floor. She couldn't help thinking of the sullen teenager Angel had been when she had met him 3 years ago at the Family Recovery Center, a nonprofit organization that dealt with domestic violence. When she wasn't working long hours as an architect at DeWalt Greeley & Associates Design, a job she loved, Mattie spent her spare time volunteering at the center. Though she had been raised in a happy home, her friend, Tracy Spencer, had been a victim of family violence. Mattie had discovered her best friend's secret, but Tracy had begged her to keep silent, and 10-year-old Mattie had agreed. It was a mistake she had always regretted. Mattie's work with the FRC was a way of making up for that mistake. She had been working at the center when Angel and his family had first come in for help. The next day, Angel had suffered another of his father's vicious beatings. Setting fire to the old empty building was his way of fighting back. A year later, after Angel got out of juvenile detention, Mattie had been one of the volunteers assigned to his case. He was a sweet boy and determined to turn his life around. He studied hard at school and volunteered to help other boys his age at the center. They wound up spending a good deal of time together at the center, and Mattie had even helped him get a part-time job that summer in the mailroom at her office. He used the money he earned to help his family. There was a goodness in Angel Ramirez. Mattie didn't believe the teenager had set the fire at the towers, and she was determined to prove it. The elevator opened with a ding. She walked out into the hallway. She pushed open the glass doors, etched with the name DeWalt Greeley & Associates Design, and made her way into the reception area of the busy architectural firm. "Mr. Brewer called about the gallery," the pretty receptionist, Shirley Mack, said. "And your mother called." Mattie took the messages from Shirley's outstretched hand. "Thanks. How's she doing? Your mom, I mean. Didn't she just get remarried?" "Believe it or not, it's been nearly a year. She and Jack seem happy." But her mother had been wary of a second marriage after the death of Mattie's father and the hardship she had suffered. Mattie hoped this time would be different. "Well, I'm glad for them," Shirley said. "Me too." Mattie made a mental note to return the call. They spoke on the phone at least twice a week, but her mother had moved to San Antonio to be with Jack, and Mattie missed her. Passing the receptionist's desk, Mattie walked through an open area where busy draftsmen sat at their computers, using sophisticated software programs to tackle the work of designing offices, schools, condos, and luxury homes. She caught a wave from Aaron Kresge, a co-worker and friend. Thanks to her innovative designs and the overtime she put in, she had recently been promoted to head designer and given an office of her own. She was on her way to becoming a vice president, a step up the ladder in the career she so determinedly pursued. Pushing open the tall walnut door, she walked over to the matching walnut desk. Polished to a glossy sheen, the desktop was bare, except for a sleek 20-inch computer monitor, a calendar, a brown felt desk pad, a black and gold pen and pencil set, and an old, cherished photo of her parents. Unconsciously, she reached out to touch the gilded frame. The picture reflected the good, happy years, the times she liked to remember. Then her dad had died in a car accident when she was 12, and everything had changed. With no life insurance and only a high school education, her mother had been forced to take a job at a local Kmart to support them. Through those difficult times, her mother became convinced that a woman could never truly count on a man, even one who loved her. The only person she could count on was herself. Mattie had taken those words to heart. She'd worked hard to put herself through UCLA, graduated at the head of her class, and continued to live by that philosophy ever since. She glanced at the files neatly stacked on the credenza behind her desk and the stacks beneath the window, but ignored the itch to pick one of them up and get to work. Instead, she sat down at the desk, grabbed the phone, and called Sidney Weiss, an attorney who did legal work for the FRC. "Sid, this is Mattie Baker." "Hello, Mattie. What can I do for you?" "Sid, I need your help." Briefly, she filled the attorney in on the fire at the towers and the arson charges against Angel Ramirez. Weiss agreed to take Angel's case, assuring Mattie he would advance the money, post bail as soon as it was set, and get the boy released. As she hung up the phone, a trickle of relief slid through her, and she tried to think what else she might do. A sudden thought struck. Reaching into her purse, she pulled out the business card she had been given at the police department. Raines Construction. Beneath it, Gabriel Raines, owner. An address and a couple of phone numbers were printed at the bottom of the card. A memory stirred of a tall, dark-haired man with a powerful build, long legs, and wide, muscular shoulders, if the fit of his faded cambric work shirt and worn blue jeans were any indication. His working man's tan set off brilliant blue eyes above a hard, square jaw, softened by a mouth curved faintly in a smile. Testosterone seemed to seep from his pores, and though a man like that was hardly her type, she had to admit he was handsome. And the glint of male interest in those amazing blue eyes might be something she could use to her advantage. She needed to know who Angel had been out with the night of the fire, and if Gabriel Raines had seen the two boys, maybe she could identify the other kid from his description. Mattie tapped the card a couple of times and set it down on the desk in front of her. Needing to get to work, she retrieved one of the files she was working on, a remodel of a downtown art gallery, and opened the folder. Later, she vowed, she would get in touch with Gabriel Raines. Early the following morning, Gabe stopped to talk to Sam at a site they were working on down by the farmer's market, the redevelopment of a dilapidated apartment building condemned by the city that Gabe had purchased last year. He was remodeling the units into attractive, affordable rental housing and he was pleased at the progress being made. His construction trailer sat in front of the job site, a place for file cabinets, a couple of desks, and the part-time secretary who worked for him 3 days a week. Gabe climbed the metal stairs and opened the door. "Everything going okay, Becky?" She was 41 and happily married, with curly blonde hair and a weathered complexion from too much time in the sun. "Just need you to sign some checks, boss." He ambled over, took the pen from her hand, and signed what she needed. "Anything else going on?" "Mr. Parsons called about the damage to the tower's lobby. I told him to call you on your cell." "I talked to him. I'm meeting him this afternoon." "That's about it, then." Gabe nodded, and Becky turned back to her computer. He left the trailer and drove over to McKinney Court, his biggest undertaking yet, a 4-story office building uptown at McKinney near Olive. It was the future headquarters of Wildcat Oil, the small but successful oil exploration company his brother Jackson had once worked for as a geologist. Even with the current economic downturn, oil made money, and there was no lack of funds to complete the building. He pulled up in front where a huge crane hoisted steel beams into position. The foreman, Jake Turner, a big beefy man with iron-gray hair, had 20 years' experience building multi-story structures. "How's it going, Jake?" "Better than it should be." Jake lifted his hard hat, mopped his forehead with a handkerchief, then stuffed the cloth into his hip pocket. "Always makes me nervous when things are going too well." Gabe thought of the destruction at the towers and hoped that evened things out, at least for a while. "I know what you mean." He toured the site with Jake, made a few suggestions, then fired up his truck and took off for the theater. As he pushed through the ornate front doors, looking forward to continuing his work on the stage, his cell phone began playing the first few bars of Brooks and Dunn's Hard Workin' Man. He unclipped the phone from his belt and flipped it open. "Raines." "Mr. Raines, this is Mattie Baker. We met at the police station." "I remember." Gabe thought of the woman with the tantalizing auburn hair. She had a damned sexy voice to go with it. "You mentioned you would be willing to help me with Angel, and I had a couple of questions I was hoping you might be able to answer. I was wondering if you might have time to meet me for a quick cup of coffee." "Sure, I can do that. Where would you like to meet?" "Well, I work in the Kaufman building. There's a coffee kiosk in the lobby. Any chance that would be convenient?" "Not a problem. My condo's just a few blocks away." "Great. How's 4 o'clock?" Gabe checked his watch. He'd be finished with his meeting with Parsons by 3. "That'll be fine. I'll see you there." Mattie thanked him, and Gabe closed the phone. She wanted to see him. He might have found that interesting if he hadn't heard the strictly business note in her voice. Still, he couldn't help a trace of anticipation. Aside from an occasional sleepover with one of his old girlfriends, he hadn't been seeing anyone for the past 6 months. His brother had recently married. Jackson was happier than Gabe had ever seen him. After the devastating breakup his little brother Devlin had suffered with his fiancée Amy Matlock, Dev was an even more dedicated bachelor than Gabe. Which didn't mean he didn't like female companionship. He just didn't really think the pretty little redhead was going to be his type, no matter the physical attraction. Still, he had promised to help if he could. The Ramirez kid was only 17. And he remembered the mistakes he had made himself when he was young. Gabe thought of his 4 o'clock meeting, thought of the redhead, and smiled. Chapter 3. Mattie sat at a small, round, iron mesh table in front of the coffee kiosk in the lobby of her high-rise office building. The place was only 6 blocks from her condo, the reason she had decided to buy it, allowing her to walk to work in the mornings. Apparently, Gabriel Rains lived somewhere in the vicinity, though she had never seen him until their accidental meeting at the police station. She took a sip of her cappuccino, which was hot and foamy, just the way she liked. It was 1 minute after 4. She wondered if Rains would be on some kind of ego trip and make her wait. She hated the games people played. A subtle wave of relief slipped through her as she spotted him crossing the lobby, heading for the neon sign above the kiosk. She guessed him to be in his early 30s, maybe 3 or 4 years older than her 29 years. She stood to meet him. "Thank you for coming." "I said I'd help if I could. Mind if I get myself a cup of coffee before we talk?" "Not at all. I'm completely addicted myself." Rain smiled and went to the counter. He had a nice smile, she thought, recalling she had seen it before. She had a feeling women fell all over themselves to get one of those easy smiles, silently grateful he wasn't her type in the least. Paper cup in hand, he sat down in one of the little white wrought iron chairs, making it look like it belonged in a dollhouse. "Now, what can I do for you, Ms. Baker?" "It's just Mattie, and I'm hoping you can help me figure out who Angel was with the night of the fire." "Well, I probably won't be much help. Like I told the police, I wasn't paying all that much attention to the spectators. I was more concerned with watching the fire guys put out the blaze." "But you recognized Angel?" "From a lineup, yes, I did." "What did the other boy look like?" Gabe took the lid off his coffee, blew over the liquid to cool it, then took a sip. She could tell he was doing his best to dredge up a memory of the second boy he had seen. "Mind if I ask what your connection is to the Ramirez kid?" She considered how much to say, then decided she had no reason to keep her work a secret. In fact, she was proud of the help she had given families who needed it. "I do volunteer work at a neighborhood center that helps recovering victims of family violence. Several years ago, Angel's mother showed up at the center. Her husband was abusing her and the children. She didn't want to leave him, but she couldn't take the beatings any longer." "What happened?" "Angel and his father got into an argument the next night, and Benito beat the hell out of him. 2 days later, Angel set fire to an old abandoned building in the neighborhood. He was arrested. Because Rosa, his mother, had come to the center for help, one of the FRC attorneys got involved." "FRC?" "Family Recovery Center. Since there were extenuating circumstances, like 2 black eyes and a broken collarbone, Angel's sentence was reduced. After his release a year later, Angel went into mandatory counseling. His father had moved out by then, and I started visiting him and the rest of the family as a volunteer. I began to realize what an unusual boy he is." Gabe took a sip of his coffee. "In what way?" His hands were as tan as his face. She noticed his nails were clipped short, and there was no dirt underneath. "Angel is extremely smart. He gets straight A's in high school, and he wants to go to college. He's always willing to help other kids, and because he's the way he is, he has lots of friends. I don't believe he set the fire at the towers, but I need to find a way to prove it." Gabe straightened in his chair, making him seem even taller. "I can't say for sure the boys were together, but they were talking, and it seemed like they knew each other." "What did the second boy look like?" "Hispanic, around the same age as Angel, but taller and thinner. His hair was long, pulled back in a ponytail at the back of his neck. That's about all I remember." "That may be enough. There's a kid Angel knows. His name is Enrique Flores. He's got long hair, and he wears it pulled back that way. I think they're pretty good friends. I don't know why they would have been downtown that night, but maybe Enrique will tell me. Probably ought to tell the police about Flores. I'd really like to talk to him first. Gabe slowly nodded. I guess that would be all right. Maddie picked up her paper cup and rose from her chair, giving Gabriel Rains the signal it was time for him to leave. Instead of moving, he just sat there quietly, sipping his coffee. I'm sorry, but I have to get back to work, she said, hoping he would take the hint. So do I, eventually. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your coming down here. She fidgeted, anxious now to be away from him. There was something about all that masculinity, wrapped in such an attractive package, that was putting her on edge. Gabe slowly rose from his chair. Where does Enrique live? Somewhere in the central Oak Cliff district. That's a pretty rough neighborhood. When are you planning to go? Tonight, after I get off work. Why don't I go with you? She eyed him warily. Why would you want to do that? Because I was in trouble a couple of times myself when I was a kid. If it hadn't been for my older brother, I don't know where I would have wound up. If your friend is innocent, as you believe, and there's a way I can help him, then I'd like to do it. Maddie shook her head. I appreciate your offer, but I can take care of this myself. A slow smile curved his lips, which looked soft. At the same time, they looked incredibly male. I'm sure you can, he said. But sometimes caution is the better part of valor. If Angel didn't set the fire, maybe Enrique did. If that's the case, and you approach him, he might get violent. Gabe was right. She didn't really know Enrique Flores, and parts of the central Oak Cliff district were extremely rough. Rosa Ramirez lived at the edge of the district, on a slightly quieter street than some of the others. The person you need to be thinking of is Angel, Gabe pressed. The sooner you speak to Enrique, the sooner you get the proof you need that Angel is innocent. She bit her lip. She was extremely self-reliant. She'd had to be after her father died. On the other hand, it certainly wouldn't hurt to have someone go with her, particularly if that someone looked as capable at handling himself as Gabriel Rains. All right. I've got a couple of things to finish before I leave the office. I'll pick you up at 7. What kind of car do you drive? He asked. BMW convertible. Nice. Unless you want the wheels stripped off, we'd better take my truck. I'll pick you up at your place at 7. What's the address? No way was she giving her address to a man she had barely met. I'll meet you here at 7. I'll wait for you in front of the building. Smart lady. All right, I'll be here then. Maddie watched him walk away, and some of the tension she hadn't realized she was feeling left her shoulders. She hurried to catch the elevator. 20 minutes on Google, and she would know a lot more about Gabriel Rains. Then she would finish her work, go home and change into a pair of jeans, and get back here to meet him. As she walked out of the elevator onto the 15th floor, she quickened her pace. She had to hurry. She had a lot to do before 7 o'clock. Gabe spotted Maddie standing on the corner at exactly 7 o'clock. He liked that about her, that she didn't seem inclined to play female games. He pulled his pickup into the yellow loading zone in front of the building and reached down to turn off the engine, thinking to go around and help her inside. But Maddie had the door open before he had the chance. In jeans and a t-shirt, she climbed into the truck and slammed the heavy door. An independent woman, just as he'd guessed. "Right on time," he said, thinking she looked just as good in jeans as she did in her tailored suit, maybe better. Still, her hair was pulled back in the severe style she had worn before, delivering a very clear message. "I'm not interested in anything other than business." "When you work for someone else like I do," she said, "being timely is a necessary habit." He pulled away from the curb and turned the corner, starting off toward the area where Enrique lived. "You know the kid's address, right?" "I called the center, and they gave me his address. Mrs. Flores came in a couple of times. She was worried about her son." "Why was that?" "According to the file, some kid at school was giving him a hard time. She never came back, so I guess the problem was resolved." "What's the best way to get there?" She gave him the address and the cross street, and suggested he head out the 35 freeway. They wove their way down one street after another, until they reached the apartment building where Enrique Flores lived. It was old and run down, some of the windows open, the curtains billowing out in the warm evening breeze. Gabe parked the truck, then went around to the passenger side, but as before, Mattie didn't wait, just opened the door and jumped down. He felt the tug of a smile. He'd always preferred a woman who at least in some way needed a man. This one certainly didn't seem to. On the other hand, even her conservative clothes and severe hairstyle couldn't hide her femininity. "Apartment 22, she said. "Must be on the second floor." "Let's go." She ignored the hand he offered and hurried to keep up with his longer strides. They climbed the iron stairs, and Gabe stepped back while Mattie knocked on the door. From the start, she had made it clear she was in control of the situation. He was only there in case of trouble. The door swung open, and a small, thin Hispanic woman stood in the opening. "Mrs. Flores?" "Si?" "I'm Mattie Baker. I'm a volunteer at the Family Recovery Center. This is Gabriel Rains. We'd like to talk to Enrique. Is he home?" The slight woman eyed Gabe, who was trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. It must have worked, because she stepped back so they could come in. The apartment was cramped, the furniture old and worn, the couch covered by faded fringed throw covers, but the place was tidy and clean. The woman turned, called down the hall, "Enrique, you have visitors." Gabe immediately recognized the boy walking toward him as the slender youth he'd seen with Angel. Enrique looked at Gabe with suspicion, but didn't seem to recognize him. Mrs. Flores cast them a final glance and disappeared into the kitchen, and Enrique turned his attention to Mattie. "Hello, Enrique," she said with a smile. "I'm Angel's friend, Mattie Baker. I work at the FRC. Angel told me about you. He said you helped him and his family." "That's right. And this is Mr. Rains. You might remember seeing him at the fire last night." The boy's dark-skinned face lost half its color. I wasn't downtown last night." "You were there with Angel, Enrique. Mr. Rains saw the two of you at the towers, watching the fire." Enrique subtly squared his shoulders, and his chin inched up. "I said I was not there." "Did you know Angel was arrested for setting the fire?" Mattie asked. The kid's obsidian eyes widened. "That's right," Gabe said. "He was pulled over because one of his taillights was out. Angel has a record for setting another fire a few years back. The police put two and two together, and Angel was picked up and taken in for questioning." The kid's expression turned fearful. "Angel didn't set the fire. We saw the smoke from a few blocks away. We walked over to see what was happening. That is all we did. We watched the firemen for a while, and then we went home." It was a school night, Mattie said. What were the two of you doing downtown? Enrique glanced toward the kitchen. We were just out driving around. That's probably true, Gabe said. The two of you were downtown driving around. But what else were you doing? Why did you go down there in the first place? Enrique's gaze darted around the living room, as if he searched for a way to escape. If you don't tell us the truth, Mattie said gently, Angel may go back to detention. You're supposed to be his friend. Do you want that to happen? The boy shook his head, moving the long black ponytail at the back of his neck. No, I do not want that. Then tell us the truth, Gabe said. The boy stared down at the holes in his dirty white sneakers. Tagging. I was tagging a wall. Angel drove me down to finish what I'd started a few weeks ago. The words and the look on the kid's thin face rang with truth. Angel hadn't wanted to betray his friend, and spray painting the side of a building was illegal. Where were you tagging? Gabe asked. A couple of blocks from the towers. That's how we saw the fire. Mattie reached over and laid a hand on the boy's narrow shoulders, which were slumped with resignation. He looked up at her touch. Are you taking me to jail? Mattie squeezed his shoulder. No, Enrique. It was brave of you to tell the truth. I'll talk to Captain Daly, see what he can do. But they'll probably want to talk to you. He nodded dully. You did the right thing, son, Gabe said. They left the rundown apartment building, climbed into the truck, and drove back downtown. Gabe flicked a glance at Mattie. I think this will help your case. I'm not sure it'll be enough. I know. I want to talk to Angel, Gabe said. I want to hear what he has to say. Sidney Weiss is acting as his attorney. He's arranging bail. You can talk to Angel after he's released, if Weiss says it's okay. I think Enrique was telling the truth. But being downtown vandalizing property isn't exactly a terrific alibi. I thought you said Angel was turning over a new leaf. As the pickup wove through traffic, Mattie sighed. He's been doing so well. I don't understand it. You said he likes to help his friends. Maybe Enrique pressed him and he caved. I don't know. Angel is the kind of kid who thinks for himself. He isn't easily influenced by his peers. Gabe let the subject drop. He was involved in this case to the tune of several $1,000s, the deductible on his insurance policy. He wanted whoever set the fire to pay for what he'd done. But he wanted to be sure the right person was paying. It's early yet. Why don't we stop somewhere and have dinner? You like steak? I'm a vegetarian, mostly. Besides, I've already eaten. Thanks anyway. A vegetarian, just his luck. And he didn't believe she'd had supper. She wasn't a very good liar, a point in her favor. She just didn't want to have supper with him. Maybe some other time, he offered. Mattie made no reply, which kind of unsettled him. He couldn't remember the last time a woman he was interested in hadn't returned that interest. They drove in silence the rest of the way downtown. Where do you want me to drop you off? She cast him a glance. I live in the Elm Street lofts. You can drop me off in front. He grinned. Why'd you suddenly decide you could trust me? I looked you up on Google. You've been in Dallas for nearly 10 years. You're quite a respected figure in the community. Your company is currently working on a number of restoration projects. And you've even won awards for contributing to the beautification of the area. She looked up at him and smiled. the first relaxed smile he'd seen. "Besides, you were raised in Wyoming." He laughed at that. "A good old country boy, you figure?" "Something like that." "If you'd known me back then, you wouldn't be trusting me to take you home." She arched an auburn eyebrow. "Why not?" "I would have driven you to the nearest motel and tried to convince you to let me get a room." She colored faintly beneath a scattering of freckles on the high bones in her cheeks. "I assume those days are past?" He allowed his gaze to roam over her, taking in the small waist and nicely curved breasts. At the moment, the idea held an amazing appeal. "Mostly," he said. The soft flush deepened. "This is it," she said abruptly, and he wheeled the truck over to the curb. Mattie opened the door and climbed down to the sidewalk. "Thanks for your help." "I still want to talk to Angel." "I haven't forgotten. I'll arrange a meeting once he's released, assuming his attorney approves." Gabe nodded. He watched her walk away, liking the fit of her jeans over her nicely rounded ass. He found himself hoping he would see her again, even if she was a vegetarian. He had her phone number in the recent calls section of his cell phone, he reminded himself. He could phone her any time he wanted. He wondered if he'd ever make the call. Chapter 4. Too wide awake for sleep, Mattie settled back in the deep, cone-shaped chair in the living room of her loft apartment. Another chair just like it sat at the opposite end of a modern ivory sofa, piped in black. The place was open and airy, with big industrial windows, exposed brick walls, and polished concrete floors. There were concrete countertops in the kitchen and baths, while the bedrooms had ebony hardwood floors. Black-framed architectural sketches of European cathedrals decorated the walls. The simplicity of the apartment suited her. She didn't spend much time at home. Mostly she was working or down at the center, but the 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms provided just enough room, and the modern decor went with her streamlined lifestyle. She wondered what Gabriel Rains would think of the place, and thought that he would probably disapprove. He'd expect a more feminine decor, maybe some ruffles and frills and a bunch of sentimental clutter. She was nothing like that, and never would be. She heard a familiar meow and turned to see her big orange-striped tomcat, Tigger, padding toward her. "Hi, baby. Mama's home." As she reached down to stroke his fur, Tigger pushed his head into her palm and began to purr. "All right, I hear you." She rose from the chair. "Come on, let's get you some food." Tigger wound himself between her legs as she walked toward the kitchen to retrieve a pouch of food and refill his bowl of crunchies. She was a pushover for animals, especially cats, which Gabe would also probably disapprove of. If he had an animal, it would have to be a Rottweiler or a Mastiff or something. She almost smiled. Gabe said he lived just a few blocks away. Now that she'd seen him tonight in a pair of cowboy boots and knew he came from Wyoming, she could imagine him living in a place that sported Frederick Remington sculptures and Western paintings on the walls. She tried not to think how good he had looked, the black jeans and T-shirt he'd worn, stretching over a powerful set of shoulders and muscular chest, and biceps bulging with muscle. In an article online, she recalled reading that he was a former Marine. Clearly, he stayed in condition. She thought of those narrow hips and long legs, and a little curl of heat tugged low in her belly. She told herself she liked more sophisticated men, the GQ type, guys interested in art and literature. Men who enjoyed going to plays and dining in fine restaurants. Gabriel Rains was a man's man, the macho kind she made it a point to stay away from. Not that she'd had many dates in the past few years. She was too busy for a relationship. She needed to focus her attention on her job, and what little time was left went to her work at the center. And somehow, with men, the past always seemed to intrude. The 2 years she'd spent with Mark Holloway had ended in disaster, and the memory still haunted her. They were supposed to get married, or at least that's what she'd thought. She had foolishly believed Mark loved her. But as soon as she found out she was pregnant, Mark disappeared from her life. Just as her mother had warned, she couldn't count on a man, even one who said he loved her. Then things went from bad to worse, and she miscarried the baby, a tiny part of herself she had already come to love. Her job was all she had to keep her going, the only thing that kept her from total despair. That and her volunteer work at the center. Aside from manning the hotline, her job was mostly to offer support, to talk to people from needy families who came to the center for help, to listen to their troubles, and try to provide resources and help them find solutions. Other people had such terrible problems that even the loss of her unborn child seemed small in comparison. She was young, she told herself. She could have another baby. But she had never truly recovered from Mark's betrayal, and she had never met another man who had interested her enough to put aside her distrust and begin a relationship. Still, she was a woman, and for the first time in a very long while, Gabriel Rains had made her feel like one. She thought of the way he had looked at her at the end of the evening, his eyes hot and blatantly approving, his lips curving into a slow, sensuous smile. He'd looked like a hungry cat who wanted to eat her alive. He might not be her type, but her body felt the pull of his masculinity, even if her mind did not. Maddie's brain warned her in no uncertain terms to stay away from Gabriel Rains. After a working weekend, Gabe spent a good part of Monday tromping through the wreckage that had once been the nearly completed lobby of the Dallas Towers. Wearing a pair of high rubber boots, he kicked through the water-soaked wallboard, burned wood, and broken glass, and shoved aside the melted light fixtures that had fallen from the impressive 3-story ceiling. "Ugly, isn't it?" Sam McBride walked toward him in his own rubber boots. "Damned shame is what it is. Heard they charged the kid who set the fire, the one we saw there that night. Kid's only 17, and there's a chance he didn't do it." "Yeah? Maybe. He was downtown with a buddy that night, spray-painting walls. Claims he saw the fire and went to check it out. Tagging? I hate those little bastards. My dad would have beat my butt for doing something like that." Gabe chuckled. Since his own dad had flown the coop when he was just a kid, he made no further comment, though he didn't like vandals either. "I'm supposed to talk to the kid this afternoon." And since Maddie Baker had set up the meeting and said she would be there, he was more eager to go than he might have been. "Be interesting to see what the kid has to say," Sam said. "He's got friends who don't believe he did it. They say he's a real good boy. For his sake, I hope they're right." "What time's the meeting?" 2:00. A place called the Family Recovery Center. Sam checked his watch. "That's 45 minutes from now. The address is nearby. Shouldn't take long to get there. Let's finish this inventory. Try to see how much equipment we lost." Sam nodded and settled his hard hat back over his short blonde hair, and Gabe put his own hard hat back on. They stomped through more water-soaked debris, the fire suppression damage as brutal as the flames themselves. Half an hour later, Gabe headed for the FRC. When he walked inside, Mattie Baker stood in the waiting room, a big open area lined with brown vinyl chairs and a couple of wooden tables covered with dog-eared magazines. She was as pretty as he remembered. He felt a sudden urge to unpin all that fiery hair and spread it across his pillow, to strip off her plain gray suit and run his hands over that luscious little body, learn every supple curve. His groin tightened. Silently, he cursed. Mattie walked up to him and smiled. "Hello, Gabe." "Mattie." "Angel's waiting. Now that Enrique's come forward, he's anxious to talk to you. He wants to tell you himself he didn't do it." "That sounds good." Mattie led him down a hall decorated with amateur photos of the city, some of them pretty good. Gabe enjoyed photography himself, especially when he was out at the ranch in the hill country near Kerrville he had purchased a few years back. It was only 300 acres, but he kept a couple of horses there, and it got him away from the city. One of his other loves was flying, and in his twin Aerostar, it was a fairly short trip. Someday he hoped to live at the ranch full-time, maybe raise some quarter horses. Deep down, he guessed the West would always be in his blood. He followed Mattie into the conference room and saw Angel seated at a long table next to a gray-haired man in a navy three-piece suit. "Gabe, this is Sidney Weiss," Mattie said. "Sid, meet Gabriel Rains." The men shook hands. "And this is Angel." The boy met Gabe's assessing gaze squarely. "I didn't do it, Mr. Rains." Gabe took a seat across from him. "Maybe you didn't. Your friend Enrique said the two of you were downtown tagging walls. Vandalizing other people's property isn't arson, but it's still against the law." The kid never looked away. He had a square face and somewhat blunt features, but he wasn't a bad-looking boy. "We weren't vandalizing. We were beautifying." Gabe had to smile. "That's what you call it?" "In this case, I do. I was hoping maybe you would be willing to take a walk with me and Mattie. I could show you what we were doing that night." It seemed a fair enough request, and he didn't mind spending more time with Mattie. Watching her with the boy, seeing her concern, made him even more curious about her. On one hand, she seemed purposely remote. On the other, extremely approachable. "It's just off Commerce, so it isn't that far away," Angel continued. Gabe flicked a glance at the boy's attorney. "I presume this is all right with you, Mr. Weiss?" "I trust Mattie to look out for Angel's interest," Weiss said. "Fine, then. I could use a walk. Stretch my legs a little. Angel, why don't you lead the way?" The boy shoved back his chair, and they followed him single file down the hall. The waiting room had a couple of people sitting in chairs as they passed. A black teenager with round, flat earrings in his ears, and an older Hispanic woman. "We have counselors on hand at certain times of the day," Mattie explained. "We're still a small organization, but we have 10 professional full-time staff members, plus about 20 volunteers. Mostly we deal with families trying to get their lives together after dealing with violence and abuse." The three of them headed down Commerce and turned onto a smaller street a few blocks later. There was a vacant lot on the north side. Next to it sat an empty 3-story concrete building. Angel led them into the lot, then stopped halfway across. The boy turned and pointed. "I brought Enrique here so that he could finish his painting." For the first time, Gabe noticed the huge mural on the wall. It was a painting of the neighborhood around the building, the scene populated with a variety of interesting and unusual people. Vibrant color leaped from the concrete canvas, snagging the viewer and pulling him inexorably into the scene. The vacant lot was there, but the dirt paths were gone. Instead, there were walkways of brilliant red brick, lined with pink, yellow, blue, and purple flowers. The painting itself was beautiful, the scene perfectly drawn, each line precise and in exactly the right proportions. But there was something else, something indefinable and strangely compelling, that made the mural stunning. For several long moments, no one spoke. "Amazing is too small a word," Gabe finally said. "This is incredible." Angel smiled. "When we became friends, Enrique told me his dream was to become an artist. He showed me some tagging he had done on some walls in our neighborhood. I thought they were the most beautiful pictures I had ever seen. I knew no one would see them there, no one who could make his dream come true. I saw the empty wall down here when I came to the center. I wanted to help him, so I drove him down at night. He's been working on the mural for nearly 2 months. "It's wonderful, Angel," Mattie said. "We finished the mural that night. We saw the flames and went to see what was happening, but we didn't set the fire, I swear." Gabe turned to Mattie, his mind still filled with the scope and colors of the painting, the kaleidoscopic effect and emotional pull of the work. "Did you know about this?" Mattie stared at the painting as if she couldn't drag her gaze away. Finally, she looked at him and shook her head. "I had no idea." She turned to Angel. "Enrique has incredible talent." "You were right, Angel," Gabe said. "This isn't vandalizing. It's beautifying. Maybe this will give your friend the break he needs." Gabe thought maybe he could do something to help. The city had been looking for some open space to purchase. They needed more parks, more green space, and this lot, done the way Angel's friend had painted it, would be perfect. "I didn't set the fire," Angel repeated. "I just wanted to help Enrique." Gabe rested a hand on the boy's stout shoulder. "I believe you, son. Mattie and I will talk to the police, see if there's something we can do to convince them, and get them back on the track of finding the real arsonist." Angel's relieved smile was so full of gratitude that Gabe felt a tightening in his chest. "Thank you, sir." Gabe just nodded. When he looked over at Mattie, he caught the glint of tears. More of a woman than she wanted to admit, he thought. Interesting. They walked back to the center, and Angel went inside to speak to his attorney, leaving Gabe and Mattie on the sidewalk out in front. "I've got to get back to work," Mattie said. "Where's your car?" Gabe asked. "In the lot behind the building." "So's mine." He started walking beside her, both of them heading toward the lot. "I don't suppose you'd be interested in having dinner tonight. We could talk about the boys. I've got a couple of ideas that might help Enrique. He's an amazingly talented kid." He could tell she wanted to say no, but Angel meant a lot to her, and now it seemed she was concerned about Enrique. "We'll go anywhere you want," he said, his stomach quietly rebelling at the thought of a plateful of vegetables for supper. "All right. I've got to work late, but I could meet you at the Taj about 8. "The Taj?" "Indian food. I think you'll find something on the menu you'll enjoy." He wasn't much on ethnic food. He was more a meat and potatoes kind of guy. "Where is it?" She gave him the address, and he agreed to meet her. not quite certain himself it was a good idea. The lady was a vegetarian, a little too independent to suit him, and probably a raging liberal. Still, politics and palates aside, Mattie attracted him, as no lady had in a very long time. It might prove an interesting evening. Chapter 5. Mattie kicked herself all the way back to her office. What in the world was wrong with her? The last person she wanted to spend time with was Gabriel Rains. As the elevator took her to her floor, she paused. Why was she so determined to avoid him? Gabe was obviously intelligent, and from what she had read, a successful businessman. He had built his company from the ground up and become an upstanding member of the downtown community. The truth was, she was more than a little attracted to Gabe Rains, and that scared her to death. She hadn't had sex in more than a year, and Gabe was a man whose every glance made it clear sex was extremely important to him. Though she admired his powerful body, macho men just weren't her type. At least they never had been before. She stepped out of the elevator, thinking of Gabe and her reaction to him, thinking of Angel, and grateful that Gabe had agreed to help him. Now he was trying to help Enrique. As she passed the reception desk, her mind was on the dinner she had agreed to share with him, and she jostled into someone. It was Mel Freeman, one of her co-workers. "Sorry," she said. "That's all right, Mattie. I never mind bumping a little female flesh." Mattie bristled. Mel was a true male chauvinist pig. 6 feet tall and fairly good-looking, he believed he was God's gift to women, though at 40 his light brown hair had begun to recede and a slight paunch jiggled at his waistline. Mattie had gone head-to-head with Mel a number of times over the years, starting with the first time he'd asked her out. She had politely refused, telling him she believed in keeping her personal life separate from her work, not telling him she simply wasn't attracted to him. Mel had persisted to the point where she had been forced to be rude. Every once in a while, he still gave it the old college try. And there was her recent promotion. Mel had been with the company longer than she had. He believed he was the one who deserved the job as head designer and an office with a window. "Excuse me, Mel, I've got work to do." "Well, pardon me for getting in your way," he said sarcastically, his smile as phony as the flashy diamond stick pin he wore to company parties. Mel was the type of guy women sued for sexual harassment, but Mattie believed that if a woman wanted to be equal to a man, she had to stand up for herself, force them to treat her as an equal. It didn't always work, of course, and there were extreme cases. But aside from being a jerk, Mel seemed harmless enough. Mattie walked past him into her office and firmly closed the door. She needed to get back to the art gallery project. She didn't want to fall behind. She loved her job, and even obnoxious Mel Freeman wasn't going to spoil it for her. She had only been working half an hour when a light knock sounded and the door swung open. Aaron Kresge, one of her dearest friends, rolled his wheelchair into her office. "I hate to interrupt, but I've got a question on the Franklin Elementary School project." Aaron was slender, black-haired, and wore square, dark-rimmed glasses. At 30, he was an attractive man, in a nerdy sort of way, one of 12 detail draftsmen who worked in the office, the best of them as far as Mattie was concerned. He'd been wheelchair-bound since a car accident in his teens left him paralyzed from the waist down. Mattie got up from her chair and walked over to where he sat, a rolled-up set of drawings in his lap. He handed her the plans, explained a problem with a covered walkway, and she rolled the drawings open to see exactly what he was talking about. "You're right. The walkway is a problem. I'll give it some thought and get back to you as soon as I can." "Great. We still on for dinner Friday night?" Matty frowned. "Oh, no, I forgot all about it. I plan to work late. I'm getting kind of behind. Could we do it next week?" Aaron looked disappointed, but he just nodded. "Sure, no big deal." The door swung open just then. "Aaron, there you are." Emily Bliss, a petite, dark-haired, and attractive draftswoman, cast Matty a guilty glance. "Sorry, Matty, I just had a quick question for Aaron." "It's okay, we're finished." "Talk to you later," Aaron said. "I'll have an answer to your problem before the end of the day," Matty promised. Aaron rolled out the door, and no one offered to help him. Everyone knew Aaron Kresge preferred to take care of himself. Emily hovered over him, though, her short brown bob swinging forward as she leaned down to ask him a question she probably could have answered herself. Matty had a strong suspicion Emily had a crush on Aaron, though he didn't seem to notice. That was too bad. Emily was a great girl, and Aaron was a terrific guy. Matty smiled as she returned to her desk. Her own love life might be the pits, but deep down she was still a romantic, which made her think of Gabe Rains, and inwardly she sighed. Gabe arrived at the Taj restaurant a few minutes early, figuring Matty would probably be right on time. The place was kind of dark, draped with heavy gold velvet curtains and ornate brass latticework along the walls. The maitre d' led him to a table in the center of the room, and he wondered if Matty had asked the man to seat them there so they would be surrounded by people. Gabe just shook his head and pointed to a table in the corner. If he still got the "I'm not interested" vibes again tonight, he'd back off and leave her alone. But he could have sworn he'd caught her looking him over a couple of times when she thought he wouldn't see. He stood as she walked into the restaurant, wearing the same drab gray suit she'd had on earlier in the day. Apparently, she'd come straight from work. As she passed the maitre d', Gabe saw the subtle shake of the man's dark head and almost smiled. He pulled out her chair, and Matty took a seat. "Right on time," he said. "But then I figured you would be." She gave him a single assessing glance as he returned to his chair, made a point of picking up her linen napkin, carefully opening it, and draping it across her lap. "I had some design work to finish before I could leave, but it went along without a hitch." "That's always good." "It doesn't happen that often." "Believe me, I know what you mean." She continued to smooth her napkin. "I hope you're hungry. This place has terrific food." He scoffed. "If you like eggplant," he grumbled. He was what he was. If she couldn't accept that, there was no use going any further. Matty looked up at him and smiled. "I guess you haven't looked at the menu." "Not yet." She picked one up and handed it over. "You might like the rack of lamb. It's a specialty of the house." His eyebrows went up. "Rack of lamb?" "The curried beef is also very good." Her smile remained in place. "Unless you're opposed to curry." "I like spicy food. I love Mexican. The hotter the better. I'm pretty much game for anything, as long as it has meat." She laughed at that. He remembered hearing it once before, a kind of throaty, sexy sound that made the blood in his veins head south. Why did he keep seeing her as some sort of sex kitten, when the way she dressed, the way she wore her hair, said sex was the lowest item on her list of priorities? The waiter arrived, a thin, dark-skinned man, with a hooked nose and a heavy Indian accent. "Would you care for something to drink?" "Yes, thank you." Mattie ordered a glass of white wine, and Gabe ordered an Indian beer. "When in Rome and all that," he said. Mattie smiled, seeming a little more relaxed than she had been when she arrived. "I heard you went to the police department this afternoon." "How'd you know?" "Captain Daly called Sid Weiss." "After talking to Angel and actually seeing his alibi, I'm fairly convinced he didn't do it. If that's the case, I want Daly to find out who did." "What did the captain say?" "He said he'd take another look, see if he could find something more than circumstantial evidence. Something that might clear Angel's name. Maybe something that'll give them a lead on somebody else." "Thank you." "I also spoke to a friend of mine with the Downtown Redevelopment Committee. I asked him to take a look at the mural Enrique painted. I mentioned that the lot next to the painting might be the perfect place to put a park." Mattie straightened, excitement glinting in her light blue eyes. "Do you really think they might be interested?" "I think they might. At any rate, it's worth a try." "Yes, it certainly is. Enrique, the boy has a marvelous talent." "Yes, he does." The waiter came and took their orders. Gabe had the lamb, and Mattie had curried vegetables and rice. "So you don't eat meat," he said, when the food arrived. "Why is that? Some sort of personal statement or something?" "Actually, I eat chicken and fish, eggs and cheese. Red meat just doesn't hold much appeal for me." He cut into his lamb and took a bite. It was delicious. "This is great." Her lips quirked. "I told you." He bit into a pita-like bread the waiter called naan, and it was great too. "What else don't you do?" Her gaze shot to his, and soft color washed into her cheeks. She was thinking of sex. He would swear it. "I don't date much. I'm too busy working." "No boyfriend? No one you're involved with?" "No." She didn't ask about his love life, but she did glance down at his ring finger. "Never been married," he said. "No illegitimate kids that I know of. No girlfriend. Not that you've given me any indication you might be interested." The color beneath those charming freckles pinkened even more. "That's because I'm not. I'm too busy with my career to have time for a relationship. In my book, supper or an occasional movie don't constitute a relationship. In most cases, not even a sleepover counts for that." She shoved some white rice around on her plate. "I suppose you're right." "How's your dinner?" he asked, letting her off the hook for the moment. She looked up at him and smiled. "It's great. I really like to eat here." "Everything's fantastic." He speared another piece of meat. "So where should we go next time?" Her eyes widened. She looked like a deer caught in the headlights. "Just for supper," he said, "not the sleepover. That can wait." She swallowed, started shaking her head. "I don't think it's a good idea." "Why not?" She stared at him, then set her fork down next to her plate. "You want the truth? It's obvious you want to have sex. Sex has never appealed to me that much. I mean, it's okay, but I can take it or leave it. Mostly, I'd rather just leave it. For you, my guess is, sex is like breathing." He chuckled, appreciating her honesty. Unfortunately, it only stirred his interest. "I won't deny I enjoy it." He wiped his mouth with his napkin, his eyes still on her face. They must have been some real losers. Who? The guys you've had sex with.
Maddie straightened, her chin going up.
If it's any of your business, which it isn't, there was nothing wrong with them. It's me, that's all. I'm not a very sexual woman. I'm more interested in my career. Seems to me like one isn't mutually exclusive of the other.
Maddie made no reply. It was time to drop the subject before she fell out of the seat she perched on so precariously.
I have a feeling there's more going on here than what you're telling me. But as you said, it's really none of my business.
She took a sip of her wine, her hand a little unsteady. She kept her eyes on her plate, yet he could feel something hot and intense in the air between them. He didn't believe she wasn't a sexual woman, only that she hadn't met a man who could make her feel that way.
Why don't we talk about Enrique and how we're going to get him noticed by the right people?
Relief swept through her at the change of subject, and he watched her shoulders relax. You think we could do something like that?
I'm involved in a theater project in Deep Ellum. I've gotten to know a lot of people in the arts community. I think I can get a few of them down to the lot, get them to take a look at Enrique's work.
That would be really terrific.
If they like it,
I can talk to him, see if he's done anything smaller, some pieces we could show them.
That's a good idea.
They talked amiably through the rest of the meal, and he didn't push for more. Normally, he would drop his pursuit, but there was something about Mattie Baker that had captured his fancy. He was convinced she was more than just drab suits, no-nonsense hair, and an aversion to sex. Gabe was determined to find out what it was. Chapter 6. Maddie let Gabe walk her to her car. He hadn't pressed her for another date, and she was torn between relief and an odd sense of regret. She had told him the truth. She simply wasn't a very sexual person. For her, sex had always been more to please her partner than herself. Mark had been a very gentle lover, allowing her to take charge, preferring to let her lead the way. He liked her on top most of the time, liked her to satisfy him. She'd loved him, and she wanted to make him happy. But she got little out of the experience herself. The few times she'd had casual sex had been equally disappointing. She simply wasn't cut out to be a passionate lover. Sex with Gabe would probably be equally disappointing, for him as well as for her. She said nothing as they walked across the parking lot. Nothing as he waited for her to use her electronic key to unlock her car. At the sound of the mechanism releasing, he reached down and pulled open the door.
Good night, Maddie.
Good night, Gabe. Thanks for supper and for trying to help Angel and Enrique.
Supper was my pleasure, and we'll see what happens with the boys.
She started to get into the car, but Gabe lightly caught her shoulders, turning her to face him. Lowering his head, he very softly kissed her. Mattie had no notion what to expect from such a casual kiss, but one thing she didn't expect was the bottom dropping out of her stomach. The softest male lips she had ever encountered settled lightly over hers. They melded, blended, captured. Gabe coaxed and tasted, the kiss completely undemanding, and yet her insides trembled. She wanted to slide her arms around his neck and lean into him, to part her lips and let those soft male lips ravish her. She wanted him to taste her all over, wanted the kiss to go on and on. She whimpered when Gabe pulled away. "Good night, Mattie," he said gruffly, his intense blue eyes holding her a moment more before he turned and started walking away. Mattie dropped down in the seat of her car. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely shove the key into the ignition. She didn't enjoy sex. She merely tolerated it. At least that's what she'd always told herself. She saw Gabe sitting in his pickup, waiting for her to start the car and pull out onto the street. He wasn't the kind of man who left a woman alone in a parking lot at night. She took a deep breath and managed to compose herself enough to start the engine. Shifting the BMW into gear, she slowly pulled out of the driveway. Gabe followed her to the entrance to her underground parking lot, then headed off down the street. Recalling the heat she had felt in that simple goodnight kiss and the fierce way she had responded, Mattie closed her eyes, amazingly grateful she had said no to Gabe's dinner invitation, and terrified she would weaken and call him, tell him she had changed her mind. He shouldn't have kissed her. He should have respected her dismissal and let it go at that. Instead, he couldn't resist just a little taste of her. A little taste, Gabe discovered, wasn't nearly enough. He sighed as he parked his truck in his designated parking spot in the lot next to his condo and turned off the engine. He could still feel the shape of her mouth under his, recall the scent of spring flowers that clung to her skin. That single little kiss had fired his blood, stirred a hunger he hadn't known in years. It had taken sheer force of will not to drag her into his arms and kiss her until neither of them could think. He smiled. He could only imagine her outrage. Or maybe she would have clung to him the way she had when he ended the kiss. There'd been fire in her response, not indifference. No matter how hard she denied it, something was there between them, simmering like a pot on the stove, ready to boil over. As he walked into his condo, Gabe released a breath. He had to know if he was right, and Mattie's passion was simply buried. He had to know if the wild attraction he felt for her was returned as he believed. Shrugging out of his sport coat and tossing it over a chair, he poured himself a shot of single malt scotch, hoping it would relax him, take the edge off his unsatisfied lust. He carried the glass over to the comfortable brown leather sofa in front of the stone fireplace and sank down, propping his boots up on the big oak coffee table. The condo was furnished in masculine colors, browns, dark greens, and golds. Heavy oak furniture and overstuffed chairs. A throw rug in those same autumn colors covered the carpet beneath the antique oak coffee table. There was a modern kitchen with marble countertops, twin guest rooms, each with its own bath, and a master bedroom with a big king-size bed. The place had everything he needed. But it was the sprawling Spanish-style ranch house in the Texas hills that felt like home. Gabe took a sip of his scotch, leaned against the back of the sofa, thought of the kiss he had shared with Mattie Baker, and tried not to imagine having her in his bed. After a restless night and waking up with a throbbing headache, Mattie rolled wearily out of bed. Facing a long day at the office and needing to clear her head, she dressed in a pair of navy blue jogging shorts and a blue and white tank top. She liked to run early in the mornings, and after her sleepless night, she was desperate for some exercise. Pulling her hair back in a ponytail, she slipped her feet into a pair of running shoes and took off down the stairs. The sun was up, the morning pleasant as fall moved closer. The breeze felt good on her face as she started along the sidewalk, easing into a steady rhythm. She told herself not to think of the cause of her sleepless night, not to think of Gabriel Rains and her unwanted attraction, tried not to remember his sensual kiss. Eventually, the warmth of the morning sun began to seep through her, and she started to relax. Picking up her pace, she padded along the sidewalk, then stumbled at the sound of a deep male voice coming up beside her. "I didn't know you were a runner," Gabe said, slowing his pace a little to match her shorter strides. She took a deep breath and flicked him a sideways glance. "I'm not surprised to see that you are, since you obviously stay in shape. I am surprised to see you here." "Coincidence," he said, and she cast him a look that made it clear she didn't believe him. "Well, sort of. I had you on my mind this morning, and I kind of just found myself running in this direction. I didn't think I'd see you, though." She shrugged. "I like to run. I spend a lot of time indoors. Running gets my blood flowing." "Mine, too," he said a little gruffly, and she flicked him a sideways glance. Gabe always seemed to be thinking of sex, and now that she had met him, she couldn't seem to stop thinking about it either. They ran together for a while, the silence stretching out, growing more comfortable than she would have imagined as they jogged along at a steady pace. When her legs began to tire, she started to slow, and Gabe slowed as well. Perspiration made his T-shirt cling to the heavy muscles across his chest and shoulders, and a little shiver of awareness went through her. She bent over and propped her hands on her knees, fighting to catch her breath. "I've got to get back," she said. "I've got to get to work." "Yeah, me too." Matty had a feeling he could run twice this far and not be out of breath, but he had a job to do, just as she did. "Haven't changed your mind about supper, have you?" he asked. She shook her head and hoped the truth didn't show in her face. She wanted to go out with him. She wanted more of his sexy kisses, wanted to know if they could make her feel the way she had last night. "Can I ask you a question?" She eyed him warily. "I guess." "Are you afraid of all men, or is it just me?" Matty straightened. "I'm not afraid of you." "Oh, yeah? Well, then maybe you're just afraid of yourself." She started to argue, then wondered if maybe he was right. Because she really wanted to go to dinner with him, and she couldn't understand what was holding her back. "Invitation's still open," he said. "If you say yes, I won't press you to do anything you don't want to do." Matty bit back a reply, and Gabe shrugged, accepting her unspoken refusal, but clearly not happy about it. "See you around," he said. Matty watched him jog away, his body moving with surprising grace for a man of his size and build. For an instant, she fought the urge to call him back. But she was who she was, and that wasn't going to change. Not even for Gabriel Rains. Gabe's cell phone rang as he got out of his pickup late that morning, in front of the Greenwood Apartments, his project near the farmer's market. He pulled the phone out of his pocket and flipped it open. "Rains. Gabe, this is Thomas Daly with the arson squad. I thought you'd want to know we dropped the charges against Angel Ramirez. A couple of cans of turpentine were found at the scene. One of my men talked to your foreman. He said they weren't the brand you usually use. In fact, they were an oddball brand that isn't sold many places. We traced the cans to a local hardware store. The guy who bought them wasn't Hispanic. Have you made an arrest? Unfortunately, the guy paid cash, and his description fits about 100,000 white guys. We hope to get some kind of composite sketch, but the clerk said he wasn't paying that much attention. I'll let you know if we find him. Thanks. Gabe hung up, relieved that Angel hadn't set the fire. He knew how happy Mattie would be, but resisted the urge to call and relay the news. It was crazy to keep pursuing a woman who didn't want to be pursued. He wasn't some kind of stalker. If she wasn't interested, she wasn't interested. Oblivious to the pounding of hammers and the buzzing of saws, he walked over to where Sam stood talking to one of the drywallers. "There's a problem with the job your guys did in apartment 27, Sam was saying. "You need to get someone in there to do it over." "Must have been one of the new guys." Jim Pritchard, the drywall contractor, was a burly fellow with a fringe of hair around his bald head. "I'll get it done, Sam. Don't worry." The tension in Sam's shoulders relaxed. "That's good enough for me, Jim." Pritchard walked away, and Gabe approached Sam. "Looks like we're making good progress," Gabe said. "Not too many problems. At least no more than the usual bullshit stuff. By the way, Captain Daly called me. He wanted to know about some cans of turpentine the fire department found. I told him it wasn't the kind we use." Gabe nodded. "He just called. I guess they ran down the guy who bought the stuff. Since it wasn't the Ramirez kid, they decided Angel wasn't the one who set the fire. Daly said they dropped the charges." "That's good." "Yeah, except whoever did it is still on the loose." "Definitely not good. At least the kid's off the hook. You said he was only 17? Gabe nodded. "Listen, you haven't been out much lately. I know a place that's kind of interesting. Got some good-looking ladies who come in on Wednesday nights. How about we grab a couple of beers over there after work?" He didn't really want to go. He couldn't get his mind off Mattie Baker. But that situation was going nowhere, and he might as well face it. "I've got a meeting with the guys on the redevelopment committee. I won't be finished until after 9. If that isn't too late, that's fine. Place doesn't really get going until about then. Call me when you get out of the meeting, and I'll pick you up. I'd rather meet you there. Then he'd have time to go home and change, and he could leave the place whenever he wanted." "Where is it?" "The club is in the bottom floor of the old Hammerfield building. You remember, we bid the remodel job a couple of years back, then the sale fell through. The new owners hired someone else." "Yeah, I remember. Glad they finally did something with the old place." Sam slapped him on the shoulder. "So, I'll see you there later," Sam said. And both of them headed back to work. Chapter 7. Mattie stopped by to see Angel and his mother after work. Sid Weiss had called with the news that Captain Daly had found evidence that cleared the boy of suspicion, and the charges against him had been dropped. Rosa and Angel were grateful for all Mattie's help, as well as Gabe's, and seemed thrilled that she and Gabe were hoping to find a way to help Enrique with his work. Home at last, Mattie fed Tigger and checked his automatic watering bowl, took a nice long shower, and began to dress for the evening she had planned. She only had one real vice, which was actually more of a vanity: her voice. She was a very good singer, and when the mood struck, she could really belt out a tune. In high school, her friends had tried to convince her to consider a career in music, but Mattie wasn't interested. And in truth, she probably wasn't good enough to make it all the way to the top. To her, singing was just for fun. She loved performing once in a while. but she didn't want to be an entertainer full-time. Still, as often as she could on Wednesday nights, she and her best friend, Tracy Spencer, went down to Club Rio to sing karaoke. It wasn't the same as singing with a band, but it felt just as good, and it was just as much fun. Maddie particularly liked disco. Everything from the Bee Gees' Saturday Night Fever album to just about any Donna Summer song. She liked Cher, Diana Ross, Tina Turner, pretty much anything hot and fast. It was a sinful addiction, like eating a big, gooey piece of chocolate. As she stood in front of the mirror, fighting to fasten a dangly rhinestone earring, she heard a familiar rap on the door and hurried into the living room to let her friend in. Tracy was tall and svelte and gorgeous, her straight, blunt-cut blonde hair falling around her shoulders, pale bangs covering her forehead. She gave Mattie a quick, hard hug. "See, I'm not even late." "No, you're not." Tracy made a brief perusal of the very short, scoop-necked, sparkly silver dress Mattie wore, so completely at odds with her usual business wardrobe. "You look fantastic." She had left her auburn hair unbound and let it dry in natural curls that formed a halo around her face and fluffed out around her shoulders. She grinned at Tracy, who wore a yellow leather miniskirt and matching halter top, both of them in very high spiked heels. "You look pretty great yourself." Tracy grinned back. "We're gonna knock 'em dead tonight." "I hope so. I'm definitely in the mood." It was the one time Mattie allowed her inner self to surface. When she sang a hot disco song, she wasn't reserved, career-driven Mattie Baker. She was a sexy femme fatale, a woman so seductive she left a trail of broken hearts wherever she went. Fortunately, no one but her closest friends knew her secret passion. Only a couple of people at the office she trusted. Certainly no one in her business circles. Club Rio was the kind of blue-collar place business people rarely frequented, which left her completely free to indulge her secret fantasy self. "Just let me put in my other earring and grab my purse, and we're out of here." "I'll drive," Tracy offered. "My car's parked in someone else's space downstairs, so I need to move it anyway." Tracy had returned to Dallas a few years after graduating from UCLA. She had a bachelor's degree in liberal arts, but instead of going for her teaching credential as she had once planned, she had chosen a career in real estate. It suited her outgoing personality, and after a couple of years she started making a good deal of money. The economy might be in a slump, but after the initial drop, Tracy had continued selling houses. She believed the falling market prices and the low interest rates made real estate one of the best investments around, and she made it a point to convince her clients she was right. Everything about Tracy Spencer spoke of confidence and success, an image Tracy went out of her way to project. It was her way of keeping the awful memories of her childhood at bay. Mattie believed Tracy's outgoing personality masked a deep insecurity that stemmed from the violence she had suffered as a child. Though Tracy dated a lot, she had never been married, never even had a serious relationship. Since neither of them were particularly good with men, they considered themselves lucky to have each other. "Okay, come on." Tracy caught Mattie's arm as she returned to the living room and hauled her toward the door. "Got your purse? Let's rock and roll." Mattie laughed, eager for the one night out a week she allowed herself, and headed for the car. Gabe finished his meeting and drove home. After a discussion of the pros and cons of various downtown improvement projects, a battle that had dragged on for hours, he deserved a little relaxation. He changed out of his sport coat and slacks into a pair of jeans and a polo shirt. A few minutes later, he was on his way to the Hammerfield building and his rendezvous with Sam, more than ready for an ice-cold beer. And he was curious to see how the remodel had turned out. He always liked seeing historic places renovated and brought back to life, and the Hammerfield building had been around for 100 years. Gabe parked in the lot and made his way to the front of the 3-story brick structure that had been refitted and repainted. From what he could tell, the upper floors had been converted into offices. A neon sign above the entrance to the first floor read, Club Rio. An unusual name, Gabe thought, but as he walked in, he understood why. Karaoke had gotten its start in Brazil. Apparently, the popular amateur singing went on 3 nights a week at the club, and the menu posted beside the door featured a number of Brazilian dishes, including churrasco, Brazilian barbecued meat, and cocktails like a caipirinha, a very strong sugarcane drink. The owner had gone for something out of the ordinary, and from the sound of the noisy crowd inside, it was working. Gabe made a quick perusal of the interior. The walls were painted with brightly colored parrots and huge banana plants. He smiled his approval and made his way to the bar. Sam stood in front of the long, sweeping, black granite counter, sipping from a bottle of Lone Star beer. "You made it. You didn't think I would?" Gabe caught the bartender's eye and pointed to Sam's brew, ordering one for himself. "I wasn't completely sure. You seemed a little distracted lately." He thought of the fire, of Angel and Mattie. "Yeah, I guess I have been. You talked to Parsons about rebuilding the lobby?" He nodded, picked up the icy brown bottle the bartender set in front of him. "He wants us to start again yesterday." Sam chuckled. "Don't they all?" Gabe took a swallow of his beer. From where they stood, he had a clear view of the stage where the karaoke singers performed. A high-tech projector hidden overhead allowed the amateur entertainers to belt out the words to whatever song was playing at the moment. Currently, a dark-haired guy in skinny black jeans and a T-shirt with a dragon on the front sang the words to an old Beatles tune, an incongruous picture to say the least. Paul McCartney he wasn't. Still, the crowd appeared to be entertained, giving the singer a hearty round of applause when he finished. "Fun place," Gabe said. "You ever try it?" Gabe grunted. "I've got a voice like a bullfrog. Mine's no good either. Besides, I'd rather listen. Believe it or not, some of the singers are pretty good." Gabe wasn't sure he believed it. So far, the best of them had only been mediocre. He guessed it didn't matter, as long as everyone was having a good time. He finished his beer and ordered another. Sipped this one a little more slowly. A busty brunette got up and sang. She had a moderately pleasant voice, but nothing special. He glanced over at Sam, saw that he was watching someone, and followed his gaze to a svelte little blonde sitting at a table not far from the stage. "You like the looks of that, do you?" Gabe teased. Sam's mouth curved. "Her name's Tracy Spencer. She's in real estate. I've thought about asking her out, but I've got a hunch I'd be getting into something I can't handle." "How's that?" "I don't know. On the surface, she looks like she'd be fun, but I never see her with the same guy twice. I think she's got issues. I'd just as soon steer clear." Tracy threw her pretty head back and gave out a robust bark of laughter. "Maybe it would be worth it." "Maybe." Gabe returned his attention to the stage as another singer climbed the steps and crossed to the microphone. She was wearing a very short silver dress, the spotlight catching on the sequined bodice, which displayed the tops of a nice pair of breasts. She had a set of legs that wouldn't quit, and a figure that made the men in the crowd sit up a little straighter. But it was her hair that snagged his complete attention. Thick, glossy, russet curls that seemed to catch fire in the spotlight. The music kicked in, a hot disco number. The woman began to sing, and conversation slowed, then completely halted. Every eye in the place swiveled toward the stage. Gabe's attention was as tightly snared as the rest of the crowd, and suddenly he felt an eerie sense of recognition. No way. It couldn't be. The beat began to swell. The singer moved, began to strut and sway, tossed her head and all that gorgeous red hair. He stared, still unable to believe it. Hot Love, the background music strummed. Ooh, Hot Love. The singer smiled and picked up the beat, and Gabe's whole body clenched in arousal. Her voice was crystalline, throaty, and sexy. Mattie Baker's voice. It was Mattie who strutted and danced, moved her body in sensuous rhythm to the beat. The music pounded, and so did his blood. If you ain't hot love, you can't have me. I need some hot love, baby, tonight. If you ain't hot love, you can't have me. Gotta have some hot love. Need to have some lovin' tonight. Gabe couldn't breathe. This was the Mattie he had imagined. The woman beneath the layers of drab clothing. The woman Mattie had kept hidden until tonight. He was hard, his erection hot and throbbing. Fate was a hunter, they said, and maybe it was true, since the lady who dominated his thoughts was standing on the stage right in front of him. She spun around, giving him a look at her shapely legs and that round little ass he had manhandled in his dreams. He listened to the music and watched her acting out a sexual fantasy that had every male in the room panting, and he finally understood. He'd been right about Mattie. There was more to her than she let people see. A sensual nature that begged to be released. The music track played on, and Mattie kept moving, crossing the stage from one side to the other, holding up the microphone, her hips subtly swaying, the spangles across her breasts jiggling with every drumbeat. She reached the final chorus, and the song played out. Mattie laughed and bowed to a riot of whistles and applause. The disc jockey gave thanks for a fine performance by Club Rio's favorite, Lena Sterling, a name as phony as the straight-laced Mattie she pretended to be. Gabe wasn't surprised. With Mattie, business came first, and she wouldn't want her colleagues to know her secret. He watched her leave the stage and head toward the stairs leading down to the basement. He assumed the bathrooms were down there. He tossed some greenbacks on the bar, motioned to Sam where he was heading, and followed her. As he reached the bottom, he paused, catching a glimpse of Mattie at the end of the long, dimly lit hallway, disappearing into the ladies' room. He leaned back against the wall to wait, folded his arms over his chest, his gaze riveted to the spot where she had disappeared. Mattie came out a few minutes later, looking cool and unruffled. He wished he felt the same. Instead, he was hot and fiercely aroused. As she made her way down the hall, he stepped out of the shadows in front of her. "That was some performance, Lena," he said. Maddie's head shot up. She moistened those glossy pink lips. "Gabe, what are you doing here?" "I didn't know you'd be here, if that's what you're thinking. I came with my foreman, Sam McBride. He seemed to think I might enjoy the entertainment." For once, she didn't back away from him. "Did you?" The words held a note of challenge. He had never seen her more in control. "I liked everything I saw on that stage. And for the first time since I met you, I think I've got you figured out." One of those fiery eyebrows went up. "Is that right?" "Yeah, that's right. Watching you up there gave me the answers to the questions I've been asking myself since the day I met you. I know what you need, Mattie Baker. Believe me, I've got exactly what you need." And then he caught her face between his hands, lowered his head, and claimed her mouth in a burning kiss. Chapter 8. Mattie couldn't move. The man of her midnight fantasies stood right in front of her. The last person she expected to see tonight was Gabriel Rains. But as his hands cupped her face, as he lowered his head and those soft lips settled gently over hers, coaxing and at the same time insistent, something hot and ragged broke loose inside her. "Gabe," she whispered, as he deepened the kiss. And instead of pushing him away, she opened to him, giving in to his subtle demands, tilting her head to allow him better access. Heat rolled through her in long, powerful waves. Desire stirred deep in her belly, and dampness slid into her core. His hands dropped to her waist, and he drew her against him. Her palms came to rest on his muscular chest, and she felt the power there, the strength, and her heartbeat pounded in her ears. "Gabe," she repeated, kissing him back, letting her tongue slide over his, teasing, asking for more. He nibbled and tasted, alternately coaxed and demanded, and desire swelled, began to expand like hot liquid in her stomach. For an instant, she thought of stopping, ending what would surely wind up a disaster. But the instant she started to pull away, Gabe caught her wrists, lifted, and pinned them against the wall above her head. She tugged a little, testing his determination, felt the implacable strength of his hands. His mouth claimed hers again, a leisurely and thorough exploration that spun her into a world of sensation, and his grip did not lessen. He wanted her, and he meant to have her. Her body relaxed against his. Now that the decision had been taken away from her, she felt free in a way she never had before. Gabe wouldn't let her resist. He was going to take what he wanted, give her exactly what she needed. She moaned into his mouth as he pressed himself more fully against her, let her feel his powerful erection. He was big and hard, promising what she hadn't understood she had been craving. He was all solid male, nothing like the men she had slept with before, and it made her yearn to know what it would be like to make love with a man like that. She barely heard the door open beside her, just felt herself being subtly moved into some kind of storage room. Then the door closed, and the room fell into semi-darkness. A sliver of moonlight poured in through a narrow basement window near the ceiling, just enough to light Gabe's face, enough that she could see the naked hunger in his fierce blue eyes. "I want you," he said, I can't remember ever wanting a woman more. Fresh desire spilled through her. She had to know, had to find out if the wildly sensuous woman she became on stage was really part of her nature, some part that had been dammed up until now, until Gabriel Rains. She felt his mouth on her breasts and realized he had unzipped her dress and eased the top down, unfastened the front of her black push-up bra. "Beautiful," he said, his teeth lightly grazing her nipple, his tongue circling the tip. Her knees felt weak as he took the fullness into his mouth and began to suckle her. His big hands slid up beneath her silver dress, and he cupped the bare globes of her bottom, covered only by the tiny red thong panties she wore. Lifting her into the V between his thighs, he let her feel the thick ridge bulging beneath the zipper of his jeans. "Oh, God." His tone gentled. "It's all right, I've got you. I'm not going to hurt you." She was clinging to him, she realized, practically wrapping herself around him. She should have been embarrassed, should have been mortified at her behavior. Instead, she just wanted more. She reached toward the bulge in his jeans, tentatively cupped him. He was huge and pulsing. Her fingers itched to pull down his zipper and wrap around his hard length. Gabe groaned. "Take it easy, sweetheart. I can only stand so much." "I want you," she said. "I've never felt. I want you so much, Gabe." His erection leaped beneath her hand. "I want you too." He dragged in a deep, shuddering breath. "But if I take you like this in this damnable storage room, tomorrow you'll regret it. You'll never forgive me." "I don't care. I just need—" "I know what you need." He eased her skirt down over her hips and refastened her bra, drew her dress back into place. "We're leaving." He reached out and took hold of her hand. "Right this minute." She was shaking with need. She had never been this turned on in her life. "But where are we going?" "My place. If we go to yours, you'll turn back into Mattie Baker, and it's too soon for that to happen." He was right. She was already beginning to hesitate, to reconsider her actions. Before she could panic completely, Gabe was tugging her down the corridor, hauling her up the stairs. "I came with a friend," she said. "She'll worry if I leave without telling her." "What's her name?" "Tracy Spencer." "Stay here." He left her at the top of the stairs, strode across the room to a tall, good-looking man with short blonde hair. In minutes he returned. "Sam knows Tracy. I told him we were leaving. He'll tell her I took you home." "Maybe I should—" His hot kiss cut off her words and had her tingling all over. As he tugged her out the front door, she stumbled and Gabe swept her up in his arms. "All right?" She just nodded, feeling feather-light and utterly feminine. In seconds they had reached his truck, and he had lifted her into the passenger seat. He rounded the pickup and climbed inside, hauled her over next to him on the bench seat, and fastened the middle seat belt across her lap. She must have been in some kind of trance, because she didn't resist when he drove away, heading off toward wherever he lived. It wasn't very far, because she was still silent, her heart still thumping madly, when he helped her down from the truck, led her into the elevator in the lobby, and pushed the button for the 4th floor. "Cold feet yet?" he asked. When she nodded, he bent down and gave her one of those wet, searing kisses that had gotten her into this in the first place. She felt hot and needy, felt as if her skin was stretched too tight. Inside her bra, her nipples were hard and aching. When the elevator door slid open with a ding, Gabe settled a hand at her waist and urged her across the hall. An instant later, she was standing in the middle of his living room. You want a drink?" She needed a dozen straight shots, but there was something she needed more. She moistened her lips. Would you kiss me again?" "I plan to kiss you all night, honey, in places you've never been kissed." A funny little sound seeped from her throat. She didn't protest when he lifted her into his arms, carried her into his bedroom, and began to strip off her clothes. Soon she was naked and lying in the middle of his king-size bed. She watched as he pulled off his cowboy boots and dragged his yellow polo shirt over his head. As he unzipped and slid down his jeans, it occurred to her how exciting it could be to watch a man undress. A man with a body like Gabe's. He was solid muscle, his chest wide and lightly sprinkled with curly dark brown hair, his stomach flat and ridged with muscle. His legs were long and muscular, and the erection nested between them was immense. The mattress dipped with his weight as he joined her on the bed, tipped her chin up, and captured her lips. Deep, drugging kisses had her melting. Hot, wet kisses had her reaching for him, running her hands over all that hard male flesh. "Gabe, please." "Take it easy, honey." He nipped an earlobe, captured her mouth again. "There isn't any hurry." She reached up and cupped his cheek, felt the roughness of his late-night beard. "There is for me," she said, worried again that the haze of passion she was drowning in would fade, and she would be left unsatisfied, as she had always been before. "Maybe this'll help." She felt his hand skimming over her breasts, her belly, leaving a trail of fire wherever he touched. Parting her legs, he began to stroke her, lightly at first, then more deeply, and hot sensation poured through her. She groaned. She was so hot and wet. Gabe kissed her slowly, touched her exactly where she ached to be touched, and she arched into his hand. The tension built. She squirmed against him, begging for relief, and his fingers moved more deeply. For an instant, she hovered on the edge. "Gabe!" she cried out, and he caught her cries of passion in his mouth. Waves of pleasure washed over her, sensation so hot and fierce, for a moment she couldn't breathe. She was crying when he eased her into his arms. Gabe smoothed the tear from her cheek. "It's all right, honey. It's probably just been too long." She shook her head, feeling ridiculous, unable to keep the words from spilling out. "I usually can't. I mean, making love, it isn't easy for me to reach, you know." "A climax?" He gave her a wicked grin. "Looked pretty easy to me. Why don't we try it again and see?" He kissed her before she could answer. Cupping her breasts, he bent his head to taste each one, leisurely suckled and laved, and there she was, hot and trembling and needy all over again. "It's okay," he said softly, as her fingers dug into the muscles across his shoulders. "We'll get there. We've got all the time in the world." He proceeded to demonstrate that, taking his time, touching and caressing, heightening her arousal almost to the point of pain. When she couldn't stand a moment more, Gabe eased himself inside her until he was completely seated. Keeping his weight on his elbows, he kissed her deeply, kissed her until she was begging him to take her. Mattie bit back a moan of pure pleasure as Gabe began to move, the heavy thrust and drag of his shaft making her whole body tingle. It was like riding out a storm or being sucked into a whirlpool, like being consumed by flames. Her stomach muscles contracted, and then she was flying. her body clenching as release gripped her again. Mattie moaned his name and clung to him, her body tight around his hard length. But Gabe didn't stop. Not until she had reached another shattering climax did he allow his own release. By the time she came back to herself, he lay beside her, one of his powerful arms nestling her close to his side. "That's what you've been needing all along," he said, kissing the top of her head. "You're a very passionate woman, Mattie. What you needed was a man." He meant a real man. And yesterday she would have argued. Not tonight. Tonight, she was a sexy femme fatale, and she could handle a virile man like Gabe. Her insides began to tighten. Tomorrow she would again be practical Mattie Baker. And she would have to find a way to deal with Gabriel Rains. Gabe awoke late the next morning, more relaxed and content than he had felt in weeks. He had turned off his alarm last night, looking forward to sharing coffee and donuts with Mattie. He smiled as he reached for her, hard again, though they had made love 3 times during the night. When his hand landed on cold, empty sheets, Gabe rolled onto his side in search of her, but Mattie was nowhere in sight. Damn. He had been sleeping so soundly he hadn't felt her move off the mattress, hadn't heard her leave. But the sexy silver dress he had draped over a chair last night was gone, and so was Mattie. Swinging his legs to the side of the bed, Gabe silently cursed. He should have known she would run. Her lusty response to his lovemaking had scared the hell out of her. He almost smiled. She would be even more scared if she knew that as soon as he realized how little experience she had, he had held himself back. Still, she had run like a scalded cat out the door this morning, and maybe even out of his life. His shoulders tightened. He'd been lusting after Mattie Baker since the day he'd met her. He hadn't thought it was more than that, until now. Maybe it was nothing. Just that she was one of the most passionate women he'd ever met, and they were incredibly good together in bed. Maybe it was just that he wasn't ready to give up the great sex they'd shared. As he padded naked toward the bathroom, he remembered how upset she had been when she thought he hadn't used a condom. Funny thing was, once she realized he had, she seemed almost disappointed. The lady was definitely hard to read. And yet there was no question that the mind-blowing sex was beyond anything he'd ever experienced before. Gabe turned on the shower. As he waited for the water to get hot, he spotted a note on the granite counter. "Gabe, last night was amazing. You showed me the woman I am inside, and I will always be grateful. But my life is my career. Though we will probably run into each other on occasion, I hope you will behave like a gentleman and forget about last night, as I intend to do. Mattie." Forget about it. Having her again was all he could think about. And he was hardly a gentleman. A gentleman wouldn't have undressed her in a storage room. A gentleman wouldn't have pulled up her skirt and cupped that round little ass in the palms of his hands. Gabe clenched his jaw at the memory. He turned the shower from warm to cold and climbed in, the cold spray ending his erection. Mattie wanted him out of her life. Fine, and he would leave her alone. He'd never had a problem with women. He didn't need one who didn't want him. The icy water poured over him, calming him a little. So what if Mattie only wanted a one-night stand? It was the way things were these days. He should look on the positive side. He'd wanted her. Now he'd had her. As he ducked his head beneath the cold spray and goosebumps rose on his skin, the thought didn't make him feel any better. Maddie worked hard all morning. Her job was never easy, but today she found it nearly impossible to concentrate on the endless tasks ahead of her. Nearly impossible to keep her mind off Gabriel Rains. She sighed as she studied the drawing she was modifying on the CAD program on her computer. One of the reasons she had been promoted to head designer was her ability to think outside the box, to come up with ideas that were both inventive and functional. Currently, she was working on a design for a contemporary art gallery over on Olive, not far from the Dallas Museum of Art. The structure sitting on the lot at present was going to be torn down. Maddie had come up with a concept that was architecturally exciting on the outside, which would help bring in business, and also on the inside, where the spaces were large and open, the ceilings dominated by lighting that would show the paintings off to their best advantage. She couldn't wait to present her preliminary drawings to the customer. She intended to stay late in an effort to finish them tonight. If she could keep her mind on work, and not on the night she had spent in bed with Gabriel Rains. Maddie felt a tug of heat low in her belly. Last night had been incredible. All these years she had thought of herself as a failure at sex. But Gabe had unlocked the passion buried inside her. Whatever happened, she would always be grateful to him for that. Unfortunately, her sexuality was a part of her nature she couldn't afford to indulge. She had an important job, a career. If she allowed herself to get involved in a relationship, her future would suffer. She blew out a breath, moving a loose strand of auburn hair away from her cheek. On the other hand, maybe she was overreacting. Maybe one night of lusty sex was all Gabe wanted. Maybe he had taken her to bed merely to satisfy his curiosity and prove his point. The men she had dated were sexually wrong for her. What she needed was a virile, masculine, flesh-and-blood male, the kind who made her feel like a woman. She'd found that man in Gabe. But even if he wanted to see her again, she couldn't let her sexual attraction to him go any further. After one brief night, she was finding it nearly impossible to keep her mind on work, to focus on spatial proportions instead of how it felt to have Gabe Rains on top of her, inside her, driving her to climax. But there was something more, something she had almost forgotten in her wild abandon last night. As much as she ached to have a baby, she had never wanted to be a single mother. She'd been careful with Mark, but she had still gotten pregnant. Then Mark had abandoned her, and she had lost the child. For nearly a year afterward, she'd been submerged in grief. She couldn't deal with that kind of pain again. Gabe's handsome image appeared in her mind, and a memory arose of his mouth on her breast, his sinfully skillful hands, doing things she had only imagined. A rush of heat poured through her. Damn it, she had to stop thinking about him. The entire event had to be shoved to the back of her mind. With managing her career and her work at the center, her life was full enough. A relieved sigh escaped when a light knock sounded at the door, interrupting her thoughts. Mattie looked up as Aaron rolled his wheelchair into the office. "Thought I'd drop by and say hello. You've been holed up in here all day. Anything wrong?" She felt the slow creep of heat into her cheeks. The only thing wrong was that after her wild night with Gabe, she felt way too good. "Nothing's wrong. I just needed to concentrate, do some catching up." Aaron eyed her strangely. "You're blushing. And there's something about you that looks, well, different." Did you go to Club Rio last night?" Aaron and Emily were the only two people in the office who knew about her secret life as Lena Sterling. "Tracy and I went for a while." "That's it, isn't it? You met someone. You must have gotten laid." "Aaron." He shoved his glasses up on his nose. "Sorry, none of my business. It's just, I've never seen you blush before." More color washed into her cheeks. "I'm not blushing." "If you say so." He wheeled toward her. "You want to get some lunch?" Maddie shook her head. "Too busy. I'll be working late as it is." Aaron just nodded. "If you need to talk, you know I'm always willing to listen." "I know you are." But talking about Gabe Raines was the last thing she wanted. Maddie ignored the quiet closing of her office door and went back to work. Chapter 9. Gabe slept fitfully that Friday night. He hadn't dreamed of his days in the Marine Corps for years. He'd been one of the lucky ones, the guys who saw little in the way of action, but his training had been extensive and had given him the skills and confidence he'd needed to deal with the kind of rough-and-tumble guys who worked in the construction business. The war in Afghanistan hadn't started for a couple of years after he was out of the service, but he'd lost some good buddies there, and occasionally their faces popped up in his dreams. He awakened bathed in sweat, uncertain whether to be thankful he wasn't with them or to wish he had been. Gabe sat up, rubbing a hand over his face. He got up and hit the head, wide awake now, and thinking how much better the night had been with Maddie in his bed. He was on his way back to bed, hoping he could return to sleep, when his cell phone started ringing. He picked it up off the nightstand, figuring the news had to be bad for someone to call him at 4 a.m. "Raines. Mr. Raines, this is Battalion Fire Chief Alonzo Santori. There's a fire in an office building under construction over on McKinney. Your company name and phone number are on the sign out front." A knot of dread formed in his stomach. "We're the contractor on the project. The owner is Wildcat Oil. We've already called them. It looks like the damage is going to be extensive. We'd appreciate it if you could come down here." "On my way." Gabe closed the phone, the knot going tighter. 2 fires in less than 2 weeks. He'd thought the first was just some nut who happened to pick the towers. But the odds of a fire on another of his sites being unrelated to the first were slim and none. There was a very good chance he was the target in both cases. Son of a bitch. Gabe dressed quickly and headed for McKinney Court, or what was left of it. The building was only half finished, which he hoped meant no one was inside, but until he got there, he couldn't know for sure. Gabe pressed a little harder on the gas pedal, propelling the pickup through the dark, empty streets. All the way there, his mind kept running over the possibilities of who might want to ruin him. Orange and red tongues of fire shot more than 4 stories into the black night sky. Flames roared like Satan's breath out through broken windows and soared up through holes in the half-finished roof. Gabe pulled his pickup over to the curb and turned off the engine. For several long moments, he just sat there, his gaze fixed on the structure engulfed in flames. 2 hook and ladder trucks and 4 other fire units surrounded the building. Hoses stretched from hydrants on the street into the blazing interior. Firemen in full turnout gear hurried efficiently to whatever task they were assigned. As Gabe climbed out of the pickup, the deep rumble of engines reached his ears, along with the sound of breaking glass and the roar of the flames. Cinders rained down on the pavement, and the smell of greasy smoke singed the air. From the corner of his eyes, something snagged his attention, and he looked away from the blaze to a man walking toward him. Gabe recognized the salt and pepper hair. "Thanks for coming down," Captain Daly said. Gabe glanced back toward the flames. "I guess the first fire wasn't random after all," he said darkly. "We haven't determined for certain whether or not this was arson. Till we're sure, we can't know if the two fires are connected. Between you and me, however, it's likely they are." Daly pulled a notepad out of his pocket and flipped open the cover. "I need to know, Gabe, if you have any enemies. Anyone who would go to these lengths for some kind of payback." Gabe shook his head. "On the way down here, I tried to think of someone I might have pissed off to this extent. I've got to tell you, I haven't got a clue. Any woman problems? An irate husband, someone whose wife or girlfriend you're involved with who might not want you in the picture. I haven't been seeing anyone in particular for nearly 6 months, and I don't go for married women." A night with Maddie hardly counted as a relationship. Besides, he hadn't met her till after the fire in the towers. "How about business acquaintances? Maybe a competitor or a subcontractor, someone you had a beef with over a job." Gabe thought immediately of Vance Gleason. Gleason Construction was his main competitor for work in the area. The two of them fought over contracts like a couple of Rottweilers, but it was strictly business as far as Gabe knew. He couldn't imagine Gleason burning down a building because he lost a contract to Gabe. "I can tell you're thinking of someone," Daly said. "Who is it?" "My competition, Vance Gleason, but I don't think he would carry our business rivalry this far." Daly wrote down the name. "You'd be surprised what people will do. Anyone else?" Gabe started to shake his head, then remembered a contractor he had fired about a month ago. "Guy named Pete Dare. He was doing the cement work on the towers. I fired him when I found out he was using a cheaper grade of cement than we had agreed on." Daly made a note of the name. "Who else can you think of?" God, if only he knew. "No one offhand. I'll think about it, though, see who else I can come up with." "Is this project insured?" Gabe nodded. "American Insurance." He frowned. "If you're thinking I've got something to gain from the fires, you're way off base. I lose money on the deductible, lose some of my equipment, but the real loser is Wildcat Oil. Same with the towers. Time is money. Until the lobby is finished, the building can't be run efficiently. Here, Wildcat Oil can't move in, which costs them money." Daly nodded. He made a few more notes. "I gather you didn't have security cameras on this project either. I've never installed them until the work was completed. That's a mistake I won't make again." Daly made another note and looked up. "I need to talk to the person who called 911. Sometimes whoever sets the fire has a thing about calling it in. They like to watch the flames build, see the trucks arrive, that kind of thing. Let me know if you think of anything else." "I will." Another man walked up as Daly departed, olive-skinned and with a leonine mane of silver hair. "I'm Battalion Chief Alonzo Santori. I take it you're Rains?" "That's right. I saw you talking to Captain Daly. He had a few questions for me. I've got a few for you, too. To begin with, do you have any other projects in Dallas?" His chest squeezed. "Actually, I do. 2 others in this area. Have you considered hiring security?" Gabe raked a hand through his hair. The buildings were locked up at night. The equipment not being used inside was surrounded by a chain-link fence. the gate locked each evening. He'd been worried about theft. He had never considered anything like this. Not until now. I'll get on it first thing in the morning, which was only a few hours away. Be a wise move. Considering what had happened, crucial was a better word. Will you let me know what the investigators find out? We'll keep you abreast of things as much as we can. Thank you. He figured Captain Daly had been exceptionally candid because of the favor Gabe had done his father. If the second fire was arson, and he was fairly sure it was, he wanted to know how both fires were started. He wanted to know if it was done by a professional torch or an amateur. From the looks of the flames licking into the sky, whoever set the second blaze had done a very thorough job. As he watched the firemen gripping their heavy hoses, sweeping the building with dense sprays of water, he unclipped his cell phone and called Sam with the bad news. You ready to go to work? Gabe asked, as Sam's sleepy voice came on the line. Actually, I'd planned on another hour of sleep. What's up? McKinney Court is turning into ashes as we speak. What? I'm there now. The fire has completely destroyed the building. We won't be needing the crew today, at least not here. Sam sighed into the phone. I'll take care of it. I'll call the guys and tell them what's going on. Damn it, I can't believe this. Yeah, I know what you mean. Gabe hung up the phone. He stayed until the fire was brought under control, which took well into the morning. By then, the news cameras were rolling. He kept mostly out of their way, checked to see if there was anything else the fire department needed from him, then headed over to the Greenwood Apartments site. He needed to talk to Becky, tell her what had happened, and arrange for around-the-clock security. He thought of his projects, the theater in Deep Ellum, the Greenwood Apartments, and the warehouse he owned he hadn't started remodeling yet. Unlike the first two fires, he owned those pieces of property himself. They were insured, but he would still lose a bundle of money. And there was always the chance of someone being hurt or even killed. And he hated the thought of the beautiful old Egyptian being destroyed after all the years it had managed to survive, to say nothing of the work everyone had done to restore it. Gabe sighed as he turned off his engine, climbed out of the truck, and headed for his office in the construction trailer. Chapter 10. Mattie sat at her kitchen table, sipping a cup of strong coffee, Tigger winding his way back and forth through her legs. She reached down and lifted the big cat into her lap, stroked his back, and felt the soft rumble of a purr. Such a pretty kitty, she cooed, nuzzling her nose in his deep yellow fur. Mama's sweet baby boy. She hoped no one ever heard her talking to him the way she did. They would probably think she was crazy. But she loved animals, and Tigger was her dearest companion. A playful rap-tap-tap sounded at the door, and Tigger jumped out of her lap. Recognizing Tracy's familiar knock, Mattie pulled her terry-cloth robe a little tighter around her and answered the door. Tracy breezed past her. In a narrow brown skirt and turquoise silk blouse, her feet in a pair of expensive low-heeled pumps, typical business attire for Tracy, she waved a hand as she walked into the living room. I know it's Saturday, but I figured you'd be up. I wasn't sure if you'd be home instead of at work or over at the center. It's the weekend, remember? Since when has that mattered? Touché, Mattie thought. I worked late last night. I figured I'd give myself a break, though I am going over to the center this afternoon. What's up? Tracy sailed toward the kitchen, went over to the coffee maker, and poured herself a cup. "There's half and half in the fridge," Maddie said. "Great, thanks." "So what are you doing here? I thought you had a showing this morning." "I've always got an appointment. I just thought I'd drop by." As she leaned into the fridge, grabbed the cream, and poured it into her cup, she tossed back her straight blonde hair. "I haven't talked to you since Club Rio. I saw that hunk you left with. His friend said his name was Gabriel Rains. I'm dying to know what happened. Was he as yummy as he looked?" Maddie returned to her chair at the kitchen table. Propping her elbows on the top, she cradled her coffee mug in her hands. "I don't suppose I could convince you nothing happened." Tracy just smiled. "You could try, I guess. If you really don't want to talk about it, I don't." "So something did happen. I knew it." Mug in hand, Tracy hurried over to the table and sat down across from her. "Come on, tell me." "Let's just say it was amazing and leave it at that." "Oh my God, I can't believe it. You are so not into men. I want all the gory details." Maddie shook her head. "No way. You know me better than that." She took a long sip of coffee and changed the subject. "So what about you? Anything exciting happened to you that night?" Tracy stared into the creamy liquid in her cup. "Actually, yes and no." Maddie cocked an eyebrow. "Yes and no? That sounds interesting." "The friend your hunk sent over to tell me the two of you were leaving, his name is Sam McBride, and he's pretty hunky himself." "Really? So I guess you took him home with you." It was Tracy's modus operandi. It wasn't an every-night occurrence, but if she liked a guy, she didn't hesitate to have sex with him. "I invited him over for a drink. I was attracted to him. I figured, what the heck?" "And?" "That's the weird part. He turned me down." Maddie scoffed. "Nobody turns you down, Tracy." "Sam did. He said he wasn't interested in a one-night stand. He said if I wanted to go out to dinner sometime, he'd like that. He gave me his phone number and told me to give him a call." "So what did you say?" "I was royally pissed. I'm not used to guys giving me the brush off. But after he left, I don't know. I kind of liked that he was different than the other guys I've known. I was thinking, maybe you could ask your friend Gabe about him. See if you can find out what he's like." Maddie shook her head. "I'm not seeing Gabe anymore. It was just a one-time thing." Tracy's lips thinned. "The asshole. I swear they're all alike. It's probably a good thing I didn't go to bed with Sam." "I'm the one who ended it, Tracy. I left before Gabe woke up." Tracy's green eyes widened. "I thought you said he was amazing." "It doesn't matter. I don't have time for a man in my life." "You mean you're afraid of getting hurt, so you'll just stay away from him?" Tracy sighed. "I use them and dump them. You're afraid to get involved at all. I guess we both have hang-ups." It was true. Neither of them knew how to handle a relationship. It was better just to play it safe. "So are you going to call him?" Maddie asked. "Sam, I mean." Tracy grinned. "I'll call if you will." Maddie leaned back in her chair. No way. But her stomach quivered, and she realized calling Gabe was exactly what she wanted to do. "Well, I guess neither of us will ever know where things might have led," Tracy said a bit morosely. "I guess we won't." Tracy finished her coffee and left to meet her client, and Maddie went to shower and get ready for the day ahead. She was dressed in jeans and a sleeveless white blouse when a second knock sounded at the door. For an instant, she thought it might be Gabe, and her pulse kicked up. When she opened the door, Angel stood in the hallway. "There's been another fire." Worry dug grooves into the teen's wide forehead. "I saw it on the news this morning. I'm afraid, Maddie." "It's all right. Come on in." There were hundreds of fires in Dallas every year. It didn't mean the police would jump to the conclusion that Angel had been involved in this one. Angel walked wearily into the living room. "I was hoping you would come with me." "Where? The police department?" "To see Mr. Raines. It was his building that burned down." Maddie's pulse quickened. "What? Are you sure?" Angel nodded. "Some office he was building. It wasn't finished yet. On the news they said it was completely destroyed." Poor Gabe. 2 fires in 2 weeks. She couldn't help wondering if the second fire could possibly be a coincidence. "I have to tell him it wasn't me," Angel said. Maddie gave it some thought. Maybe that's a good idea. She told herself it wasn't just an excuse to see him. This was about Angel. She didn't really think Gabe would believe the boy had set the second fire, but she had to be sure. And the more she thought about it, 2 fires involving Raines Construction likely meant Gabe was the target. The thought worried her more than she would have liked. "Do you know where the building was?" "On McKinney. On the news they said it was near Bryan." Maddie set a hand on Angel's thick shoulder. "If the fire happened last night, there's a good chance Gabe will be down there this morning. Come on, let's go find him." The wooden floor of the trailer shook a little under Gabe's weight. The walls were bare except for working plans for some of his projects and his framed contractor's license. His secretary, Becky Marvin, stared at the computer on her desk at the opposite end. "I guess you heard about the fire." She turned and nodded. "I saw it on TV this morning. That's why I came in. I thought you might need me for something." "I'm glad you're here. It's looking like the 2 fires are connected, and if they are, that means someone may be targeting me specifically. Have you noticed anyone suspicious hanging around here at Greenwood? Or have any of the crew been acting strangely over the past few weeks?" "Sorry, boss. I haven't noticed a thing. At least nothing out of the ordinary. Hank Monroe was in here a couple of weeks ago grumbling. Said you were working the black guys harder than the white guys. I told him I was the one who did the scheduling, and I don't pay attention to the color of a man's skin." "You convince him?" She shrugged. It was the truth. Up to him whether he believes it or not. "Anything else?" "Benny Jervis was in here bitching, said you owed him a raise after the job he's been doing. But he's always bitching about something. It's nothing more than the day-to-day crap." Gabe made a mental note to talk to the 2 men, see how deep their animosity ran. As far as he was concerned, Becky was probably right, and it was nothing more than the usual bullshit. Still, he couldn't afford to leave any stone unturned. Becky went back to work, and Gabe sat down to do some digging, try to figure out which security company to hire. He also intended to install security cameras around each job site. He'd just never been much of a high-tech guy, and until now hadn't really seen a need for them, at least until the job was finished. His cell phone rang. That weird 6th sense he and his brothers seemed to have when one of them was in trouble kicked in, and Gabe knew instinctively either Jackson or Devlin was on the line. He flipped open the phone. The caller ID belonged to his younger brother. "Hey, Dev." "Haven't heard from you in a while," Dev said. "Thought I'd better call and see if you're still alive and kicking." After Dev left the Rangers, he had started working as a private investigator. The stock market was climbing, and with the money he'd saved over the years, Dev invested like crazy. As Gabe and Jackson had done, Dev had also invested in Wildcat Oil. The stock took off, and Dev made enough to start his own private investigation firm in Phoenix, which later became a chain of security companies with branches in L.A. and San Diego. At 32, Dev was mostly retired, which meant he still did detective work, but only took the cases that interested him, and was always willing to help his brothers. "Where are you?" Gabe asked. "I thought you were spending a couple of weeks on your boat in San Diego." Dev owned a 40-foot sailboat he kept in a slip in Mission Bay. Since he lived in Scottsdale, he didn't get there all that often, but with a branch in the area, he used it whenever he was in town. "The lady I took with me kept getting seasick. Not conducive to playing slap and tickle. We decided to come home and lay out by the pool." Gabe almost smiled. After Dev's fiancée had broken his heart, he'd become a specialist in fast women and one-night stands. Apparently, that hadn't changed. Gabe took a deep breath. He would have called Dev for advice on who to hire in Dallas for security, but he hated to involve his brother in his troubles. He wasn't willing to lie to him either. Better to just get it over with. Besides, he could use the advice. "Listen, I'm glad you called. I need to hire a security company. You know anyone in Dallas worth a damn?" Dev didn't hesitate. "Atlas will do a good job for you. Trace Rawlins, the owner's son, runs the company now. Trace is an ex-Ranger. You having a theft problem?" "I wish. Looks like I've got an arson problem. 2 of my construction sites have gone up in flames in the last 2 weeks. The second one just last night. It appears I've got an enemy I didn't know I had." Several long seconds passed. "You need me to come down there, see what I can sniff out?" Gabe hated to ask his brother for help unless he really had to. "How about you do what you can from your end? Fire department still hasn't confirmed this one's arson, but it's only a matter of time. I'm working on a list, anyone I can think of who might have a hard-on for me. So far, it isn't that long. Maybe you could take a look at it when I'm finished. Think back as far as you can. Just because this is happening now doesn't mean it didn't start a long time ago. You never know what can set off a guy like this." "Good point. I'll look deeper. When you get done, email it to me. I'll make some calls, dig up whatever info I can on the subjects. I'll let you know what I find out." "Great. I'd appreciate that. One more thing." "Yeah, what's that?" "Your condo building. Put a guard there, too. If you piss someone off enough to burn up 2 buildings, he might be mad enough to fire one up with you in it." Gabe felt a chill at the back of his neck. Obvious as it was, he hadn't thought of that. "I'll call Atlas as soon as I get off the phone. I'll talk to Trace, give him a heads up. Call if you need me. And be careful, bro. Fire's a bad way to go." Dev hung up, and Gabe flipped his phone closed. For a minute he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Things had been good for so long. He hadn't felt this kick in the gut since the days when his mother got drunk and passed out on the worn-out sofa or the torn shag carpet in their living room. The days when Jackson had to use his after-school work money to buy them something to eat. "You all right?" Becky asked. "Just peachy," he said. "Thanks for asking." Becky gave him a worried mother-hen look, which made him sit up straighter. He opened a drawer, pulled out the phone book, and began flipping through the yellow pages. He was getting ready to dial the number for Atlas Security when the trailer door swung wide, and Mattie and Angel stood in the doorway. "I heard about the fire," Maddie said. "I'm really sorry, Gabe." He rose from behind his desk. "Yeah, so am I." "I know you must be busy. Do you have a minute to talk?" Becky shoved back her chair and stood up. "I've got an errand to run, boss." She cast Matty an appraising glance and headed for the door. "I'll be back in a few minutes." Becky brushed past them, giving them some privacy, and clattered down the iron mesh stairs. "Come on in," Gabe said to Matty, thinking how good she looked with her hair pulled into a ponytail and freckles standing out on those high cheekbones. Fresh somehow, and wholesome, and sexy as hell. His blood stirred. After her note, he hadn't expected to see her again. All it had taken was a 4-alarm fire to get her to come back. Chapter 11. Maddie stood nervously in the doorway of the trailer. Gabe was bigger and even more powerfully built than she remembered. Heat crept into her face as memories arose of the night she had spent in his bed, and something sensual loosened inside her, she recognized as desire. "We can sit down over here." Gabe pointed to a small round table in the corner with 4 plastic chairs. "Angel came by to see me," Maddie explained as she sat down next to the teenage boy. "He saw the fire on TV. We looked for you earlier at the fire scene. Your foreman was there. He gave us this address and said we could find you here." She glanced away from Gabe, wishing she didn't want to reach out and touch him. When she looked back, she noticed Angel's hands were shaking. Maddie's heart went out to him. She prayed Gabe would say the words the teenager needed to hear. "So what's this about?" Gabe asked. Maddie gave a faint nod to Angel, and he straightened in his chair. "I just came to tell you I didn't set the fire." Gabe pinned him with a stare. "What makes you think I would assume you did?" "I wasn't home last night. I borrowed my mother's car and went over to spend the night with Enrique. His mother was visiting her sister and Tyler, and I felt sorry for him being home alone." "What did the two of you do last night?" Gabe asked. "We went down to the video parlor for a while, and then we went back to his house and watched TV. I don't have an alibi except for Enrique, and I'm not sure the police will believe either of us a second time." Angel looked miserable and scared. Maddie prayed Gabe would believe him, that he would realize Angel hadn't had anything to do with either of the fires. "The police know you didn't set the fire at the towers, Angel. They traced the accelerant to someone else. Unless you have some kind of a grudge against me personally, I don't think they'll assume you're the person who set the fire last night." The tension in Angel's shoulders seeped away. "You have been a friend to me and Enrique. I only wish there was a way I could help you find the man who burned down your buildings." Gabe's faint smile held a trace of approval. "That's a job for the police. I wish you could help, but I'm afraid there isn't anything you can do." "Actually, there is," Maddie said, speaking up for the first time. She turned her attention to Angel. "You can keep your eyes and ears open. Listen to the gossip on the street. Maybe someone will know something, say something about the fires." Gabe looked impressed. "That's a good idea. Maybe you'll hear something that might be useful, but don't try to play detective. This guy is obviously dangerous. I don't want you getting hurt." "Gabe's right," Maddie added. "Just let us know if you hear anything." The boy smiled, a flash of white in his broad, dark-skinned face. "I will. I promise." Maddie pushed back her chair, preparing to leave. "Thanks for taking time to listen." "I'll walk you to your car," Gabe said. And though she could have stopped him, she didn't. When they reached her BMW, Angel made a point of climbing into the passenger seat and closing the door, giving them a moment of privacy. Maddie wasn't sure whether or not to be grateful. "So where are you headed from here?" Gabe asked. "After I take Angel home, I'm going to the center for a while." "Any special reason, or just your usual volunteer work?" "I'm meeting a teenage girl named Lakeisha Brown. Her boyfriend used to beat her. It went on for months before she found the courage to dump him. I'm trying to help her. We sort of bonded, I guess you would say." One of Gabe's dark eyebrows went up. "Why is that?" Maddie hesitated only a moment. There was no reason not to tell him, at least some of it. "It's a dependency issue for some young girls. They think they can't live without these guys. I told her about my mother and how she had counted on my dad to take care of the family, but then he died. I told her how important it was for a woman to be independent, to learn not to count on a man. I told her she needed to learn to take care of herself." "I see." And from the look in those perceptive blue eyes, Maddie thought that maybe he saw far too much, that maybe he realized the hardship she and her mother had suffered was the reason she refused to get involved with him or any other man, that he represented too much of a threat to her independence. And of course there was Mark's betrayal, but she didn't tell him that. "There's a gallery opening in Deep Ellum tonight. The artist is very good, and the owners are among the people I mentioned before." He flicked a glance to where Angel sat in the car. "It might be a chance to set something up for Enrique." Her shoulders tightened. He was asking for more than a date, and as much as she wanted to help Enrique, she wasn't ready to pursue a physical relationship with Gabe. Not when his lovemaking had such a powerful effect on her. She started shaking her head. "I could meet you there," he interjected smoothly. "You'd have your own car. You could leave whenever you wanted." She bit her lip. She wanted to help Enrique. And she wanted to see Gabe again, even if it was a dangerous thing to do. "All right, I'll meet you there. What time?" "The opening starts at 7:30. I'll be there at 8. For an instant, hunger flared in those blue, blue eyes. Then it was gone. "Great," he said. "I'll see you tonight." Gabe opened her car door, and she remembered the night in the parking lot when he had kissed her. Not today. Maddie shoved the key in the ignition, torn between relief and disappointment. The evening turned humid, but the temperature remained pleasantly in the 80s. By the time Gabe arrived at the Zygmunt Gallery, the place was humming with people. In a cream-colored sport coat and dark brown slacks, he was dressed pretty much like the rest of the men at the opening, except for his brown ostrich cowboy boots. The women, in an elegant array of expensive cocktail dresses, sipped from long-stemmed flutes of champagne. Gabe opted for a beer, which the bartender behind the portable bar poured into a chilled beer glass and handed over. Gabe moved around the room, searching for Sal Zygmunt or his wife Barbara. Instead, he ran into Suze Coster, a striking brunette he had met during the remodel of a luxury home in University Park, a woman who still phoned occasionally when she wanted a little intimate company. "Well, cowboy, I see you're looking as good as ever." Suze's golden brown eyes ran over him head to foot. "But then, when haven't you?" "Hello, Suze." She was tall and willowy, with a generous bosom and thick dark brown hair that curled under around her shoulders. She was the daughter of a congressman, spoiled and used to having her way, and extremely inventive in bed. She ran the tip of her finger over the lapel of his coat. "I didn't realize how much I'd missed you. Why don't I call you later? Maybe we could get together after the opening." He only shook his head. "Not tonight, Suze." "No?" One of her dark eyebrows went up. She followed his gaze over the top of her head and turned to see what had captured his attention. Mattie Baker had just walked into the gallery. "So, that must be your latest conquest. Or maybe she isn't, at least not yet, and that's what has you intrigued." "Maybe," he said, but he couldn't pull his eyes away from Mattie, who was wearing an elegant but simple, strapless black cocktail dress, her fiery hair left loose around her shoulders. There were no wild curls tonight, and the dress wasn't terribly short. This wasn't Lena Sterling, and Gabe didn't expect her to give in to her sexual needs the way she had the night he'd taken her to bed. Still, he was glad to see her. Way too glad, in fact, which scared the hell out of him. "Excuse me, Suze. Believe it or not, I have some business I need to take care of." "Really?" She gave him a catty smile, reached up and patted his cheek. "I can tell by the bulge in your pants the kind of business you have in mind." Gabe's jaw tightened, but he managed to hold on to his temper. Besides, Suze was right. He'd been hard from the moment he'd seen Mattie walk through the door. He blew out a frustrated breath as he realized that even if Suze called and wanted to come over, he wouldn't let her. Gabe silently cursed. The woman he wanted in his bed was standing across the room, and no other woman would do. "Aren't you Matilda Baker? I'm Barbara Zigman. I saw your picture in this morning's paper." Mattie tore her gaze from Gabe and the stunning brunette hanging on his every word, a woman he seemed to know far too well. "It's Mattie, actually, just plain Mattie. The paper got it wrong." "Well, congratulations, Mattie." She extended a slender hand, glittering with diamonds. A petite woman with short black hair, spritzed into a spiky style, a pretty face, and a very pale complexion. Mattie shook her hand. "A pleasure meeting you, Barbara." She glanced at her surroundings. "Your gallery is impressive, and so is the artist you're featuring." "Thank you. His name is Michael Ames. His work is being received very well. His future looks extremely promising." "I'm sure it will be." "The article said you'd be receiving your award on Tuesday night." "That's right." "What award is that?" Gabe asked as he strolled up to them, his gaze an intimate touch on her face. She suppressed a little tremor of awareness at the feel of him standing so near. "She's the winner of this year's AIA Award for Best Gallery Design," Barbara said. "That's the reason the article caught my eye." Mattie smiled. "Galleries and museums have sort of become my specialty. Though to tell you the truth, it's been more an accident than anything. One job just sort of morphed into the next." But she was very pleased to be getting the award. After work on Monday, there was going to be a small reception in her honor at the office. And Tuesday night, Aaron was going with her to receive her award. "I'm sorry I missed the article," Gabe said. "I was a little busy this morning." "Yes, I saw that on the news," Barbara said, a slight frown creasing her forehead. "I'm so sorry, Gabe. Does the fire department have any idea what might have started the blaze?" "What or who?" Gabe said darkly. "Unfortunately, they don't know anything yet." "They think it might have been arson?" Barbara asked, surprised. "It's possible." She shook her head, causing the light to bounce off her spiky black hair. The way society has been going, it was probably some teenage boys whose parents let them run wild. Mattie stiffened. I don't think it's fair to jump to that conclusion. Barbara's gaze took in her warlike posture, and she flashed a repentant smile. You're right. That wasn't fair at all. Just because my brothers were completely out of control doesn't mean all kids are that way. But whoever did it, I hope they catch them. Mattie relaxed. She thought she could like a woman as forthright as Barbara Zsigmond. Speaking of teenagers, Gabe said, there's a boy whose work I think you should see. One of Barbara's fine black eyebrows went up. Is that so? Enrique Flores is a friend of Mattie's. He's the reason I asked her to come here tonight. The kid is completely amazing. He's painted an incredible mural, 3 stories high, on the side of an abandoned building. I'm hoping you and Sal might be willing to take a look at it sometime. Barbara shifted her attention to Mattie. What about you? Are you convinced of the artist's talent as well? Enrique's paintings are spectacular. I've never seen anything like them. In fact, I stopped by his house this afternoon and picked up a piece of his work. It's in the trunk of my car. I thought if you had any interest, I'd leave it here, let you take a look at it whenever you had a little extra time. Barbara's dark eyes gleamed. If you both think it's that good, I'd like to see it right now. She motioned one of her employees forward, a tall, rangy young man with shaggy brown hair. David, take Ms. Baker's keys and bring back the painting in the trunk of her car. She looked over at Mattie. If that's all right with you? That would be terrific, Mattie said, handing David her car keys. In minutes, the young man returned to the gallery, carrying part of an old wooden door. He eased through the boisterous crowd into the back room where Barbara had set up an easel to view the work. David struggled to center the heavy wooden panel on the easel. Enrique doesn't have money for canvas, Mattie explained. He paints on whatever he can find. Barbara made no reply. Her entire attention was focused on the painting. Wild splashes of color, fierce reds, neon yellows, rich deep greens depicted life on the street. But instead of the dismal overtones most artists thought necessary to capture the hardness of urban life, Enrique painted only the beauty. There was a quiet joy in the faces Enrique painted that made the shabby clothes they wore and the dirt and papers in the gutters seem irrelevant. These were people who saw the positive side of life, people who found hope in the world instead of despair. It's stunning, Barbara said a little breathlessly. Spotting her husband through the open back room door, she began to wave at him madly. Sal, come in here a moment. She turned back to Mattie and Gabe. I don't want to take anything away from the wonderful artist we're showing, but I am so very glad you brought this to us. Sal Zsigmond joined the group in front of the easel. Barbara introduced Mattie to Sal, a small, distinguished-looking man in an expensive Italian suit, with the same black hair as his wife. Then Barbara stepped away from the painting so her husband could see. Sal's eyes widened. For long moments, he just stared. Wordlessly, he turned open-mouthed to his wife. Exactly, she said triumphantly. Whose work is it? He asked excitedly. Is he here? I want to meet him. We need to see what else he's done. Mattie's eyes stung with tears. I can arrange for you to meet him. Enrique's only 17, but he's done a lot of other paintings. I saw some of them at his house. Thank you so much for giving him this chance."
"If the rest of what he's painted is as good as this," Sal said, "the kid is going to be a star."
Gabe grinned.
"Wait till you see his mural."
Maddie looked up, and her heart squeezed. Gabe was willing to help a boy he barely knew, take time from his own problems, which at the moment were monumental, to help a boy who needed his help very badly. More and more, she was attracted to Gabe, and not just because he was amazing in bed. She was letting herself in for trouble, and yet she couldn't seem to do anything about it.
"Want to take a look around the gallery?" Gabe asked. "Michael Ames is very good." What she wanted to do was leave. What she wanted was for Gabe to take her straight to bed. As she stood beside him, she could feel the crackle of sexual energy sparking between them, feel the pulsing of desire. Maddie forced herself to ignore it.
"I'd love to see the gallery," she said, hoping the tremor in her voice wouldn't betray her. "Thank you for inviting me here, and for what you've done for Enrique." He shrugged as if it were nothing.
"The rest is up to him."
Maddie thought of the skinny boy with the incredible talent, and a lump formed in her throat. Ignoring the warmth of Gabe's hand at her back, she let him guide her into the gallery. Gabe lifted a glass of champagne off a passing waiter's tray and handed it over, and Maddie took a long, calming swallow, enough to relax her, but not enough to weaken her resolve. For tonight, at least, she was going home alone. The only male in her bed would be Tigger, curled up in a furry ball at her feet. Maddie looked up at Gabe's handsome profile, and her heart lifted dangerously. Worry coursed through her at his magnetic appeal and the power he seemed to hold over her. Clearly, she was making the right decision. Chapter 12. Tuesday morning, Gabe sat at his desk in the construction trailer in front of the Greenwood Apartments. Inside the chain-link fence surrounding the worksite, the Atlas night security guard was making a shift change, a new guard taking his place. Other Atlas guards were posted at the Egyptian Theater, at the warehouse Gabe hadn't yet started to remodel, and at the building that housed his condo. He no longer owned Las Posas, where he lived, but he hadn't taken Dev's warning lightly. His cell phone rang. Gabe dug it out of the pocket of his jeans and flipped it open.
"Raines. Gabe, this is Thomas Daly. We had the arson dogs on the scene over the weekend. It was definitely arson."
Gabe's stomach tightened.
"How does that work, with the dogs, I mean?" "They're trained to accelerant detection. Gasoline, lighter fluid, paint thinner, kerosene, that kind of thing. We know the fire started a little before 3 in the morning. That's when the 911 call was made. By then, the trailers had done their job, and the place went up like kindling."
"Trailers?"
"Starters. Something as simple as a matchbook, or it can be more complicated, like a cell phone detonating some kind of incendiary device."
Tension settled between his shoulders.
"Any idea what the starter was in this case?" "We think it was something fairly simple, but it looks like there was one on each floor." "Same guy, you think?" "So far, there isn't a pattern. The first job was strictly amateur, a single point of origin. This one had multiple starting points, and the accelerant was gasoline. The job took more thought, more planning. Either it's a different guy, or he's learning, studying technique."
Great. A guy who's putting himself through arson school. You don't think whoever set the fires might have just been picking easy targets? Half-finished construction jobs would light up a lot faster than a completed building. They're easier to get in and out of, and there's more flammable material lying around. We've considered it. We just don't have enough information to know for sure. Do you have your suspect list ready? I've been working on it. I can fax it over to the number on your card. That'll work. We'll keep you posted. Thanks, Captain. Both men hung up, and Gabe released a breath. Becky wasn't at work today, and he was grateful. He was tired of seeing that worried look on her face. The only woman he really wanted to see was Maddie. But if he called her, she might blow him off the way she had on Saturday night. Besides, what he really needed to do was talk to some of the people on his list, figure out who might have some animosity toward him, some kind of personal agenda. Gabe faxed his list to the arson department. Since he had already emailed the list to his brother, he set off to see Hank Monroe, one of the men Becky had mentioned. Hank was a big, brawny guy who worked the crane at McKinney Court. Gabe had never had a problem with him, not one he knew about at any rate. Still, if the man had some grievance against him, Gabe needed to know. Late that morning, the fire department had given the okay to start removing the debris from the site. The walls were still standing, but they had suffered major structural damage. Everything would have to come down. Hank was working the crane when Gabe got there. He motioned for the man to turn off the engine, then approached as Hank jumped down from the cab. "What's up, boss?" Hank was in his 40s, with close-cropped curly black hair and a silver earring in one ear. "I was talking to Becky. She mentioned you might have a problem with the schedule." Beneath the brim of his hard hat, Hank glanced down as if he were embarrassed. "I was out of line. My wife was getting a lot of crap from one of her co-workers at the office, and I let it get to me." "What was the problem?" "Seems like her being black and being this guy's boss didn't sit well. I was tired. I let her troubles become mine. Becky set me straight." "So you got no problems with me or the job?" Hank shook his head. "Like I said, I was mostly just tired. I drew a couple extra shifts and missed my kid's dance recital. My daughter was disappointed, and I felt guilty. It had nothing to do with you or the job." Gabe nodded. "All right. I'll let you get back to work." Hank climbed back in the cab and prepared to crank the big diesel engine. "Listen, I know this isn't what you signed on for," Gabe said, once more drawing his attention. "We're supposed to be in the building business, not demolition." "I'm real sorry about the fires," Hank said. "Police got any idea who did it?" "Not yet." Gabe glanced toward what was left of what was supposed to be McKinney Court. 4 stories of smoke-blackened walls and broken windows, twisted metal beams, and piles of water-soaked rubble inside. "Keep your eyes open, will you, Hank? If you notice anything out of the ordinary, let me know." "You bet I will." Gabe let the crane operator go back to work and headed for the towers. Benny Jervis, the second man Becky had mentioned, worked on the crew as a general laborer. A rat-like little man with a grating personality. Benny was mostly an outsider with the men. But he was a very hard worker, and that won him the crew's grudging respect. "Hey, Benny!" Gabe waved toward the small man with the dark brown hair and thin, pointed nose. He was busy with a shovel, scraping mud off the walks and digging it away from the side of the building. Benny stopped working, set the shovel aside, and began walking toward Gabe. "Starting to look a lot better," Gabe said, as Benny reached him. "It's a hell of a lot harder cleaning up a mess like this than it was to build it in the first place." "I'm sure it is." Gabe watched the men working to finish clearing the last of the burned debris out of the towers. "But it looks like you're making good progress." "Real good. Sam says we should be able to start rebuilding by the end of next week." "Listen, Benny, I was talking to Becky, and she mentioned you seemed a little unhappy with the money you're making." Benny shrugged his thin shoulders. He was short and wiry, but for a small man, he was strong. "I work hard. I know a couple of the guys on the crew are doing the same job I am and making more money." Gabe studied him closely. "They were hired after you signed on. Market price goes up. Sometimes that happens." Benny glanced away. "I can see where that might piss you off. What I'm wondering is just how upset you really are." Benny frowned. "I don't get your meaning. Pissed enough to set a couple of fires?" Benny's narrow face went pale. His small eyes bulged with shock. "You think I set this place on fire just to get a raise?" Gabe couldn't misread Benny's horrified expression. "To tell you the truth, no, I don't. But I have to check out every possibility." The little man sagged with relief. "I didn't do it, boss. If I did, I'd just have to clean it up." Gabe felt the pull of a smile. "Good point. Matter of fact, that's the second good point you've made. You're a hard worker, Benny. You deserve to make as much as anyone else. I'll talk to Becky. See what we can do about a pay increase." Benny Jervis beamed. "Thanks, boss. And keep an eye out around here, will you? If you see anyone or anything that looks suspicious, give me a call." "I'll keep watch," Benny said. "I see anything, I'll call." Heading back to work, he walked over and grabbed his shovel, started digging into the piles of mud. Mentally, Gabe crossed off 2 of the names on his list, which wasn't saying much, since he'd never actually believed the men in his crew had anything to do with the fires. From the corner of his eye, he spotted Sam walking toward him. "Hey, what's up?" Sam asked. "Not much. Daly called. McKinney Court was definitely arson." "Son of a bitch." "Yeah. They have any idea who might have done it?" "Not so far. I gave them a list of names, anyone I might have pissed off over the years. I sent the same list to Dev. He's checking it out." "Your brother's a pro. If anyone can come up with something, he can." "That's what I'm hoping." Sam lifted his hard hat and blotted his forehead with the sleeve of his light blue work shirt. "Seen any more of Maddie?" Gabe shook his head. "Not since she left me in the parking lot of the Zygmunt Gallery last Saturday night. How about you?" "Tracy never called. I guess she wasn't interested in anything more than what I could do for her in bed." Gabe thought of the night he'd spent in bed with Maddie. "That's a problem I wouldn't mind having." "It's different with Tracy." "Yeah, I got that." Sam looked back at the building. "I'm happy with the progress. I've started ordering what we need to get started again." "Let's get some security cameras up and working, and I'll get a couple of guards posted. We don't want that SOB getting back inside and lighting the place up again." "That's for sure." The men parted company, and Gabe headed off to check on his other projects. In the back of his mind, he thought of calling Maddie, but in the end, he didn't. Wednesday arrived. Though Tracy did her best to persuade Maddie, she refused to go to Club Rio that night. There was a chance she would run into Gabe, and if she did, She was afraid she would wind up in bed with him. Thursday, Mattie jogged for an hour, then showered and dressed and went into the office. Earlier in the week, at the company reception celebrating her AIA award, she had received congratulations from everyone in the office. Everyone except Mel Freeman. She spotted him walking toward her as she was leaving the employee lounge and wished she could turn and go the opposite direction. "I suppose I should extend my congratulations," Mel said, with what was supposed to pass for a smile. "Not if you don't mean it." She tried to walk past him, but Mel stepped in her way. "I worked on that gallery design for 2 months before you got involved." "Yes, you did. But the client didn't like the design you presented. He wanted something different, and that's why Mr. DeWalt turned the assignment over to me. You used a lot of the work I did. I deserve to be included in that award." "I used very little of what you did, and including you was not the way the committee saw it. Now, if you'll excuse me." She started past him, felt the tension in his body as she brushed against his shoulder. "Just because you're a woman doesn't mean you get preferential treatment." Mattie gritted her teeth. "I don't get preferential treatment. I do my job, and because I'm good at it, I get rewarded. I'm sorry if you can't accept that." Ignoring the dark look on his face, she walked away. When she reached her office, she closed the door behind her, and for a moment she leaned against it. This thing with Mel was getting out of hand. But the fact remained he was nothing more than a jealous coworker. It happened to people all the time, and she really didn't give a rip what Mel Freeman thought. Forcing herself to relax and concentrate on what she needed to get done that day, Mattie headed for her desk. She was pulling out her black leather chair when a light knock sounded, and Aaron opened the door. Dressed in khaki slacks and a short-sleeved shirt, he wheeled himself into her office. "Hey, Mattie." "Hey, Aaron." He smiled. "If you got a minute, I'd like your opinion on an idea I've got." He wheeled himself over to the design table and spread out a set of plans. "This is the school we've been working on. What do you think about moving this wall?" He tapped the plans. "Out a couple of feet. The kitchen and the cafeteria could have 14 more feet of additional counter space, with cabinets above and below. It's a small change at this point, but a major benefit to the school." Mattie checked the engineering. The addition would not change the structural requirements. "This is a great idea, Aaron." He grinned. "Thanks." Mattie studied the drawing a little longer, then rolled it up and gave it back to him. "Put in the change. We'll have to get an approval, but I'm sure the client is really going to like it." As Mattie started back to her desk, Aaron checked his watch. "It's 12:15. You want to grab some lunch?" Mattie looked at the gold wristwatch she had bought herself as a reward for her promotion. "I think I'll pass. I've got a lot of things I need to do." Aaron shoved his glasses up on his nose. "Okay, then. Maybe I'll see you later." Mattie just nodded and returned to her desk. As Aaron rolled out the door, she caught a glimpse of Emily walking toward him. Looping a strand of dark hair behind her ear, she bent down and said something that made him smile. Aaron flicked a last glance toward Mattie's office and left with Emily. Mattie hoped they were going to lunch. It would be nice to see the two of them together. But so far, Aaron hadn't shown the slightest interest in the pretty brunette. Mattie wondered if it would do any good to talk to him. Reminding herself it was really none of her business, she seated herself behind her desk, reached over and picked up a file, and heard the intercom buzz. The receptionist's voice floated across the desk. "A woman named Rosa Ramirez is on the phone," Shirley said. "She sounds really upset." "Put her through." Worry kicked up her heart rate. Angel's mother had never called the office. "What is it, Rosa?"
"It's Angel Matty. Someone beat him up. He is in the hospital. It's bad, Matty."
She started crying.
"They cannot wake him up."
Matty's heart clenched. "Where is he?"
"He is at Baylor.
I'll be right there." She hung up the phone with a shaky hand, grabbed her purse, and slung it over her shoulder. Her stomach was squeezing. Angel was hurt. From what Rosa said, it sounded serious. Matty hurried out of her office, pausing only a moment to tell Shirley where she was going and how to handle her calls. Silently, she prayed that the boy she'd grown so fond of was going to be all right. Chapter 13. The humid heat of September spread over the city. The sky was streaked with thin, pale clouds, and the air felt dense and heavy. Perspiration settled between Gabe's shoulder blades as he crossed the sidewalk to the glass doors leading into the lobby of Baylor Hospital. An hour ago, he had gotten a call from Captain Daly. "I have some news you might be interested in," Daly had said. "Since you spoke to the police on behalf of the Ramirez boy, I thought you might want to know he's in intensive care over at Baylor Hospital. Looks like he was assaulted. Someone found him unconscious in an alley and called the police." Gabe felt a squeezing in his chest. He thought of the boy who was doing his best to climb out of the ghetto he had been born into. He thought of Matty and knew how upset she must be. "Any idea what happened?" "Police don't know. So far, he hasn't regained consciousness." "I appreciate the call, Captain." Gabe hung up and immediately left for the hospital. As far as he could tell, and from what Matty had said, Angel was a really good kid. No gang involvement. Liked by his peers. He couldn't imagine why anyone would want to hurt him. Gabe reached the heavy glass doors to the hospital and pulled them open, felt the shock of cold as he stepped into the air-conditioned lobby. He crossed to the information desk. "I'm looking for a patient. His name is Angel Ramirez." An older, gray-haired woman sat behind the counter. She typed the name into her computer. "You'll find him in intensive care. Unless you're immediate family, you can't go in, but there's a waiting room down the hall. Just go through those doors, follow the arrows to the elevator, and get off on the 3rd floor." "Thanks." Gabe stepped away from the counter and made his way down the hall, passing patients in wheelchairs and a group of nurses in scrubs. The smell of antiseptic hit him with an acrid punch, making his mind spin. Memories struck. The night when he was 10 years old and his mother overdosed on pain pills and wound up in the Wind Canyon Hospital. He remembered how scared he and Dev had been when they went to see her, and how Jackson had promised she was going to be all right. Usually, antiseptic reminded him of his visits to fellow Marines he had gone to see in the hospital after their return from Afghanistan. He was out of the service by then, but he'd made some damn good friends in the Corps. Some of them he'd stayed in touch with over the years, and a couple of guys live right here in Dallas. Exhaling a slow, deep breath, Gabe shook off the unpleasant memories, got onto the elevator, and pushed 3. The elevator stopped on the 2nd floor, then opened again on the 3rd, and the woman beside him walked out. Gabe followed her until she turned down another corridor, and he continued going straight, following the signs directing him to the ICU. As he approached the nurse's station, an uneasy feeling settled over him, an instinct he'd developed in the Marines that warned him when something was wrong. 2 fires, and now someone he knew had been assaulted and put in the hospital. The warning voice was telling him this wasn't just another coincidence. A pair of nurses walked past, their soft-soled shoes squeaking on the spotless floors. "I'd like some information on one of your patients, a boy named Angel Ramirez." The nurse behind the counter, young, blonde, and pretty, looked up at him with concern. "Are you family?" she asked. "No, just a friend." She stared down at the chart on her desk. "Angel has suffered a severe trauma to the head. His skull is fractured in 2 places. He has yet to regain consciousness. If you want to see his family, they're down the hall in the waiting room." "Thank you." Gabe strode off in that direction. When he opened the door and surveyed the cluster of vinyl chairs and people with worried faces, Mattie saw him and shot to her feet. "Gabe!" He walked over and reached out to her. Instead of moving away as he thought she might, she stepped straight into his arms. He felt her tremble and tightened his hold. "How did you hear?" she asked softly. "Captain Daly called. He told me Angel was assaulted. He thought I'd want to know." For an instant, she rested her cheek against his shoulder. Then she stepped away. "Thank you for coming. I know Angel would be pleased." She turned to a plump Hispanic woman wearing a flowered house dress. "Rosa, this is Mr. Raines. I'm sure Angel mentioned him. Gabe, this is Angel's mother." "Mrs. Ramirez," he said. "I'm sorry this has happened to your son." She nodded, moving several layers of flesh beneath her chin and the shiny black braid hanging down her back. "My son has told me all about you, how you helped him, and also Enrique." "Do you know what happened?" Gabe asked her. "Only that someone came up and hit him from behind. The police say a baseball bat or something like that. They say his skull is cracked. There is swelling and—" She covered her mouth with a trembling hand and started to cry. "It's going to be all right," Mattie said, easing the heavy-set woman into her arms. "This is a very good hospital." One of the best, Gabe thought. And by law, they would have to help the boy, even though he probably had no medical insurance. But as soon as the hospital thought he had recovered enough, he would be gone, assuming he did recover. Mattie settled Rosa back in her chair, filled a small paper cup with water from the cooler, and brought it over. "Thank you, Mattie." Determined to hide her worry, Mattie forced a smile. When she glanced at Gabe, still trying to get over her surprise at seeing him there, he tipped his head toward the waiting room door, and she nodded. "How's he doing?" Gabe asked as soon as they were out in the hall. "He's in critical condition." Her voice wobbled. "They don't know if he's going to make it." Gabe's breath came out soft and slow. "I'm sorry, Mattie." "We're all praying and holding positive thoughts." "Do they have any idea what happened?" She turned her gaze toward the glass doors leading into the ICU. "The police don't know much. A cook at the A1 deli found him lying in the alley behind the kitchen. The doctors don't know how long he was lying there before he was discovered." "Where did this happen?" "About a block and a half from the center." Gabe shook his head. "From everything you've told me and what I've seen, I can't imagine anyone wanting to hurt the boy." Mattie started trembling. She bit down on her lip to keep her teeth from chattering. Gabe eased her back into his arms. "Angel's going to be all right," he said softly. "That's what we have to believe." She told herself to push him away, that she had to be strong for Angel and Rosa. But it felt so good, just this once, to have someone be strong for her. "How long before the doctors know anything?" Gabe asked, his arms still around her. Maddie released a breath and forced herself to move out of his embrace. "The next 24 hours are crucial. After that, it may take weeks, even months, before he fully recovers." There was an unspoken if, and both of them knew it. "I'd like to see him. I'm not sure they'll let me in, but I'd like to give it a try." She took his hand and led him toward the doors, shoved one of them open, and led him inside. Better to act first and apologize later than to wait and get stuck with a no. The white-walled room was lined with rows of beds, separated by movable curtains. The linoleum floors were spotlessly clean. She could feel Gabe's tension mounting as they approached where Angel lay beneath a thin white blanket, his head swathed in bandages. A plastic tube came out of his mouth, and there were IVs in both of his arms. A monitor beeped and sucked as it measured each breath, and another gauged the beating of his heart. Gabe stood tensely beside her. Angel didn't deserve this. The boy's eyes were black and blue, his face so badly swollen she could hardly recognize him as the smiling boy she knew. A nurse walked up just then, 30-ish and sandy-haired. Her name tag read Molly. "I'm sorry, unless you're family, you can't be in here." She looked down at the chart she carried. "Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Ramirez told me to expect Angel's sister." Mattie nodded at the small white lie. "That's right." The nurse smiled up at Gabe. "And this must be your husband." A corner of Gabe's mouth lifted, and Mattie managed to force a smile. "Why, yes, it is." "It's all right, then, but you can only stay a couple of minutes." "Of course." The nurse walked away, and Mattie resisted an urge to look up at Gabe, catch the look of amusement she expected to see on his face. Instead, she looked down at Angel. She wanted to reach for his hand, but she didn't want to do anything that might hurt him. Her heart squeezed at the sight of the limp form lying on the bed. This boy who was Angel, but wasn't Angel at all. They stood there a few minutes more. Then Gabe rested a hand at her waist and guided her out of the room. In the hallway, Mattie wiped tears from her cheeks and took a shaky breath. She thought of Angel, lying there unconscious, hovering between life and death, and wrapped her arms protectively around herself. She couldn't help thinking how much better it felt when the arms had belonged to Gabe. "Angel is young and strong," he said gently, "and the doctors here are good. They'll do their best for him." He looked over her head, and she followed his gaze down the hall to a ponytailed teenager in worn blue jeans, holey sneakers, and a T-shirt stained with splashes of bright-colored paint. Enrique's long, thin legs ate up the distance between them. "Mrs. Ramirez called my mother," he said when he reached them. "Is Angel going to be all right?" Mattie moistened her lips. "We don't know yet, Enrique. I'm sorry." The boy stared down at his dirty, frayed shoes. "It looks like Angel was attacked," Gabe said gently. "Do you have any idea who might have done it?" Enrique shook his head. A faint sheen glistened in his black eyes. "My mother said it happened down by the center." "That's right. All I know is Angel's been hanging around downtown, asking a lot of questions. He thought someone might have seen somebody near the towers the night of the fire,
Or maybe there had been some rumbling, something about who might have set the blaze.
Maddie's heart started pounding. You don't think this happened because he was trying to dig up information? Enrique shrugged his thin shoulders. He turned to Gabe.
He said we owed you. He said he wanted to help you the way you helped us.
Gabe's jaw hardened, and tears flooded Maddie's eyes.
This is my fault, she said.
I'm the one who told him he could help.
I got him involved in this. If I hadn't said anything—
This isn't your fault, Gabe said firmly.
Whoever attacked Angel is the person responsible.
Maddie swallowed and glanced away. No matter what Gabe said, she was partly to blame. Enrique's dark eyes followed a nurse rushing through the ICU doors. When he looked back, Maddie could read his fear for his friend.
So do you think the guy who set the fire was the one who beat up Angel? He asked, cutting to the heart of the matter.
I think there's a chance, Gabe said. He could have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. But if he's been digging around asking questions, I think there's a very good chance the assault might be related to the fires.
Oh, God.
Maddie turned away. Pulling a tissue from her purse, she dabbed at her eyes. Angel was such a sweet boy. And with his father gone, his family needed him so badly. She drew in a shaky breath and straightened her spine. Whoever did this, I'm not letting him get away with it. I'm going to find out who attacked Angel and make sure he pays. Gabe reached out and gently caught her shoulders.
Listen to me, Maddie. There's a good chance he's the guy who set those fires. The guy is dangerous. I don't want you getting hurt too.
Maddie made no reply. She was older than Angel, and through the years she had learned to be cautious. And she had always been smart. She would figure out a way to find the man who had done this to an innocent teenage boy.
I mean it, Maddie,
Gabe said, his hold gentle but firm.
You need to let the police handle this.
Picking up on the tension between them, Enrique nervously cleared his throat.
I'm going to see Mrs. Ramirez, he said,
easing past them as they stood there glaring at each other. Maddie narrowed her gaze at Gabe. You're telling me to let the police handle it? I'm sure the police will do their best, but they have 1,000 cases to work on. Am I supposed to believe that's what you're going to do? He straightened to his full height.
I'm a man, not a boy. This guy comes at me. He's going to get a whole lot more than he bargained for.
Maddie's gaze ran over the powerful chest encased in the form-fitting t-shirt, the biceps bulging with muscle. Gabe was an ex-Marine. He could handle a creep like the one who'd assaulted Angel. Fine, then you can help me. I'm finding this guy. You can help me, or I'll do it on my own.
Maddie.
I mean it, Gabe. For several long moments, he said nothing. She could read his frustration in the hard set of his jaw, and his certainty that she meant what she said.
All right. But we do this together. No going off on your own. No knocking on doors without letting me know where you are. No late nights out by yourself.
Fair enough. When do we start? He drilled her with those blue eyes.
How's this afternoon suit you?
Perfect. And for the first time since this had happened, she felt a sense of purpose instead of worry and guilt and frustration. I'll meet you at your construction trailer in an hour. With all the pounding and scraping going on, and the deafening roar of saws, Sam didn't hear the first few rings of his cell phone. Unclipping the phone from his belt, he walked away from the noise and hustle of the tower's cleanup project, flipped the lid open, and pressed the phone against his ear. "McBride."
"Hi, Sam. This is Tracy Spencer."
Sam felt a warm stirring. "Hello, Tracy. I kinda gave up on hearing from you."
"I've, been busy. Is your invitation still open? For dinner, I mean."
He pressed the phone a little closer to his ear. "It's open."
"So, what night would be good for you?"
A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was obvious the lady wasn't used to phoning men up and asking them out on a date. "I'm busy tonight," he said, though he wasn't doing a damn thing. "How about tomorrow?"
"Tomorrow would be good. What time?"
"How about 7? That'll give us time to get to the restaurant and have a drink before we eat."
"All right. Where do you want to go?"
He ran over his options. A girl like Tracy was probably used to expensive, high-class restaurants. Not this time. "There's a little Italian place down on Lamar, Bella Sera. A friend of mine owns it. Have you been there?"
"No, but I'm willing to give it a try."
"Great. I'll pick you up at 7. Tracy said goodbye, and Sam hung up the phone. It took him a minute to realize his lips were still curved. Tracy Spencer had called him. She wanted to get to know him. He didn't understand why that seemed so important. Most guys would be happy to take a gorgeous blonde like Tracy straight to bed, even if it was just for a night. But for weeks, Sam had been watching her at the club. There was something sad and sweet about Tracy, something vulnerable beneath all that bravado. There was something more to her than just sex and goodbye, and he wanted to know what it was. The bad news was he wouldn't be getting laid tomorrow night. He intended to make that clear right up front. He had a hunch Tracy would act differently if she didn't have to live up to any kind of sexual expectations, even if they were her own. Chapter 14. A moist, hot, late-afternoon wind had come up outside the trailer, whirling leaves and papers around and whipping the branches on the trees. Gabe was sitting behind his desk in the construction trailer, going over some of the insurance paperwork for the fire at McKinney Court, when his cell phone began to ring. He recognized the caller ID. "Hey, Jackson," Gabe said. "Good to hear from you. How's that beautiful new wife of yours?" Jackson's soft chuckle came over the line. "As sassy as ever. I'll bet she is." Jackson and Sarah Allen, the woman he had recently married, had first met in high school. Jackson had had a serious crush on her, but Sarah had rejected him in front of half the school, humiliating him in the very worst way. It wasn't until she found herself in desperate trouble that she and Jackson had been able to overcome their past and work things out. "Dev called," Jackson said. "He filled me in on the fires. You should have let me know you were having trouble." "I figured you'd find out soon enough. Besides, there's nothing you can do. Dev's been working on that list you sent him. He asked me if there was anyone else I could think of who might have it in for you." "And? You remember that guy you went head-to-head with when the two of you were in the Marines at Camp Lejeune?" "Clayton Sanders? That's him. As I recall, you two went after the same woman. Seems to me you ended up with her." "That's right. Rachel Hayward. We dated for a while before I left the Corps. What about it? That was a long time ago. Maybe not so long to Sanders. How's that? After I gave Dev the name, I got to thinking about it. I decided to do a little checking on the internet. Gabe chuckled. Jackson was a Google whiz. What did you find out? After you left the service, Sanders re-upped. He went full bore, force recon, and they shipped him off to Afghanistan. When he came back to North Carolina, he and Rachel started dating. A year later, they got married. How the hell did you find all that out? Newspaper articles here and there. I found their marriage license on the net. I also found out they got divorced about 3 months ago. So, I still don't get it. Here's what makes it interesting. Rachel Sanders' latest address is listed as 5517 Dublin Street, Dallas, Texas. Your old flame is back in town, buddy. I'm thinking maybe Sanders thinks she's there because of you. Gabe couldn't quite grasp the notion. And yet Rachel had arrived not long before the fires had started. I haven't talked to Rachel in years. Still, it's worth looking into. You bet it is. As much as he hated to think Clay Sanders would carry an old grudge to the point of burning down buildings, Clay had always been a hothead. Back in the day, he'd been crazy in love with Rachel. At the time, she had considered him only a friend. Gabe had been the man she wanted, and for a while their affair had been hot and heavy. Clay and Gabe had brawled over the lady more than once. Now she had rejected Clay a second time, and recently moved to Dallas. Jackson, as usual, was right. It was worth looking into. I'll get right on it. Thanks for the heads up, brother. If you think of anything else, don't worry, I'll let you know. Take care of yourself, Gabe. I'll do my best. Gabe closed the phone. It was probably nothing. Rachel hadn't been part of his life in years. Still, if she'd moved to Dallas, and Clay was still as hot-tempered as he used to be, it was a possibility he couldn't ignore. Gabe? His head came up at the sound of his name being called from the doorway of the trailer. What's going on? Maddie asked. You look like you're 1,000 miles away. She stood there outlined by the sun, and he felt the same kick in the gut he'd felt at the hospital when she'd let him hold her while she cried on his shoulder. Sorry, I didn't hear you on the stairs. Come on in. Dressed in jeans and a sleeveless orange cotton top, she walked into the trailer, her hair windblown as she rarely allowed, a light sheen of perspiration on the scattering of freckles on her cheeks and the swell of her breasts above her scoop-neck top. For an instant, Gabe just sat there, soaking up the sight of her. Maddie walked over to his desk, which was stacked with files and dominated by the computer in front of his chair. Gabe collected his wits and rose from his chair. That was my brother Jackson. I told you a little about him and my younger brother Devlin the night we went to dinner. They'd talked that night. The night they'd spent in bed, he hadn't been thinking about his brothers. He hadn't been thinking of anything but being inside her. He warned himself not to go in that direction, but it was too late. His body stirred and his pulse quickened. He could feel the blood pumping into his groin. Gabe forced himself to concentrate on the reason Maddie was there. Any change in Angel's condition? He asked, as he led her over to the table and both of them sat down. He's still the same. He nodded, wishing the news was better. Dev called Jackson about the fires, and Jackson called me with a lead. Dev's working on a list I gave him, anyone who might have a grudge against me.
He's a private investigator, right?
Mostly retired, so he claims. He also owns a security company.
And he's investigating the names you gave him?
That's right. But to tell you the truth, I can't believe I've done anything to anyone to warrant this kind of retaliation.
So what was the lead your brother gave you?
Gabe's shoulders tightened. He didn't want to discuss his old girlfriend with Maddie. Just an old buddy from my days in the Corps.
What happened?
It's a long story. Gabe rose from his chair. Why don't I tell you about it on our way over to talk to Pete Dare?
Who's he?
Concrete guy I fired. I doubt it'll come to much, but I don't want to overlook any possibility.
You're right. We have to start somewhere. Your enemies are as good a place as any.
Gabe sighed. I didn't think I had that many, but I'm beginning to wonder if I was wrong.
Gabe held the door while Maddie walked past. He got a whiff of her soft perfume and began to go hard. He forced down his lust and continued down the stairs. I thought we might also talk to the cook who found Angel, Maddie said. See if the guy might have seen him in the area, seen who he was talking to.
Good idea.
The cab of Gabe's pickup was hot and steamy when he opened the door to help Maddie climb in. He forced himself not to reach for her, bend his head and kiss her. Wondered what she would do if he did. It had been too long since he'd had her. He hadn't stopped wanting her. He didn't think he was going to anytime soon.
You shouldn't be getting involved in this, Maddie, he said. This kind of business can be dangerous.
We're only asking questions.
That's all Angel was doing, he reminded her.
She looked him straight in the face. Angel didn't have you there to protect him.
His worry expanded.
Then again, at least in this, she believed in him, trusted him.
He told himself that after today, Maddie would give up the notion of trying to help him. Her life was busy and complicated, her job all important. But part of him wanted this time with her, wanted a chance to see where his fierce attraction might lead. In the meantime, if the police didn't catch the arsonist who seemed to be targeting him, Gabe intended to find the bastard himself.
Maddie walked next to Gabe as they approached the construction site, where Pete Dare was working. A concrete truck with Dare cement on the side churned away in front of the lot, just a few feet from the road.
How'd you know where to find him? Maddie asked,
though it was clear Gabe knew just about everyone in the construction business.
I wasn't completely sure Pete would be here, but he does a lot of work for Gleason Construction. I knew they were building a set of apartments over here.
They walked toward the truck, Maddie hurrying to keep up with Gabe's long strides. He slowed when he realized she was almost running.
Good thing I keep in shape, she said, with a hint of a smile.
Sorry. His gaze found hers, caught and held. There was so much heat in his incredible blue eyes, her stomach contracted. Memories of their lovemaking rushed into her head, the deep, saturating kisses, the feel of him inside her. Maddie jerked her gaze away, but it was too late.
I want you, Maddie.
His words came out gruffly.
I haven't stopped thinking about making love to you since the night we spent together.
Maddie just stood there. She wanted that too, more than anything she could remember. But the powerful desire she felt for Gabe was frightening. Give me some time, Gabe. Let me think about it. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe you think too much. Maybe she did, because her body was aching for him to touch her. If she listened to her needs instead of the alarm screaming through her head, she would welcome him into her bed. They reached the cement truck, and Pete Dare walked toward them. Mattie was grateful for the distraction. "What are you doing here?" Pete practically snarled. "What do you want, Raines?" Dressed in dirty jeans and a work-stained T-shirt, he was a lean, sandy-haired man in his 30s. "I want to know where you were the night of the fire at the Dallas Towers." Pete's eyes widened, erasing the little wrinkles at the corners. "You're kidding me, right? You think I had something to do with a fire?" "Where were you?" Pete's jaw tightened. "Home in bed with my wife. I go to work early, remember?" "How about last Friday when McKinney Court burned down?" Pete took an unconscious step backward, some of his bravado fading. "For Christ's sake, Gabe. I'm the one who screwed up, okay? I should have abided by the contract we made instead of trying to save a little money. You were right, I was wrong. I learned my lesson. I may not like what you did, but I hardly hold you responsible." He seemed sincere. Mattie thought Gabe believed him. "You got any idea who might be interested in some kind of payback for something I might have done?" Pete started shaking his head. "I haven't heard anyone talking. I can't think of anyone who'd do something that drastic. The cops may talk to you. If they do, tell them what you just told me." Pete nodded. Mattie let Gabe lead her back to the pickup and help her climb inside. She was getting used to his attentiveness. It didn't seem overbearing, just gentlemanly. Her lips twitched, remembering Gabe in the back room of Club Rio, pulling up her dress, cupping her bottom, and pressing her against his heavy erection. It was hard to consider him a gentleman. "Whatever you're thinking, it's turning me on." Mattie blushed. "Let me make you dinner tonight. Believe it or not, I'm a fairly decent cook." She wasn't all that surprised. Gabriel Raines seemed to be pretty good at anything he set his mind to. "I'm planning to spend the evening with Rosa at the hospital." "How about tomorrow, then? We'll go see Angel first, but sooner or later you have to eat. You might as well let me fix you dinner." She shook her head. "I promised I'd have dinner with a friend. I can't disappoint him again." She and Aaron planned to catch up. They were going to Taj, Aaron's favorite restaurant. Gabe was frowning. "You've got a date?" he asked darkly. "I told you he's just a friend. We work together at the office." "In that case, we'll make it Saturday." His hard look dared her to refuse. She knew she should. Her mind was screaming again. Maybe that would work." His gaze ran over her, swift and hot. "I'll take that as a yes." Anticipation settled low and warm in her belly. She worked to compose herself. "I know where that deli is, the place where Angel was found. Let's go talk to the cook." Gabe's mouth curved sensuously, but he just nodded. The cook, Robbie Carr, a fat, ruddy-skinned man with a ready smile and kindly eyes, didn't know a darn thing. He'd never seen Angel before he found him in the alley. He had no idea who might have attacked him. "The cops was already here," Robbie said. "I told them I didn't see nothing. I wish I had." "Are you sure there isn't something?" Mattie asked, anxious for anything that might help.
Some small detail that maybe you didn't think was important at the time. Robbie scratched his head. Now that you mention it, the kid, Angel, he might have been here once before. Looked like him, but I can't say for sure. He stopped a couple of guys on the street. Looked like he was asking them something. Like I said, I ain't real sure. It wasn't much, but it reinforced the theory that Angel had been asking questions the arsonist didn't want answered. "Thank you, Robbie," Mattie said. "I hope you find the guy." Mattie just nodded. "We need to canvass the neighborhood," Gabe said as they walked away. "See if we can find someone Angel might have talked to." He glanced down at his heavy wristwatch. "Unfortunately, it's too late to start this afternoon." "You're right. Besides, I need to get back to the hospital, check on Rosa and Angel." Mattie left Gabe's trailer and drove straight to Baylor Hospital. She planned to stay a couple of hours so that Rosa and the kids could get something to eat. According to the doctors, Angel's condition was stable, at least for the present. "It's still touch and go," a thin, dark-haired doctor named Burton said. "We'll just have to wait and see." Mattie nodded, her mouth feeling dry. When Rosa returned, the doctor convinced her and Mattie to go home and get some rest, then come back in the morning. It had been a long day. Exhausted and worried, both women eventually agreed. Tigger was impatiently waiting when she arrived home, meowing and looking up at her as if she had abandoned him. "Hello, pretty baby." She knelt and scooped him into her arms, stroked his fur as she carried him into the kitchen, and set him down in front of his food bowl. "You finished your crunchies, didn't you? Well, how about a nice can of tuna?" Tigger meowed. "Good boy." As soon as the cat had settled in to eat, she went into the bedroom to change into baggy shorts and a t-shirt and kick off her shoes. She was on her way back to the living room to turn on the TV when Tracy arrived at the door. Breezing through the living room, blonde hair flying, she headed straight for the kitchen. "I brought Chinese. I figured you probably hadn't eaten yet." Mattie smiled. Believe it or not, I'd forgotten all about it. But now that she smelled the delicious aromas of chop suey, almond vegetables, rice, and fried shrimp, she discovered she was starving. While Tracy opened the cartons and pulled out a bottle of sake, Mattie set the table in the kitchen. Tracy poured the sake into the smallest glasses she could find, set them next to the plates, and both of them sat down and dug in. "So how's Angel?" Tracy asked, forking in a load of crisply cooked vegetables. "He's stable at the moment. They'll know more in the morning." "Poor kid." Rose is beside herself. "I'm making arrangements to take vacation time next week so I can be available if she needs me. And keep trying to find the man who assaulted her son. I've got plenty of days accumulated since I haven't taken any time off since I started working at the firm." "You're a good friend, Mattie." Mattie took a sip of sake, enjoyed the interesting nutty taste and the warm, relaxing sensation. "So what's the occasion for the unexpected visit?" Picking up a shrimp, she dipped it into some hot mustard sauce. "The occasion is I called Sam McBride." Mattie's head shot up. "You're kidding. What did he say?" Tracy grinned. "We're going out to dinner tomorrow night." "Is that so?" "Yeah. I figured if I took the leap, you should too. I came by to convince you to call Gabe." Mattie toyed with her food. "Actually, I saw Gabe today at the hospital. He thinks the attack on Angel had something to do with the fires." Tracy's eyes widened. "How does he figure that?" Apparently, Angel had been sniffing around, asking a lot of questions about who might have set them. Gabe thinks someone wanted him to stop. Wow, that's scary. I know. Tracy heaped another spoonful of chop suey onto her plate. So, what else happened? Between you and Gabe, I mean. He asked me to come over for supper on Saturday night. Tracy's fork paused halfway to her lips. You said yes, right? Sort of. Tracy squealed. I can still back out, Maddie said. Maybe I should. Don't be ridiculous. The man is a total hunk. No one needs to get laid more than you do. And besides, if it doesn't work out, you can always dump him. Maddie swallowed the bite she had taken and laughed. Well, there is that, I guess. But she didn't think it would be that easy to end an affair with Gabe. She wasn't sure she would want to. He's trying to figure out who set the fires. After what happened to Angel, I told him I wanted to help him. Tracy sat back in her chair. I don't know, Maddie. If Gabe's right and Angel was attacked for asking questions, getting involved could be dangerous. I'm the one who got Angel involved. I have to do this, Tracy. I have to make sure the man who attacked him gets caught. Tracy sipped her sake. If the police can't find him, what makes you think you can? The police have dozens of cases to work. I'm taking time off. I'm making this a priority. Tracy looked uncertain. I don't know, Maddie. Gabe's an ex-Marine. I'm sure I'll be safe enough as long as I'm with him. A sly smile curved Tracy's lips. Maybe you're right. You should be safe enough. As long as you and Gabe stick together. Maddie laughed, not fooled for a moment. Then her laughter slowly faded. For the first time she realized how much time she would be spending with Gabe. Suddenly, trying to help seemed like the dumbest idea she'd ever had. Chapter 15. Gabe had trouble sleeping. Between erotic dreams of Maddie and nightmares of flames roaring into the sky, he finally gave up at 4 o'clock, dressed in his gym clothes, and headed for the Las Posas Fitness Center on the second floor of the building. He worked out for over an hour, lifting weights and moving from machine to machine until he was drenched in sweat. He bench-pressed his usual 270 pounds, his biceps straining as he reached the end of his workout. Relaxed at last, he grabbed his towel off the hook, draped it over his shoulders, and headed back down to his condo. Every other day he jogged. He liked to stay in shape, and he made it a priority. Today he had hoped that working out would curb a little of his desire for Maddie. So far, that hadn't worked. With a sigh, Gabe finished his shower, pulled on jeans and a t-shirt, and headed for his truck. With Maddie sitting next to him all afternoon, it was going to be a hellish day. Wanting her, and knowing he would have to wait, was a bad idea of fun. But tomorrow night, he intended to have her. And one thing he knew. Maddie Baker was worth the wait. After her Friday morning run, Maddie spent several hours at the office, making arrangements to leave at noon and take the next week off. Besides being able to visit Angel at the hospital, she planned to use the time to find the man who had committed the brutal assault on the boy. A little after noon, she drove over to the Family Recovery Center. She had no regular hours, but they were used to her dropping by to see if there was anything they needed her to do. For once, everything is running smoothly, said receptionist Sophie Dominguez, a 30-year-old Hispanic with a social science degree. I may be a little hard to find next week. If you need me, call me on my cell phone. All right, but what you're doing for Rosa Ramirez and her son is more than enough, Maddie just nodded. A memory arose of Angel lying in the ICU, a mass of cuts and bruises, his skin so pale she barely recognized him. She swallowed past the lump in her throat, knowing there was nothing she could do, and planning to stop by the hospital later to see him. From the center, she drove to the Ziegman Gallery, another loose end she needed to tie up. Enrique and some of his friends had dropped off a carload of paintings for the owners to look at. Maddie wanted to find out if they liked Enrique's work. Barbara Ziegman, looking elegant yet trendy with her spiky black hair and wearing a short white skirt, black and white flowered top, and long strands of heavy black beads, greeted her as she walked into the gallery. "Maddie, it's good to see you. I hope you don't mind my dropping by. I thought maybe you might have had time to look at some of Enrique's paintings. I've been remiss in not calling. Sal and I have just been swamped lately. But we looked at Enrique's work, and it's wonderful. We're thrilled you brought him to us." Maddie smiled with relief. She had hoped this would be the gallery owner's reaction, but she couldn't be sure. "I'll tell him to come by and talk to you," Maddie said. "I don't suppose he has a cell phone. If he does, I'd like to have his number. I don't have it with me, since he didn't own a phone, and his family certainly couldn't afford to buy him one. I'll tell him you want him to call you, and figure a way to get him the phone he needed." "So what happens now?" Maddie asked, as they strolled through the gallery, Barbara pointing out a new piece of work here and there. "Once Enrique signed an exclusivity contract with us, we'll want to have a show." Barbara smiled. "I think it'll be a great success." Maddie returned the smile. "That's wonderful." They talked a while longer. Maddie promised to have Enrique come by the gallery and made a mental note to see if Sid Weiss would take a look at the contract before the boy signed it. Finished with another errand, she used her cell to call Gabe. This afternoon they were going back to the neighborhood where Angel had been found after the attack. They planned to canvass the area. Both of them were eager to see what they might turn up. Gabe was working at a property he owned called the Egyptian Theater, she discovered when she phoned. He gave her an address in Deep Ellum, and she told him she would meet him there. "See you soon," Gabe said, in his deep, sexy voice, as he hung up the phone, and Maddie's stomach lifted. She tried not to think what might happen tomorrow night. She hoped she would be able to keep her mind in control, and not listen to the seductive yearnings of her body. Sam knocked on Tracy's door at exactly 7 o'clock. She didn't keep him waiting, just opened the door and invited him in, smiled at him as he walked into her living room. Man, she had a kick-ass smile. "Hi," he said a little lamely. "Hi yourself. I'm ready. I just need to grab my purse." She was wearing a denim miniskirt that showed off her long, sexy legs. Her sleeveless white cotton blouse dipped low enough to reveal the shadowy cleavage between a pair of luscious breasts. For an instant, his resolve weakened. If the lady wanted sex, who was he to object? Then she returned with her bag, and he looked into her pretty face, read her uncertainty, and knew it wasn't going to happen. Not if he wanted to see her again, which he did. They walked outside to his metallic red Dodge Dakota, a smaller pickup than Gabe's big GMC. He'd had it washed and detailed. With the chrome wheels he'd added last year, it was a good-looking truck. Tracy cast him a glance. "I kinda took you for a pickup man." He grinned. "Work I do, it's pretty much a given." "Actually, I think it's kinda sexy." Sam clamped down on a rush of heat as he helped her into the truck, and waited for her to fasten her seatbelt. "How do you feel about motorcycles?" Tracy's blonde eyebrows went up, and she grinned. "I love 'em." "Good. Next time we'll take my Harley." Tracy's grin slipped a little as he slammed her door and walked to the driver's side of the truck. He could tell she was already thinking there probably wouldn't be a next time. Sam refused to be daunted. Instead, he drove to the restaurant and parked in the lot, then helped Tracy climb down and led her inside. Bella Sara was full, but he'd called Tony ahead, and a table waited for them in a quiet corner in the back room. The place was hokey Italian, from red-checked tablecloths to little red glass candle holders flickering in the semi-darkness. Bread baskets in a dozen different shapes and sizes hung from the ceiling, and wicker-wrapped Chianti bottles lined the walls. Tracy surveyed her surroundings as they followed the hostess to the table he had reserved. "So your friend owns this place?" Sam nodded. "Tony Pierucci. We went to high school together. It was his dad's place before he died. Tony and his brother Bobby run it now." They sat down and opened their menus. "You like red wine?" Sam asked. "Definitely, especially with Italian." "Good girl." Sam ordered a bottle of Chianti, which a black-haired waiter named Marcus opened and poured into glasses on the table. Sam ordered spaghetti and meatballs. Tracy chose veal parmigiana. "So you were born in Dallas?" Tracy asked, taking a sip of her wine. Sam nodded. "Pretty standard stuff. Dad was a plumber. Mom worked in a grocery store. They helped me get through college, but I had to work to make the extra it took to pay the bills. I've got a brother in California who's a stockbroker. I'm doing what I love, and so is he." He lifted his wine glass and took a drink. "How about you?" For an instant, Tracy glanced away. When she looked at him again, there was something disturbing in her eyes. "Let's just say my childhood wasn't the best." She pasted on the flashy, false smile he had seen 100 times at Club Rio. "But I'm doing great now. That's all that matters." Realizing the question had upset her, he steered the conversation in another direction. They talked about real estate, and he mentioned he was working on the remodel of a house uptown. "That's how Gabe got started," he said. "I've flipped a couple of houses so far, and made some pretty good bucks. Of course, with the market the way it is, I might have to keep the one I'm working on for a while." "I could try selling it for you." Sam just shrugged. "I was kind of thinking I might move in, rent the condo I'm living in now." "My dad was a lawyer. We lived in a fancy house when I was a kid, but it was never a home." "So your parents didn't get along?" She got that funny look on her face again. "Let's talk about something more pleasant, like how good the food is here." Sam managed a smile. "It's always been terrific." He went along with her change of subject, but it bothered him the way she refused to talk about her past. Whatever made Tracy the person she was today, Sam would bet it had a lot to do with her childhood. As they finished their meals, Tracy flashed him a bright, sexy smile. "I like you, Sam McBride," she said. "Why don't we go back to my place and fuck?" Sam nearly spewed the mouthful of wine he'd just taken. He swallowed, took a steadying breath. "I like you too, Tracy Spencer. Which is exactly the reason I'm not taking you to bed. At least not tonight." Her lips turned down in a pout. "What is it with you, Sam? Don't you want to make love to me?" Beneath the table, Sam reached for her hand, pulling it over into his lap. He was sporting a raging hard-on, and had been since he'd seen her in the doorway of her apartment. "What do you think?" Those pretty green eyes went wide as saucers. Sam let go, and she jerked her hand away. "Oh, my God." He just smiled. "I told you, I'm not interested in a one-night stand. If you're honest, I think you might want something more than that yourself." She stared down at the table. "I can't handle relationships, Sam. If I keep it just sex, I don't have to worry about messing things up." She stared at him across the table. "And for your information, I don't drag every guy I meet off to bed." "I'm glad to hear it." He left money for the bill and a tip, and rose from his chair, helped Tracy to her feet. "So why don't I pick you up tomorrow morning? We'll go for a ride on my Harley, catch some lunch along the way." One of her light eyebrows arched up. "Still no sex?" "Not yet." Tracy's features softened. She looked at him differently than she ever had before. "Fine. What time?" "House 10:30. "Okay." He reached over and caught her hand, started leading her toward the door. "Come on. Time to go home. Whatever you may think, I'm a man and I'm only human." Tracy's eyes sparkled, and she laughed. It was a musical sound, and freer than anything he had heard from her before. Sam glanced at her soft, trusting smile, and knew he was doing exactly the right thing. Saturday night arrived, whether Maddie wanted it to or not. Standing in front of the mirror, her stomach churned as she finished applying her mascara, then a light dab of blush. On the concrete countertop beside her, Tigger watched with interest, his ears alert and his golden eyes following her every move. "I've got a hot date, big boy," she said, reaching out to stroke his soft fur. The words made her stomach churn even more. Hot date was right. She knew how hot Gabe Raines was, and unless she came to her senses, she was going to get another sample tonight. Maddie's heart kicked up as she applied lip liner, then a light pink shade of lipstick. Yesterday afternoon, after she had left the Ziegman Gallery, she had joined Gabe at his pet project, the Egyptian Theater. "This place means a lot to me," he had said, as he gave her his personal tour of the majestic old 1920s theater. "I've been working on it for nearly a year. Everyone in the community has pitched in at one time or another to help bring it back. I don't want anything to happen to it." "I noticed the security guard." "There's one on the job 24/7. From the theater, they returned to the area close to the deli where Angel had been attacked. Going door to door, they showed Angel's photo to everyone they talked to and asked if anyone had noticed him in the neighborhood. An elderly lady remembered seeing him near the park when she was walking her dog. "I recall he was talking to a couple of young men about his age, but I don't remember anything else about them." Aside from the cook and the elderly woman, no one remembered seeing Angel. All in all, the afternoon had been a total bust, and Maddie's Friday night date with Aaron hadn't gone much better. From the moment he wheeled himself over to the table where Maddie sat waiting at Taj, he seemed edgy, even a little hostile. "I'm surprised you didn't cancel. Seems like lately you've got better things to do than spend time with your friends." Hurt rolled through her, and guilt. "I've just been busy, that's all. You know how it is, Aaron." His mouth thinned. "You're seeing that guy you met at Club Rio, aren't you?" Not the way you mean." The way he meant was sleeping with him, which was exactly what she had done. "So what's his name?" She didn't want to tell him. Telling Aaron would be acknowledging that she and Gabe had some sort of relationship, as uncertain as it was. But Aaron was her friend. His name is Gabriel Rains. Briefly, she explained about the fires and how the assault on Angel might be related to the fact the boy was asking questions, hoping to find information on the arsonist who had started them. Gabe and I are working together, trying to find out who set the fires and assaulted the Ramirez boy. Some of Aaron's anger deflated. I'm sorry, Maddie. That wasn't fair. I worry about you. I don't want some guy taking advantage. She almost laughed. I'm a grown woman, Aaron. I can take care of myself. But now, as she finished getting dressed for supper tonight at Gabe's, she caught the faint trembling of her hand and flush in her cheeks that had nothing to do with makeup. She wondered if Aaron might not be right. She was in over her head with Gabriel Rains. Gabe was the kind of man who took charge, made a woman feel safe and protected. He made her feel as if she could let down her guard and trust him, and it was exactly the wrong thing to do. Maddie had learned a long time ago the only person she could trust to take care of her was herself. If she went to bed with Gabe, she would only become more vulnerable, more susceptible to all that muscle and macho appeal. She couldn't afford to let that happen. She decided to call him and reached for her cell phone next to Tigger on the counter. His tail swished just then, knocking the phone to the floor. By the time she picked it up, the urge to cancel had passed. It was only supper, she reasoned. She had promised Gabe he could cook for her. It wouldn't be right to cancel at the last minute. Maddie took a steadying breath. With a last check in the mirror, she grabbed her purse and headed for the door. She was taking her own car. She could leave whenever she wanted. She was just afraid that leaving would be the last thing on her mind. Chapter 16. The condo smelled like garlic and tomatoes. The kitchen was a little bit steamy, the lasagna almost ready. The doorbell rang, and Gabe went to welcome his guest, his pulse speeding up at the thought of her arrival. He stepped back as he opened the door, stood for a moment just staring. In a white flowered sundress with a short, narrow skirt, she looked fantastic. But then she always did. The bad news was she was wearing her beautiful, fiery hair pulled back severely at the nape of her neck, sending him a very clear message. She wasn't there for sex. Gabe inwardly smiled. She might not think she was going to spend the night in his bed, but Gabe had no doubt that was exactly where they would end up. Welcome to my humble abode. Her gaze ran over him. Said the spider to the fly. Gabe laughed. Come on in. Her eyes met his as she walked past him into the condo, a tiny pulse beating at the base of her throat. His body stirred. Gabe bent down and very lightly kissed her, then ended the kiss before she had time to back away. What are you drinking? Red? White? Something stronger? A glass of white wine would be perfect. He led her into the kitchen and reached for a wine glass, still tasting her on his lips. His groin swelled, pressed against the fly of the black jeans he was wearing with a crisp white shirt. He poured her the wine and carried it over to where she stood in front of the island in the middle of his kitchen. Maddie took a drink. Something smells good. What are we having? Each other, he wanted to say, but refrained. Vegetable lasagna. I know you aren't crazy about meat. Sounds great. She took another sip of her wine, obviously a little nervous, and glanced at the table, which was set with a white linen cloth, white dishes, wine glasses, and a bright yellow spring bouquet he had bought at the market. Table looks pretty. Thanks. He tossed the last of the freshly washed lettuce into a bowl, diced up a tomato and threw it in. How was your date last night? She glanced up. I told you it wasn't a date. Aaron is just a friend. Must be a pretty good friend to take up your Friday evening. We've known each other since I started working at the firm. And? She shrugged. And he's very protective. He's worried I'll get in deeper with you than I can handle. So you told him about me? I told him we were working together to find the man who's setting your buildings on fire. I guess you didn't mention the hot sex we had after we left Club Rio. Her cheeks turned pink. That was an anomaly. Was it? He set his wine glass down and moved toward her, took the glass from her hand, and set it on the granite countertop. She stiffened as he drew her into his arms, bent his head, and kissed her. Then her lips softened under his, and for a moment she kissed him back. He could smell her floral perfume, feel the fullness of her breasts pressing into his chest. She tasted like wine and woman, and he breathed her in, wanting her, aching to be inside her. Mattie pulled away, embarrassed she had given him a glimpse of her desire. I knew I shouldn't have come, she said, taking several steps back from him. Gabe reached over and pushed the off button on the oven, then started forward, stalking her. There was no way they would make it through dinner. Not until this was settled between them. He dragged her back into his arms and kissed her, more thoroughly this time, urging her to open for him. He felt her hands on his chest, trying to push him away. But her lips clung to his, and he could feel the wild pounding of her heart. You want this, Mattie. He kissed her again, running his tongue over her lush bottom lip, coaxing, tasting, and felt her tremble. Her body softened, began to yield, and her hands slid up around his neck. She was kissing him back, her tongue sliding into his mouth, tangling erotically with his. His pulse hammered. Need pounded through him, intense and demanding. He kissed her one way and then another. Kissed her until both of them were breathing hard, and Mattie was squirming against him. Reaching down, he caught the hem of her white-flowered skirt and hauled it up around her waist. He cupped that luscious ass and lifted her against his erection, heard her soft moan. It was déjà vu. Skimpy thong panties and firm twin globes that perfectly filled his hands. Mattie shifted, pressing herself more fully against his erection. They weren't in a storage room now, and he wanted her just this way. Wrapping her legs around his waist, he shifted her panties aside, found her softness, and began to stroke her. God, she was wet. Mattie whimpered, and Gabe groaned. Moments later, he was sheathed in the condom he carried in the back pocket of his jeans, and buried deep inside her. Backing her up against the wall, he took her the way he had wanted to that night at the club. Took her, and still couldn't get his fill. Mattie moaned and clung to him, kissing him wildly as he drove himself inside her. Jesus, it was heaven. He plunged into her, driving deeper, taking her faster, harder. She was so hot and tight. He could feel her pulsing around him, feel the tension in her body, and knew she was ready to come. It's all right, baby, he softly encouraged. Just let yourself go. With a cry of surrender, she did,
clinging to his neck as she moaned his name, her slickness clenching around his shaft, her head back against the wall. Gabe came in a rush, exploding inside her, his entire body screaming in release. Christ, sex had never felt so damned good. They rode the crest together, then started spiraling back to earth. But Gabe didn't let her go, just carried her into the bedroom, her legs still wrapped around his waist, her head against his shoulder. The oven was off. The lasagna could wait. He had something he wanted a lot more than food. Maddie roused herself from the euphoria she was feeling and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she realized was that she lay on her side and she no longer wore her flowered sundress or anything at all. She should have been chilled by the air conditioning, but Gabe's warmth wrapped around her spoon fashion, cocooning her from behind. She felt a gentle tug as he pulled the last of the pins from her no longer neat chignon and set them on the bedside table. He ran his fingers through the heavy auburn curls, setting them free. "I love your hair," he said, brushing a soft kiss on her shoulder. Dusk was setting in, but there was still enough light in the room to see. Maddie rolled onto her back and looked up at him. The muscles in his arms bulged where he propped himself on an elbow. His chest was wide and heavily muscled, and just looking at all that hard male flesh made her mouth water. Gabe leaned down and very softly kissed her. He didn't push for more, and she was amazed to feel faintly disappointed. She ran a finger along his solid jaw. "You know, I should be mad at you. I said no, and you didn't stop. Modern women are supposed to be able to say no to a man, and he's supposed to obey her wishes. Modern women are supposed to mean what they say." He eased her back onto her side, nuzzled the side of her neck, nibbled her earlobe, and she trembled. She was nestled against his groin, and she could feel his erection, as hard and hot as before. Her breathing quickened. "How do you know I didn't mean it?" "Part of you did. The part that pulls your hair into a bun and picks men who don't know how to satisfy you. The rest of you wanted me as much as I wanted you." A big hand skimmed down and cupped a naked breast. His thumb grazed her nipple, and it tightened almost painfully. "I want you, Maddie. Once wasn't nearly enough. I can think of a dozen different ways I'd like to have you." Her stomach quivered as he eased one of her legs up over his hip, and she felt his hardness at the entrance to her passage. His erection slid deeply inside, and pleasure washed through her, deep and intense. For a moment he didn't move, allowing her to adjust to his heavy length, his breath warm against the skin behind her ear. Then his arm slid beneath her waist, and he lifted and turned her until she was on her knees. Still inside her, he settled himself against her bottom. "Let's see if you like it this way." He moved a little, just enough to stir the heat pouring through her. "Oh, God." He chuckled, eased himself more deeply inside. "I guess I've got my answer." Matty gasped as he began to move in and out, taking his time, making her so hot she thought she might faint. Driving deeper, quickening the pace, he carried her higher and higher. One of his hands found her softness, and Matty cried out at the pleasure. Her body began to tighten, gripping her inside so fiercely she trembled. Her climax
came swift and hard. But Gabe didn't stop, just drove into her until she reached a second, sizzling release. "Dear God," she whispered. He followed a few seconds later, his muscles taut, a low groan escaping from deep in his throat. Exhausted, her muscles gave way, and both of them tumbled onto the bed, then rolled onto their sides. Gabe was breathing hard, and so was she. Vaguely, she wondered how she could be 29 years old and never have known this kind of pleasure. Never even realized it actually existed. As the world slowly righted itself, she heard Gabe's soft curse and realized he was sitting on the side of the bed, removing the condom he was wearing. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Bad news, honey. The damn thing broke." Her insides clenched. Nausea swirled in the pit of her stomach, and her head spun, making her feel slightly dizzy. The past rushed in. She was pregnant and frightened. Mark blamed her for what had happened. He was angry. Then he was simply gone. Oh, God. Sitting up in bed, she pulled the sheet up over her, suddenly self-conscious. Gabe skirted the bed, sat down on the mattress beside her, and pulled her into his arms. "It's all right. Odds are we'll be fine. It's only happened this once." She nodded, praying it was true. But there was a lump in her throat, and tears sprang into her eyes. Gabe eased back to look at her. "Even if something happened, it wouldn't be so bad. I like kids. I wouldn't mind having one." She swallowed, the tears in her eyes spilling over onto her cheeks. "What is it?" Gabe asked softly. "Tell me." Maddie closed her eyes. She wanted to keep silent, but the words just began spilling out. "I was pregnant once. It was years ago. I thought he loved me. I thought we were going to get married, but—" Her lips trembled, and she glanced away. "Tell me the rest," Gabe softly urged. Maddie ran a hand through her tumbled hair, shoving it back from her face. "When Mark found out I was going to have a baby, he ended our relationship. I never saw him again. 5 months later, I miscarried. I was devastated. I wanted that baby so much." Gabe drew her back into his arms and just held her. "It wouldn't be that way with me. If something happens, Maddie, I won't let you down." But there was no way to know that for sure. And just thinking about what had happened the last time had her drawing away from him, climbing out of the bed in search of her clothes. Gabe didn't try to stop her. Instead, he pulled on his jeans, but didn't bother with his shirt. "Tell you what, I'll turn the oven back on. Get the lasagna hot again. You'll feel better after you've had something to eat." Maddie just nodded. Her throat still ached. She should leave, she knew, but something held her back. She didn't want to be alone with the memories. She needed to push them away, as she always did. She couldn't believe she had told Gabe about Mark and the baby. She had never said a word about them to any other man. The fact that she had shared such an intimate part of herself with Gabe worried her more than anything that had happened between them so far. Chapter 17. Late Sunday morning, Gabe sat in his condo watching a NASCAR race. He wasn't much of a couch potato, but after last night he had a lot on his mind. As he sat in a comfortable chair in front of the TV, sipping a cup of hot black coffee, he thought of his evening with Mattie, which had mostly gone the way he had planned, except that he had meant for her to spend the night, meant for them to wake up together and make love again this morning. But something had happened between them. Something besides the hot, incredible sex that was even better than he remembered. Mattie had shared an intimate and important part of her past, and some fragile element of trust had blossomed between them. Because of that trust, he hadn't pressed her to stay. Instead, a supper that started off strained had ended up easy and relaxed. They had talked about her parents, her dad's death, and how much she and her mother had missed him. She told him how hard her mother had worked to keep them afloat, and the after-school job she had gotten to help pay the bills. She told him about her mom's remarriage and her move to San Antonio, and how for the first time in years, Margaret Baker seemed happy. Gabe had talked about his brothers, sharing stories of their early years. One night after school, Dev and I ran into the school bully, a guy named Jeff Friedman, and a bunch of his friends. Jackson was usually our protector, but he was sacking up groceries at the supermarket, so we had to take care of ourselves. We were several years younger, and it was 5 against 2, but Friedman took the lead. Dev went low, kicking him in the shin. Friedman got off a pretty good punch, but my counterpunch caught him in the jaw and knocked him down. Gabe grinned. I was so shocked I just stood there. I guess the rest of his friends thought I was tougher than I actually was, because they all took off running. Dev and I had a lot less trouble after that. Mattie smiled at the image. I just bet you did. They cleared the table together and loaded the dishes into the washer. But as the hour grew late, he could feel the tension mounting between them again. When Mattie announced her intention to leave, he didn't try to stop her. He wanted her to know sex wasn't the only thing he wanted from her, which surprised him as much as it did her. Now, as the morning sun burned through the living room windows, warming his shoulders, Gabe thought about Mattie again. She was an incredibly passionate woman, equal to the demands he made on her. And as he had guessed, in bed she liked a man who took charge. During the day, she worked as hard as a man. She needed someone who took control, took her away from the pressures of her job, and allowed her to just be a woman. The sex was hot and raunchy whenever they were together, and he enjoyed every minute. Funny thing was, he had come to realize he wanted something more. He wanted to make slow, languid love to her for hours on end. He wanted to take his time, savor her luscious little body, pleasure her in a dozen different ways. His blood stirred, and he began to go hard. Damn, he wanted her. The phone rang. Gabe released a breath, grateful for the distraction. Switching off the TV, which he wasn't really watching, he plucked his cell phone off the table next to his chair and flipped it open. He recognized the incoming numbers, then heard his brother's familiar voice. "Hey, bro," Dev said. Gabe smiled into the receiver. "I've been hoping to hear from you. Took me longer than I thought to come up with anything useful. Like you said, you don't really have that many enemies. Unfortunately, all I need is one, if he's willing to burn down buildings to get to me. All too true, my friend. So what do you got?" "Couple of things. I've got a buddy down south, former ranger. Does a little work for me now and then. He checked out Rachel and Clayton Sanders. Jackson was right. Rachel's back in Dallas, and her husband isn't happy about it. Where is he? That's the thing. No one seems to know. After he left the Marines, he and Rachel stayed in Jacksonville. Her family was there. She didn't want to leave, so Clayton stayed to please her. He got a job working as a car salesman, but he hated it. They fought a lot. Rachel finally left him. She filed for divorce and moved to Dallas 3 months ago. She's been working as a secretary at Infinity Bank. No kids? Apparently she didn't want any. It was one of the things they fought about. So what happened to Clay? Like I said, no one seems to know. He's not in Jacksonville, and nobody knows where he went. He just disappeared. Not good, Gabe thought. So you're thinking he might have followed Rachel to Dallas? Could be. And if he's still there, he might think you had something to do with his wife's decision to leave him. Gabe shook his head. It doesn't make sense. I haven't talked to Rachel since I left the Marine Corps. That was 10 years ago. People have a way of altering their memories of the past. Before she married Sanders, she was in love with you, right? I guess she thought so. I was mostly impressed by how beautiful she was, her great body, how the guys all panted after her. I think we both knew it wouldn't last. Maybe over the years she imagined that if things had been different, it might have worked out. Rachel was dominated by her parents. She couldn't bear the thought of being apart from them. She was content to stay in Jacksonville and just get by. I had things I wanted to do. That the reason the two of you split? Pretty much. I suppose if I'd loved her, I would have stayed. Silence fell over the phone. What is it? She stayed because of her parents. Maybe something happened between her and her folks that drove her away. Let me look into it, see what I can find out. I'll get back to you as soon as I know anything. Gabe hung up, thinking about Rachel. At 21, she'd been unbelievably beautiful, with long, honey-blonde hair and golden brown eyes, and a figure that made men hard just watching her walk by. Gabe and Clay had both been in lust at first sight. But Clay wasn't the man she wanted, at least not as much as she wanted Gabe. He walked over to the kitchen counter and picked up his keys. He had crews working overtime at the Towers and also at McKinney Court. He had planned to spend the morning with Maddie, but she wasn't there. He could check on the work being done, then drive over to Rachel's house on Dublin Street, the address Jackson had given him. He probably shouldn't go. If Clay thought his wife was in Dallas because of Gabe, his visit would only make things worse. On the other hand, if Sanders was responsible for the fires, Gabe needed to know before he set another one. Maddie drove over to Tracy's late Sunday morning. She always called first, since her friend might well be entertaining one of her male friends. But Tracy was home alone, and she didn't sound happy about it. "Come on in," Tracy said when Maddie arrived, pulling open the door and inviting her inside. "Want a cup of coffee?" "I'd love one." Maddie followed her over to the coffee maker in the kitchen and waited while Tracy poured her a cup. She added some of the coffee Tracy set on the counter, then took a sip. "Not bad. I just made it. I slept in a little. I'm working today. I've got an open house at 1 o'clock. Tracy freshened her own cup. "Anything new with Angel?" "The doctors are optimistic. He's survived the worst of it, but he's still in a coma. They have no idea how long it might be before he wakes up. Everyone's pulling for him. That's gotta help." "I hope so." Tracy studied her a moment. She cocked a sleek blonde eyebrow. "So, how did your evening go with Gabe?" Maddie felt the heat rising to her cheeks. You first. How was your dinner with Sam? Tracy shrugged. We had fun. Yesterday he took me motorcycle riding. We had a terrific time. She sipped her coffee. We still haven't had sex. You're kidding. Tracy blew out a breath, moving the blonde bangs over her forehead. I'm not kidding, and it's driving me crazy. Maddie sat down at the kitchen table, cradling her mug in her hand. So, why didn't you invite someone over last night to take his place? A tiny line appeared between Tracy's eyebrows. You must really think I'm terrible. You live by your own rules, Tracy. You always have. Tracy sat down across from her. It just didn't seem right, you know? Bringing someone else over just because Sam wouldn't compromise his principles. Besides, Sam's the man I want. I'm not interested in sleeping with somebody else. This is beginning to really get interesting. I know, and it's scary. Maddie thought of the evening she'd spent with Gabe and the secrets she had told him. I know what you mean. Tracy leaned forward, mug in hand. All right, let's hear it. Maddie sighed. Gabe's different, Tracy. Great in bed, totally amazing, in fact. But it isn't just that. She studied the liquid in her cup. I told him about Mark and the baby. You did? What did he say? He said if something happened and he got me pregnant, he wouldn't let me down. Tracy scoffed. He's a man. They always let you down. I know. Maddie sipped her coffee and tried to convince herself that Gabe was just like the rest of the men she had known. Somehow the notion didn't feel right. He's calling me tonight, Maddie said. We're getting together tomorrow to figure out our next move. So you're still playing detective? I'm not giving up without doing my best to find this guy. Just be careful, Tracy pinned her with a look. And I don't just mean asking questions about the fires. She was talking about Gabe, and Maddie's stomach twisted. She set her mug down on the table with a shaky hand. By the time she took another sip, her coffee had gone cold. Gabe pulled his truck up in front of the small, wood-framed house on Dublin Street. It was fairly nondescript, single-story, gray with white-painted shutters, and a covered porch out in front. As he reached for the door handle, his cell phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket and flipped it open. It's me, Dev said. Rachel's parents were killed about 6 months ago in a car crash. Aside from Clay, she had no reason to stay in Jacksonville. How did you get the info so fast? The internet is an amazing thing. But even my buddy hasn't been able to find out why Rachel picked Dallas. I'm about to find out. I'm sitting in front of her house right now. Be careful, bro. Will do. Listen, I'll have more for you in a day or two. I'm still checking the rest of the names on your list. Thanks. Gabe signed off and closed the phone. Wondering if he'd find Rachel at home, he stepped down from the truck and made his way up the sidewalk, climbed the wooden steps, and knocked on the door. When the door swung open, a vision from his past stood in front of him. He managed to smile. Hello, Rachel. Gabe, what on earth are you doing here? She looked like a woman now instead of a girl, with a few fine lines here and there, but she was still beautiful. She wore white shorts and a pink midriff top, and her skin was perfectly tanned. She opened the door a little wider. It's good to see you. Come on in. He nearly declined. He didn't want to cause problems for Rachel. And if Clay had really gone off the deep end, there was no telling what he might do. She took his arm, ending his reluctance, and urged him into the living room. "I'm still unpacking," she explained, tipping her head toward a couple of pictures she hadn't yet hung. "But it's beginning to feel like home." "It's nice." The house was modestly decorated, but clean and welcoming, with an overstuffed beige sofa and chair, and an old wooden rocker set near a fireplace bordered with painted tiles. He sat down on the sofa, and Rachel sat down in the chair. "So how did you know where to find me?" she asked. "Some things have been happening. Dev was looking into it for me. He came across your address on the internet." She started frowning. "Your brother was searching for information about me?" "Not you exactly. He was looking for information on Clay. He found out the two of you were getting a divorce and that you had moved to Dallas. He thought it might have some bearing on my problems." Her lips tightened. "I should have known this wasn't a social call. You and I didn't exactly part on friendly terms." She had slashed his tires, he remembered, then cried and begged him to forgive her. "We were never really friends. Our relationship was too hot for that. I suppose that was part of the problem." "I was in love. All you wanted was sex." "I was young. I wasn't ready for anything more." "And now?" The question took him by surprise. Maybe Jackson hadn't been that far off the mark. "Now, what I'm interested in is finding Clay. Do you know where he is?" With a sigh, Rachel leaned back in her chair. "I don't know. Wherever he is, I hope it's a long way from here." "Why did you move to Dallas, Rachel? Why not somewhere else?" Her gaze darted away. She toyed with the tie on her midriff top. "I've never been completely on my own. First I lived with my parents, then you and I were together, then I married Clay. When my parents died, I decided to make a fresh start. I knew you moved to Dallas after we broke up. I heard you'd never married. After I left Clay, I thought maybe, I don't know, I guess I thought if something happened, you'd be nearby in case I ever needed anything." "You came because I was here. Why didn't you ever call?" "I meant to. I started to call 12 times, but after all that, I couldn't work up the courage. Still, it was good to know you were here." And if she had called, he would have helped in any way he could. He had always been the protective sort, and she had always been needy. Apparently that hadn't changed. "Clay knows you're here?" She nodded. "He came by a couple of times when I first moved in. He tried to get me to come back to him. I told him I wasn't interested." "Did he threaten you?" She shook her head. "Not exactly, but he was really upset. I've never seen him in quite such a frenzy." "If you read the newspapers, then you know that 2 of my building projects have burned down in the past few weeks." "I saw the articles. I meant to call you, but—" She shrugged. "I wasn't sure I should." "Is there any chance Clay could be the one who set the fires?" Rachel sat up straighter in her chair. "That's why you're here? You think Clay set the fires?" "Did he?" I don't think he'd do something like that, but..." "But what?" "But he kept asking me why I picked Dallas. I told him I had a lead on a job through a friend, which was true. I'm not sure he believed me." "Anything else you can tell me?" She shook her head, shifting her honey-blonde hair across her shoulders. "I wish I could help, But that's all I know. Gabe rose from his chair, and Rachel stood up too. He pulled a business card out of his wallet and handed it over. "If you hear from Clay, give me a call." She looked down at the card. "If you, ever want to get together..." Gabe just shook his head. "One thing I've learned. It's best to let the past stay in the past." Turning, he walked to the door, pulled it open, and stepped out on the porch. As he strode toward his truck, he thought of the years since he had left the service. Rachel had come to Dallas because of him. There'd been a time he would have been flattered, would have taken her up on her invitation. But he was older now and wiser. And as beautiful and sexy as the lady still was, he just wasn't interested. Thoughts of Maddie slipped into his head, but Gabe ignored them, fixing his attention instead on the problem at hand. Clayton Sanders was the best lead he'd come up with. He would call Captain Daly and fill him in, put the police to work trying to find him. But finding Clay Sanders, if he didn't want to be found, wouldn't be easy. He was force recon, and he was smart. Smart enough to know how to torch a building. Smart enough to get away with it. Chapter 18. Monday morning, Maddie opened the door and welcomed Gabe into her apartment. She guarded her privacy. Friends from work had been there, of course, but she had never invited any of the few men she had dated into the sanctuary of her home. Now Gabe was there, and it made her nervous. He glanced around the open, high-ceilinged living room with its industrial windows and exposed brick walls, and she found herself holding her breath, waiting for his reaction, certain he would hate the Spartan environment. "Nice," he said, his gaze taking in the cone-shaped chairs at each end of the sofa, in front of the glass and black iron coffee table. "Good clean lines. Great layout." He looked back at her. "It fits you." She released the breath she had been holding, surprisingly relieved. "I'm glad you like it." "Personally, I prefer a little more clutter. But for you, yeah, it's a good fit." She wasn't quite sure that was a compliment, but she thought that maybe it was. "Coffee?" "No, thanks. I've had plenty already." Just then, Tigger meandered into the hallway. The cat stopped in front of Gabe, lifted his head, and gave him an imperious stare. Maddie hurried over to pick him up, certain Gabe wouldn't want anything to do with him. But he simply reached down and scooped the big orange tom up in his arms. "Hey, big boy." He ran the tips of his fingers gently back and forth beneath the cat's chin, and Tigger raised his head for more. Tigger, who never let anyone pick him up but Maddie, began to purr. "He's going to get fur on your clothes," Maddie said, trying not to think of those same masculine fingers stroking over her naked body, trying to ignore how sexy he looked in his body-hugging navy blue t-shirt and faded blue jeans. "What's his name?" Gabe asked. "Tigger. Sort of an offbeat version of Tiger, I guess." He increased the rhythm, and the cat's eyes closed in ecstasy. "Every guy needs a little morning rub, hey, buddy?" Gabe's eyes locked with hers, though neither of them had mentioned what had happened at his condo Saturday night. Sexual tension arched between them like lightning in the summer air. Maddie did her best not to look down at the fly of his jeans, and Gabe seemed to be fighting to keep his eyes off her breasts. But finding an arsonist was more important than a fresh round of sex, and both of them knew it, though it would certainly have been more entertaining. Gabe set the cat on its feet, made a quick perusal of Maddie's white jeans and red and white tank top, and cleared his throat. My brother Dev called. He managed to dig up some info that might help us. I thought we'd do some follow-up today. For the next few minutes, Gabe explained that the ex-wife of a former Marine named Clayton Sanders, once a friend of Gabe's, had recently moved to Dallas. Though their friendship had ended long ago, a good deal of animosity remained, at least on Sanders' side. Devlin Raines thought the fact that Rachel Sanders was in Dallas, combined with her petition for divorce, might have sent Sanders over the edge. "Clay's the best lead we've got," Gabe said, as they stepped out of the elevator and crossed the underground garage to the guest spaces where his truck was parked. "The police are looking for him as a person of interest, but I thought we might prowl around a little ourselves." Maddie paused next to him at the passenger door and cast him a sideways glance. "There's more to this than you're telling me, isn't there? Otherwise it doesn't make sense. This has something to do with you and the woman, Clay's wife." Gabe looked away. Maddie could see he didn't want to tell her. He helped her climb into the truck, went around to the driver's side, and slid behind the wheel. He turned to face her with a look of resignation. "Rachel and I were involved years ago when I was still in the Marines, before she and Clay got married." Maddie felt a sinking in the pit of her stomach. "I think I'm beginning to understand. You're the reason she moved to Dallas, right? Now that she's single again, she wants the two of you to get back together." Gabe started shaking his head, fierce blue eyes fixed on her face. "Maybe that's what Rachel was thinking when she came here, but not anymore." "Why not?" "Because yesterday I went to see her. I told her as far as I was concerned, the past was exactly that, the past." Maddie studied his expression. She wondered if he was telling her the truth. It didn't matter, she told herself. She was only using him for sex. All that hot male flesh, all those incredible muscles, were just a way to satisfy her recently awakened sexuality. If he was lying to her, she would end it. As Tracy had said, she could dump him whenever she wished. "You don't believe me, do you?" His jaw flexed. "You must have known some real losers, honey." Maddie jerked her gaze away. Mark was the worst, but there had been other men. Guys she had begun to trust before she found out they were users and liars, just like Mark. "I'm not lying to you, Maddie." More gentle now, Gabe's voice washed over her. "Until yesterday, I hadn't seen Rachel in nearly 10 years. I'm not interested in seeing her again." She watched his face, and a heavy weight eased off her chest. Gabe wasn't lying. She was almost sure. "It really isn't any of my business." He cocked a dark brown eyebrow. "Or maybe it is." She tried not to be warmed by the words. She didn't want more from Gabe than she was already getting. Well, maybe a little more of that hot, unbridled sex. Still, she couldn't stop the faintest of smiles. "Now, can we get going?" he asked. "I know a couple of friends of Clay's from when he was in the service. It was a long time ago, but you never know. If he's here, he might have gone to see them." "Sounds like a good place to start." He pinned her with a glare. "I have no idea why I'm letting you come with me. Aside from the fact I like being with you, and I want to take you back to bed." She grinned as he reached for the key in the ignition. But his phone started ringing before he had time to start the truck. Gabe pulled his cell out of his jeans pocket. "Raines." Maddie could only hear one side of the conversation, but her stomach knotted as Gabe's expression darkened, and she began to suspect what the call was about. Last night? Jesus, where? He paused. I'm not that far away. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Gabe hung up and turned to face her. That was Captain Daly. There's been another fire. They aren't sure yet if it's the same guy who set the first two, but they think it could be. We need to get over there and find out what's going on. Where was it? Maddie asked. Just off the North Stemmons Freeway. Gabe started the truck, backed it out of the guest parking space, and drove toward the exit. A wholesale clothing store. Artie's Menswear. At least it isn't a project you're involved in. Gabe cast her a glance. I worked on that store 3 years ago. A fairly large remodel. Oh my God, Maddie said. Gabe set his jaw and kept driving. Fire trucks surrounded the smoldering 3-story metal-roofed building. Hoses snaked out the back of the vehicles, and the asphalt gleamed with puddles of water. Exhausted firemen stored their gear and continued mopping up after they'd put out the blaze that had started last evening. Gabe and Maddie climbed out of the truck, and Gabe rounded the hood to where she stood waiting. Across the parking lot, Captain Daly walked toward them, silver-streaked hair mashed down from the helmet he carried in one hand. Thanks for coming, the captain said. Thanks for calling. Gabe inclined his head toward the petite, auburn-haired woman beside him. This is Maddie Baker. She's a friend. We met at the station, Maddie said. I talked to you about a boy named Angel Ramirez. I remember. What happened here, Captain? Gabe asked. We don't know all the details yet. It's still too hot for the fire dogs to go in. But the arson team's been working. They're taking samples now. They've already reported finding multiple points of origin. The way the accelerant was used was similar to the fire at McKinney Court. That's the reason I called. Gabe's jaw hardened. So it was definitely arson. It looks that way. But it doesn't look like the blaze was directed at you, the way the other 2 fires seem to have been. Yeah, well, I'm not so sure. What do you mean? I know Artie Roser. I did an extensive remodel on this building 3 years ago. Daly hissed in a breath. That certainly throws a different light on the matter. Not a good one either. It's worse than that. A body was found in the office at the rear of the building. Mrs. Roser says her husband always worked here Sunday evenings. He did bookkeeping, inventory adjustment, that kind of thing. She hasn't seen him since he left the house after supper last night. Gabe felt sick to his stomach. I don't know what to say. Artie was a nice enough guy, easy to work for. His wife's pretty upset. I think she's fairly sure the man we found is her husband. Where is she now? She's home with friends. I told her most fire victims don't suffer. They die from the carbon monoxide before the flames ever reach them. He swallowed. The information didn't make him feel any better. I didn't know Lucy Roser very well. Artie handled the details of the remodel. I only met her a couple of times. Like I said, she seems pretty shook up. Any word on Sanders? None so far. The police will be looking for him a whole lot harder now that there's a possible homicide involved. Gabe just nodded. I've got to go, Daly said. I'll let you know what else we turn up. Gabe stood there, watching him walk away, staring past him at the smoke and debris, the firemen sloshing through puddles, coiling up lengths of hose. He felt Maddie's hand settle gently on his arm. This isn't your fault, Gabe. The only person to blame is the man who set the fire. Gabe shook his head. It's connected to me. They're all connected to me in some way. That means I did something to someone bad enough to make him want revenge.
There are nutcases everywhere. He could have picked you randomly because you bumped into him on the sidewalk. Maybe you took the parking space he wanted.
Maybe. I guess it's possible.
He sighed.
I just don't know.
He reached for her, gently caught her shoulders.
I want you out of this, Maddie. A man is dead. Angel's in the hospital. If something happened to you...
Something happened to Artie Roser, and he was nowhere near you. He probably hadn't seen you in years.
No, but
this man may have already seen us together. Do you really think I'll be safer if I stay away from you? He could set my place on fire just as easily as he set this building on fire. He could assault me the way he did Angel. Gabe's insides knotted. He raked a hand through his hair.
God, Maddie.
We're going to keep searching, Gabe. We're going to find this lunatic before he hurts somebody else. He shook his head.
I don't like it. I don't want you involved.
I'm already involved, and you know it. I've been involved since the day we had coffee in the lobby of my office building. If this man is trying to hurt you, he could go after any person you know. His gaze found hers,
and especially the woman I'm sleeping with.
Her face turned faintly pink beneath the haze of freckles over the high bones in her cheeks, but she didn't correct the statement. We'll do this together, and we'll succeed, she said. Gabe felt a fresh stab of worry. He didn't want her getting hurt, yet he knew she was right. She wasn't safe no matter where she was. Not until the bastard was caught.
All right, we'll do it together. On one condition.
Her russet eyebrows drew together. What's that?
From now on, you spend your nights with me. I want to know you're somewhere I can keep you safe.
She opened her mouth to argue.
It's that or we stop right now.
Her chin firmed. I'm not stopping. I owe it to Angel.
Then I guess from now on, you'll be sleeping with me.
She shot him a glare. That's blackmail.
It's what we both want, and you know it. And I'll feel better if I know you're in a place where I can protect you.
Maddie seemed to mull that over. Her gaze measured the width of his chest before her pale blue eyes jerked back to his face. All right. For a while, we'll do it your way. A corner of his mouth edged up with the first trace of humor he had felt since Thomas Daly's phone call.
We can do it any way you want, sweetheart. In case you haven't figured it out, I'm extremely open-minded.
Chapter 19.
There'll be questions to answer,
Gabe said, as they walked back to his truck. Knowing the guilt he suffered, Maddie felt a rush of sympathy. You're only as far away as your cell phone. She increased her pace. Come on. We need to find Clayton Sanders, and that means calling on your old Marine buddies. He helped her into the pickup. She knew he felt responsible for the death of Artie Roser, or whoever it was who had died in the fire. Gabe was the kind of man who shouldered his responsibilities, perhaps more than he should. Maddie realized she had come to admire him. As the pickup rolled toward the home of Gabe's friend, former Marine Corporal Bobby Haslam, she thought of the deal they had struck. She could have said no. She could have simply refused his outrageous demand that she spend her nights in his condo. Besides being oversexed,
The man was demanding and wildly protective. She would probably be fine in her own apartment, without Gabe hovering over her like her own personal bodyguard. On the other hand, there was a chance he could be right, and the arsonist with Gabe in his sights would aim his weapon at her. It was the excuse she'd latched onto, though the truth was far simpler. She wanted Gabe Rains. She had admitted that to herself the night she had left his apartment after supper and realized how much she had wanted to stay. Gabe had awakened sexual yearnings she didn't know she possessed. She was a woman with needs, she now realized. Needs only Gabriel Rains seemed able to satisfy. She intended to have him for as long as their passionate interlude lasted. And there was the vow she had made. She wanted the vicious man who had attacked Angel Ramirez caught and punished. She intended to do whatever it took to find him. The truck rounded a corner into a respectable and well-kept neighborhood. Gabe pulled up in front of a set of apartments built around a big rectangular swimming pool. The splashes and laughter of noisy children and adults filled the air as she and Gabe walked toward the entrance and went in through an ornate wrought-iron gate. "Bo lives on the second floor," Gabe said. "Number 42. Mattie let him lead her in that direction, up a wide set of stairs. Gabe knocked, and a stout, good-looking man in his early 30s pulled open the door. Still wearing a marine buzz cut, he was at least 4 inches shorter than Gabe, but just as powerfully built. "Gabe! Hey, man, come on in!" Bo stepped back, and Gabe rested a hand at Mattie's waist, guiding her into the living room, which was surprisingly neat, considering Gabe had told her Haslam was a bachelor. "Bo, this is Mattie Baker." "Nice to meet you, Mattie." She smiled. "Gabe's told me a little about you. I guess you guys were in the same unit at Camp Lejeune." "Man, those were the good old days." He winked. "Well, maybe not that good as I look back on it. We worked our butts off getting through boot camp, but we made it. We served our country, and as hokey as that might sound, I'm proud of it." "It doesn't sound hokey at all," Mattie said, meaning it. "I can't imagine where we'd be without guys like you." Bo seemed pleased. "You two want a beer or something?" He held up the can of Coke he was drinking. "I'm working the night shift this week, so I don't have to leave for a while." "Bo's a chemical engineer," Gabe explained. "Unlike me, after he got out of the Corps, he used his GI Bill to go to college." Bo grinned, flashing a set of straight white teeth. "Yeah, that way I didn't have to start actually working for 4 more years." Mattie laughed, though clearly Haslam was not a shirker. For the first time it occurred to her that Gabe didn't have a college education. It should have bothered her, considering the high standards she set for any man she might consider dating. But Gabe was smart and successful. He had worked hard and educated himself, and as Mattie thought about it, she admired him even more. "So, what brings you around here?" Bo asked. "We're looking for Clayton Sanders. We were hoping you might know where he is." Gabe went on to explain about the fires, about Rachel, and that there was a chance Clay might be in Dallas. "I'm not saying he's the guy who set the fires. We just need to talk to him." "Man, I wish I could help you. Last time I saw Clay was about 3 months ago. He said he and his wife had split up, but he was sure they'd be getting back together." "Rachel mentioned Clay's visit," Gabe said. "That's it. I haven't heard from him since. Dobie might have seen him, though. They used to be pretty tight. I figured I'd go by and see him after work." Gabe's mouth faintly curved as he looked at Maddie. "Dwayne Doberman Pencer. Dobie for short." "Interesting name," Maddie said. "Remember how he got it, Gabe?" Bo turned to Maddie. "A bunch of us were drinking down at Tiny's bar, and Dwayne started chasing after this hot little babe in a miniskirt. She kept telling him to leave her alone, but Dwayne wouldn't give up. Then her boyfriend showed up and grabbed Dwayne by the shirt front. We all ended up brawling, trying to get him out of there in one piece. Gabe took on about half the guys in the bar. The other half, I don't think Maddie's interested in how Dwayne got his nickname." Maddie grinned. "Oh, but I am. Let's just say the man is tough as nails, and so is Gabe." He cast Bo a warning glance. "On that note, I think it's time for us to go." Bo walked them to the door. "Man, I wish you luck. But I gotta say, I can't imagine Clay burning down buildings. He could get a little crazy at times, but that's way over the top." "I hope you're right." "Nice to meet you, Bo," Maddie said. "You too, Maddie." His gaze ran over her, and he flicked Gabe a look of approval. "Nice going, buddy." Gabe just smiled. His hand returned to the small of her back as he walked her toward the door, and she wondered if he could possibly be marking his territory. Surely not, she thought, a hollow feeling settling in her stomach. Gabe wasn't interested in anything more than she was. Hot sex, for as long as it lasted. "I need to go to the hospital," Maddie said, as they started driving again. "Since we can't talk to Dobie until tonight, maybe you could drop me off at Baylor for a while." "All right. We'll see how Angel's doing, and you can stay for as long as you like. I need to check with Sam McBride, and also Jake Turner. He's the foreman on McKinney Court." Maddie shifted a little in the seat. "I've heard about your friend Sam. He's been seeing my friend Tracy. What's he like?" "Sam's a great guy. Steady, loyal, hard-working. He's got drive and ambition, but they never overpower his sense of responsibility or his principles. I guess you could say, aside from my brothers, Sam's my best friend." Maddie fiddled with a pleat in her white cotton slacks. "There's nothing, wrong with him. Sexually, I mean." Gabe laughed. "You mean is he gay or something? Not even close. Sam's interested in your friend. I gather he thinks she's special. Your friend could do a whole lot worse." Maddie made no reply. Gabe wondered if she thought that because their relationship was mostly sexual, it lessened her value somehow. "Whatever you're thinking, I'm glad you don't have your girlfriend's hang-ups." Maddie settled back against the seat. "I had plenty of hang-ups before I met you." He knew she hadn't been aware of her passionate nature, though he had sensed it from the start. Images flashed of her naked and moaning, his erection buried deep inside her, and a rush of heat went straight to his groin. "Tonight," he said gruffly, "when we get back to my place, we'll see if we can get rid of a few more." Maddie's eyes widened. She jerked her gaze toward the window, her cheeks flushing prettily. Gabe didn't tell her that as much as he wanted to have her a dozen different and erotic ways, the notion of making slow, sensual love to her was equally appealing. They went into the hospital together, to discover that Angel had been moved to a regular room, but still remained unconscious. "I wish the news was better," Dr. Burton said. He was a tall, skinny man, his fingers long and thin. Gabe liked the concern he read in the man's narrow face. "At least he's stable, and all his vital signs are strong." "I guess that's something," Gabe said. He looked down at the boy who had once been so full of life and energy. His smooth, dark skin was pale, his cheeks sunken in. A blunt-fingered hand lay limply on top of the sheet, scabbed over from his fall to the pavement. Gabe felt a rush of guilt for what Angel had suffered, perhaps because of him. It was followed by a fierce shot of anger that the bastard hadn't been caught. "Mattie!" Rosa Ramirez spotted her next to Angel's bed, hurried over, and enveloped her in a slightly desperate hug. "Señor Raines," she said to Gabe, as the women ended their embrace. "Thank you for stopping by to see my son." "We're all holding good thoughts for him," Gabe said. They talked for a while. Gabe asked about her other two children, which made her smile, then excused himself, leaving the women to sit at Angel's bedside. As he headed for his truck, he phoned Sam, who had just left Greenwood and was on his way to check on the work being done at the towers. Gabe fired up the pickup and drove in that direction. He was still a working man, with bills to pay and construction deadlines. But he couldn't get the memory of Angel Ramirez's still figure out of his head, or the thought of Artie Roser trapped and dying in the flames. Tomorrow he would visit Artie's wife. If Artie turned out to be the man who had died in the fire, the least he could do was express his condolences. Gabe tried to ignore a fresh shot of guilt. Mattie waited in front of the hospital as Gabe pulled over to pick her up. She opened the door and climbed inside using the chrome step beneath the door, getting used to the height of the vehicle. "Everything all right?" Gabe asked. "Status quo. Rosa is doing better. She's a strong woman." Gabe just nodded. "I thought we'd go by your house so you could pack some things to take over to my place. It's about time for Dwayne to be getting home from work. We could drive on over from there." "All right." Dusk had settled over the horizon by the time they left Mattie's loft and drove to the Oaklawn area, rolling through streets lined with modest family homes. According to Gabe, Dwayne Doberman Pencer was married with two small children, a boy and a girl. A slender, cocoa-skinned woman opened the door. "Gabe, come on in." She was willowy and beautiful, wearing a turban and big gold hoop earrings, and looking like a picture from an African travel brochure. "I'm Viola Pencer, Dwayne's wife." "I'm Mattie Baker. It's nice to meet you." "Dwayne just got home. Why don't you make yourselves comfortable, and I'll tell him you're here." The sound of children's laughter reached them in the living room as Gabe escorted Mattie across the dark brown carpet to a brown plaid sofa. The house was neat except for a stack of puzzles, a set of dominoes, and a coloring book sitting on the walnut coffee table. A small stuffed rabbit peeked out from behind one of the sofa pillows. Dwayne walked in, a tall, extremely handsome man with short, curly black hair, big brown eyes, and a double row of thick black eyelashes any woman would envy. Mattie was developing a new appreciation for Marines. "Hey, man, long time no see." "Too long." Gabe smiled as he shook his friend's hand, and they clapped each other on the back. Just then, two small faces appeared in the hallway. When they spotted Gabe,
They giggled and raced toward him. Something squeezed in Maddie's chest as he knelt and scooped the children into his powerful arms, propping them up, one on each side, against his broad chest. "Maddie, say hello to Cassie and Jonas." She walked over and shook each child's small hand. "Hello, Cassie. Hi, Jonas. I'm Maddie. I'm very pleased to meet you." "Hello," the little boy said shyly. "How old are you?" Maddie asked. Jonas held up 5 fingers. 4, he said. Maddie laughed. "How about you, Cassie?" "I'm 3." "Good for you, sweetie." Maddie turned to Dwayne and Viola, who had joined them. "They're darling children." Viola beamed. "Thank you. We think so too, but then that's what all parents think." Gabe set the children on their feet, and Dwayne shooed them off to play in the bedroom. "I read about the fires," Dwayne said. "That's a bummer, man." "There was another fire last night. A building I worked on a couple of years ago. The owner was killed." "Shit, man." "I know." Gabe explained that they were tracking down any information that might lead them to the arsonist, and mentioned Clay Sanders' name. "You gotta be shitting me. You think Clay would burn down your buildings just because Rachel is divorcing his sorry ass?" "Did you know she moved to Dallas 3 months ago?" Dwayne frowned, drawing his black eyebrows together. "She's still here? I thought she went back to Jacksonville with Clay." "She's here, and they're still getting divorced. Have you seen Clay lately?" Dwayne set his hands on a pair of narrow hips. Like Gabe and Bo, the man was built. "I saw him 2 weeks ago. He said he just happened to be in town. He must have been here to see Rachel." "She said she hadn't seen him since she first moved here, 3 months ago." "Oh, man." Dwayne flicked a covert glance at Maddie. "You and Rachel, you aren't still—" "No. I didn't even know she lived here until all of this started." Dwayne just nodded. "Got any idea where I can find him?" Gabe asked. Dwayne knuckled his bristly black hair. "When he was here, we had a drink at a place called the Jolly Roger. It's a bar off the North Tollway. The bartender seemed to know him. If he's still in town, might be a chance you'd find him there." He wrote down the address and handed it to Gabe. "Thanks, Dobe." Dwayne drew himself up a little straighter, suddenly looking less like a father and more like the Marine he had been. "You want me to go with you?" Gabe shook his head. "We don't even know if he's still in Dallas." "You go after Clay. You'd better be careful. You know he went force recon." "I know." Maddie looked at the 2 ex-Marines, and a shiver ran down her spine. If these powerful men were worried about Sanders, Maddie was terrified. "I'll be careful," Gabe said. "Give me a call if you need me." But the set of Gabe's jaw said he wasn't about to involve anyone else in his troubles. He would face his problems alone, as she suspected he had been doing most of his life. Suddenly, she was glad she was staying with him tonight. She knew what to do in bed to soothe the man's troubles. Before she'd met Gabe, she'd had no idea there was any other kind of sex. Tonight, maybe she could give Gabe something in return for the incredible pleasure he'd given her. Chapter 20.
It was Tuesday. They were driving Maddie's silver BMW convertible with the top down. The temperature was in the 80s, and the humidity had come down to tolerable. Maddie had suggested it might be nice to combine work with a little pleasure, which made Gabe think of making love to her last night. The sex had been nothing short of fantastic. Maddie had wanted to take the lead, and for a while he had let her. They were naked in his king-size bed when she came up over him, tossed her russet curls over one shoulder, and began to kiss her way down his chest. For whatever reason and his good fortune, she seemed fascinated by his muscular build. Both his brothers had the lean body of an athlete, but Gabe was built like a football player, which in high school he had been. Those muscles she seemed to like so much tightened with the brush of her little pink tongue across his nipple, and his pulse kicked into gear. His hand slipped into the silky hair, tickling his navel, cradling her head as she trailed hot kisses over his abdomen, headed downward until she came to his steely erection. Gabe hissed in a breath. Her tongue wound around him, licked and tasted. Jesus, Maddie. When she took him into her mouth, he fought not to come. God, she felt so good. He was hard as granite, his hips moving unconsciously as she worked over him. There wasn't a man alive who wouldn't enjoy having a woman as beautiful and sexy as Maddie Baker, doing her best to please him. And yet there was something missing. Something that had always been there when they had made love before. She wanted to soothe him, help him forget his troubles for a while, and Jesus, she did. But ultimately, he was a man, and he liked being in charge. And when he took control and rolled her beneath him, when he captured her lips in a searing kiss, Maddie's response went from warm to burning hot. She was breathing hard, whimpering as he suckled her lovely breasts, reached down and began to stroke her. He tried to slow things down, keep them both in a sensuous haze, but Maddie didn't want to wait, and neither did he. He took her hard and fast, bringing her to a raging climax, then finding his own release. Afterward, they fell asleep, Maddie curled in his arms. This morning, they had made love again, the attraction intense and demanding. At least for a little longer, his fantasy of slow, sensual lovemaking would have to wait. Gabe looked over at the woman behind the wheel of the convertible. Maddie was driving, taking control today, which reminded him of last night, and he bit back a smile. "What's the address?" she asked, as they wove their way through an area of expensive homes on huge, manicured lots. 1515 Jefferson. The address belonged to Artie Roser. Captain Daly had called this morning to let them know that Artie's body had been identified from his dental plates. The news left an ache in Gabe's chest. There it is. Maddie whipped the BMW to a stop in front of an impressive brick, mansard-roofed, single-story house that had to be at least 5,000 square feet. The Rosers hadn't lived in this house when Gabe had done the building remodel 3 years ago. Daly had given him the new address. Now that he saw the house, Gabe was a little surprised. In his late 50s, Artie was the kind of guy who had the first dollar he'd ever earned. Gabe wouldn't have expected him to splurge on a place like this. Matty was already out of the car and waiting for him on the sidewalk as he closed his door. She untied the bright red scarf she had worn over her hair to keep it from blowing in the wind and stuffed it into her purse. In navy capri pants, a crisp white blouse, and low-heeled red sandals, she walked beside him toward the double-carved front doors. Thinking how pretty she looked with her fiery hair gleaming in the sunshine, Gabe forced his thoughts away from the night ahead. A night that would include hot, erotic sex and a soft woman sleeping in his arms. Gabe sighed. He was in serious trouble, and he knew it. Funny thing was, he refused to do a damned thing about it. They reached the house, and he rang the doorbell. He rang the bell several more times, but no one answered. On a whim, he crossed the lawn to the side yard and heard laughter coming from the back of the house. Thinking maybe he could leave a message with whoever was out there, he reached up to unlock the gate, while Matty hurried to catch up with him. They made their way along a path lined with pink flowers to the rear of the house, where a huge kidney-shaped swimming pool dominated the manicured yard. Beneath a large covered patio, Lucille Roser stretched out on a padded lounge chair, sipping a tropical drink, a floppy-brimmed hat covering her shoulder-length red hair. An attractive woman in her early 40s, her flowered yellow one-piece swimsuit hid most of the few extra pounds she carried. A few feet away, a good-looking black-haired man, several years her junior, also sat in a lounger, holding a frosty drink. The moment Lucy spotted Gabe, she shot to her feet, the pineapple hanging from the side of her glass tumbling onto the cement. "What are you doing back here?" her companion asked, setting his drink aside and rising from his chair. "Who are you?" "It's all right, Colin." Lucille picked up a terry cloth robe and slipped it over her swimsuit. "We've met somewhere, haven't we? I'm afraid with all that's happened, your name seems to have escaped me." "Gabriel Rains. I did the remodel on your husband's clothing store a few years back." "Of course. Now I remember." Strangely, he had the feeling she had known who he was the moment he'd set foot on the patio. "This is my friend, Matty Baker. We came by to express our condolences on the loss of your husband. I didn't mean to intrude." Because he hadn't expected to find Artie's widow entertaining poolside 2 days after his death. "I just wanted to leave word with someone that I had stopped by." "I appreciate that," Lucy said. "This is my attorney, Colin Royce." She glanced down at the robe covering her swimsuit. "I hope you don't think I'm being disrespectful." "We all grieve in different ways," Matty said. "Colin, Mr. Royce and I needed to talk about the estate. I thought it would be better if we were outside in the sunshine, rather than sitting inside, swamped with memories." "I understand," Gabe said. "I liked your husband. I just wanted you to know that if there is anything at all you need—" "I appreciate the offer, Mr. Rains." She turned to Matty. "A pleasure meeting you, Ms. Baker." "You as well, Mrs. Roser." Gabe left the pair on the patio and walked Matty back to the car. "Not exactly the grieving widow," she said, as she slid behind the steering wheel, dragged the red scarf out of her purse, swept it over her head, and tied it beneath her chin. "Not exactly." "She knew who you were from the start. I saw it in her eyes when she spotted you." "I thought so too." She fired up the powerful BMW engine, turned and cast him a glance. "You and Mrs. Roser, the two of you were never... God, no. Maddie looked relieved. I just thought maybe... You know that old saying about a woman scorned. Yeah, I know it. In this case, it doesn't apply. But it did apply to Rachel Sanders. Worry about Clay settled heavily on his chest. Where to from here? Maddie asked. No place until tonight. And I thought I'd stop in at the Jolly Roger, see if Clay might show up. Good idea. He caught her determined expression and firmly shook his head. Forget it. I'm not taking you with me. If Clay is there and he's involved in this mess, if Clay Sanders is the arsonist, you show up looking for him and he spots you, he'll realize you've figured out he's the man setting the fires and he's liable to run. Let me go in, ask a few questions. If he's there, we can call the police. If he isn't, maybe the bartender will know where to find him. No way. Besides, if he's been watching me, he might have seen you too. He won't recognize me, I promise. In the meantime, while you're thinking about it and coming to your senses, I need to go to work. I thought you took the week off. I did, but there are a couple of projects I need to check on. If I stay on top of them, it's going to be a lot easier to play catch-up when I go back to the office. And I want to go by the hospital. Gabe nodded. All right. I need to do some work myself. Sam's good, but I don't expect him to handle everything by himself. Great. I'll drop you back at your condo so you can get your truck, then meet you back there later. Deal. But promise me you won't go anywhere else, and you'll be careful. Bet on it, big guy. Gabe leaned over and kissed her. After dropping Gabe off, Maddie stopped by her apartment to feed and check on Tigger and pick up something to wear to the Jolly Roger. She was sure she could find a way to convince Gabe to let her go with him, and dressed as Lena Sterling, Sanders wasn't likely to recognize her, even if he had seen her with Gabe. She bent down to give Tigger a final chin rub, and the phone began to ring. Maddie walked over and picked up the receiver. Hello? Nothing. Hello? Is anyone there? She could hear music in the background, and what might have been the sound of someone breathing. A little trickle of fear slipped through her as the person on the end of the line hung up the phone. The first 3 or 4 times it had happened, she hadn't been concerned. The person on the other end never said anything threatening, just seemed to be listening to the sound of her voice. But lately, with all that had been happening, the calls were beginning to make her nervous. She had done a lot of volunteer work at the center. Some of the kids she came in contact with were pretty rough. Was it one of them? Or did it have something to do with the fires? After leaving her apartment, she stopped by the Family Recovery Center. She wanted to find out if any of the other volunteers had reported receiving prank calls. Not as far as I know, the young black-haired receptionist, Sophie Dominguez, said. If anybody's been getting calls, they haven't mentioned it. You're thinking it might be someone you met down here? I don't know. It could be random. Or it could be the guy who's been busy burning down Gabe's buildings, she thought. But she hated to say that to Gabe, who was already ridiculously protective. She didn't want to add to his worries with something so trivial, at least not until she had more to go on than a few hang-up phone calls. Thanks, Sophie. Before she headed for the office, Maddie drove to the hospital to check on Angel. In a room he now shared with another teenage boy, the victim of a motorcycle accident, Angel lay in the exact position he had been in when she had been there to see him before. His eyes were closed, his coloring pale. Monitors attached to his chest beeped his vital signs. As she sat down beside him, Maddie said a silent prayer for his recovery, reached over and took hold of his cool, limp hand. She talked to him for a while, telling him how much the people at the Zygmunt Gallery liked Enrique's work, and that they were planning to have a show for him. "You have to get well," she said, "so that you can be there that night with your friend." But Angel made no reply, and as she left the boy's side some time later, Maddie's heart felt heavy. It was mid-afternoon by the time she reached the Kaufman building and took the elevator up to her office on the 15th floor. "I thought you were on vacation," Shirley Mack said, leaning over to deliver a fistful of messages. "I am, sort of." But the minute she pushed through the doors leading into the drafting area, Aaron and 2 other draftsmen came hurrying toward her. "I'm glad you're here." Aaron rolled up beside her. "We ran across another problem on those drawings of the school we've been working on." One of the newer guys, Matt Davidson, spoke up before she had time to reply. "And I was hoping to talk to you about your gallery project. The mechanical engineer says we need a larger pipe tunnel to accommodate the return air." "When you get a chance," said the 3rd draftsman, Joey Chin, "I've got a problem with that office building over on Commerce. The client's demanding a conference room that doubles as a media room seating 40. I thought maybe if we put our heads together we might be able to come up with a solution." Maddie managed not to sigh. "Give me a minute to return some of these phone calls, and I'll be right with you." "Thanks, Maddie," all of them said in unison. As she continued toward her office, she passed Mel Freeman, whose mouth edged up in a mocking smile. Once inside, she closed the door and let her pent-up sigh escape. She should have known better than to try to take time off. Too much was happening. Too many projects needed her attention. She had a demanding job with endless responsibilities. She needed to be doing what she was paid for, not running off with Gabe in search of an arsonist. She thought of the decision she had made when she had first started her job at the firm. Work comes first. It was her mantra. At the time, she had sworn she wouldn't get involved in any sort of relationship. Now, there was Gabe. The nights she spent with him were amazing. She wished she could say it was just the sex, but she would be lying to herself. She enjoyed just being with him. She appreciated his intelligence and sense of humor. She wanted to spend time with him. Way too much. And there was her promise to Angel. She was the one who had suggested he help Gabe find the arsonist. It was her suggestion that had gotten him assaulted. She had vowed to find the man who had hurt him. She couldn't let him down. Maddie rubbed her eyes and tried not to get discouraged. Seated in her leather executive chair, she turned on her computer and set to work. With so much catching up to do, not to mention the help her associates needed, she wouldn't be home until after 6. She made a mental note to call Gabe and tell him. Maddie bit her lip. The phone call was just one more indication that she was getting too involved. She had to slow things down, put her life back into proper perspective. When the week was over, whether they caught the arsonist or not, she was returning to her own apartment. No more nights with Gabe. Only an occasional sleepover, as he called it, assuming he would still be interested. A dull ache
settled in Matty's chest. "Looks like we're making good progress," Gabe said to Sam, as they stood in the open 3-story lobby of the Dallas Towers. "The building inspector was here earlier. Building passed the electrical inspection. We're getting ready to start on the interior walls." "That's great." "I was over at Greenwood earlier," Sam said. "The painters are hard at it. We're about to start putting in cabinets. I stopped by on my way over here. Everything looks good." And he had spoken to the Atlas security guard. No one suspicious had been hanging around. No one had been prowling around at night. "At least we haven't had any slowdowns there," Sam said. "None so far. We're back down to the foundation on McKinney Court. The bad news is Wildcat Oil is getting nervous. 2 of my projects have burned. They're afraid the guy who did it will target their building again as soon as we get it up. And they don't even know about the fire at Artie's." "What did you say to them?" "I told them the cops were going to have the bastard in jail long before their building got that far along." "So what about Artie's? You really figured the fact you remodeled the place 3 years ago was enough for this nutcase to burn it down?" "I wouldn't put anything past him. In fact, I'm hiring a night watchman for your place, too." Sam rifled a hand through his short blonde hair. "You can't protect everyone you've ever met, Gabe." "I suppose not." But he intended to try. One of the guys in the crew interrupted the conversation. Sam answered a couple of questions, then walked with Gabe to his truck. "So how's it going with Maddie?" Sam asked. "She's great, and I'm in deep trouble." "How about you and Tracy?" "Same here. We've been together every evening, but I still haven't spent the night. It's like she's a different person, Gabe. Free somehow. She trusts me not to take advantage, and I'm determined not to disappoint her. Unfortunately, I have no idea where to go from here." "To bed, I would say." "Sounds good to me, but I don't know what will happen once we do. I really like her, Gabe. If I take her to bed, she might treat me like the other guys she's been with. If I don't, sooner or later, I'll lose her for sure." "Rock in a hard place." Sam grinned. "You can say that again." Gabe laughed. "Good luck, buddy." "You too." As Gabe climbed into his pickup and headed for the Egyptian Theater, he heard a faint chiming on his phone. Pulling it out of his pocket, he read the text message rolling across the screen. "Can't you see? It wasn't me. Next time, it will be." A chill rose at the back of his neck. The arsonist knew his cell phone number. Either that, or someone was playing a very unfunny joke. Christ. He didn't know if the police could trace a text message, but he sure as hell meant to try. Being careful not to erase the call, he phoned Thomas Daly, then set off for the fire captain's Marilla Street office. Daly was in when he got there. "Actually, these days we can locate the sender," the captain said as he took the phone from Gabe's hand. "We've got the technology. The problem is, if it is the guy who's been setting the fires, he's smart. Too smart to get himself caught by something as simple as this. If it's him, and not someone playing a joke, odds are he used a disposable phone." Gabe hadn't thought of that, but it made perfect sense. "Think the caller could be telling the truth?"
Is it possible someone else set the fire? Might be. We're looking at a couple of interesting developments. I'm not at liberty just yet to tell you what they are.
Gabe didn't press for more. He considered himself lucky the fire captain had been as upfront as he had been. Probably wouldn't have been nearly so helpful if it hadn't been for the favor Gabe had done for his father.
We'll get what we need from this, and you can pick it up in an hour or so, the captain said. Any word on Sanders? If he's in town, he's staying out of sight. Yeah, Clay is good at that. Appreciate your help, Captain. Stay safe, my friend.
Gabe just nodded. He had a hunch the message had come from the arsonist, and that the captain was right. A throwaway phone wouldn't lead them anywhere. Which meant his best bet was to find Clay Sanders. And the place to start looking was the Jolly Roger. Chapter 21. Maddie decided to return to her apartment and change for the evening before she went back to Gabe's. Once he saw her dressed as a blonde Lena Sterling, he might be easier to convince. Even though she had called and told him she was on her way, Gabe was pacing the floor by the time she arrived at his condo. Using the key he had given her, she opened the door and stepped into the entry. Gabe stopped pacing and just stared. What the hell? She did a little pirouette, allowing him to take in the curly blonde wig, short white skirt, red top, and big white hoop earrings. I told you Sanders wouldn't recognize me. Those incredible blue eyes of his darkened for an instant, before he strode toward her, hauled her into his arms, and very thoroughly kissed her. Her heart was pumping by the time he let her go. Why don't we put this bar visit off until a little later? He said gruffly. Maddie laughed. I guess you like me as a blonde. I like you as a redhead. And even better than that, I like you naked. He drew her closer again, let her feel his erection. See what I mean? Maddie grinned and shook her head. We have something more important to do, and you know it. Besides, once we're finished, we'll have the rest of the night to make love. Gabe groaned. Lady, you sure know what to say to get what you want. She spun around once more. So, what do you think? We go to the Jolly Roger. I go in, and you watch me through the windows. I'll talk to the bartender, see what I can find out. If we get lucky, maybe Sanders will show up and we can call the police. What if the place doesn't have any windows? It does. I drove by on my way over here. His mouth tightened and he scowled. Honey, you are pushing your luck. You know I'm right. If you go in there asking questions, the bartender will tell Clay you're looking for him. He'll be able to describe you, and Clay will know you're after him. If I go in, he won't have a clue. A muscle ticked in his cheek. He didn't want her to go. Still, she could see he knew she was right. If they wanted to find Clay, they needed information. In her sexy skirt and low-cut blouse, she had a lot better chance of getting what they needed than Gabe did. Time to head him up and move him out, she said airily as she brushed past him toward the door and managed to get him to smile. It's from an old Western TV series, Rawhide. I had a crush on Clint Eastwood when I was a teen. His mouth edged up. So you really do like cowboys. She glanced down, saw he was wearing his boots. "I really do." His eyes darkened. "Sure you don't want to stay?" "I'd love some of what you'd like to give me, cowboy, but I think we'd better go." Gabe grinned as he urged her toward the door. Then his smile slipped away. "I hate this," he grumbled. Honestly, the place didn't look that bad, at least from the outside. Besides, if something goes wrong, you can play hero and save me. Gabe just grunted. Instead of taking his pickup, which Sanders might have seen, they drove her BMW with the top up and parked at the edge of the lot in a shadowy area, out of the reach of the streetlights. The building itself, a freestanding brick structure, had a covered porch with a red and black pirate sign out front. Neon beer signs blazed through windows that lined both sides of the bar, just as she had said. As they moved through the darkness at the edge of the parking lot, the clack and clatter of pool balls from inside the building reached them on the still night air. "I'll be out here watching you," Gabe said softly. "Anything goes wrong, I'll be there as fast as I can." Maddie knew he would be. Gabe bent down and pressed a quick, hard kiss on her mouth, then disappeared. With a deep, calming breath, she moved toward the wide wooden steps leading up to the covered porch. Through the windows in front, she saw several other women sitting at tables or bar stools, and relaxed a little. Apparently the place was at least somewhat respectable. As she pushed through the door, she surveyed the black pirate flags, fake crossed sabers, motorcycle paraphernalia, and the skull and crossbones on the walls. 3 men stood around a pool table off to one side, and a couple sat at a small round table, sipping beer they poured from a frosty pitcher. As she had said, it wasn't really a rough joint. It was mostly an after-work crowd in their late 20s and 30s, and it was still early enough that none of them seemed to be drunk. She walked up to the bar and took a seat on one of the black vinyl stools. The bartender, a few years older than she, dark-haired and good-looking with an earring in one ear, mopped the bar in front of her. "What can I get you, darling?" "You wouldn't have a Lone Star back there, would you?" "Sure do." He set a cold bottle in front of her and popped the cap. "Thanks." Maddie took a long, refreshing swallow and set the bottle back down in the bar. "I don't think I've seen you in here before," the bartender said. "I'm visiting a friend. She lives a few blocks away. She won't be home until later, and I was desperate for a beer." "I get that. What's your name?" "Lena," she smiled. "What's yours?" "Tommy. Tommy McClure. I'm the owner." "Nice to meet you, Tommy." They shook hands across the bar. "You know, my friend Mary has a friend who comes in here. His name is Clay Sanders. You know him?" "Sure, I know Clay. Nice guy." "A great guy, except when he's burning down buildings," she thought. "Has he been in tonight?" "Not yet, but he'll probably show up. He stops by at least 3 or 4 times a week, usually between 8 and 9. Maddie flicked a glance at the window, wishing she could tell Gabe, but there was no sign of him. "He's a Marine," she reminded herself. "He won't be easy to spot." Maddie sipped her beer, taking her time, occasionally watching the door. People came and went. A rougher crowd began to gather. When a couple of disreputable-looking men began making dirty wisecracks,
and started in her direction. Tommy raised a sawed-off pool cue and shook his head. The men stopped where they were, turned and went back to their seats, grumbling, but not really mad. Clearly, Tommy's customers had a grudging respect for him. Mattie glanced at the clock and ordered another Lone Star, sipped it even more slowly. When the clock hit 9:30, she set the half-finished bottle down and asked for the check. Tommy brought it over. "I guess your girlfriend isn't going to show," he said. "I guess not." She paid the bill with cash and left a hefty tip on the bar. She was just sliding off the stool when the front door opened and a man walked in. In jeans and an olive-drab T-shirt, he was as tall as Gabe, but with a leaner, more sinewy build. He would have been handsome if it hadn't been for his slightly crooked nose and uneven eyebrows. Still, he was attractive. Gabe had shown her a photo of Clay taken 10 years ago, but even if she hadn't seen it, she would have known she had just found Clayton Sanders. There was an air of danger about him. He looked like the kind of man who could burn down a building if he wanted. Mattie picked up her purse, slung the strap over her shoulder, and started across the wooden floor toward the door. If Gabe was watching, by now he had spotted Clay and called the police. She listened for the sound of sirens, certain she would hear them any minute. Instead, as she passed Clay's table, his chair moved backward, grating against the floor as he came to his feet. "Where are you going in such a hurry, sweetheart?" The words came out a little slurred, and she realized he had already had plenty to drink. "Just heading home." She continued walking, but Clay caught her arm and spun her around to face him. His heavy-lidded gaze slid over her, taking in the curly blonde hair, short skirt, and low-cut top. "I could use a little company. How about I buy you a drink?" Mattie gently tried to pull free. If he didn't let go in the next few seconds, she had no doubt Gabe would come crashing through the door. Instead of releasing her, Clay sat down and tugged her into his lap. "Now, isn't that better?" Mattie's heart was racing. Her eyes shot to the door at the sound of heavy footfalls charging up the wooden stairs. Then Gabe was there, hauling her out of Clay's lap. "You don't want to mess with her," Gabe warned. Sanders rose lazily to his feet, not the least bit intimidated by the furious, towering figure leaning over him. "Well, if it isn't my old buddy Gabe." Gabe drew Mattie behind him. "What are you doing in Dallas, Clay?" "Why? Do I need your permission to be here?" "You do if you're burning down my buildings." Sanders' smile turned wolfish. "I heard about that. Nobody deserves it more." "That right." Gabe's hands fisted. "How about the boy you beat to a pulp to keep him from asking questions?" Clay shook his head. "I don't know anything about that." Mattie ran to the bar. "Call the police, Tommy." "No way. I don't want any trouble." But he rounded the bar, holding his cut-off pool cue, heading straight for Clay and Gabe. "You two want to fight, take it outside." Gabe's features looked carved in stone. Sanders just smiled. Mattie didn't see the roundhouse punch he threw until it hit Gabe squarely in the jaw. Mattie shrieked, and the fight was on.
Chairs scraped as patrons stood up and moved back to give the fighters room, then stood watching with a sort of primal glee. Maddie's gaze flew to the door, but no help appeared to be coming. Tommy headed back to the bar, resigned to calling the police. Maddie prayed Gabe had already called them. Her attention returned to the two big men, and for an instant she forgot to breathe. One blow followed another. Gabe was powerful, and every punch earned a grunt from Clay. But Clay was quick, and though he struck less often, each blow landed with devastating accuracy and solid force. Gabe threw a body blow that had to have cracked a rib. Clay lowered his head and rammed Gabe in the middle, carrying him backwards till both of them crashed into the wall. Blood flew from a shot to Sanders's nose. Clay split Gabe's lip, and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Maddie watched with terrified fascination. She had never seen a real fistfight, certainly not a fight between two powerful men determined to knock each other senseless or worse. Clay staggered from a heavy blow, then bounced back and got a chokehold around Gabe's neck. For the first time, Maddie realized Gabe could be in mortal danger. "You know he went force recon?" Gabe had said that was like being a Navy SEAL or Green Beret. Maddie wasn't waiting a moment longer. Her half-empty beer bottle sat on the bar. Racing toward it, she grabbed the bottle by the neck, ran over to the men, and slammed the heavy brown glass down hard on Sanders's head. The bottle shattered. Beer ran down Clay's forehead, and he went down like a sack of cement. Breathing in deep, unsteady breaths, Gabe straightened, propping his hands on his thighs as he worked to bring himself under control. His gaze shot to Maddie, who still held the broken neck of the beer bottle. Her legs were shaking, her hands trembling. Striding toward her, Gabe gently took the bottleneck from her hand, set it aside, and eased her into his arms. "It's all right, honey. The cops are on the way. They know Clay's here. They'll be more than happy to take him into custody." The wail of sirens reached her through the buzzing in her ears. She took a steadying breath, but couldn't bring her trembling under control. "You gonna be all right?" Gabe asked. Maddie nodded. Sanders still lay unconscious. His nose oozed blood all over his faded olive-drab T-shirt as a half-dozen blue-uniformed policemen swarmed into the bar. "You must be Raines," one of them said. "I'm Raines. I made the call. He's all yours." The fair-haired cop just nodded. Gabe blotted his bloody lip with the edge of his hand and graced Maddie with a crooked half-smile. "Looks like you were the one who played hero tonight." She reached up and touched the purple bruise rising on his cheek. "Are you kidding? You were amazing." She didn't normally condone any sort of fighting, but in this case, she was glad Gabe was such a capable man. "If he hadn't been drunk, I'd be in a lot worse shape than I am." Maddie fought to ignore a chill. "At least the police have him in custody. Your buildings will be safe from now on." Gabe just nodded. They stayed at the bar long enough to give a statement and pay Tommy for the damages the fight had caused. "Thanks," the bar owner said, sliding the money into the till and slamming it closed with a ring. "I take it Clay was already in some kind of trouble." "That's the way it looks." "Too bad. I liked him." "There was a time I did too," Gabe said, and she could read the regret in his face. He said he didn't assault Angel, Maddie reminded him.
That's what he said. Doesn't mean it's true.
But if he had done it, and Clay proved to be the arsonist, she and Gabe would both be able to finally put the matter to rest. She left the bar with Gabe's arm around her, and they drove back to his condo. Even battered and bruised, he kept his word about the love-making. Maddie told herself it was all right to enjoy the time they had together. Even if she allowed herself to stay through the end of the week, by Monday, she would be back in her own apartment. The thought brought an unexpected stab of regret, which meant she was doing exactly the right thing. Chapter 22. The sounds of Wednesday morning traffic rose up from the street below his condo the following morning. Gabe watched Maddie wandering around his apartment, picking up an object here and there, unconsciously straightening the newspapers he'd left on the coffee table. It seemed so natural for her to be there, not like the few other women who had ever spent the night. He was always eager for them to leave. Dressed in tan slacks and a pink paisley blouse, Maddie planned to stop at the hospital this morning before heading down to her office. He should have been eager for a little time to himself. Instead, he wished she would stay. Sipping from her mug of coffee, she disappeared into his study, a room he used as his home office. Carrying his own steaming cup, he followed her inside the room, which was furnished with a big oak desk and swivel chair, and landscape photos he had taken out at the ranch, framed in oak and hung on the walls. Maddie ambled over to the drafting table against the wall and picked up the roll of plans that were lying on top. Setting down her cup, she unrolled the plans and began to examine them. She must have sensed his presence, for she looked up and saw him watching her. "You don't mind, do you? Curiosity is kind of a hazard of the job." He just smiled. "Be my guest. Those are the old original plans for the warehouse I'm getting ready to rebuild. I only got a hold of them a couple of days before all this started. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet." Maddie gazed down at the plans, which were tattered, yellowed, and greasy. The building was 40 years old and needed a complete renovation. "What are you going to do with it?" she asked. "I'm not sure yet. I thought maybe shops or galleries on the ground floor, apartments upstairs. At the moment, it's pretty much an eyesore. The neighbors just want me to get started no matter what I do." Maddie started thumbing through the drawings, and Gabe made his way back to the kitchen to refill his cup. His cell phone sat next to the coffee maker, and Gabe reached over and picked it up, intending to call his brother. The police had phoned earlier. Clay had professed his innocence, then clammed up tight. Since he didn't have a residence in the area, and had been arrested under suspicion of setting 3 fires that included a possible homicide, he was held without bail. If Clay was guilty, Gabe had no pity for him. On the other hand, even after the comments Clay had made in the bar, Gabe had trouble thinking of his one-time friend as an arsonist, which was what he told his brother when he punched in Dev's number to let him know that Sanders had been arrested. "Clay could have done it," Dev said. "The man has the talent, and with his wife in Dallas, he has the motive. No doubt it could have been him. Clay's smart and well-trained, but he's a Marine and once was your friend, and you can't imagine him burning down your buildings to get back at you. That's about it." "Jackson called. He's worried." Gabe chuckled. "Jackson's been worried about his 2 little brothers since he was 10 years old." Dev laughed. "I guess some things don't change." They said their goodbyes,
and Gabe hung up the phone and stuffed it into the pocket of his jeans. Maddie wandered out of his study, and as she walked past, Gabe leaned down and kissed her. She reached up and stroked his cheek. "I've got to get going." "Yeah, me too." Picking up her purse, she slung the strap over her shoulder. "I'll see you this afternoon." She wiggled her fingers in farewell as she walked out the door. Gabe grabbed his wallet and keys off the kitchen counter, took a last swig from his mug of now cold coffee, and followed her into the hall. Like Maddie, he had work to do. 20 minutes later, he arrived at his first stop of the day, the Greenwood Apartments. He had just gotten out of his truck and started toward the rhythmic pounding of hammers when a big white Mercedes S550 rolled up, and Carlton Webster climbed out from behind the fancy wood-grain steering wheel. Tall and silver-haired, at 50 years old, Webster was in prime physical condition. He wore $2,000 suits, was married to a woman 20 years younger, and he could afford her. "Hello, Gabe." "Carlton." Webster lived in one of the expensive high-rise condos near the farmer's market. He'd been fiercely opposed to Gabe's notion of rehabbing the then-named Harwood Apartments into affordable housing. Webster adamantly believed they should be converted into expensive condominiums. Webster had even offered to buy Gabe out. "Haven't seen you around for a while," Gabe said. "What can I do for you?" "I read about your troubles in the newspaper. 2 fires in only a few weeks' time. Must have been quite a setback." 3 fires, Gabe thought. "It's cost us a lot of time, that's for sure. And money, I imagine. Some. You must be a little worried about Greenwood becoming a target. I've got security cameras up and guards round the clock. Still, it could happen. I suppose. Why don't you get to the point, Webster?" "The point is, I'd like to make you another offer. You're good at your job. The work your company has done in the building so far is above satisfactory. If you were to sell me the apartments, I could have my people take over from here and make the place into the sort of first-class property that would fit into the neighborhood." Gabe hadn't put Webster on his suspect list. He'd had no reason to believe the man would go as far as arson to get what he wanted. Not that he would have to do the job himself. Webster could afford to hire a professional. Gabe hadn't considered he would. Now he wondered. "You want this place that badly? You know how I feel. I've made no secret of it." There'd been newspaper articles, TV interviews, a neighborhood movement to stop Gabe from getting the permits he needed. But another group, just as adamantly, wanted the project to succeed. "The residents who live in the neighborhood have spent a great deal of money on their properties," Webster continued. "They don't want the class of people you'll be renting to, living just down the block. It isn't good for property values. The fair thing would be for you to sell." Gabe just shook his head. He'd worked too hard on the project to give it up now. Aside from that, he didn't believe in Webster's concept. Greenwood wasn't some Skid Row development. The apartments wouldn't have marble-floored entries or bidets in the bathrooms, but they were well-designed and were going to be extremely attractive. "Sorry, Webster, whatever you might have believed, Greenwood isn't for sale." Webster's perfectly groomed features tightened. "Whatever you say. But if your firebug strikes again and Greenwood burns to the ground, don't expect my price to be the same." Gabe's jaw clenched as the man walked away. He made a mental note to mention the encounter to Thomas Daly. In that same vein, as Webster pulled his flashy Mercedes away from the curb, He clicked open his cell and phoned his brother. "I've got another name I want you to check on," Gabe said. "Yeah? You still thinking Clay might not be your guy?" "I just want to be sure." "I hear you. Fire away." Gabe told his brother about his encounter with wealthy Carlton Webster and his latest offer to buy the apartments. Webster figured since I'd been having so much trouble, I'd be happy to get rid of the place. When I told him I wasn't interested, he wished me the worst. Said after the place burned down, his offer wouldn't be nearly as good. "Let the cops know. In the meantime, I'll check him out." "Thanks." "Listen, I was getting ready to call you anyway. First, about that text message you got." "Yeah, what about it?" "The guy who sent it might be telling the truth. Maybe he didn't set the fire at Artie's menswear." "Don't stop now, I'm all ears." Lucille Roser was the beneficiary of a big fat life insurance policy on the death of her dear departed husband. She's also in line for the insurance proceeds from the destruction of the building. Combined, it adds up to a very hefty sum. "How hefty?" "7 figures. The life insurance policy was for $3 million. Artie took it out about a year ago." "You're saying it just might be coincidence that Raines Construction did the remodel?" "You know how much I believe in coincidence. About as much as you believe in unicorns." Dev laughed. "You gotta figure, if Lucille read the newspapers, or even watched the news on TV, she'd know about the fires, and that the police have speculated that you personally were the target. It makes the arson on her building a lot more believable if the police think it's just another hit on you. And it would explain Lucy's little celebration 2 days after her husband's death. You're figuring she hired a torch, someone who would take care of poor Artie and cover it up with a fire. Lots of people out there who make that kind of thing their business. Whoever she hired could have dug up whatever info he could find on how the fires on your buildings were set, then tried to make it look like the same doer." Gabe blew out a breath, praying his brother was right. If Lucy had arranged the fire, Gabe was in no way responsible for Artie's death. "Captain Daly called this morning," he said. "He was right about the text message coming from a throwaway phone. They didn't come up with a thing. Figures. Stay on this, will you, Dev? You know I will." Gabe flipped his phone closed, and no more than shoved it into his pocket, when his Brooks and Dunn ringtone started, and he pulled it out and flipped it open again. Jackson's voice came over the line. "What's the latest, and how are you holding up?" "I'm fine. They arrested Clay Sanders last night." "How'd that happen?" "If you could see the bruises on my face, you'd know." Jackson chuckled. "Actually, after we pummeled each other into hamburger, the lady I was with took him down with a beer bottle over the head." "I take it this wasn't the straight-laced little architect you were seeing." "Actually, it was. The lady's just full of surprises." "Interesting. Cops think Clay set the fires?" "They're pretty much convinced." "What about the boy? Angel, wasn't it? Did Clay assault the kid?" "I don't know. If Clay wanted him out of the way, he'd be dead. Of course, he could have just meant to scare the kid into keeping his nose out of things, and hurt the boy worse than he intended. You still don't sound totally convinced Clay is your man." "Not completely." "Then maybe it's a good thing I called. You know that contractor, the guy you butt heads with all the time? Vance Gleason? That's the guy. I did a little checking, no stone unturned and all that. Looks like Gleason's about to go bankrupt. On top of that, his wife's giving him the boot. How the hell did you find that out? Never mind. Google, right? Bingo. Vance lost the bid on McKinney Court. Also lost out in the towers. Still, it seems pretty far-fetched to think he'd blame me because he's going broke. Just thought you ought to know. Thanks. Like you say, no stone unturned. Listen, maybe once this is over, Sarah and I can come down and meet your lady. Sounds like my kind of woman. The kind who would try to protect him against a guy as tough as clay. Gabe still couldn't quite believe it. Maybe that would work. They ended the call, and Gabe thought of Maddie. His brother considered them a pair, but Maddie kept her emotions well guarded, and he had no real idea what she felt for him, aside from the satisfaction she got from him in bed. Whatever she felt, she was scared to death of becoming too deeply involved. Damn. What she didn't know, and he could hardly tell her, was that he was scared spitless himself. Chapter 23. Tracy needed to talk to Maddie. She had tried calling her cell phone, but the call had gone straight to voicemail. Figuring she was probably at the office, Tracy tried that number next, found her friend there, and managed to convince her to take a break and meet her at the coffee kiosk in the Kaufman Building lobby. "I thought you took the week off," Tracy said, as she carried 2 paper cups over to the small wire mesh table, a cappuccino for Maddie and a mocha special Egyptian blend for herself. "I did. I'm just working for a couple of hours. I've got some problems I need to take care of." "Right." She handed the cappuccino to Maddie and settled herself in one of the chairs. "Listen, it's Wednesday. I was thinking maybe we'd go down to Club Rio tonight. We haven't been there in nearly 3 weeks." "Sorry, I can't." Maddie took a cautious sip of the scalding drink. "Gabe and I are going out to dinner. I'm taking him to Asian Fusion. I think he'll like it. He's discovering he likes a wider range of tastes than he thought." Tracy sipped her coffee. "Sounds like the 2 of you are getting pretty serious." Maddie shrugged. "Not really. I'm only staying with him until my vacation time is up. That's the end of the week." Tracy took another sip. "Well, I'm thinking of going anyway." "Sam won't mind?" "We aren't a couple, you know. So far, our relationship is strictly platonic." "That's too bad." "In a way, I guess. In another way, it's been nice. He's really a sweet guy. I'm glad I had a chance to get to know him." "That sounds like past tense." Tracy looked away. "Maybe. I guess I'll see what happens tonight." Maddie reached over and caught her hand. "Whatever you do, be sure you're making the right decision. If Sam is really special, you might not want to lose him." Tracy ignored the heaviness in her chest. She wasn't cut out for a serious relationship, and that seemed to be where she was headed with Sam. She remembered the terrible fights her parents had had, the beatings she and her mother had suffered. She didn't need a man. She didn't want one. Not even Sam. "I've got to get back to work." Maddie stood up. "Thanks for the cappuccino. You know it's my favorite." She held up the cup, which she planned to take back with her. "You're welcome. Your treat next time." "Be careful tonight." "I'm always careful." But Tracy was less sure what she really wanted to do than she had ever been before. She thought of Sam's sweet laugh, the wicked glint in his warm brown eyes when he looked at her. Sam made her wonder if maybe she was wrong, if there really could be such a thing as happily ever after. Tracy shook her head. Who was she kidding? Sam was no different from any other man she had known. Returning to her office, she made some client calls, dropped some loan applications off at the mortgage company, showed a house, and finally went home. Eventually, it was time to dress for the evening, and she chose one of her sexiest outfits, a flashy hot pink leather miniskirt and matching vest that closed with only 3 buttons up the front and required no bra. Club Rio was packed by the time she pushed through the doors, filled with the sounds of laughter and the clinking of glasses. The karaoke singer on stage finished a slow Sinatra song and drew an unenthusiastic round of applause. Tracy searched for a friendly face, spotted a girl she knew, another real estate agent who was sitting at a table full of men. "Hey, Tracy!" Heather waved her over. "I'm glad you're here. I could use a little help." She grinned and tipped her head toward the table full of admirers. Tracy laughed as one of them jumped up and pulled out a chair. As she sat down, her gaze unconsciously went to the bar in search of Sam, but he wasn't there. She didn't expect the tug of disappointment. She was out in the town tonight, and she was ready to party. "Bring the lady a Cosmo," one of the guys at the table said. "Make it a double." He was handsome and well-built, the kind of man she might have taken home. Tonight, the thought was strangely unappealing. The evening progressed. Tracy drank a couple of double Cosmos, but her mood didn't improve. One of the guys told a dirty joke, and she forced herself to laugh. Then her eyes strayed toward the bar for the 10th time that night, and there he was. Her breath caught. Sam leaned against the bar, his gaze fixed on her face. An empty beer bottle sat in front of him, which meant he had been there a while. Been there, and just stood watching. He raised the bottle he was drinking from in a silent salute, finished it off, set it back down in the bar, and started for the door. Tracy felt sick to her stomach. Her hand trembled as she pushed back her chair. Her legs were shaking so badly she could barely get them to move. Once she did, the door seemed miles away. "Hey, Tracy," the handsome guy Nick called out. "Where you going?" Tracy didn't bother to answer, just kept moving toward the door. In the parking lot, she spotted Sam's flashy red pickup. He hadn't reached it yet, but he was walking with purpose, and she knew if she didn't stop him, she would never see him again. "Sam! Sam, wait!" She hurried faster, stumbled, and almost fell. "Sam, please wait!" Her eyes filled. She had to reach him before it was too late. "Sam, please!" She couldn't see him anymore through the haze of her tears. She didn't realize he had spotted her, stopped, and turned, until she slammed into him. "Sam!" He gripped her shoulders. "What do you want, Tracy? You've got 6 men in there willing to take you home." The tears in her eyes spilled over, began to roll down her cheeks. "I don't want them." "What do you want, then?" He pushed her up against the door of his truck. "You want me to fuck you right here? Because I'm sure as hell ready." She had never seen him so angry. She should have been frightened. She didn't understand why she was not. "I don't want it like that. Not with you." "No, I think you do." She swallowed past the lump in her throat and shook her head, her straight blonde hair sliding around her cheeks. "No, I don't know. I don't want you to go, Sam." Some of his anger faded. Very gently, he eased her into his arms. "I think I know what you want." He reached down and took hold of her hand. "Come on, we're leaving." She clung to his arm, dashed the tears from her cheeks. "Where are we going?" "My house."
She didn't fight him. Just let him help her into his truck, snap her seatbelt across her lap, and close the door. She leaned back against the seat as he drove out of the parking lot. She had no idea what would happen when they reached his place, but the sense of relief she was feeling told her going after him had been the right decision. She had never been to Sam's apartment, and as she walked in, she discovered it was tidy and nicely decorated in dark, masculine colors. She didn't have much time to look around, since he led her straight to the bedroom, turned her into his arms, and very thoroughly kissed her. She was breathless when he stopped. Tracy slid her arms around his neck. "What if this ruins everything?"
"If it does, there was nothing there worth keeping anyway."
She knew he was right. Yet the comfortable feeling she'd always had when she was with him began to fade. It was time for her to perform. She reached for the buttons on his shirt and started unfastening them, but Sam eased her hand away.
"We'll get to that eventually. Just not yet."
She looked up at him, a little nervous and also intrigued. More so as he slowly began to undress her, kissing each part of her body as he removed each piece of her clothing. Every time she reached for him, Sam shook his head and simply kissed her. She was on fire by the time he had her naked, lifted her into his arms, and carried her over to the bed.
"You have the softest, most kissable lips," he said, as he captured her bottom lip between his teeth, then sank his tongue into her mouth.
He kissed her long and deep, kissed her as if he could go on just that way all night. She felt warm all over, her body liquid and pliant. So distracted by his attentions, she didn't even notice when he left her to remove his own clothes. As he walked back to the bed, she surveyed his tall figure, his solid chest, wide and lightly furred with golden hair. His body so lean, each muscle stood out, and she could watch them flex and bunch as he moved. He was hard, she saw, bigger than she would have imagined, and fiercely aroused, his erection riding high against his flat belly. Still, when he came up over her and started kissing her again, she didn't feel rushed, didn't feel as if she had a performance to give.
"This is what you wanted, Tracy."
He kissed the line of her jaw, bent and softly kissed each of her breasts.
"You wanted me to make love to you, and that is exactly what I'm going to do."
"Sam." The tears returned to her eyes. She reached up and touched his dear, beloved face. I think I'm falling in love with you." Sam traced his thumb over her tear-damp cheek.
"Then my plan is actually working."
Tracy breathed a sigh into his mouth as he very softly kissed her. She was falling in love with Sam. She had said so, and he wasn't even scared.
"I'm not going to hurt you, Tracy. Whatever happens, I'd never do that."
"Oh, Sam." For the first time in her life, she felt as if everything was going to be all right, that at last her life had settled onto its proper course. Winding her arms around Sam's neck, she welcomed him into her body with a joy she had never felt with any other man. Chapter 24. The kitchen was fragrant, with the smell of rich, dark French roast coffee. Gabe had made breakfast this morning. Mattie declined the bacon and eggs he wanted to cook for both of them, inwardly wincing at the thought of all that cholesterol. But she was thrilled with the nicely halved bagels, cream cheese, and raspberry jelly he set on the kitchen table. Gabe put 2 pieces on her plate,
and she slathered one of them with cream cheese and jelly and dug in. "I know Debbie Gleason," she said, as she took a sip of the dark, steaming brew in her mug. "I did some design work for her husband, and she and I kind of hit it off." Gabe had told her he planned to visit the contractor's wife today, see what she might be willing to tell him about her husband. "If you want to find out what's going on with Vance, maybe I can help." "They're getting a divorce," that's what Jackson said, "and Vance has filed bankruptcy." "That's too bad. It's got to be hard on Debbie." She smoothed her knife blade over a gob of raspberry jelly and took a bite. "I thought he was a pretty good husband," Gabe said, "and fairly savvy in business. I guess you never know." "You're thinking that if Clay turns out to be innocent, maybe the arsonist is Vance. You figured the stress he's been under might have gotten to him, and he shifted the blame for his failures onto you." "I guess it could happen. The police are convinced it's Clay, but I think it's worth checking out." "All right." She popped the last jelly-coated bite of bagel into her mouth and took a final sip of her coffee. "Let me grab a quick shower, and we'll go see what we can find out." A wicked blue glint came into his eyes. "Sounds like a good idea to me." Maddie grinned when he joined her in the shower, not the least surprised. By the time they got out, the water had turned cold, and she was shivering. It was worth it. Vance Gleason lived in a 2-story brick home in Highland Park, or at least he had until his wife kicked him out. According to Gabe, Debbie Gleason and her 2 young children still lived there. Gabe had called ahead and asked if he and Maddie might stop by for a few minutes. Debbie had agreed. Maddie spotted the pretty brick house with the white shutters and vast expanse of well-cared-for lawn and wondered, with the divorce and bankruptcy, how long Debbie and her kids would be able to stay. Pulling the Beamer over to the curb, Gabe turned off the engine and they both got out of the car. They made their way up the flower-lined walk, and Gabe knocked on the front door. The door opened, and a small, dark-haired woman with her hair pulled back in a ponytail stood in the entry. "Hey, Maddie, good to see you." "You too, Debbie." "Hi, Gabe. You're right on time. I admit I'm a little intrigued that you wanted to see me." "I hope this isn't too big an imposition," Gabe said, as Debbie invited them inside. "Not at all. The kids are in school, and as everyone in town seems to know, Vance isn't here, since we're getting a divorce." "I heard," Maddie said. "I'm really sorry, Debbie. The 2 of you always seemed so happy." "I thought we were." She led them down the hall into the great room at the back of the house. Beneath high-beamed ceilings, children's toys filled a box in the corner, and an assortment of kids' books were stacked on the coffee table in front of an overstuffed sofa and chairs. Unfortunately, Vance figured he'd be a lot happier with that little blonde piece of ass he hired as his secretary. Maddie made a face, and Debbie laughed. "You guys want something to drink? Some iced tea or something?" "Thanks, but we won't be staying that long," Gabe said. "So, what can I do for you?" "I know you've been going through a lot lately," Maddie began. "But maybe you read about the fires that were set on 2 of Gabe's projects?" "I saw it on the news. I'm sorry, Gabe, that's just terrible." "How long has it been since Vance moved out of the house?" he asked. "He's been gone almost a month. I've been too mad at him to miss him." "After he left, did he seem... Well, how was his mental state? Did he seem depressed? Was he angry about what was happening to him?" "He was glad at first. He got to be with his little hussy. I think now he's starting to regret what he's done." "What about the bankruptcy?" Maddie asked. "How did that affect him?" "He blamed himself. He said he should have been paying closer attention to business." Gabe exchanged a look with Maddie. If Gleason blamed himself, he wouldn't have any reason to be going after his chief competitor. Debbie was eyeing him darkly. "You don't think Vance had anything to do with those fires, do you?" "Truthfully, no. I think the man who set them is currently in jail, but I didn't want to overlook any possibility." "Vance is an asshole, but he isn't crazy, and he doesn't want any more trouble than he's got already." Gabe nodded. "We just wanted to get your take on things," Maddie said. "Sometimes people react to stress in different ways. Like I said, Vance is a little screwed up right now, but he isn't crazy." "We don't want to take up any more of your time," Gabe said. "We appreciate you talking to us." "Hey, with Vance gone, I don't have much else to do." "I hope things work out the way you want," Maddie said. "They might. I don't know. I think Vance is really sorry, and he's still my husband." Maddie leaned over and hugged her. "Good luck." They left the house and made their way back out to the car. "Well, we've done all we can," Gabe said as he slid behind the wheel. "While you were getting dressed this morning, I called Thomas Daly and told him about my chat with Carlton Webster. I don't think he was particularly interested. The police have their suspect. Apparently Clay hasn't got an alibi for the nights of either fire. Says he was in his motel room asleep. Unless something else happens, he's going to stay in jail." "I'm sorry it turned out to be your friend." "I'd really like to talk to him, see what he has to say. But he refuses to see me." He stuck the key in the ignition and cranked the engine. "At least he's not still out there roaming the streets." "Yeah, there is that. Maybe this is finally over." Gabe pulled away from the curb. "Maybe. Speaking of which, your vacation is almost over, and you'll be going back to work. What do you say we fly up to the ranch this afternoon and spend the night? If something new turns up, we can be back in a couple of hours." "You own a ranch?" He shrugged his shoulders. "It's only 300 acres, but it's the place I feel most at home." He reached down and caught her hand, brought it to his lips. "I'd really like you to see it." A little curl of heat tugged low in her belly. Her mind replayed all the conversation she'd had with herself about not getting more involved with Gabe. "Come on. It's only one night, and we deserve it." Damn it, she wanted to go. "All right," she heard herself say. "I'd love to see your ranch." Gabe took Maddie back to his condo to pack an overnight bag, making sure she threw in a pair of jeans and sneakers. She could change out of the floaty little flowered sundress and sandals she had worn to Debbie's once they got to the ranch. On the way to the airport, they stopped by the hospital, but there was no change in Angel's condition. Gabe waited while Maddie sat with the boy for a while, talking to him as if he were awake and encouraging him to get well. Then they left for the private airstrip south of Dallas, where he kept his twin Aerostar, one of his favorite possessions. "You know what they say about the difference between men and boys," Maddie said, as Gabe tossed her bag aboard, helped her into the cockpit, and settled her in the co-pilot seat. "The only difference is the size of their toys?" he teased with a wicked grin. Maddie laughed. "No, it's the cost of their toys, you rogue." Gabe just laughed. Walking beside the red stripe down the side of the plane, he made his final inspection, then climbed aboard and settled himself in the pilot's seat. A few minutes later, they were rolling down the tarmac. "How often do you get to fly?" Maddie asked, as they left the ground and began to skim over the patchwork pattern of farms and ranches below. Lots of green and the occasional gleam of water. "Not often enough. I head up to my brother's place in Wyoming a couple of times a year, and get to the hill country as often as I can. But I'm usually busy working."
"I know what you mean," Maddie said, leaning back in the butter-soft cream leather seat.
"Sometimes I wonder if it's worth it." The plane carried 5 passengers comfortably, though he had never hauled that many people at one time.
"I've never given it much thought," Maddie said.
"I work to support myself, to have the things I want, and put enough away to take care of myself when I get older. Sometimes I think maybe I should take the time to enjoy a little more the here and now."
"Give up your business, you mean?"
"I wouldn't do that. I was thinking more about taking time to have a family, raise a couple of kids."
He watched her from the corner of his eye.
"You wanted a baby once. You're still young enough to make that happen."
Maddie turned her gaze out the window. "I haven't thought about it lately."
"Maybe it's time you did."
She made no reply, and the hum of the engines filled the cabin. Gabe didn't say more. He was afraid she would feel boxed in, afraid she would stop seeing him if he pressed her for a more serious relationship. But he had started to think that he wanted just that, had begun to think of Maddie as his woman, the one he wanted by his side over the years. He couldn't get her out of his mind, couldn't seem to stop wanting her. And he was coming to believe that wasn't going to end. After less than 2 hours in the air, the plane landed at a small strip south of Kerrville and taxied to the condo hangar he'd bought to store it in whenever he came to the ranch. He kept an old Jeep at the airstrip, and they drove along the curvy hill country roads till he reached the turnoff for Rolling Acres, the name that had been burned into the weathered sign on the property when he'd bought it. "The land around here is beautiful," Maddie said, as they drove down the narrow, bumpy road to the house. "I don't get out in the country often enough."
"Neither do I, but I sure enjoy it while I'm here."
He pulled up in front of his white Spanish-style ranch house with its red-tiled roof and turned off the engine. He helped Maddie down from the Jeep, then carried her overnight bag inside. She paused in the entry that opened into the tile-floored living room. "Oh, Gabe, this is exactly how I pictured the house you would live in. Western paintings on the walls, bright-colored serapes over the furniture, wildlife bronzes on the tables. I can see now what you meant. This is really your home." He didn't try to hide the pleasure he felt at her words.
"I'd be here full-time if I could figure out how to make a living."
He had put away money enough to retire when he was ready, but he was still building his nest egg, and the truth was he liked what he was doing. He wasn't ready to quit. Maddie ran her hands over the back of the brown leather sofa, gently picked up and admired the hand-painted Indian pottery jar on the rough-hewn table next to an overstuffed chair upholstered in a colorful Indian print. Gabe watched those slender fingers carefully glide over each piece of artwork, thought how good it would feel to have them skimming over his body, and his groin tightened. The housekeeper had filled the fridge, freshened the sheets and towels, and at his instruction, left for the next 2 days. Pedro Vasquez, who took care of the horses while Gabe was away, wouldn't return until late tomorrow evening. Seeing Maddie there in his house, looking so pretty and feminine, and exactly as if she belonged there, sent a wave of desire sliding through him. His blood began to pulse, pool thick and heavy in his loins. He was hard when he turned her into his arms and settled his mouth over hers, felt the softness of her lips under his. Maddie made a little mewling sound in her throat and slid her tongue into his mouth. Her nipples tightened into firm little buds against his chest, and her hands slid up around his neck. Lust kicked in, big time.
"I want you,"
he said, between hot, wet kisses. "Right here, right now." Mattie trembled. Her gaze shot to the open windows. "I want you too, but maybe we should—" "Not a soul around," he promised, and kissed her again, his tongue mating with hers as he deepened the kiss. He felt her hesitation. This kind of desire was new to her. But Mattie liked sex, and so did he. And he knew her now, knew that she liked it when he took charge, took away the decision. Turning her around, he drew her fiery hair aside and kissed the nape of her neck as he bent her over the low back of the sofa. He slid up the skirt of her flowered dress, pulled aside her tiny pink thong panties, and began to stroke her. Mattie moaned. "You like this, don't you, honey?" "Gabe," she whimpered, arching her back to give him better access. "Part your legs for me, sweetheart." She did as he commanded, giving him a little more room. Unzipping his jeans, he freed himself, rolled on the condom he slipped out of his pocket, positioned himself, and took her with a single deep thrust. Mattie made a funny little sound in her throat, and Gabe fought for control. "God, you feel so good," he said. "I can't seem to get enough of you." Mattie trembled as he gripped her hips and began to move, easing himself out, then driving deeply again. She felt hot and snug as he increased the rhythm, felt the heat and need building inside him. A few deep thrusts, and she started to come, crying his name and trembling as her body clenched around him. Gabe didn't stop. Not until she came again. An instant later, he exploded in a powerful release. Mattie turned into Gabe's arms and just held on to him. Lord, she felt like a wanton. Clearly, Lena Sterling wasn't entirely a fantasy person. She buried her face in his solid chest, embarrassed to look at him, and felt his fingers beneath her chin. He gently brushed a light kiss over her lips, adjusted her skirt and zipped up his jeans, then reached down and picked up her bag. "Come on, honey." He took her hand and started leading her down the hall, as if what they had just done in the living room wasn't the least bit out of the norm. Apparently it wasn't for men like Gabe. She thought of the pleasure he had given her. Maybe it was all right with her, too. She forced her mind to the present, noticed the framed photographs lining the hallway. A picture of a giant oak tree, its branches drooping toward the earth. A field of tall, billowing grasses. A winding dirt lane that seemed to have no end, and an old wooden barn. She paused to get a better look. "These photos are wonderful. I noticed some similar pictures in your study. Where did you get them?" "I took them. It's kind of a hobby of mine." She was only a little surprised. For such a masculine man, Gabe had a fine sense of design. "They're beautiful, Gabe." "Thanks." He was a talented man, she was discovering, in more ways than just as a lover. It was one more thing she hadn't expected when she had first met him. Gabe led her farther down the hall till they reached the master bedroom. "I'll give you some time to freshen up, then I'll show you the rest of the ranch." She needed a moment. Her heart was still hammering from their mindless bout of sex, and her body still felt slightly boneless. After a few minutes in his big Spanish-tiled bathroom, Mattie emerged in jeans, sneakers, and a short-sleeved white cotton blouse. Gabe gave her a quick perusal, and his crystal blue eyes gleamed with approval. They made a tour of the house, which continued in the Spanish motif. Then he led her outside. "You have horses?" she asked,
catching sight of a beautiful palomino and a big, stout bay. "Just a couple. That's Sundance and Warrior. I always wanted a horse when I was a kid, but we were too poor. Someday I'd like to raise quarter horses. Might happen. You never know." "You told me once you never knew your father. What was your mother like?" His mouth tightened. "She was a drunk and a pill popper. When we were little, her boyfriends used to knock us around. As soon as Jackson got old enough, that came to a screeching end." "You said your brother was a champion boxer." "That's right. He boxed in the Olympics. Didn't win, but he made a damn good showing." "And Devlin is an ex-ranger. I guess tough guys run in the family." He shrugged those powerful shoulders. "It was kind of a matter of survival." Mattie paused at the wooden fence that surrounded the pasture where the horses were kept. "Families like yours. That's the reason I got involved in the Family Recovery Center. When I was young, I had a friend whose father used to beat her and her mother. She begged me not to tell anyone, and I didn't. I always regretted that decision." "You said you were young. It wasn't your fault. And getting involved might have made things worse." "That's what my friend said." Gabe's blue eyes searched her face. "That friend wouldn't be Tracy Spencer, would it?" Mattie glanced away. "Still keeping your promise, I see." "She still isn't entirely past it." "You didn't help Tracy. So now you do whatever you can to keep that from happening to other kids." "That's right. Though mostly the center deals with families who aren't being abused anymore, just trying to recover from what's happened to them." She thought of Angel, who'd survived his father's abuse, only to wind up beaten and in a coma, and her chest went tight. "I can see where your mind is going. We'll call the hospital a little later and check on him. But Angel's going to be all right." She nodded, though neither of them could know for sure. "In the meantime, we're here in the wide open spaces. Let's enjoy it." He was right. Taking a few hours to enjoy themselves wasn't a reason to feel guilty. Mattie smiled up at him. "Can we ride the horses?" "I can't think of anything I'd rather do." He laughed. "Well, maybe I can. But for now, let's do the other kind of riding." Mattie blushed and hoped he didn't see. Chapter 25. Gabe grilled a steak for himself and a couple of pieces of chicken for Mattie. The rest of their supper, a crisp green salad, au gratin potatoes, and garlic French bread, had already been prepared and were waiting for them in the fridge. The meal was delicious. Though Mattie was a little bit saddle-sore from riding Sundance over the winding trails through the lush hill country, it had been worth it. After supper, they took what was left of the bottle of Cabernet they had shared and sat out on the patio, snuggled together on a comfortable outdoor sofa. "Think you could ever live in a place like this?" Gabe asked, as she settled against his shoulder. "Or would it be too quiet for you?" A little tremor of unease trickled through her. This was the second time Gabe had mentioned something that hinted at a deeper relationship. "I don't know. I was raised in the Dallas suburbs, at least until my dad died. Then Mom and I moved into an apartment closer to town." She surveyed the lush foliage, the horses frolicking in the field. "I'm sure it's a great place to raise kids." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking." Mattie looked up at him, a knot beginning to form in her stomach. "You aren't thinking about me in that scenario, are you, Gabe?" He shrugged. "I think you'd make a great mother." "And wife?"
those beautiful blue eyes fixed on her face. "You're intelligent and caring. You're an amazing lover. Those are the kinds of things a man looks for in a wife." Maddie straightened away from him. "Making love with someone is a lot different than being married. I'm not ready for something that serious, Gabe. You know that. My career comes first. It always has." He glanced away. "Yeah, that's what you said. I guess being here, I don't know. It makes me wonder about my priorities." Uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation, Maddie stood up from the sofa. The pink and gold sky over the horizon had faded to a soft, shadowy darkness, the quiet broken only by the sound of the cicadas and the occasional whicker of the horses. "It's getting late," she said. "Why don't we go to bed?" She knew it would distract him. Never one to turn down sex, Gabe stood up and scooped her up in his arms. "Why don't we? I've got this fantasy of making slow, incredibly erotic love to you." Maddie smiled, relaxing as they returned to a safer subject. "Is that right?" "Yeah. How about I show you?" But once they got in bed, things heated up the way they always did. Maddie didn't want to go slow, and in the end, neither did Gabe. "One of these days," he grumbled, as he wrapped a thick arm around her and curled her against his side. Maddie just smiled. But slowly, her smile began to fade. Gabe had hinted at a future together. Little by little, she was coming to trust him. She was letting down her guard, beginning to rely on him, as she had vowed she never would another man. She thought of Mark and the baby and how he had abandoned her. She thought of her mother and the miserable years they had suffered after her father had died. She valued her independence, valued her career more than anything else in the world, more even than the man she could so easily fall in love with. Maddie's chest tightened. She couldn't do it, couldn't risk falling in love. It wasn't until Gabe began to kiss her, till after he made love to her again, that she was able to fall asleep. Brooks and Dunn were singing. Lost in slumber, for an instant, Gabe was enjoying the performance. Then he realized it was his cell phone, and his eyes popped open. His heart was slamming as he grabbed the phone off the nightstand, swung his legs to the side of the bed, and flipped open his cell. "Rains." The clock read 2 a.m. "Gabe, it's Thomas Daly. There's been another fire." His fingers bit into the plastic. "Where?" "The Egyptian Theater." His stomach sank. He felt Maddie come up behind him, press her cheek against his shoulder. "I had a guard watching the place. How'd the bastard get in?" "Hit the guard over the head. The attack was similar to the one on the Ramirez kid. It supports the theory it's the same guy. The good news is, someone coming out of a bar down the street witnessed the assault. He ran back inside and called the police. They got there just as the fire was getting started. The damage is minimal." Some of the tightness eased from Gabe's chest. "How's the guard doing?" "They took him to the hospital and got him checked out. He's got a lump on his head, but he's okay." "He get a look at the perp?" "No, but the witness did. Said he was average height, lean, dressed completely in black and wearing a hood over his head. He used a baseball bat to take out the guard. Must have disabled the security camera before the attack, smashed it while the guard was making his rounds behind the building." Gabe blew out a long, frustrated breath. "Pretty clear Sanders isn't our man."
He'll be processed and released. Listen, I'm out of town. I was planning to head back to Dallas tomorrow. I can be there tonight if you need me. Tomorrow's fine. Call me when you get here. Gabe ended the call and hung up the phone. Matty reached down for the T-shirt he'd tossed at the foot of the bed and pulled it on, scooted over beside him. Another fire. Egyptian theater. Oh, Gabe, no. Daly says the damage isn't that bad. Thank God. I know how much you love that place. He assaulted the night watchman. Same M.O. as Angel. Matty sighed. I guess your friend Sanders is innocent after all. Apparently. Daly's taking care of his release. He felt her hand on his arm, lightly rubbing up and down to ease some of his worry. You never believed he was guilty. No, but part of me wanted him to be. Now we're right back where we started. Oh, Gabe. He raked a hand through his sleep-mussed hair. There was a witness to the assault on the guard. He said the guy was average height, lean, and dressed completely in black. Not much to go on. Not much. He stared off into the darkness. Who the hell is it? He said to no one in particular. When Matty leaned toward him, Gabe drew her into his arms. Sensing how much he needed her, she didn't resist when he eased her back down on the bed and began to make love to her again. Matty didn't want more from him than sex. He was good at that. For the first time in his life, it wasn't enough. Instead of sleeping late as they had planned, Matty followed Gabe out of bed at 6 o'clock the next morning. They ate a quick breakfast of scrambled eggs and toast, which she cooked while Gabe went outside to tend the horses. She was still having trouble getting used to the quiet, just the wind sighing through the trees and the rustle of the leaves on the branches. Maybe the quiet gave her too much time to think. She didn't want that. Not when most of her thoughts centered around Gabe. Still, it was lovely in the country. As soon as they'd finished eating and put the dishes into the dishwasher, they headed for the small airstrip south of Kerrville. They were back in Dallas before 10 o'clock, and at Gabe's condo less than an hour later. Which was why it was such a surprise to find someone waiting when they got there. The intruder had the same 6'2" frame, Matty saw, as he rose casually from an overstuffed chair, the same crystal blue eyes and nearly black hair. He was leaner, but just as solidly built, his shoulders wide, his hips narrow inside a pair of designer jeans, and the biceps, exposed by his short-sleeved yellow Oxford cloth shirt, were impressive. Matty knew in a heartbeat she was about to meet Gabe's brother. Devlin! Damn, I can't believe you're here. Gabe strode toward him. The younger Rains met him halfway across the room, and they shared a brotherly hug. How'd you get in? Gabe asked. Never mind, I don't want to know. Dev chuckled. I thought it was time I came. I heard what happened at the theater. I'm glad the damage wasn't too bad. It only happened last night. How the hell did you find out? The guard works for Atlas. Trace Rollins called and told me. Figured I'd want to know. Gabe turned. Dev, this is Matty Baker. I've told you a little about her. Dev grinned, carving dimples into his gorgeous cheeks. This was definitely the pretty boy of the Rains family. And yet there wasn't a thing about him that didn't ooze masculinity. I hear you've got a great swing, Dev said to her. I'll bet Clay Sanders still has a headache. Nice to meet you, Matty. I didn't tell him, Gabe said with a lift of his eyebrows. I swear. Jackson mentioned it. He thought I'd appreciate the story as much as he did. Maddie just smiled. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Dev laughed. Leaving her overnight bag in the entry, she walked with the men into the kitchen. Gabe headed over to the sink and began making a pot of coffee. I'm glad you came, little brother. I'm running out of airspeed and altitude here. Dev sat down at the round oak kitchen table. That's because we're missing something. We've overlooked something important, and now we've got to find it. The coffee maker gurgled to a halt. Maddie reached up for coffee mugs, filled 3 of them, put Coffee Mate in hers, and carried all of them over to the table. She took a seat across from the men. Missing something, Gabe repeated. We must be. We need to start thinking outside the box, Dev said, turning the cup around so it fit his left hand. Which buildings has the arsonist hit so far? The Towers, McKinney Court, and now the Egyptian. And maybe Artie's menswear, Maddie added, though it doesn't really fit the pattern since Gabe's no longer involved, and the arsonist, or someone pretending to be, claims he didn't set it. Dev flashed her a wide, approving smile. That's exactly right. Which reminds me, I guess you haven't seen the morning paper? Not yet, Gabe said. Dev got up and retrieved it from beside the overstuffed chair where he had been sitting. Section B. I guess it wasn't headline material, but it should be pretty important to you. Gabe took the paper, leafed through it until he found Section B, and started to read. He let out a soft whistle. What is it? Maddie asked. Looks like we were right about the grieving widow. Says here Lucille Roser has been arrested in connection with the fire at the building she and her husband owned, the home of Artie's Menswear. She is also being charged in connection to the murder of her husband, Arthur Roser. Gabe folded the paper in half so that he could read the rest. Man, that's a relief. At least I'm not responsible for poor Artie's death. You never were, bro. Gabe made no reply, just continued perusing the rest of the article. It says arson investigators discovered valuables usually kept at the store had been removed before the fire, as well as certain records. Idiots. Dev sat back down at the table. They hire a torch, but they can't resist taking out the stuff they don't want to see burned. Gabe read the last of the article aloud. The police have indicated more arrests may be made in the future. I bet her attorney's involved, Maddie said. She and Colin looked pretty chummy. And there was a lot of money involved. Gabe returned his attention to his brother. So now we know the guy we're after was telling the truth in his text message. The fires he's set are strictly targeted at me. Where does that leave us? Good question, Dev said. He's hit 3 of your projects so far. Let's look at what else you're involved in. That would be the Greenwood Apartments and the warehouse I own down on Cadiz Street. Tell me about the warehouse. You haven't started work on it yet, right? Not yet. I'd hoped to start before now, but with the way things have been going. Was there any opposition to your purchase? Anyone competing with you to buy it? Gabe shook his head. Sellers couldn't give the place away. That's the reason I bought it. The price was too good to pass up. What about your plans for it? Maddie asked, beginning to follow Dev's thinking. Anything controversial? Anything someone might want to stop you from doing? Are you kidding? The place is an eyesore. The neighbors have been pushing me to get started. So there shouldn't be a reason for anyone to give you any trouble about it, Maddie said. Not that I can think of. Which leaves us with Greenwood, Dev said. If I remember right, that place has caused you nothing but trouble since the day you bought it. I was expecting it. The city had condemned the place. The building wasn't anywhere near up to code. It took me forever to get through the permit stage. And you fought with this guy, Webster, right? He wanted the apartments remodeled into something more high-end. That's right. So far, Webster looks clean, Dev said.
Oh my God. Maddie's mind suddenly raced backward. I remember reading about the condemnation proceedings at the time. The tenants were very upset about losing their homes. There were over 30 units in the building, and 40, Gabe corrected. And all those people had to move out, find another place to live, probably pay higher rent. What if that's it? What if someone was forced to move out, and he's blaming you for his bad luck?
Doesn't make sense, Gabe said. All those evictions happened before I bought the place. It was empty by the time I closed the deal. If someone was mad about being evicted, why wait until now?
Maddie could be right, Dev said. This is the only place we haven't looked. 40 tenants, some of them with families. The city cost them their homes. But whoever this is doesn't see it that way. He can't blame the city. City Hall's too big to fight. He has to blame someone, and he's decided it's you.
We can't be sure that's it, Gabe argued. Why would the guy wait until now?
Maybe there was a trigger, Dev said, something that set him off.
I don't know.
Then give me somewhere else to go. Give me another name. Gabe rocked back in his chair, released a slow breath.
40 units. All the people who live there have moved, started their lives all over again. Even if you're right, how the hell do we find them?
Good question, Dev said. We need a list of the people who were evicted, Maddie added. The names of the tenants who lived in each unit at the time. That's where we start.
Gabe straightened, ready to move forward now that they had decided on a course of action. I know my way around City Hall. I'll see what I can find out.
Maddie reached over and caught his arm. I know my way around there, too. Your brother's here. There are probably things you need to discuss. I'll see if I can get the list and bring it back to you. She could read his gratitude in his eyes. He had just started to believe this might be over. Last night's fire had ended that belief. Now he had to start all over again.
Thanks, that'd be great. I've got to talk to Captain Daly, and I need to take a look at the damage down at the Egyptian and check on my crews.
Maddie stood up from her chair. Can we talk for a minute? She tipped her head toward the living room.
Gabe's brow furrowed, but he stood up as well. Sure.
She led him over to where her travel bag still sat in the entry. She hadn't meant to do this now, but with Dev there, it seemed a good time. I'm going home, Gabe, back to my apartment. I don't want to leave Tigger alone any longer, and there are things I need to do.
You could bring Tigger here. I like cats.
I suppose I could, but
the arsonist is still out there, Maddie. You might not be safe.
He's not after me. He's after you. I think that's become fairly clear. Your brother is here, and you need the room, and I was planning to leave in a day or two anyway. His jaw tensed stubbornly.
My brother can sleep in one of the guest rooms. You won't even know he's here.
This isn't about your brother. This thing between us, it's moving way too fast. I need to slow down. You know I never meant for this to go so far.
We're getting to know each other, that's all. How can that be bad?
I need some space, Gabe. I want to be back in my own home.
It took an instant to recognize the lie. She wanted to be right where she was. She wanted to stay with Gabe, sleep in his bed, make love with him. Her heart squeezed. She had to leave. Now, before it was too late.
I'll get the rest of my things when I come back with a list of names.
I'll carry your bag down to the car.
It's got wheels. I'll be fine.
She could tell he wanted to go with her. He was the most protective man she'd ever met. His jaw clenched as he held open the door. Forcing herself not to look at him, Maddie grabbed the handle of her bag and rolled it past him, out the door. Chapter 26.
I like your girlfriend, Dev said, as Gabe returned to the table and sat down across from him. She's smart and loyal, willing to help any way she can. And beautiful and sexy. That too. Unfortunately, she's not my girlfriend, and she doesn't want to be. Dev's dark eyebrows went up. Could have fooled me. Looked to me like she cares about you a hell of a lot. You think so? That'd be my guess. Then you'd be wrong. All Maddie Baker wants from me is what I can give her in bed, which I'm sure you'd see as a plus. Great sex and no strings. What's good for me isn't necessarily good for you. Gabe made no reply. After Dev's breakup with his fiancée, who had left him high and dry just a few days before the wedding, Dev had become a different man. He no longer trusted women. Though he would never admit it, Dev was afraid to get involved again, afraid of getting hurt as badly as he had before. Instead, he settled for hot sex, and a line of women that seemed to have no end. There was a time Gabe hadn't been interested in a lot more than that himself. He thought of Maddie, knew how much he would miss her in his bed tonight, and wished there was some way he could change things. I've got a couple of ideas how we might get information on those tenants, Dev said. Gabe didn't bother to ask him how. His brother had an endless supply of people willing to dig up information. You really think this is the right track? It's the only track we've got, bro. Yeah, I guess you're right. Needing to call Captain Daly, he dragged his cell phone out of his pocket. How long will you be able to stay? Long enough to get the information we need and see what I can track down here. Maddie's going back to her own apartment. Might as well make yourself comfortable in one of the guest rooms. Already have, Dev said. After I talk to Daly, I want to take a look at the damage at the Egyptian. Good idea. I'll go with you. Gabe didn't argue. He needed his brother's help. The way things were going, he needed all the help he could get. A strong sun beat down as Maddie reached the visitors' parking area at Gabe's condo, grateful he hadn't insisted on coming with her. As she had said, she needed some space, needed to put some distance between them. Still, her heart was aching, and tears burned behind her eyes. Better to deal with it now, she told herself, before her feelings got any deeper. A horn honked. Pacific Street was crowded with traffic. An old woman with a cane ambled slowly down the sidewalk. A female jogger passed by and continued on her way. Maddie had almost reached her car when an odd feeling came over her. Slowing her pace, she glanced back over her shoulder, searching for someone, scanning the shrubs and trees along the sidewalk. Nothing. No one was there. She shook off the sensation.
All this talk about arson was making her paranoid. Still, until the man was caught, it didn't hurt to be cautious. Maddie took a last look around, saw nothing out of the ordinary, and continued on to her car. Staying out of sight behind a tall box hedge, Jacob watched the woman, Maddie Baker, cross the parking lot of the Las Posas condominiums. Pressing her remote key, she unlocked the door to her shiny silver BMW and slid into the leather seat behind the wheel. He knew who she was. He had seen her picture in the newspaper for winning some kind of architecture award. She was pretty, so he had remembered her face. Then he had seen her with him. The nerves in his hands twitched, making his fingers jerk. He'd been watching Gabriel Rains for weeks, charting his movements, discovering information about his friends, the people who worked for him, the women he fucked. Rains had only met Maddie a few weeks ago, but he was the kind of man women wanted, handsome and well-built, money enough to impress them, the kind who had no trouble seducing a woman into his bed. The engine of the BMW roared to life, and Jacob watched the woman drive away from Rains's apartment. He had seen them together, seen him kissing her. Rains cared about the woman. It would be interesting to know just how much. But from the checking he had done, his opponent had a history of brief affairs. He rarely got involved with a woman for any length of time, and probably wouldn't this time. If the woman was merely a passing fancy, Jacob had no reason to hurt her. But if she truly mattered, she might be the means he needed to reach the end he had in mind. He would have to bide his time, wait and see. In the meantime, he was beginning to enjoy the path he had chosen, setting the fires, developing the skills he needed, was more exciting than he had ever dreamed. Soon, he would use his newly acquired skills again. In the meantime, he would watch his quarry and wait. As the BMW disappeared from sight, Jacob strolled off down the sidewalk, and he smiled. As an architect, Maddie knew a lot of people in City Hall. She started her search with a longtime friend in the permit department, who directed her to a colleague who worked with building code violations and condemnation proceedings. His name was Richard Lopez, and he had been with the city for years. "Sure, I remember that place." Richard was a competent, attractive Hispanic man, with silver beginning to thread through his black hair. It was called the Harwood Apartments back then. The setting was nice, lots of trees and shrubs around, but the building itself was in terrible condition. We tried to work with the owner, but he didn't really have the money to fix things right, so the repairs he made were minimal. Finally, a water leak got so bad it cracked the foundation. The building started to settle, then became dangerously unstable. We condemned the structure for safety reasons. I'm going to be honest with you, Richard. We think one of the tenants who got evicted might be the guy running around Dallas, setting fire to Gabriel Rains's construction projects. I'm sure you've heard about that. He nodded. I know Gabe Rains. He's done a lot for downtown redevelopment. I'm trying to help him. You're probably going to get a visit from the arson squad asking for the same information on the tenants. But I'd like to take a look at it too. See if something stands out that might be important. It's public record. I don't have a problem with you looking at it. But all the tenants are gone. We don't have forwarding addresses. I figured you probably wouldn't. At least we'll have the names. It's a place to start. Maddie left with a copy of the list that included each person who was on the lease at the time and a copy of the notices of eviction. There was no way to tell who else might have lived in the apartments: children, relatives, friends. They needed to interview as many of the people on the list as they could find. Hopefully the police would be involved in the same activity. But even if her theory proved correct, it was going to be nearly impossible to figure out who the arsonist was. Maddie left City Hall and returned to Gabe's condo. When no one answered the door, she used the key he had given her to let herself in, then walked into the kitchen and left the list on the round oak table. Her hand trembled as she set the house key down next to the list. The gesture seemed so final, a severing of the bond the two of them had been building. An unexpected lump rose in her throat. It was ridiculous. She had known from the start she couldn't get involved with Gabe. She shouldn't have let things go as far as they had. If she'd been more cautious, she wouldn't be experiencing this sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. She took a steadying breath. She would continue to help him. At the very least, she and Gabe were friends, and she had made a promise to Angel. She wouldn't give up until the man who had attacked him was caught. She returned to Gabe's bedroom and packed the last of the things she'd brought into the suitcase stored in the bottom of his closet. As she started to walk back out, she paused. His king-size bed was neatly made, covered with a handmade quilt Gabe had said was a gift from a friend, a woman named Livy Jones, the housekeeper at his brother's Wyoming ranch. A half-read Elmer Kelton Western novel lay on the nightstand next to his pillow. She took a breath and caught the scent of his cologne and the clean smell of soap and man. She thought of the pleasure Gabe had shown her since they had met, thought of how empty her life had been before she met him, how empty it was going to be again, and something squeezed inside her chest. Her time here with Gabe had been wonderful. She had enjoyed being with him far more than she ever would have guessed. But it was time to leave, to go back to the life she'd lived before. Maddie steeled herself against the stab of loneliness welling inside her, and the ache that throbbed in her heart. Making her way along the now familiar corridors to Angel's semi-private room, Maddie caught sight of Dr. Burton outside the door. After a quick update on the boy's condition, which hadn't really changed, she spent an hour sitting with him, then took Rosa and the kids down to the cafeteria to get something to eat. "The doctors say he is improving," the robust, black-haired woman said. "He is getting back some of his strength." "Yes, that's what Dr. Burton told me. It's wonderful news, Rosa." "See, it is very good news." But there was still no certainty that Angel would ever wake up. Anger slipped through her. What kind of man would brutally assault an innocent teenage boy? The same kind who had assaulted the night watchman at the Egyptian, the kind who had to be found and arrested. From the hospital, Maddie went back to her loft apartment. With Gabe's condo so close by, she had been checking on Tigger at least once a day, but she knew he was lonely. He came racing toward her the minute she opened the door, meowing loudly and begging for her to pick him up. "My big, beautiful kitty," she said, lifting him into her arms, hearing the heavy rumble of his purr. "I've missed you too." As she stroked his soft fur, the phone started ringing. For an instant, Maddie wondered if it was going to be another hang-up call. But when she lifted the receiver, it was her mother. "Mom!" It felt good to hear the sound of her voice. Her mom was a small, auburn-haired woman, a little overweight, with the same freckles across her nose and cheeks as Mattie. Cuddling Tigger in her lap, Mattie sat down on a stool at the counter. "I've been meaning to call you. Things have been just so crazy lately. How are you doing? How's Jack?" Instead of an answer, her mother burst into tears. Worry tightened a knot in Mattie's stomach. "What is it, Mom? What's happened?" Her mother sniffed, worked to compose herself. "I shouldn't have done that. It's really nothing so terrible. It's just, well, Jack lost his job." "Oh, no." A sigh whispered through the phone. "With the economy the way it is, I guess we should have expected it." "I can help, Mom. You know I make a very good living." "I didn't call for money. I plan to go back to work." "But you don't have any skills. What would you do?" "They're looking for help at Walmart. Jack's going to get something temporary until he can get a position with another dealer." Mattie's heart ached. Jack sold cars. He'd earned a good living when he and her mother had met, but dealerships were closing all over the country. "We'll make out okay," her mother said. "I just needed to vent." Mattie almost smiled. "Yeah, sometimes we all need to vent. But please let me help. I'll send the checks to you personally. Jack will never have to know." "I don't think I should." "You took care of me, Mom. After Dad died, you took care of both of us. And now, just when it looked like someone was going to take care of her mother, Margaret Baker Kendall was once more forced to look after herself." "Mom, all right, but just send a little. I would rather have you putting your money in the bank. You never know when you might need it." That was the truth. But Mattie had always been a good saver. A lesson learned from the hardships she and her mother had faced after her father had died. "I feel better just talking to you," her mother said. "Me too. I've got to run. I can hear Jack calling." "Okay, I'll call you in a couple of days." Mattie heard the soft click on the opposite end of the line, set the receiver back in its cradle, and made a mental note to start sending checks once a week to her mom. It was the least she could do. And it reminded her again why she couldn't afford to get more deeply involved with Gabe. She couldn't afford to do anything that might interfere with her career. She didn't want to end up like her mother, always pinching pennies, always on the edge, never knowing where the next dollar would come from. The phone rang again. Still thinking of her mom, Mattie picked up the receiver. "Hello?" Soft music played in the background, but no one said a word. "Is anyone there?" No answer. Uneasiness crept down her spine. "This isn't funny. Call again and I'm changing my number." Mattie slammed down the phone, hoping the sharp noise rang in the caller's ears. "It isn't the arsonist," she told herself. "It's just some kook." But the calls were making her more and more nervous, and she decided to tell Gabe about them. A familiar rap-tap-tap sounded at the door, Tracy's special knock. Mattie walked over and peeked through the keyhole just to be sure, opened the door, and stepped back to let her in. "God, I'm glad to see you," Mattie said. "I am so glad you came by." "It seems like it's been ages." "In a way, it has been." Mattie closed the door, and they hugged, walked arm in arm into the kitchen. "You want a Coke or something? I could make us some iced tea." "That sounds great." In low-heeled pumps and an apricot suit, Tracy was dressed for work. Mattie put a kettle of water on to boil, filled Tigger's bowl with crunchies,
and the two of them sat down at the kitchen table. "How's Angel?" was the first thing Tracy asked. "The doctor says he's improving. They still can't say when he'll wake up, or if he ever would." "How's Sam? You're still seeing him, right?" A dreamy smile brightened Tracy's face. "I'm crazy about him, Maddie. I think I'm in love with him." "Wow. I never thought I'd hear those words from you." "Sam's the best man I've ever known. I don't have to impress him. I don't have to pretend to be something I'm not. Sam likes me just the way I am." "And you don't miss all the attention from other men? You're content to just be with Sam?" "If you want to know the truth, it's a relief. Sam's the only man I want, the only man I need. I never thought I'd feel this way about someone. I never thought I could trust a man this way, but I do." Maddie felt a pang of envy. Tracy was working through her problems. She was allowing herself to fall in love. But Maddie couldn't imagine ever allowing herself to become that vulnerable. She managed to smile. "That's really wonderful, Tracy." And it was. No one deserved to be happy more than her very best friend, though she wasn't completely convinced things would work out for Tracy and Sam. Maddie truly hoped they would. The kettle whistled. She went over and turned it off, poured the steaming water over a couple of tea bags in the bottom of a pitcher, and left it to steep. "Have you told Sam about your family?" Tracy's gaze moved out the window. "I don't see why I should. It happened a long time ago. Mom and Dad are divorced. I don't see my dad at all, and I rarely see my mom." "The past is important, Tracy. It makes us the people we are today." "I don't think it's necessary. I don't like talking about it, and I don't want Sam looking at me differently than he does right now." "I know the way you feel, but so how are things going with Gabe?" Maddie swallowed. Just thinking of Gabe brought the unexpected sting of tears. She hadn't realized how much her decision to end their affair was going to hurt. "We're slowing things down. I'm moving back in here. We'll still see each other, but not that often." "And Gabe's okay with that?" "He wasn't happy about it." "You really seem to like him. Are you sure this is what you want?" She looked down, and her eyes filled. "I'm not sure of anything right now. I just know I can't risk everything for Gabe or any other man. I did it before, and look what happened. If I married Gabe and it didn't work out, I couldn't handle it. I'd rather just not take the risk." Tracy's eyes widened. "Gabe asked you to marry him?" "No, but—" She wiped away the tears with the tip of her finger. "He mentioned it." Tracy studied her so closely, Maddie shifted in her seat. "So I guess you told him you weren't interested?" Maddie nodded, her chest clamping down, making it hard to breathe. Tracy got up, walked around to her chair, and hugged her. "I'm scared too," she admitted. "But I'm more scared of how I would feel if I lost Sam." But Maddie was more afraid of coming to trust Gabe, the way she had Mark Holloway, and the pain she would suffer if he broke that trust. Chapter 27. On the terrace, 4 stories below Gabe's condo, a slight breeze ruffled the canvas umbrellas around the swimming pool. The air was clear and warm.
the humidity lessening as September roared toward October. Gabe checked his watch. Maddie was due any minute. She was coming over to help him and Dev plan their next move. Gabe still didn't like getting her involved in so dangerous a situation, but she was determined. And he really wanted to see her. Last night had been hell, sleeping alone, wishing Maddie was there in his bed. He could kick himself for getting in so deep, but now that he was, he couldn't figure a way to extricate himself. And he didn't really want to. As he opened his front door and she walked in, a familiar rush of pleasure stirred inside him, followed by a jolt of desire. Bending his head, he lightly kissed her, felt her mouth soften under his an instant before she pulled away. Gabe sighed, wishing this wasn't the same place they had been before. "I've got the list over there on the table," he said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Why don't we sit down and take a look?" She glanced around the living room. "Where's your brother?" "He had a couple of things to do. He should be back any minute." They sat down in the kitchen, when what he wanted to do was carry her into his bedroom and start stripping off her clothes, start kissing her and caressing those lovely breasts. She looked pretty and sexy, and he wanted her the way he always did. Inwardly, he groaned, glad she couldn't see what was happening to him beneath the table. "How much damage was done to the Egyptian?" Maddie asked, slinging a strap of her purse over the back of a kitchen chair. "The fire started in the back room. The man who witnessed the assault called 911, so the fire department got there in a hurry. The flames never reached the main part of the building." "That's great, Gabe." "The bad news is, Captain Daly says the arsonist is getting better every time. After he clobbered the night watchman, he took the key and used it to get in. He disabled the smoke alarms, then broke out a couple of windows and knocked some holes in the ceiling. The place would have gone up like tinder if the fire department hadn't gotten there so fast." "Maybe Daly put the local departments on notice, since this is the third fire on one of your projects." "Could be. Unfortunately, as soon as my insurance company found out, they canceled my policy. I've had my secretary trying desperately to find another company to handle it, but so far nobody's biting. Not after all the stuff that's been in the media." "Then we'll just have to stop the guy before he burns up something else." She looked down at the sheets of paper she had left for him yesterday afternoon. "Have you had a chance to look at the names on the list?" "I've gone over them twice. None of the names stand out." "Look at them again. Maybe there's someone you missed. Something that will jump out at you this time." Gabe picked up the list and studied the names again. But none of the 40 entries seemed the least bit familiar. Men's names, women's names. He had no idea who might have had a family or a roommate or just a relative or friend living with them. Someone who might be pissed enough to set his buildings on fire. One thing he knew. If he hadn't bought the place, sooner or later it would have been torn down. Because of the location near the farmer's market and the beautiful old trees and shrubs on the lot, he had taken a chance and after some major repairs, been able to start remodeling the place into attractive apartments. He set the sheets of paper back down on the table. "Sorry, nothing." "When you talked to Captain Daly, did you tell him about the evictions?" "I took him a copy of the list. He said he was short on manpower, but he'd try to have some of his people look into it." A light knock sounded. Gabe heard the rustle of the key he had given his brother, since he didn't want his locks jimmied again, and Dev walked in. "Hey, you two, how's it going?" Dev shoved the key into the pocket of his perfectly creased blue jeans. His expensive burgundy polo shirt was equally pristine. Hard to believe he had once lived in poverty on the wrong side of the tracks in Wind Canyon, Wyoming. "Things aren't going so great," Gabe confessed. "I've been going over the list. So far, those names don't mean a damn thing." "I didn't really figure they would." Dev walked toward them with an easy gait that reminded him of Jackson. "It would have been nice, though, if one of them had pushed a button." For the first time, Gabe noticed the dog-eared manila file tucked under his brother's arm. Dev set the file down on the table in front of him. "Fortunately, I managed to come up with something." Gabe sat up straighter in his chair. "Oh, yeah? What'd you find?" "I told you I had an idea I wanted to try. It was a long shot, but it paid off. I talked to the landlord, the former owner." He glanced down at the folder, read the name he had written on the front. "Harley Jones, right? That's him. He was an old guy, the type whose house is full of yellowed magazines, old newspapers, and crap. The kind who never throws anything away. And he had a file on the Greenwood Apartments, Harwood, before you changed the name. It took him a while to find it, but the guy's folder contained every rental application he had taken in the years previous to the condemnation." Dev held up the file, which was ragged on the edges and stained. "And guess what's on each application?" "I'd hate to venture a guess," Gabe said darkly. "Social Security numbers, bro. All we've got to do is sort the old from the new, match the apps with the people on the eviction list, and we can find them. Track them down like dogs." Maddie cast him a glance. Dev grinned. "Bloodhounds." She laughed, a soft, sweet sound, and the heat rushed back into his groin. "You never cease to amaze me," he said to his brother, trying to ignore his untimely desire. "Of course, a few of the numbers may be false, or the person might have died or whatever, but it's a hell of a lot more than we had. And guess what else?" Maddie brightened. "You've got a friend who works at the Social Security office?" "Not exactly. I do, however, have a buddy who's a computer whiz. He can tap into—" He paused, sliced Gabe a sideways glance. "At any rate, Chaz can be a big help to us." Gabe chuckled softly. "I think I like your brother," Maddie said. "He's amazingly inventive." Gabe's mouth curved into a wicked half-smile. "I guess it runs in the family." Maddie's cheeks colored as she followed his thoughts. Whatever happened between them, clearly the sexual attraction remained. Not that it seemed to matter. As the evening progressed, darkness fell outside the kitchen windows. Gabe ordered pizza, and while they ate a half pepperoni, half Alonzo's garden special, they talked about their plans. As soon as Dev's friend, Chaz, came up with a list of current addresses for as many of the people on the list as he could find, they would start tracking them down. Maddie helped Gabe clear the table, tossing the used paper plates into the trash. "I need to get going," she said, as soon as they had finished. "Let me know when you get that list. I'll be happy to run down some of the names." "Not a chance," Gabe said, sliding the empty pizza box into the garbage container. "You're not going to make house calls unless I go with you." "We can cover more ground if we're all out knocking on doors." "Too dangerous. I'm not taking any chances. Besides," he added, because he needed a reason for her to come with him, "maybe with the two of us working together, one of us will pick up something the other missed." Maddie hesitated. "You want to find the guy who assaulted Angel. Here's your chance."
Maddie sighed. "All right. As soon as you're ready, give me a call." "We might have something as soon as tomorrow," Dev put in, casting his brother a glance, knowing him well enough to know exactly his intentions. "That would be great. I start back to work on Monday. After that, I won't have nearly as much time." "I'll call and let you know," Gabe said, as he guided her toward the door. "It's dark outside. I'll walk you out to your car." For once, she didn't argue. She wasn't going to invite him home with her, Gabe could tell, and yet she wanted him. He wasn't wrong about that. Maybe it wouldn't take all that much to convince her. On the other hand, Maddie had made her feelings clear from the start. He had pursued her against her wishes, seduced her into his bed. Whatever his feelings for her, he didn't want a woman who didn't want him. The notion began to strengthen, settled deep in his bones. In the weeks since the fires had started, he had been forced to examine his life. With an arsonist breathing down his neck, anything could happen. The danger he faced had made him realize what he truly wanted. A wife and family sat at the top of his list, which began with a relationship based on trust and love. If he couldn't have that with Maddie, he needed to get over her and get on with his life. There had to be someone out there, someone who would care about him as much as he cared about her. Gabe wished the notion made him feel better. Maddie let Gabe walk her to her car. Her heart felt heavy at the thought of going back to her empty condo, and yet she knew it was for the best. Gabe waited while she dug through her purse for her keys, then bent his head and lightly kissed her. But the heat that was usually there was missing. There was something remote in his manner, something that hadn't been there before, something that told her he had finally begun to pull away. Her heart squeezed. She had known it would happen. The more she pulled back, so would he. The thought of losing him made her stomach feel queasy. Moisture blurred her vision. She knew she was going to lose him. Gabe wanted more, and she simply couldn't give it to him. "I'll call as soon as we hear from Chaz," he said. But he wasn't looking at her, not the way he usually did. Instead, his gaze moved off toward something across the parking lot. Her glance followed his, and she realized he was staring at his big white four-door pickup. Maddie caught the slight flicker of red and orange inside the cab the instant before Gabe started running. The flames grew, suddenly blossomed. Maddie's heart lurched, lodged tight in her throat. She dropped her keys as she frantically dug through her purse and pulled out her cell phone. She flipped it open and dialed 911. Gabe had almost reached the truck when the vehicle exploded, rocking the ground beneath her feet, knocking both of them down. Sizzling pieces of metal sliced through the air, huge chunks of rubber crashed into cars, and shards of broken glass whirred by just inches away from her face. "Gabe!" She saw him roll, taking shelter behind the tire of a shiny red Cadillac parked a few cars away. Hands shaking, she came to her knees on the pavement, still holding on to her phone. She heard the emergency dispatcher's voice and tried to stay calm as she answered the woman's questions. Yes, that's right. There's been an explosion. A car was blown up. It's engulfed in flames." She gave them the address of the Las Posas condominiums, then rushed over to where Gabe now stood staring at the blazing destruction of what had once been his truck. "The fire department's on the way," she said shakily. "Oh, Gabe, are you all right?" Instead of answering, he pulled her into his arms. She felt the tremor that ran through his big, hard body. He took a deep breath, released it slowly. "I'm okay. What about you?" He held her away to get a look at her, surveyed the torn knees of her khaki pants, the cuts and scrapes on her hands, and the dirt on her turquoise blouse. She shoved back her hair with a trembling hand. "Kinda shaky, but okay." Gabe's face was cut and bleeding, his shirt hanging in tatters, part of it completely gone, exposing the six-pack ridges across his flat belly. There was a burn on his arm where a piece of hot metal had struck, and broken glass had sliced a neat line down his cheek. Maddie's stomach rolled. With an unsteady hand, she pulled a Kleenex out of her purse and pressed it against the blood oozing down his cheek. "Dear God, if you had been any closer, you would have been killed." He reached up and wiped something off her forehead, and bright crimson stained his fingers. "Damn it, you're bleeding." She couldn't feel any pain, so she didn't think it was too serious. "I don't think it's too bad." She pulled another tissue out of her purse. Gabe took it from her hand and pressed it against her forehead. They stood there that way, each of them worried about the other. Maddie's throat swelled. Her heart was hammering, beating with fear for Gabe. Footsteps pounded on the pavement. She looked up to see Dev racing across the parking lot. "Son of a bitch." He looked over at the flaming truck. "Are you two all right?" "More or less," Gabe said darkly. The bleeding had stopped on her forehead. Maddie dabbed at the cut on Gabe's cheek a few more times before he caught her hand. "I'm okay," he said, though his burned arm had to be hurting like the devil. "I heard the explosion," Dev said. "What the hell happened?" Gabe explained about the flames he had spotted inside the truck, and that he'd been running toward the vehicle when it blew up. "Shit, you're lucky you weren't killed." Gabe shook his head. "I don't think that's what he wanted." Maddie's gaze snapped to his. "What do you mean?" "I think he was watching. I think he rigged the truck so he could set it off whenever he wanted." She jerked her gaze around, frantically searched the parking lot, and realized Dev was doing the same. "I didn't see anyone," Gabe said. "I think he left a few seconds after the truck exploded." "Oh, God." Gabe eased her back into his arms, and she didn't resist. "If he'd wanted me dead," he said, "he could have done it. He's playing this out. He likes the control." "That's right," Dev agreed. "He wants to show you how powerful he is." Maddie buried her face in Gabe's shoulder. As hard as she had tried to tell herself she would get over him, that she could live without him, seeing how close he had come to dying, how close she had come to losing him forever, tied her insides into a knot. As if he read her thoughts, his arms tightened around her. Then he let her go. "You're out of this, honey. I know you want to help, but I'm not going to let you risk your life. Not anymore." The distant shriek of fire engines cut off the argument they were about to have. Maddie trembled as Gabe's cell phone started to chime. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the phone and flipped it open, read the text message running across the screen. "Did you like the pretty flames? Don't worry, you'll get to see more." Gabe cursed. A crowd gathered to watch the firemen put out what was left of the blazing vehicle. Maddie wondered if the man who had started the fire was among them. As the firemen sprayed water and foam onto the flaming truck, Maddie spotted Captain Daly walking toward them. "Tell me what happened," Daly said without preamble, and she and Gabe relayed the entire story again.
"Whoever this is, he's smart," Daly said, "and he is determined."
Tomorrow, the captain said, the police were going to start working on the names on the eviction list. Deb told him about finding the applications that contained the socials and promised to get a copy over to him in the morning. Gabe held up his phone, displaying the text message.
"The bastard sent this."
Daly read the message.
"He's escalating, getting more and more personal. We can run a trace, but I think the result will be the same as before. He won't make it that easy."
Daly gave orders for Gabe to have the medic take a look at his face and arm, which he ignored. It was another hour before they were finished.
"I don't want you home alone tonight," Gabe said to Maddie. "You could stay here, but I'm not sure you'd be safe here either. Is there someone you can call?"
She wanted to stay with him so badly, she ached. "I can stay with Tracy tonight."
"Sam's there."
"Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right at home."
"Isn't there someone else?"
"I suppose I could phone a friend at the office. Emily Bliss. I don't think she'd mind." Maddie phoned, and Emily immediately invited her over. "You remember where I live?" Emily said, worry clear in her voice. "I remember. Thanks, Em. I'll be there in 20 minutes." Maddie closed the phone. She wanted to stay with Gabe. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the truck bursting into flames, then the deadly explosion. He had come so close to dying. It was all she could do not to reach out and touch him, reassure herself that he was okay. But Gabe wanted her to leave, which made her wonder if she had already pushed him too far away. She swallowed, managed to look up at him. "Emily lives uptown. It won't take long for me to get there."
"I'll follow you over in Dev's rental car." "That's not a good idea," Dev said. "The guy might be watching you. If he is, you don't want to lead him to Maddie. I'll make sure she gets there safely."
Gabe nodded, but his jaw looked tight.
"I want this over," he said.
Maddie's heart went out to him. And as she looked into his worried, handsome face, it struck her. Gabe wasn't like any other man she had ever known. He was stronger, more protective, more caring. And God help her, she was wildly, desperately in love with him. Her throat tightened. As much as she wanted to deny it, as much as she wished it weren't so, the truth was suddenly plain. She was deeply and irrevocably in love with Gabriel Rains. Chapter 28. A cockroach crawled across the floor and disappeared beneath the sagging brown sofa. The lingering smell of fish he'd cooked for supper hung in the air. Seated at a rickety card table next to the hot plate in what served as a kitchen, Jacob stared down at the photos he'd spread across the top of the table. Vera Mercedes Mueller was once a beautiful woman, tall and blonde, with lips the color of cherries. She had even posed for a few cosmetic ads when she was a girl. Jacob carefully rearranged the pictures and the magazine ads she had cut out and saved, and he had carefully stored away. Old black and white photos from when she and Jacob's father were first married. Pictures taken with her sister, Betty, after Jacob's father had died. He'd only been 2 at the time. Vera had raised him, loved him. She had been an older woman when he was born. A wonderful accident, she had called him. Jacob, she had often said, was her whole world. Some of the photos he had taken himself in her later years. She hadn't aged well. The stress of raising what people called a special child had been too great. She had tried so hard, worked 2 jobs to pay for his education as a gifted student, ignored her prescriptions, even gone without groceries, so that she could save more to send him to college. Jacob had worshipped her, as close to a saint as any person he had ever known. He'd tried not to disappoint her, but he knew in some ways he had. He had never fit in with the other kids at school, never made friends, never really wanted to. His mother was all he needed, all he truly cared about. She took care of him, praised him, told him he was better than the other kids, smarter, more clever, that he would be more successful. But he hadn't been. Instead, he'd dropped out of City College in his 2nd year and started smoking pot. When he couldn't find work, his mother gave him money from the jar on the kitchen counter where she kept it. She had always been there when he needed her. And now she was gone. Jacob didn't do drugs anymore. He had stopped smoking pot years ago and didn't smoke cigarettes or drink. He had gotten a job in a music store 2 years ago and begun to make something of himself. His mother had been so pleased. He thought of the apartment she had lived in, a place she truly loved. Then the eviction notice had come, and she had been utterly distraught. He remembered the assisted living home she'd been confined to after her stroke. It never would have happened if she had been able to stay in the place she loved, where she could feed the birds outside her window and take care of her tiny garden. It was all his fault. Gabriel Rains. If he hadn't used his influence to trick the city into condemning the building, his mother would still be in her home. If he hadn't been so greedy, if he hadn't been more concerned with himself than the people who lived in the apartments, his mother would still be alive. But 3 months ago, she had died. And now Jacob was alone. His hand spasmed and his fingers jerked, knocking one of the photos off the table. Jacob reached down and picked it up, set it carefully back in its place. He studied the picture he had taken of his mother. Her hair turned to silver and wrinkles on her face. She looked old, but her soft smile was meant just for him. Vera understood him, as no one else ever had, as no one else ever would. He took out his personal cell phone, not one of the cheap disposables he had purchased with the money from his mother's Social Security checks that still kept coming in. Jacob had been forging the signatures and cashing them without a hitch. He smiled as he flipped open the phone, pushed the button, and began to replay the video he had taken tonight in the parking lot. The big man running across the pavement, the truck exploding at precisely the instant Jacob commanded, the blazing wreckage that was all that remained. He closed the phone. One way or another, Gabriel Rains was going to pay for what he had done to his mother, for what he had done to both of them. In the bedroom of her apartment, Tracy lay in bed next to Sam. He was not quite dozing. She felt Sam's finger lightly tracing a circle around her breast, trailing lower, moving over her rib cage. As he got close to the scar across the left side of her abdomen, her body began to tense. Sam drew his finger along the pale line of the scar, which barely showed anymore, and she rolled away from him onto her side, pretending not to notice. He came up over her, his chest against her back and pressed a soft kiss on the side of her neck. "Tell me about it, baby." Tracy ignored him, praying he would let it go. "I know you don't want to. I know it must have been bad. But I care about you, Tracy. Your past is always there between us. I need you to tell me what happened." She didn't want to tell him. She never said anything to anyone. Only Mattie knew the truth. They had both been 10 years old when it happened, best friends even then. Tracy's dad was a lawyer, and Mattie's dad had a good job with one of the oil companies. So the families lived in a nice neighborhood, just a couple of houses away from each other. Tears burned Tracy's eyes. She didn't want to tell Sam what her life had been like back then, but she knew his feelings for her ran deep, and so did hers for him. So maybe he had a right to know. Sam eased her back down on the bed. "You can trust me with whatever it is, baby. Tell me what happened." She swallowed past the lump in her throat. "I don't like to think about it, and I don't want you to look at me with pity. The only way I'll ever look at you, Tracy, is with love. I love you, baby. I haven't told you. I didn't want to scare you, but I do." "Oh, Sam." She slid her arms around his neck, and he held her close against him. He felt so solid, so strong. "Tell me," he softly coaxed. She dragged in a shaky breath and relaxed on the bed. "My father drank. Sometimes he was a good father, but once he started drinking, he couldn't stop. He just kept going until he was falling down drunk. He got mean when he drank, and he beat us, my mom and me." Sam took her hand and kissed her palm, silently encouraging her to continue. "It happened a lot. Mattie tried to get me to tell the teachers at school, but I made her swear she would never tell a soul. I was embarrassed, and I was afraid of what he would do to Mama and me." Sam leaned down, gently pressed his mouth against the scar, and something loosened inside her. "Go on." "He was drunk that night. He slapped Mama so hard she fell and hit her head. She was lying there and her eyes were closed, and I was so scared." Tracy's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Sam, I don't want to remember." He gentled her with a tender kiss. "You don't have to if you don't want to. It's just, I think if you got it out, if you said it right out, you might be able to get past it." She stared up at him through the wetness spiking her lashes. He was so handsome, and there was that look on his face, the love for her he didn't try to hide. "I started screaming. 'You killed Mama! You killed Mama!' Then I hit him. I punched him in the stomach as hard as I could, but it only made him madder. He said he hadn't killed her. He said he'd show me what happened when I tried to interfere." She started crying, and Sam pulled her into his arms. "That's enough," he said. "You don't have to say another word." "It was the buckle on his belt that made the scar." Sam's eyes briefly closed, and his hold subtly tightened. "Oh, baby." She felt the tremors running through his lean, hard body. "It's all right," he whispered. "No one's ever going to hurt you again. I swear it on my life." Tracy clung to him. "I love you, Sam." Marry me, Tracy. She had never imagined she would get married. She was too afraid she'd wind up with a man like her dad. But this was Sam, and he was nothing at all like Marty Spencer. She smiled at him through her tears. "Oh, yes, I'll marry you, Sam." In the moonlight coming through the window, his eyes glistened for an instant before he kissed her. "Soon," he said. "We're getting married very soon." Tracy didn't argue, just looked up at Sam and gave him a wobbly smile. For the first time in as long as she could remember, she felt completely at peace. Dev's friend, Chaz, came through for them. It was highly illegal to break into a federal data bank, but Chaz liked the money, and he loved his work. 32 of the 40 names on the eviction list had been matched to the Social Security numbers on the tenants' rental applications. Through the data bank, Chaz had found addresses for 29 of them. The rest of the numbers were either for people who had died, phony, or the numbers had somehow gotten reversed or were otherwise useless. It wasn't 100%, but it was more information than they'd had before. "The police are going to get on it," Gabe said to Dev that Sunday morning. "They'll have to run the socials on the apps themselves, but that way it'll be legal. The addresses they come up with will be the same as the ones we've already got. Daly says this is the best lead they have, and they're going to be pushing hard." Dev nodded. "That's good news. Maybe they'll come up with something." In the meantime, Gabe planned to call on some of the evicted tenants himself. Chaz had done a little extra research and found 6 former tenants with criminal records. 3 still lived in the Dallas area. Gabe had circled the names, intending to call on them first. His brother's cell phone rang. Dev answered, and Gabe heard Jackson's name. "I know you want to come down," Dev said into the phone, "but it would be better if you didn't. We aren't sure how far this guy is willing to go, and even if you were here, there's nothing you could do." Dev filled Jackson in on the investigation so far, and that the cops would soon be on the trail of the former tenants of the Greenwood apartments. "You've got a family to think of now, big brother. And like I said, there's nothing you can do that we aren't doing already." Dev chuckled. "Swearing at me isn't going to change anything. Take care of your wife and daughter." Dev hung up the phone. He called me a few choice names, but I think I've convinced him not to come, at least for the moment. I don't want to put anyone else in danger. Matter of fact, I'm thinking maybe it's time you went back to Phoenix. Dev cast him a sideways glance. "Good idea. I'll be on the next plane." Ignoring Dev's sarcasm, and knowing it was useless to argue, Gabe went back to sorting through the names, trying to come up with the most likely suspects. There wasn't much to go on. Someone knocked. Absently, his hand went to the bandage covering the burn on his arm as he went to the door. He felt a tug in his chest as Mattie walked into the condo. "You're not supposed to be here," he said. Since she had made her feelings clear, he was doing his best to forget her. Seeing her only made that harder to do. "I told you I don't want you getting hurt." "I was just out jogging, and you were supposed to be staying with your friend." "I did, but I went back home this morning." She was wearing shorts and a tank top, her arms and legs faintly gleaming with perspiration. It made him think of hot, sweaty sex, and heat pooled low in his groin. "I had to go home, Gabe," she was saying. "I've got to get ready to go back to work. My job is important to me." "No job is worth your life," No, but we have no idea where this guy might strike next. Even the police have no idea. Gabe blew out a long, disgruntled breath. I suppose you're right. All we can do is be careful. That's the reason I came by. There's something I need to tell you. Yeah, what is it? I've been getting phone calls, Gabe. Hang-ups. I thought you ought to know. His jaw tightened. And you just decided to tell me? Christ, when did they start? A couple of weeks ago. I thought maybe some kook had seen my photo in the newspaper and somehow got my phone number. Gabe caught her shoulders. Damn it, you should have told me as soon as it started. You had enough on your mind without adding more. Besides, I didn't think it was anything to worry about. So what changed your mind? I guess watching your truck blow up last night and you nearly getting killed. I thought the calls might be important. I figured you ought to know. She looked down at the bandage around his arm. How's the burn? It's healing. In a day or two, I'll be fine. Dev appeared just then. Do these phone calls come at any certain time or on any specific day? There haven't been that many, and so far they seem to be totally random. But I've been gone a lot, so maybe he calls and I'm not there. So he doesn't call on your cell? No. You're sure it's a man, Gabe said, not a kid or a woman? I have no idea. All I hear is the sound of music playing in the background. He listens for a while, then hangs up. What kind of music? Gabe asked. Nothing specific, just soft jazz of some kind. That doesn't sound like a kid, Dev said. If he calls again, I want to know, Gabe told her. Maddie just nodded. Can we, talk for a minute? Don't mind me, Dev said. I need to get a copy of those names and socials down to the department. They'll have to do some digging to get the addresses, but they have access, and I can't risk them finding out about Chaz. Don't forget you're taking me to the car rental place this afternoon, Gabe called after him. I know you need transportation. I'll be back in a couple hours. The door shut behind him. What is it? Gabe asked, wishing Maddie hadn't come, wishing he wasn't so damned glad to see her. We were talking about my safety. Well, this morning, I, started thinking, if the arsonist is the guy who's been calling me, maybe I should, maybe I'd be safer here with you. Gabe frowned. 2 days ago, that was the last thing you wanted. I know, Which is it, Maddie? You want to be with me, you don't want to be with me? I can't handle this back and forth. He frowned as he thought about the night they'd made love and the condom had broken. You aren't pregnant, are you? Her cheeks colored prettily, making those appealing little freckles stand out. No. Gabe sighed, surprised he wasn't more relieved. And yet what he'd told her was true. He was tired of playing games. Until she knew what she wanted, he was no longer willing to continue as they had been. I've done some thinking, too, he said. Maybe you were right. Maybe we ought to slow things down. Take some time to sort things out. Maddie glanced away. Several heartbeats passed before she looked back at him with a forced smile. Yes, of course. You're right. We both need a little time. It was just the explosion last night, I guess. You always make me feel safe, and... She gasped as he caught her shoulders and hauled her into his arms. Bending his head, he kissed her. He made her feel safe? Damn it, he needed to be certain she was.
He wanted her to stay, more than he wanted to breathe, but he didn't want to get in any deeper than he was already. Mattie's soft lips parted, and his tongue slid inside, tasted, mated with hers. Her fingers, tangled in his white t-shirt, slid underneath, moved over his chest, and the blood pumped through his veins. The kiss grew hotter, wetter, deeper. Her arms went around his neck, and his resolve weakened, completely dissolved. He wanted Mattie Baker, and he no longer cared what game she played. All he wanted was to be inside her. Scooping her into his arms, he carried her into the bedroom and settled her on his bed. Dev wouldn't be back for hours. Plenty of time for what he had in mind. If sex was all Mattie wanted, he was about to give her the kind of hot, raunchy sex she wouldn't easily forget. Chapter 29. Mattie trembled as Gabe kissed her. She hadn't been able to sleep last night on Emily's couch. She kept thinking of Gabe, thinking of how he had started to pull away from her, and how she knew deep down she was losing him. She had tried to convince herself not to come here this morning, but she'd simply had to see him. She was in love with him. She knew that now without the slightest doubt. She needed more time with him, enough time to figure things out. Gabe deepened the kiss, the hot, demanding glide of his tongue into her mouth, telling her what he wanted. He pulled her tank top over her head, dragged her jogging shorts down over her hips. Her panties went next. Then he settled her naked body in his bed. Mattie watched as he stripped off his jeans and t-shirt and joined her, claimed her mouth again in a hot, soul-burning kiss. He cupped her breast, molding and caressing. He bent his head, and his teeth grazed her nipple. The heavy bands of muscle across his chest contracted as he worked over her, laving each peak, turning them into stiff little buds, making her stomach quiver. Hot, wet kisses trailed over her rib cage, continued down until his tongue circled her navel. Mattie swallowed at the erotic sensations. I need a shower," she whispered, but Gabe just laughed. "Honey, I like you just the way you are. Besides, you'll only get sweaty again." "But—" She bit back a cry as his head dipped and hot kisses burned across her abdomen and lower still. Gabe spread her thighs and settled himself between them, his fingers tracing a fiery path through the crisp auburn curls at the juncture of her legs. Her heart was pounding. Heat seemed to burn through her blood. Gabe parted her sex, and his mouth settled there, making her quiver and moan. Feeling the sweep of his tongue on her most sensitive spot, Mattie forgot to breathe. She sucked in a ragged gasp and twisted her fingers in his thick, dark hair, meaning to pull his head away. But the sensations were so hot, so sweet, she found herself holding him in place instead. Oh my God. Gabe suckled and tasted, used his hands to heighten the sensations, and Mattie's whole body trembled. Her skin felt hot and damp, stretched too tightly over her bones. Heat flared in the pit of her stomach. She arched upward as pleasure washed through her, spread out through her limbs. Higher and higher she climbed, the sensations unlike anything she had known before. For an instant, she hung suspended. There was only the feel of Gabe's silky hair beneath her hands and the sweet, burning pleasure. Then heat and need swamped her, and she tumbled over the edge. She was floating toward the surface, her body limp and sated,
when she realized Gabe hadn't stopped, and her body began to respond again. Fresh sensation hit her, thick and intense, and a second powerful climax rippled through her. She didn't remember Gabe moving above her, only stirred to life when she felt his heavy erection sliding deeply inside. "We're good together, Maddie. I was hoping you'd see that." And then that big, powerful body started to move. Deep thrusts carried her higher. Long, slow strokes filled her with pleasure. Faster, deeper, harder. She was there again, flying free, letting him take her to the place she had been before. Maddie cried out Gabe's name as he came, his powerful muscles straining with the intensity of his release. Maddie clung to his muscular neck, unwilling to let him go, wishing she had the courage to tell him the truth. She was wildly in love with him. The phone calls had only been an excuse to see him. She wanted to be with him so badly, and yet she was afraid. Gabe kissed her softly, deeply, then lifted himself away and settled himself beside her. A finger traced the outline of her lips. "You all right?" She swallowed past the lump in her throat. I didn't realize how good that would feel." "Yeah? Well, there's more where that came from." He flashed her a cocky grin that had her smiling through the tears she hoped he wouldn't see. Then his grin slid away. "I don't want you to stay here, Maddie. Sooner or later, he's going to come after me. I don't want you anywhere near me when that happens." "But what about the phone calls?" Wearily, he shook his head. "I don't know. I don't like it, I can tell you. I'll talk to Daly, see if there's a way the police can run a trace." "If it's him, he could be watching me." A muscle jerked in his cheek. She could see the wheels spinning in his head. "I'll call Sam. Since he's practically moved in with Tracy, I'll ask if you can stay at his place." She didn't want that. She wanted to stay with Gabe. After the explosion last night and how close he had come to dying, she needed to be with him. She knew the risk she was taking in loving Gabe, but it no longer seemed to matter. Not the way it had before. "Tracy's never let a man stay at her house," she said. "At least not for more than a night." "That right?" "She says Sam's special." "He's crazy about her." Maddie said no more. She had no idea what the future held for Tracy and Sam, or what would happen between her and Gabe. At the moment, finding the arsonist before he killed Gabe or somebody else was all that mattered. In the end, Maddie refused to stay at Sam's, though he firmly insisted. Gabe tried to bully her, of course, until she convinced him that since Sam was his best friend, there was no way to know whether his place would be any safer than anywhere else. "Fine. If you refuse to stay with Sam, you might as well stay with me. At least if something happens, I'll be here to look out for you." Since that was exactly the reason she had come to his house in the first place, she shrugged as if it were the only logical solution. "The police have put a car in the area," he said, still clearly worried. "That's something, I guess. And I've got a guard on duty 24/7. Which hadn't prevented the fire at the Egyptian or the truck bomb last night. But the Atlas guards were now on high alert. The owner of Atlas Security, a friend of Dev's named Trace Rawlins, had driven down from his main branch office in Houston to meet with his men and make sure they understood the danger of the situation. Make sure they kept a close watch for the man setting fire to Gabe's property. Both Gabe and Dev were hopeful that if the arsonist tried again, which they were certain he would, this time the guard would spot him.
Maddie spent the night with Gabe, who made several rounds outside the building to talk to the guard and check for any sign of trouble. He carried a deadly-looking pistol, she noticed, stuffed into the back of his jeans. On Monday, she returned to work, her pseudo-vacation over. Shirley handed her a stack of messages, and she headed for her office. She caught sight of Emily and gave her a little wave. The night Gabe's truck had exploded and Maddie had stayed with her friend, Emily had confessed that she and Aaron had been seeing each other. "It's strictly against company policy," Emily had said, as she had carried sheets, a blanket, and pillow over to the sofa. "But Aaron was sure you wouldn't tell." Maddie smiled, thrilled at the news. "They couldn't pry it out of me with a crowbar." Emily laughed. "I'm really happy for both of you." A soft smile curved Emily's lips as she set to work on the makeshift sofa bed. "I've had a crush on Aaron for years. I kept hoping he would ask me out, but he was too obsessed with you." "Me?" "I think he was pretty much in love with you." "You've got to be kidding. We've always just been friends." Emily smoothed the sheet into place. "Maybe that's how you saw it, but not Aaron. I was always a little jealous of you, even when it was obvious you didn't return his feelings. Then you started dating someone you really seemed to care about, and something changed." "What?" "I think Aaron knew how you felt about Gabe, even before you knew it yourself. He was angry, that's what he told me. Then he realized he wanted a woman who felt that same way about him, and he could finally see you never would." Maddie stuffed the pillow into a crisp white cotton case. "So he asked you out?" Emily nodded. "For the first time, Aaron seemed to see me as a woman, not just a co-worker. He asked me to dinner, and we had a terrific time. We've been seeing each other ever since." "That's terrific, Em." Maddie leaned over and hugged her. "I'm so happy for you. You've always seemed perfect for each other. For years, I hoped the two of you would get together." They had talked late into the night, their friendship deepening after Maddie had confessed her feelings for Gabe. It was amazing how much clearer things seemed once she had said the words out loud. She was thinking of Gabe as she made her way toward her office that morning, messages in hand. "Hey, Maddie, how's it hanging?" Mel Freeman intercepted her before she got there. His mouth curved into a lascivious smile. "Things must be going well with that new boyfriend of yours. Word is you've finally been getting laid." Anger boiled to the surface, making her cheeks burn. Maddie tamped it down. "What I do outside the office is none of your business." She tried to walk past him, but he caught her arm. "I was just being friendly. Isn't that the way co-workers are supposed to act?" "We aren't friends, Mel. We never have been. Now, if you'll let me go, I have work to do." Freeman's lips curled, but he let her go. Refusing to let Mel ruin her morning, she carried the messages into her office, sat down at her desk, and started returning calls. With so much catching up to do, she decided to skip lunch and work straight through the day. After a couple of hours, her back began to hurt, and she shifted in her chair, trying to get comfortable. Her muscles were sore from landing so hard on the pavement during the explosion Saturday night, and her head had begun to pound. She rubbed her temples and leaned back in her chair, thinking what she needed was a fresh cup of coffee. For a moment she closed her eyes and let the office music playing in the background begin to soothe her. She was usually so busy she didn't notice it. But something began to niggle at the back of her mind. She sat up a little straighter, tuned into the sound. Soft jazz. It reminded her of something. And suddenly she knew. It was the same kind of music she had heard during the hang-up phone calls. Her attention sharpened as she concentrated on the song. Kenny G played faintly, not loud enough to interfere with work. She recognized the tune. She had heard it, she realized, the day she had received that last hang-up phone call. Maddie shot up from her chair. The office music was on a loop, the songs repeating over and over. The calls had come from the office. The more she thought about it, the more sure she was. And there was only one person who would be perverse enough to do that kind of thing. Marching to the door, she pulled it open and stormed out into the main work area, toward Mel Freeman's desk, which sat in an alcove in front of a window. "I need to talk to you, Mel." He glanced up at her, while the rest of the employees continued to work. He rose languidly from his chair. "I'm busy. What is it?" "I want to know if you've been calling my house. If you've been calling me and hanging up. I want to know if you're the jerk who's been making the crank calls I've been getting." Mel's eyebrows came together. "I don't know what you're talking about. If you've been getting calls, it's probably from that guy you've been boffing." "It was you, wasn't it? I recognize the music playing in the background. You're the one who's been calling. I'm going to Mr. DeWalt. I'm telling him—" "It wasn't him, Maddie." Maddie whirled toward the familiar voice. Aaron's face was ashen. "Can we—" He cleared his throat. "Can we go into your office?" Maddie glanced from Aaron to Mel and back. "Of course." Mel just grunted and walked away. The look in his face said it all. Grabbing the handles of his wheelchair, she took charge, whether he liked it or not, rolled him to the door of her office, waited till he turned the knob, then pushed him inside. She walked around to face him, crossing her arms over her chest. "Are you going to tell me you know who's been harassing me?" Aaron hung his head, a lock of dark hair falling over his forehead. He looked up at her, and behind the rim of his glasses, his eyes looked bleak. "It was me, Maddie. I called to see if Gabe was at your apartment. I was jealous. I felt like I had to know." "Oh, Aaron." He swallowed. "It took me a while, but eventually I started to get my head on straight. At first I was hurt, thinking about you and Gabe and how much you seemed to care about him. Jealous that you were attracted to him, but not to me. But then I thought about what I was doing and how insane it was. I realized I was turning into someone who wasn't remotely me." Tears stung Maddie's eyes. "I decided right then that things had to change. I asked Emily to go out with me. We started dating, and it was great. With the fires and all, I knew you had to be worried those calls I made might somehow be connected. That last call, I wanted to tell you it was me, that you weren't in any danger, but you were so angry I chickened out. I'm really sorry, Maddie." Tears welled. "You're a dear friend, Aaron. We could have talked things out. I'm so embarrassed. I was an idiot. Emily, well, she's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I nearly blew it. Can you ever forgive me?" Maddie bent down and hugged him. "Of course I can." She wiped the tears from her cheeks. "I really hope things work out with you and Em." "I hope it works out with you and Gabe," he said. And she thought that he was sincere. Maddie had no idea what would happen with her and Gabe. She needed a little more time, needed to decide if she dared to risk losing the feeling of security she had worked so hard to build. risk giving Gabe her heart. Erin left her office, and Mattie returned to work, thinking about the phone calls, her mind going round in circles. If she told Gabe the truth, that the calls had nothing to do with the arsonist, Gabe would want her to go back to her apartment, or somewhere else he thought she would be safe. Mattie wasn't ready to leave. Thanks to her uncertainty, Gabe had started pulling away, and if she left now, she might lose him completely. She released a long, uneasy breath. It wasn't fair to let Gabe continue to worry. On the other hand, she wanted to stay with him, see where things went. She was in love with him, and she believed he still cared for her. She would keep Erin's secret for as long as she dared. Chapter 30. Gabe pulled up in front of the Greenwood Apartments, turned off the engine, and climbed out of his rented Dodge Durango. Though the apartments and the rest of his current projects were now uninsured, his truck had still been covered at the time it was destroyed. As soon as he got a chance, he would go down and find a replacement. In the meantime, the big SUV would have to do. Gabe sighed. He hoped to hell they found the arsonist before the bastard did any more damage, or financially. He was going to be in a world of hurt. He spotted Sam talking to one of the crew. The remodel was coming along very well. From the start, he'd been careful to do as little as possible to disturb the landscape, the trees and shrubs that surrounded the units. The setting and location near the farmer's market had been the reason he had bought the dilapidated building in the first place. He had added a pool, which was just about finished, and cement walkways winding through the big old oaks were about to be poured. "Hey, Gabe!" Sam had spotted him and was walking toward him. A worried frown appeared on his forehead as he assessed the gash on Gabe's cheek. "You okay?" Sam knew about the explosion. Gabe had called him first thing Sunday morning. "Aside from this burn on my arm, a couple of cuts and bruises, I'm fine." Sam looked down at the white gauze wrapped around Gabe's forearm. "Any word on the guy who did it?" "None I know of. I'll be talking to Daly today." He checked his wristwatch. "Matter of fact, he's meeting me here. Maybe he'll have something new to report." Sam shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Listen, I know how much you've got on your mind right now, but I wanted you to be the first to know." His lips slowly curved. "Tracy and I are getting married, and I want you to be my best man." Shock kept him silent. It took him several seconds for the words to actually sink in. "You're getting married?" Sam grinned. "I'm biting the bullet, going down for the count, giving up my bachelor ways, and I can hardly wait." Gabe's lips twitched. "If that's the way you feel, I'd be honored to be your best man. But I have to say I'm a little surprised. You two haven't known each other very long." "I think I knew she was the one almost from the start. I love her, Gabe, and Tracy loves me. I know this is right for both of us." Gabe's chest felt oddly tight. Knowing Sam wouldn't make such an important decision without a great deal of thought, he smiled, truly happy for his friend. "Congratulations." He couldn't help thinking of Mattie and wishing things were different, wishing there wasn't so much left unsettled between them. Hell, he didn't really have any idea what Mattie felt for him. She loved what he could do for her in bed, but that was hardly the same. And he refused to let his own feeling go any deeper, not until he knew what was going on. Gabe slapped his best friend on the back. "I wish you and Tracy all the happiness in the world." "Thanks." "When's the wedding?" "I'm not sure." He flicked a glance at Gabe's rented SUV. "Not till after we catch the bastard who's setting these goddamn fires." Gabe released a breath. He looked over at the men carrying heavy boxes of tile into the apartment building, thought of how much he had invested that was no longer insured. "I hope it's soon." Sam's gaze assessed him. "Everything okay with you and Maddie?" Gabe just shook his head. "I don't have a clue." Sam chuckled. "Hard to know what a woman's thinking." Gabe grunted. "That's for sure." Sam stared past his shoulder toward a car pulling up to the curb. "Looks like Captain Daly's here." The sound of the running engine turned silent. "I'll let you know what he has to say." Gabe went to meet Daly as he climbed out of his red Suburban. Daly's gaze took in the bandage on Gabe's arm and the gash on his cheek. "Could have been worse. A lot worse," Gabe said. "I wish I had more to report. The photos we took of the crowd around the parking lot didn't turn up anyone out of place or anyone with any priors. No one we talked to remembered seeing anyone near your truck. The security cameras caught the image of a man dressed completely in black, but they didn't get a clear shot of his face." "You think he avoided the cameras on purpose?" "I'm sure he did." "What about the bomb?" "It was a fairly simple device, made of ammonium nitrate, used a blasting cap to detonate, set off by a cell phone he modified for his purpose. Usually it's a paging signal that sets off the bomb." "So he was watching, just like I thought. He saw me running toward the truck, timed it so I wouldn't quite get there, and then blew it up. Looks like it. He wasn't ready to kill me." "No, but that could change at any time." Gabe's jaw hardened. "I don't suppose the bomb was that hard to make. Information's all over the internet. And there are books on the subject. If you want to blow something up and you're smart enough not to kill yourself in the process, it can certainly be done." "Anything else?" "The police have located the current addresses for most of the evicted tenants of Harwood. They've got uniforms out on the street, knocking on doors. There's always a chance they'll come up with something." "I sure as hell hope so." And he meant to make a few calls of his own, starting with the 3 men in Dallas who had criminal records. The other 3 were spread over the southern half of Texas. Dev had used his connections to discover that one who fit the general description of the arsonist had flown into Dallas 3 days ago. He'd gone back to Austin on a late flight Sunday night. Dev had decided to pay him a visit. "There's one more thing," Gabe said. "What's that?" Daly asked. "Maddie Baker's been getting hang-up phone calls at her condo. She's worried it might be the arsonist." "She have caller ID?" "Says the number comes up blocked." "Does she have any reason to believe it's our guy and not just some kook who likes the sound of her voice?" He shook his head. "Caller doesn't say anything, and the calls seem to be random. Doesn't sound like something our guy would do. He isn't the sort to do something random. He doesn't make a move that isn't completely calculated. But if you give me her phone number, I can get a list from the phone company of the calls that have come into that number. We can track the hang-up caller from there." "That'd be great." Gabe gave him Maddie's home number, which Daly copied down in his notebook. He closed the cover and stuck the notepad back in his pocket. "I'll let you know once I get the information." Daly turned and started back to his car. Gabe watched him go. He was tired of waiting, tired of being targeted by a madman. Damn it, he had worked too hard all his life to let some bastard ruin him, maybe even kill him or someone close to him. Gabe was determined to find him before it was too late. Maddie stopped by her house after work to pick up some clothes and a few other items she needed. And she was picking up Tigger, dropping him off at Cats on Broadway, a place that boarded felines. He didn't much like going there, but if the arsonist started a fire in her building, or at Gabe's while they were at work, there was no way Tigger could escape. She scratched his chin, set him back on his feet, and headed down to the underground parking garage to put her stuff in the car, planning to come back upstairs and get him. As she set her clothes in the trunk and closed the lid, she spotted Tracy's Lexus pulling into a visitor's space. Maddie walked over to the Lexus. "Come on up. I was just moving a few things over to Gabe's. I'm taking Tigger to Cats on Broadway for a while." "That's a good idea. This arson thing is really getting serious." Maddie had phoned Tracy and told her about the bomb that had destroyed Gabe's truck. "It was awful, Tracy. Gabe was nearly killed." "Oh, Maddie." Tracy looked up at the small scabs on Maddie's forehead. "You're okay, though, right? Both of you are okay?" "We're okay." "So you're moving back in with Gabe?" "This time it's more my idea than his. I'm hoping this will give me a chance to figure things out." They stepped into the elevator, and Maddie pushed the button. When she looked over at Tracy, her friend seemed to be practically glowing. They walked into the living room, and Maddie closed the door. "All right, so what's going on?" Tracy grinned. "I'm getting married." Maddie just stared. Of all the things she might have guessed, this wasn't one of them. "You're kidding me, right?" "It's true. Sam and I are getting married. I love him, Maddie, and he loves me. He asked me, and I said yes." "But you said you'd never get married. There was no way in the world you could ever trust a man that much." "That was before I met Sam," she said with a dreamy smile. "Are you sure, Tracy? You haven't really known each other that long." Tracy just smiled. "I don't have a doubt in the world. In fact, I've never been so sure about anything in my life." Maddie walked over and sat down in one of the cone-shaped chairs, her legs no longer steady. "You're just engaged. This isn't happening right away." Tracy came up and stuck out her hand, waving a beautiful diamond ring in front of her nose. It was ornate, understated, and lovely. Nothing like Tracy might have picked for herself. "It was Sam's mother's ring. He wasn't sure I'd like it, but I love it. It means something, you know? Sam loved his mother. She's gone, and now he's giving the ring to me." Maddie stared up at her. "Something about you is changing. You're different than you used to be." Tracy seemed pleased. "It's Sam. He made me see myself in a different way. He believes in me. He makes me believe in myself." Maddie smiled. "I think I'm really going to like this new you." Moisture glistened in Tracy's eyes. "I like her myself, so I hope you do too." Maddie stood up and hugged her. They remained that way for several seconds. Two lifelong friends who wanted only the best for each other. "You didn't answer my question," Maddie finally said, easing away. "When is this wedding going to happen?" "Soon, I hope. Sam's worried about Gabe. He wants to wait until they catch the arsonist." "He's a good friend. The best." "Just like you," Maddie said, her own eyes glistening. Tracy smiled. "So what about you and Gabe? Are you going to marry him?" Maddie sighed. "I don't know if he's interested in marrying me anymore. I'm not sure how he feels." "But you love him, right?" A week ago she would have denied it. Instead, she nodded, pushed the words past the lump in her throat. I love him. Then everything is going to work out. Maddie said nothing. It will, Tracy said determinedly. But there was no way to know. Maddie finished collecting her things, while Tracy talked excitedly about the wedding she and Sam were planning. I want to keep it small, just a few close friends, but elegant, you know? I think we should... Maddie's cell phone began to ring, stopping Tracy mid-sentence. Maddie grabbed her purse, dug out the phone, and flipped it open. Hello? Maddie, it's Rosa. The woman started crying. Something has happened to Angel. Her stomach clenched. Maddie forced herself to stay calm. Rosa, take a deep breath, slow down, and tell me what's going on. She looked over at Tracy, who worriedly bit her lip. I do not know exactly. His head, something happened inside. They took him to surgery. He is in there now. She started crying again, so hard Maddie couldn't understand the rest of what she was saying. Just hang on. I'll be there as quickly as I can. She closed the phone and turned to Tracy. It's Angel. Something happened and they took him to surgery. Oh, God. I need to get down there. I don't want to leave Tigger here any longer, not with that firebug running around. Do you think you could take him over to where he's supposed to be boarded? Sure, I can do that. But why don't I just take him home with me? I love Tigger. He's a real sweetie. What about Sam? Are you kidding? The man is a cream puff when it comes to animals. Tracy, thank you. That would really be great. I know Tigger would far rather go home with you than board with strangers. You'll need his bowl and watering dish. And I just changed his litter box. Great. Together they carried the big Tom and all his gear down to the garage and loaded them into Tracy's car. Maddie steeled herself against Tigger's meowing, which ended when Tracy settled him in her lap and started stroking his head. It's all right, sweetheart, Tracy said. Mama will come for you as soon as it's safe. Maddie grinned. Call me, Tracy said as she started the engine. As soon as you know anything. I will. I'll say a prayer for Angel, Tracy called after her, and Maddie thought again how much her friend had changed. Thanks. On her way out of the parking garage, she phoned Gabe and told him that Angel had been taken to surgery and that she was on her way to the hospital. All the way there, she prayed that her friend would have a chance to become the man he was meant to be. Chapter 31. Gabe's long strides carried him down the wide linoleum-floored hallway toward the waiting area in the surgical wing. Maddie had called half an hour ago to tell him what little she knew. He had foregone the visits he had been planning to make on former tenants of Greenwood with prison records and driven directly to the hospital instead. He found Maddie sitting with Rosa and her two younger children, both of whom sat quietly, their faces pale and grim. Maddie stood up the moment she saw him. He started toward her, opened his arms, and she walked straight into them. God, he had never known a woman who felt so right in his arms. Come on, he said softly. Let's go out in the hall, and you can fill me in. She nodded. He could tell she was fighting not to cry. They pushed through the waiting room door and stepped out into the corridor. Several nurses hurried past, pushing a cart loaded with equipment toward a room at the far end of the hall. Tell me what happened. Her lips trembled. She took a shaky breath and slowly released it. A blood clot formed in Angel's brain. The doctors call it a hematoma. Apparently, after the kind of trauma he suffered, sometimes it happens. Blood solidifies between the skull and the outer layer of the brain,
It causes the pressure to build. They took him to surgery to remove the blood mass and reduce the pressure. She glanced away, and when she looked back, he caught the sheen of tears. They make a hole in the skull, she continued, wiping at a tear that slipped onto her cheek. That's how they remove the clot.
The surgery's over, right?
Gabe asked gently. She nodded. Angel's in the recovery room.
Did they give you any prognosis? Tell you whether or not the operation was a success?
She shook her head. I don't think they really know. We're staying with him tonight. The doctors want us to remain hopeful. But the priest is coming, just in case. She started to cry, and Gabe eased her back into his arms.
It's all right, honey. Just hang on. We'll get through this together.
It isn't fair, Maddie whispered against his shoulder. He's just a boy. He was only trying to help us.
Gabe felt the words like a punch in the stomach. Angel had been out on the street asking questions, trying to help him find the arsonist. Now the boy hovered on the edge of death. Maddie was right. It wasn't fair. But then when had life ever been fair?
She pressed a wadded-up Kleenex beneath her nose. Rosa wants to go over to the church across the street before Father Michaels arrives. I'm going with her.
Gabe just nodded. He rarely went to church, but he believed in God, and he didn't mind saying a prayer on occasion. Tonight seemed exactly the right time. I know where it is. I'll walk over with you.
She swallowed and nodded.
When they returned to the waiting room to collect Rosa, another woman sat with her. A cousin named Lupe, Rosa said as she introduced him. A younger Hispanic woman in her mid-30s with black hair cut short around her head. Lupe waited with the children, while Gabe escorted the women over to St. Mary's Church. It was small, but beautifully kept. A lone woman dressed in black sat in the very last row, her head covered by a black lace shawl. Candles flickered on the altar, casting shadows on the stained-glass windows behind the cross on the wall. A Bible sat open on a white satin cloth. Rosa genuflected, crossed herself, and sat down in one of the pews. Maddie sat down, looked a little surprised when Gabe sat down next to her. He reached over and squeezed her hand, and some of the tension in her shoulders eased. Gabe sat there in silence, his chest feeling heavy. Angel deserved to live. Gabe prayed the boy would get the chance he deserved. As the minutes passed, he could hear the faint click of rosary beads as Rosa repeated the prayers. Maddie's lips silently moved, and Gabe said his own simple prayer. Then it was time to go. The priest was coming to perform the last rites, just in case. Gabe's throat tightened as he led the women out of the church and back to the hospital. When they reached the waiting area in the surgical wing, Cousin Lupe sat alone. My husband came, and I sent the children home with him. Rosa's lips trembled. Thank you, and please thank Alberto for me. Lupe's dark eyes looked sad. The children, they didn't want to go. They wanted to stay with their brother. They said that when he wakes up, we must be sure to tell him they love him. Rosa made a pitiful sound in her throat, and Maddie reached down and caught her hand. Father Michaels came while you were at church, Lupe said. He has already gone in to Angel. Rosa's knees buckled. Gabe caught the heavy-set woman and helped her into a chair. My boy, she said on an anguished cry. God, please help my beautiful boy. Tears collected in Maddie's eyes as she sat down next to Rosa. Watching her, Gabe's chest constricted. Seeing her with Angel's mother, knowing how deeply she cared,
moved him as nothing had before. Rosa and her cousin repeated the rosary over and over, while Mattie wiped away tears. Time slid past. The priest came out, an imposing man with iron-gray hair. He spoke quietly to Rosa, then left the waiting room. Rosa sobbed softly. "You don't have to stay here, Gabe," Mattie said as the hours slid past. "There's nothing you can do." "I'm staying," he said flatly. Mattie caught the hard set of his jaw and didn't argue. Midnight came. 2:00. Rosa fell asleep against her cousin's shoulder. Mattie had moved next to Gabe and held on to his hand. 4:00 came. He must have fallen asleep, his head tilted back against the wall behind his chair. When he opened his eyes, the first gray light of dawn filled the room. His back ached, and there was a kink in his neck. Mattie slept against his shoulder. She opened her eyes as if she felt him watching her, and the people in the room began to stir. The door swung open, and Dr. Burton walked in. His narrow face reflected the exhaustion that all of them felt. "He's been moved to intensive care. If one of you would like to sit with him for a while, you can go on in. Just don't stay too long." Rosa came wearily to her feet. They all moved down to the floor that housed the intensive care unit of the hospital, a place they had been before. Rosa sat with her son for a while, then returned to the waiting area. At 9:00 that morning, Angel's friend Enrique shoved through the waiting room door, looking as worried and haggard as everyone else. He spoke to Rosa. "How is he? My mother got a call from Alberto. He told her what happened. He said they took Angel to surgery. He said Padre Michaels had come." Rosa started crying. "He made it through surgery," Gabe said gently. "What will happen now is uncertain." Enrique's dark eyes filled with tears. "He has to get well." He looked over at Mattie, whose eyes also glistened. "Mr. Zygmunt from the gallery called. He said one of the artists canceled and an opening came up. My show is set for this weekend. If it wasn't for Angel, it wouldn't be happening. He has to get well so he can be there." The tears in his eyes spilled onto his cheeks. Turning away, he walked out of the waiting room, his long black ponytail bobbing against his narrow shoulders. Gabe followed him into the hall, where the teenage boy stood silently weeping. He settled a hand on Enrique's shoulder. "There's still a chance he'll make it," he said gruffly, pushing the words past the lump in his throat. "Sometimes miracles happen." Enrique sniffed and turned away, embarrassed that Gabe had seen him crying. "It's all right. That's exactly the way all of us are feeling right now." The waiting room door swung open, and Mattie joined them in the hall. She didn't say a word, just put her arms around Enrique and held him tight. Both of them cried. Enrique finally let her go. "I want to see him," he said. "I want to tell him about the show." Only immediate family members were allowed in patient rooms, but no one stopped the boy when he walked through the doors and went over to his best friend's bed. Through the double glass doors, Gabe could see Enrique talking to Angel, though he couldn't hear what he was saying. Next to Gabe, Mattie stood with her head on his shoulder, and he suddenly felt her tense. "Oh, my God!" She straightened away from him, started racing for the door. She shoved it aside and rushed into the room, Gabe right behind her. "Gabe, look! His eyes are open! Angel's awake!" Out of nowhere, doctors and nurses rushed in, surrounding the bed and ordering everyone out. Hearing the commotion, Rosa and Lupe ran toward them. "What has happened?" Rosa's face paled in fear. "Angel, he hasn't—" "He opened his eyes, Rosa." Mattie gripped the woman's arm to steady her. "Enrique was talking to him, and he opened his eyes." Tears rolled down her cheeks. Dr. Burton is with him now." Rosa started praying. Huddled outside the door, no one made a move to leave. When the doctor finally came out, he was smiling. "He's conscious. He seems to understand who he is and why he's in here. There still could be complications, of course. But if everything continues to go well, I think he's going to make it." Gabe felt a sweep of relief so powerful, he had to fight to keep himself steady. Fresh tears rolled down Mattie's cheeks, and Gabe's own eyes burned. Angel was going to make it. "Thank God," was all he said. He didn't remember much after that, just the grateful tears, the laughter, and the hugs. He was exhausted, and so was Mattie, who didn't protest when he told her he was taking her home. Angel was alive. Some of the guilt he'd been feeling slipped away. Still, the madman who had nearly killed the boy remained at large. The danger hadn't lessened. None of them would be safe until the arsonist was stopped. Chapter 32. Mattie took a rare sick day and didn't go in to work. After their exhausting night at the hospital, she and Gabe went back to his condo, crawled naked into bed, and fell soundly asleep, too tired even to make love. At least until later. Dev's call awakened them. He was staying in Austin, doing a little background research on the man he was investigating, a former tenant of Greenwood with a criminal record and a timeline that made him viable as a suspect. So far, he had found nothing to link him to the fires. "By the way," Gabe said as he emerged from the shower, looking like a big, dark, satisfied cat, "I talked to Captain Daly about those calls you were getting." A towel rode low on his hips. The bandage was gone from his arm, but a nasty red welt still marred his skin. "He says he can get the number of the guy who's been calling. He says it won't be a problem." Mattie felt the blood draining out of her face. She should have known Gabe wouldn't let the matter drop, and now he had involved the arson squad. He walked over and caught her shoulders. "What is it? You've gone pale as a ghost. What's wrong?" "Oh, Gabe, I'm sorry. I meant to tell you. I found out who was making the calls." "What?" "I should have said something, I know. I didn't realize you would get Captain Daly involved." "You didn't think I'd want to follow up? Find out if you were really in danger?" She glanced away. She wanted to stay at his apartment. She wanted to sleep in his bed. It was only a little lie, a lie of omission. "I'm sorry, I just forgot." Gabe eyed her darkly. "When did you find out?" Yesterday morning." His frown deepened. "You're staying here because both of us were worried about those calls. If you found out who was making them, letting me know should have been your first priority." She tried to look repentant. "You're right. I should have called and told you." His jaw hard, he tipped his head back and studied her down the length of his nose. Then a gleam entered those crystal blue eyes. "Maybe there's another reason you didn't tell me. A far more interesting reason." The heat rushed into her face, and she glanced away. It must have been all the excitement with Angel. "Try again."
You're a terrible liar, Maddie. She opened her mouth, closed it again, and simply lifted her chin. Instead of the tirade she expected, his mouth curved up at the corners. You wanted to stay. That's it, isn't it? That's why you didn't tell me. You wanted to stay here with me. She straightened, thought about denying it. She hated to give him the upper hand, but she hated lying to him even more. Fine, all right, I wanted to stay. I needed time to think things over, figure things out. His mouth swooped down over hers in a fiercely possessive yet tender kiss. Mattie made a soft little sound in her throat and relaxed against him, kissed him back. You could have just told me the truth, Gabe said, as he nibbled the side of her neck. Would you have let me stay? Probably not, but you could have admitted you wanted to. I could still be in danger, she said, planting soft little kisses on the corners of his mouth. Yeah, I suppose you could be. So I'm staying, right? He drew away, took a steadying breath. You'd probably be safer at home. Or maybe not. He was frowning again. Or maybe not. So I'm staying, at least for a while. Yeah. He bent his head and softly kissed her lips. Who was it, by the way? If it's one of Lena Sterling's secret admirers, I'm going to kick his ass. Mattie laughed. He's a friend. He's been working through some problems. He's okay now. In fact, he's great. He's dating someone he really likes. It's that guy from your office. Aaron. The one you had dinner with? I knew he was going to be a problem. He called because he was jealous you're sleeping with me. He was far too perceptive to suit her. And yet his intelligence was one of the things that made him so attractive. Aaron got a little mixed up, is all. He admitted to making the calls. He said he was sorry. I'd still like to kick his ass. He's in a wheelchair, Gabe. Oh. Mattie almost smiled. Instead, she went up on her toes and kissed him very softly on the mouth. A little yelp slipped from her throat as his towel fell away, and she felt his heavy erection pressing against her. Gabe scooped her up in his arms and carried her back to bed. It was another hour before he called Captain Daly. Friday night arrived, the date of Enrique's opening at the Ziegman Gallery. In the days after the truck explosion, Gabe had been extremely cautious, taking extra care whenever either of them left the house, staying in touch during the day, checking and verifying their arrival times wherever they went. It was beginning to drive Mattie crazy, and yet she understood. Until they caught the madman stalking Gabe, everyone he knew was in danger. And so she was looking forward to tonight. For the occasion of Enrique's first gallery opening, Mattie had chosen one of her favorite black dresses, low-backed, with a narrow black fabric belt, a string of pearls and matching earrings, and very high black heels. Dev had returned from Austin 2 days ago with the news that the former Greenwood tenant's alibi had checked out. He wasn't the guy they were after. The police were still checking other names on the tenant list, but so far nothing useful had been discovered. Gabe walked out of the bedroom, looking gorgeous in a dark blue pinstripe suit, a crisp white shirt, and a red-flecked blue tie. Mattie let her gaze wander over him. The man looked good in everything, even better in nothing at all. He said something, and she noticed the cell phone he held against his ear. Dev's friend Chaz came up with something. He said to the person on the other end of the line, He's checking it out. I'll let you know if it goes anywhere."
Gabe glanced over at her and rolled his eyes.
"I know you want to come down here, but I'm asking you not to. Give us another week, okay?"
It was Jackson, she realized. Gabe's brother was champing at the bit, as Gabe would have said, to come out and catch the arsonist. If he didn't have a wife and daughter he adored and a ranch to run, there would have been no keeping him away. Gabe closed the phone.
"That was Jackson."
"So I gathered."
"He'll be here on Monday. I tried to tell him there's nothing he can do that we aren't already doing, but..."
"But he loves you, and he's worried."
"Yeah."
His gaze ran over her, that brilliant blue that never failed to make her stomach lift.
"You look gorgeous."
"Thanks. So do you." His mouth edged up.
"I'd prefer incredibly handsome."
"Too weak a word for how beautiful you are." He grunted, but he was smiling.
"I guess we're ready."
Though Angel was still in the hospital and unable to attend, Gabe had promised to drive the boy over to see Enrique's work, which would remain in the gallery till the end of the month, as soon as he was released from the hospital and strong enough to make the visit. The party didn't start until 8, so she and Gabe were going to catch a quick bite at a little place she knew called Stone Cellars before they headed over to the show. "I'll just get my purse." She walked into the bedroom, which had begun to feel far too comfortable, even though she had to share a closet with Gabe. Picking up her black silk bag, she returned to the living room. Gabe was back on the phone.
"What did you say your name was?"
"Ryan Franklin," he repeated.
"Hold on a minute, Ryan."
Walking over to the desk, he picked up a clipboard, flicked through a couple of pages, checked something, and set the board back down.
"All right. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Gabe hung up the phone.
"That was the security guard at the warehouse. There's a broken water line. I guess the pipe is flooding pretty good. I need to stop by on our way to dinner and turn off the main valve."
"The warehouse? What about the arsonist? How do you know this isn't some kind of trick to get you over there?"
"I checked the security roster. Atlas provided a list with each guard's name and their corresponding shift. Ryan Franklin is on from 4 to 10. That's who called on the phone."
She still didn't like it. The arsonist hadn't given up, and both of them knew it. He was just waiting for the right time to strike. "Couldn't you just call a plumber?"
"I'd still have to go. The guard doesn't have a key to the equipment room. That's where the main valve is."
"So I guess you've got no choice."
"It won't take long. Maybe you should stay here, and I'll come back and get you when I'm finished."
"No way. We don't want to be late, and besides, I'm really getting hungry."
"Me too."
"You're always hungry." He flashed a wicked grin.
"Yeah, but not necessarily for food."
Mattie laughed.
"I'll be right back,"
Gabe said. She watched him walk into the bedroom, and when he came out, he was holding the pistol he'd been keeping in a drawer in his nightstand.
"Glock, 9mm. I'm not expecting trouble, but it never hurts to be prepared."
Mattie didn't argue.
"We'll have to take the SUV,"
Gabe said, as he tucked the gun into the back of his waistband and let his suit jacket fall over it.
"My tools are in there."
She eyed his perfectly tailored suit and the black lizard boots he was wearing, and her eyebrows went up. "That's kind of an expensive outfit for a plumbing job." He chuckled.
"With any luck, all I'll have to do is turn a knob. Then we're out of there."
She took his arm and let him lead her to the door. "You think Dev will show up at the opening?"
"He said he would. First he wanted to run down something Chaz turned him on to."
"Did he say what it was?"
"Something about Social Security checks. He said he'd fill us in when he saw us tonight."
Us. Until lately, she wasn't used to hearing the word. The way Gabe said it made it sound as if they were really a couple. The kind of people who grew old together. The kind it was hard to tell where one of them started and the other one ended. She was staying with Gabe, practically living with him. Instead of feeling trapped or frightened, instead of worrying about what would happen if she let down her guard and allowed herself to love him, she felt as if she were exactly where she should be. Of course, she wasn't sure Gabe felt the same. He had mentioned marriage that one time, but only in general conversation, and he'd never brought up the subject again. And he had certainly never said the word love. It was early evening, the sun beginning to weaken into soft yellow rays, when Gabe's rented SUV turned onto Cadiz Street and pulled up in front of an oversized lot where a dilapidated 3-story building with a rusty metal roof sat badly in need of repair. The core of the wood frame structure looked solid, but several crude additions had been built on over the years. Large paned windows provided light to the interior, though a number of the panes were broken and the rest too dirty to see through. A security guard wearing a black uniform and an atlas cap stood near the front of the building, a holstered weapon on his heavy belt, along with a flashlight and a ring of keys. Matty caught the reflection of evening sunlight on the badge pinned to the pocket of his shirt. The Atlas Security Company truck was parked at the side of the warehouse. "Everything looks okay," Gabe said. "Wait for me here. This shouldn't take long." She watched as he walked to the back of the SUV, opened the rear door, and dragged out his heavy leather tool belt. "I probably won't need this, but you never know." Tool belt swinging from his hand, he strode toward the guard, who waited on the walkway leading to the steps up to the front door. Reaching behind him, Gabe checked his pistol, then let his coat slide back down over it, concealing it once more from view. It occurred to her that the guard fit what little description they had of the arsonist. White male, average height, lean build. But there were a lot of lean white males in Dallas. The men spoke briefly, then walked together up the wide wooden front steps and disappeared inside the warehouse. There was something about Ryan Franklin. Nothing Gabe could put a finger on, but the skin at the back of his neck had begun to tingle, the way it used to when he was in the Marines. As they crossed the rough planks of the raised warehouse floor, he could hear the rush of water coming from underneath where the pipes were located. If the water ran unchecked too long, it could damage the foundation. The main part of the warehouse was big and open, but the rear had been chopped into storage rooms and offices, all strung together by long, narrow halls. A small amount of sunlight made its way through the dirty windows, but the corridors remained shadowy and dim. Franklin flicked on his flashlight and pointed it toward the floor. Following the beam, they reached the cement stairs leading to the equipment room, partly below ground, and started down, the guard walking beside him. From the corner of his eye, Gabe noticed the slightly sunken eyes, the hollows in Franklin's cheeks, and the tingling started again. Careful not to let the man get behind him, he reached into the pocket of his slacks and pulled out a set of keys. They jangled as he stuck one into the lock on the heavy steel door, then turned the knob and shoved it open. A row of windows up near the top of the walls allowed weak rays of sunlight into the room. The weight of the gun at his back felt comforting as Gabe stepped inside and set the tool belt down on the rough cement floor. "Is that the valve over there?" the guard asked, making a jerky motion with his hand as he aimed the flashlight, the circle of yellow landing on a metal knob. "That's it." Gabe took a single step
before the piercing shock hit him. An electrical jolt that sizzled through his body and rolled out through his limbs, stole his breath, and took him to his knees. The second jolt left him flat on his back on the floor, his eyes wide open and staring, completely unable to move. "Welcome to my world, Gabriel Rains." The guard grinned, and in the faint light his sunken eyes appeared nearly black. He looked like a demon straight from hell. And as he zapped Gabe with another 1,000,000 volts of stun gun power, he was. The blast scrambled the electrical signals from his brain and turned his muscles to mush. The recovery period, Gabe remembered from his training, could take as long as 10 minutes. "Just so you know," the man said with a maniacal gleam in his jet-black eyes, "my name is Jacob Mueller, not Ryan Franklin. My mother was Vera Mercedes Mueller." Still frozen, Gabe watched as the man knelt beside him, pulled the cell phone out of Gabe's pocket, and slammed it into the wall, sending pieces of black plastic flying through the air. Mueller used a roll of duct tape to bind Gabe's ankles, then his wrists. The man's hand jerked as he picked Gabe's pistol up from the floor next to his paralyzed body. "You wouldn't remember my mother," Mueller continued. "You never even knew her. But I remember everything about her. Her beauty, her kindness, the joy she felt when she was working in her tiny flower garden. How much she loved me." His fingers jumped as if the nerves were somehow out of order as he toyed with the weapon. His mouth curved into a vicious, oddly twisted smile. "It was your greed that killed her, your lust for money. Now, I'm going to kill you." Gabe tried to speak, tried to shake his head, explain he had nothing to do with the evictions, but he couldn't move. Not a hand, not a finger, not a single solitary muscle. "I hate to cover your mouth. I'm going to be right outside while the place is burning. I'd love to hear you screaming. But alas, some do-gooder might try to save you." He rolled a piece of duct tape over Gabe's mouth. "No one will hear you now. Not even your lady friend. I didn't know you were bringing her. But now that I know she'll be watching, tortured to know you're roasting in the flames, it makes all this so much better." Gabe's stomach lurched, or at least it felt as if it did. He would have swallowed the bile in his throat if he could have. He had underestimated his opponent, and now there was every chance he was going to die in this warehouse, burned alive for something he didn't do. And what about Mattie? What did the bastard have in mind for her? He forced the thought away, knowing if he let himself go in that direction, he would lose what little self-control he had left. The stun gun jabbed into his thigh, and he felt the frying jolt of pain through every muscle, joint, and tendon. The blood rushed through his veins, and his heart thundered as if it would explode through his chest. When his mind cleared enough to think, he wondered if the device had been modified to enhance the pain, make the paralysis last even longer. "I'm sorry to leave in such haste," Mueller said with that cruel, twisted smile. "But I have a few things left to do." He walked over and turned off the valve, ending the flow of water running in the crawl space beneath the raised warehouse floor. When he returned, Gabe felt another lightning jolt, the burning, wrenching pain sear through him. "Oh, I am so going to enjoy this." And then he was gone.
Mueller didn't close the door. He wanted the smoke and flames to reach the room. There were piles of rubbish everywhere, and Gabe caught the smell of diesel fuel, the accelerant Mueller had used to start the fire that would engulf him in a grotesque, hideous death. Even knowing it would do no good with the cement walls around him and the thickness of the heavy timbers in the floor above, if he could have, Gabe would have screamed. Chapter 33. Maddie never was much good at waiting, and the old warehouse intrigued her. As she sat there staring at the basic shape of the structure, at the timbers holding up the roof and what appeared to be solid construction, she began to consider the possibilities of what Gabe might do with the place. Leaving her evening bag on the seat, she climbed out of the SUV and started around the perimeter of the building, just to see what she might come up with. There was a sidewalk of sorts. Though grass grew up through the cracks, it was better than walking in the dirt with her high heels. She rounded the corner and surveyed the side of the structure. Gabe should definitely tear down the poorly constructed additions, she thought, and continued toward the back of the building, wishing the light wasn't fading so quickly. Considering the building's age, she was surprised at how well constructed the main portion was. But then Gabe was good at what he did, and he wouldn't have bought the place if it hadn't been worth saving. She walked a little farther along the path, turned the corner, and something caught her eye. A man's shoe, black and shiny, protruded from beneath an overgrown shrub. Wariness trickled down her spine. She drew closer, saw that the shoe wasn't empty, saw that there were two of them, and they held a pair of black stockinged feet whose ankles were wrapped in duct tape. Mattie bit back a scream. She knew even before she shoved aside the shrubbery and saw that the man's shirt was missing, along with his belt, gun, and badge. This was the guard, and that Gabe was inside with the arsonist. The man, shorter than average, early 30s with buzz-cut brown hair, started squirming, trying to get free. Mattie jerked the tape off his mouth. "Call the police. I'm the security guard. There's a man inside setting fire to the building. He's trying to kill someone." Mattie trembled. "I'll call them." She turned and started running. "I'll be back." She stumbled, shed her high heels, and kept running, snagging her black thigh-high nylons on the rocks and twigs on the walkway. Heading back to retrieve the cell phone in her purse, she rounded the corner just as a curl of smoke escaped from beneath the eaves of the roof. Her heart jerked. The building was already beginning to burn. Dear God, Gabe was inside with a madman. She glanced toward the SUV, which seemed miles away, trying to decide what to do. She wanted to rush inside, find Gabe, and warn him. But she had no idea where the arsonist might be, and without help, all of them might wind up dead. With a renewed burst of energy, she raced toward the car and pulled open the door. But when she looked inside, her purse was no longer where she had left it on the seat. Fear tore through her. The arsonist had been inside the SUV. He had taken her cell phone. She looked back at the building, saw the thickening smoke and the first orange blossom of flame. Dear God, what had he done to Gabe? She no longer had a choice. Running toward the warehouse, she climbed the wooden steps and opened the door, rushing inside through the smoke. She knew Gabe was headed for the equipment room. Earlier she had heard water running under the floor. Then it had been turned off. She knew the main valve was located in the room at the far left corner of the building that also held the furnace. She'd seen it when she'd examined the old original plans that day in his study. The fire was beginning to burn at a terrifying rate of acceleration. Staying low and away from the piles of burning rubbish that were fueling the flames and the fire climbing the walls,
She raced across the wide planked floor toward the back of the warehouse. There were rooms there that hadn't been on the plans, small storage areas and makeshift offices. A long corridor, lit only by the last of the faint dusk light streaming through a window, stretched in front of her. She took a deep breath, coughed several times, and forced herself to think of the drawings. In the eye of her mind, she saw the set of stairs that led to a room below the main floor in the far southwest corner. Praying the arsonist had fled, but afraid he might be lurking in the shadows, she ran down the hallway, her heart thundering madly. She hissed in a breath as splinters jabbed into her feet, coughed as more smoke filled her lungs, and continued on. Her heart was hammering by the time she neared the cement stairs and paused to search for some kind of weapon. What had happened to Gabe's pistol? Why hadn't he used it to defend himself? Spotting a 3-foot length of pipe, she picked it up and hurried toward the stairs. Smoke was everywhere now, stinging her eyes, making her struggle to breathe. Some of the storerooms were burning. The flames had bloomed into a full-fledged fire, and yet she wasn't sure how long it would take for someone outside to notice. The smoke grew thicker, heavier, curling along the floor, rising along the walls. The noise of the fire began to build, a dull roar, punctuated by the snap and crackle of burning wood. Mattie bent double, trying to stay low, trying to suck air into her lungs. The stairs were exactly where the plans had indicated. Gripping the pipe, she made her way to the bottom step, surprised to find the heavy metal door standing open. Flames had already begun to chew through the ceiling of the equipment room. A sob caught in her throat as she spotted Gabe on his back, his ankles bound with duct tape, his wrists bound in front of him. He was struggling to free himself, every muscle straining. His face went pale as she ran toward him, knelt, and ripped the tape off his mouth. "Mattie, for God's sake, it's him. Get out while you still can." "I'm not leaving. I'm getting you out of here." Reaching down, she began to loosen the tape around his wrists. "My tool belt! Over by the door!" But when she turned, the man wearing the black Atlas shirt stood in the opening, his stolen badge gleaming. "Sorry, change of plans," he said, a twisted smile curving his lips. Madness flashed in his eyes the instant before he slammed the heavy metal door. Mattie bit back a cry and rushed forward as more metal clanged and grated, the sound of something being wedged against the door to hold it in place. She pushed with all her strength, but the door wouldn't open. "Get my tool belt," Gabe repeated, trying to be heard above the crackle of the flames. The sound was growing louder, the ominous pop and snap, a noise like the rush of wind. Soon the flames would burn through the floor over their heads, ignite the walls and the piles of fuel-soaked rags and stacks of old newspapers piled in the corners. Her insides trembled. Ignoring the fear, she grabbed Gabe's tool belt and ran back to where he lay. Pulling out a box cutter, she sliced through the duct tape binding his wrists. "Stun gun," Gabe explained, jerking free. Taking the sharp blade from her hands, he started sawing the tape around his ankles. His movements were slower and less coordinated than they usually were. "I could hear the water running," he said. "I didn't think he was our man, but my sixth sense was shouting, and I always listen. I was ready for him to make some kind of move. Stun gun never crossed my mind." Finally, the tape broke free, and Gabe came to his feet. He shoved the box cutter into his pocket and hauled her into his arms. "Mattie." He held on to her, turned her face up, and gave her a quick, hard kiss. "Damn it, you shouldn't have come in here." She moistened her trembling lips. "I found the guard. So far he's okay. I went back to call 911, but the arsonist stole my purse. I had to find you. There wasn't time to wait."
He kissed her one last time, let her help him peel off his navy blue suitcoat and toss it away. He tried the door, shoving his shoulder hard against it, then turned and began to study his surroundings. The burning ceiling lit the room enough to see, even as the light outside faded away. "We've got to find a way out of here." Maddie nodded. Her chest felt tight. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, but so far the smoke was rising, not billowing down toward the floor. But when she looked up, the flames overhead were bigger, brighter tongues of fire beginning to leach down into the walls of the equipment room. As soon as they reached the piles of debris on the floor, the place would become an inferno. "The windows are way too small," she said. They were long and narrow, impossible for either of them to climb through. As it got hotter, the glass would explode and shower glowing shards into the room below. "Even if we could fit, that's where Mueller will be waiting. He wants to be close by, somewhere he can hear us screaming." "Oh, God." "We're going to disappoint him." She swallowed, worked to breathe, prayed Gabe was right. "This room is in the southwest corner of the building," he said. "It's partly below ground. The walls are covered with wallboard, and behind them it's solid cement." Maddie shuddered. Smoke curled down into the room. Every breath was a labor. She fought not to cough, forced herself not to think of the flames scorching through the ceiling overhead, and focused instead on the floor plans. "But the cement only goes to ground level," she said. She had taken a good look at the room, wondering if Gabe might be able to expand it to hold more modern equipment. "That's right. The rest of the wall is wood-framed up to the floor above. We break through up there and climb out into the crawl space." Gabe grabbed her face between his hands, planted a last hard kiss on her mouth. "And that's how we're getting out of here." A hole appeared above their heads, and flames shot down the wall behind the stairway. Gabe coughed roughly as he bent and pulled out the claw hammer hanging from his tool belt, dragged out the small, powerful LED flashlight next to it, and shoved it into his hip pocket. Climbing up onto the furnace, he started lashing at a portion of the wall about 4 feet down from the ceiling. Chunks of wallboard flew, exposing 2x4 construction. Maddie climbed up beside him and began helping him peel the wallboard away. It was becoming harder and harder to breathe, but they kept working, chipping away at the wallboard, until a large enough portion of the framing was exposed. Gabe used the hammer to knock one of the 2x4s loose at the top, giving him enough room to maneuver his big body through, and slipped into the 4-foot crawl space. Crouching in the 4-foot area below the heavy oak floor, he stuck the hammer into the black lizard belt that matched his boots, and he held out his hand. "Come on, honey, let's get out of here." Maddie took his hand and climbed in beside him. It was easier to breathe down here, the air moist and the smoke spiraling upward away from the heavy wooden floor that protected them from the flames. Behind Gabe, the fire had chewed through the wood, the orange glow outlining his broad-shouldered frame and making it possible for them to see in what otherwise would have been total darkness. Maddie let him guide her away from the room, her feet sinking into the muddy earth caused by the broken water line. The crawl space was high enough for her to stand partway up, bent nearly double, both of them staying low where the air was still fresh. Gabe took her hand, and they started making their way toward the front of the warehouse. "He'll be in back of the building, enjoying his moment of triumph." Maddie shivered, dragged in a breath. "He's insane." "His name's Jacob Mueller. He thinks I'm responsible for killing his mother. She was one of the tenants who got evicted when Harwood was condemned." "So we were right." Gabe coughed, dragged in a lungful of air. "Looks like it." They moved forward, mud squishing through her torn black nylons, the fire creeping ominously closer. Maddie glanced up at the sound of breaking glass as some of the windows on the first floor exploded. but the thick wooden floor remained a barrier to the flames. "Keep going," Gabe commanded, taking her hand and tugging her forward. Something heavy crashed down, and a hole opened up in the floor above them, not that far away. "Don't look back, just keep moving." They dropped to their knees, trying to find fresh air. Maddie tried to drag in several labored breaths between coughing fits, then continued forward. Another loud noise sounded as timbers collapsed on the upper level. "Oh, God, I hope someone's called the fire department. The guard is still tied up out there." "Probably used a stun gun on him, too." Gabe coughed. "Guard didn't stand a chance." They trudged through the muddy earth, the water in places well past Mattie's ankles, both of them bent over, moving one direction, then changing course to dodge the flames eating through the floor overhead. Finally, in the distance, the sound of sirens cut through the evening air, loud enough to be heard even over the snap and roar of the flames. Fighting through the muddy crawl space, Mattie searched the darkness. Grateful Gabe seemed to know exactly which way to go. How are we going to get out?" "There's an access to this area on all four sides of the building." He coughed a couple of times, caught a breath. "Guy who designed it was pretty conscientious about maintenance needs." She remembered that now. Still, what if the access is locked? He held up his hammer, and in the glow of the distant flames, she thought that he grinned. He paused, turned to face her, his expression serious once more. "You risked your life to get me out of that room. I'll get you out of here, honey. I promise you." And she trusted that he would. She trusted Gabriel Rains with every ounce of her soul. She was surprised she hadn't realized it sooner. They reached the access. It was locked from the outside, just as she had feared. And when an explosion hit, shaking the entire building and crumbling another portion of the floor, fear curled in her stomach. She gasped for breath, felt Gabe's hand reach for hers, steadying her. "Easy. We're almost there." "But it's locked from the other side." She watched the heavy claw hammer come down. Wood chips flew. Then the hammer turned and chipped away several big chunks. Gabe struck again, and she realized the door was made of nothing more than plywood. He swung and chipped until she could see through to the latch, holding it closed. Watched it tumble uselessly to the ground on the opposite side. Then he pushed open the door. He eased halfway out to take a look around. "All clear. Let's go." He took her hand and hauled her out behind him. They crawled into the darkness, far enough away to be safe, both of them coughing, dragging fresh air into their smoke-filled lungs. Fire trucks were pulling up at the curb in front of the warehouse, as Gabe came to his feet, hauled her to hers, and they raced away from the blazing inferno. "What about the guard?" Maddie asked hoarsely, lungs burning, her bare feet leaving traces of blood on the walkway. Her gaze flashed toward the big wooden structure, almost completely engulfed in flames. "Looks like the fire guys have him." Maddie followed Gabe's line of sight to a man in black pants and a plain white T-shirt, standing next to one of the firemen. His face was pale, his hair disheveled, his T-shirt hanging out of his pants. "Yes, that's him." Gabe let go of her hand and tipped his head toward a familiar man walking rapidly toward them. "Talk to Daly. Tell him what happened." He dragged in a lungful of cleansing night air. "I've got something to do." Maddie caught his arm. "Where are you going?" "You know where I'm going. This has to end, Maddie." "But you can't go after him alone. You don't even have a gun." "I had my gun before, and it didn't do me any good. I don't need a gun to take this guy down. I just need to outthink him for a change." He leaned over and kissed her hard, turned and darted away. "Gabe!" Maddie started coughing as one of the firemen ran up with an oxygen tank and placed the plastic cone over her mouth and nose. Her eyes found Gabe, but he was already disappearing into the darkness. And Maddie was terrified she would never see him again. Jacob stood in the shadows of a thick-trunked tree just a little ways away from the warehouse. When the fire trucks arrived, he'd retreated from the spot he had chosen, the place close enough to hear the screams. He'd really wanted that. After the woman had arrived to join his little party, he couldn't wait for the screams. Here, he was either too far away, or the smoke had reached them first. He hoped not. He wanted Rains to suffer. And the woman? Well, she was just a little bonus. His fingers twitched as he held up his cell and pushed the video button. Took a few more seconds of footage. Pictures of the flames leaping high into the air, the whirling tongues of orange and yellow, the firefly sparks rising into the darkness. If he let his imagination run, he could almost smell the greasy odor of burning human flesh, of singed hair and skin. He was smiling as he drew a little farther back, putting a bit more distance between himself and the scene. He didn't want to get caught. Not yet. He was having too much fun. His smile widened. His mother always said his smile made him special, like everything else about him. Tonight, he was getting revenge for Vera Mueller. From now on, what he did would be for himself. He looked up just then and caught a glimpse of someone moving silently among the shadows near the bushes at the edge of the property. Someone searching, looking for footprints, looking for him. It was past time for him to leave. Tucking the cell phone into his pocket, he eased farther back into the shadows, turned, and started walking away. He lived just a few blocks from the warehouse, not that far from the apartment he had shared with his mother. He hadn't burned Harwood down yet. Still a lot of sentimental attachment there. But sooner or later the time would come. Jacob slipped farther into the darkness, wishing he could stay till the fire was out and the bodies were discovered, but headed back home instead. He liked being downtown and close to everything, liked that he didn't need to drive his mother's ancient Oldsmobile very often. Tonight he enjoyed walking home in the smoky night air. The pleasant thought lasted only a moment, only until he spotted the big man walking toward him. The muddy black cowboy boots, the dirty white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, the muscular forearms, the long legs eating up the distance between them. Gabriel Rains. Fury poured through him. He was still alive. Jacob's hands fisted, shaking almost uncontrollably. He took a deep breath. So the game wasn't over yet. He took a steadying breath. Perhaps it was better this way. More time to savor his triumph. Jacob started running. Chapter 34. Moving quietly through the shadows, Gabe kept his quarry in sight. He had spotted Jacob Mueller in back of the warehouse in his black clothes, minus the guard's badge and heavy leather belt. Odds were Mueller had kept both and could use them as weapons. The arsonist stood in the darkness behind a tall hedge at the perimeter of the lot. Gabe closed the distance between them, but didn't want to alert the man to his presence. He knew the moment he was spotted, still too far away to catch him, and watched Mueller turn and run. Gabe didn't stop. Somewhere behind him, he could hear the sound of sirens, knew the cops would soon reach the warehouse.
He knew Matty would have warned Daly, and that backup would soon be on the way. But Jacob Mueller had a good head start, and he seemed to know the neighborhood. If Gabe waited for the police, there was every chance Mueller would escape. It wasn't going to happen. The bastard wasn't getting away again. Gabe increased his speed, his long legs pounding the earth. He kept in shape. He could run like this for hours if he had to. He didn't believe Mueller was actually trying to get away. Mueller wanted him to follow. Tonight, Gabe had escaped the man's death trap in the burning warehouse. Now the arsonist had a chance for a final showdown, which meant he had some secondary plan for this kind of scenario. A plan to get rid of whoever was fool enough to fall into another of his traps. Not this time, Gabe thought, as he followed Mueller around another corner, watched him disappear through the wooden side gate of a single-family home, cross an empty backyard, and come out in an alley. This time I'm the predator, and you're the prey. Mueller ran down the alley and rounded a corner onto another street half a block away. Gabe followed. An old white stucco duplex lay ahead, the exterior cracked and dirty in the pale yellow glow of a porch light. Mueller headed for the entry into the building, pulled open a black wrought iron gate, and ran down a lane that separated the two units. Wishing like hell he had his phone, Gabe cautiously followed. He wasn't sure this was Mueller's final destination, but he didn't dare stop long enough to knock on doors and ask to use someone's phone, or the bastard would get away. Gabe couldn't let that happen. Mueller wouldn't stop setting fires, and the next time, Gabe might not be as lucky as he had been tonight. Matty might not be as lucky. A chill ran down his spine. He could have lost her tonight. Both of them could have been killed. He would never forget how brave she had been, how she had risked herself to save him. It could have ended for them in that warehouse. His close brush with death had shown him again how precious time was, and reminded him not to waste it. He had never told Matty he loved her. It was past time he did. If she felt the same, he was going to ask her to marry him, and pray like hell she would accept. Gabe reached the entry, flattened himself against the wall beside the wrought iron gate. The sound of a child's voice in the hallway, talking to the arsonist, made him stop short. "Hi, Mr. Mueller." "Hello, Billy." Mueller paused, seemed to be considering his options. "Where's your mother?" "She went next door." "Then why don't you come in and have one of those big peanut butter cookies you like? I bought some fresh ones just this morning." At the sound of small, shuffling feet, Gabe silently cursed. Pushing away from the wall, he peered around the corner, into the hallway lit by a single bare bulb. Mueller was backing away, with the boy carefully positioned in front of him. Gabe pulled open the gate and stepped into plain sight. "Let the boy go, Mueller. This is between you and me." Mueller ignored him. Drawing the little boy backward, he disappeared into a shadowy alcove that marked the entrance to Unit Number 1. Gabe heard the sound of a key in the lock, the creak of the door being opened, then quietly closing again. The guy made bombs. Gabe's military training kicked in. He pulled the small, high-powered LED flashlight out of his back pocket and cautiously made his way toward the doorway, searching the floor and walls for a tripwire or some kind of pressure plate, something Mueller would have left for unwanted company. Nothing. Not until he reached the alcove. Then there it was. IED, an improvised explosive device. A fine strand of wire was strung across the doorway near his feet. It was held in place by a simple clothespin,
with a tip wrapped in foil. Pulling the wire would trigger the homemade device, camouflaged by the potted plant just inside the alcove. Mueller must have set it on his way into the apartment. Gabe pulled the box cutter out of his pocket, grateful he had brought along his makeshift defense arsenal, crouched down, and carefully cut the wire. Something moved in the darkness a few feet away. "What the hell?" a familiar voice said. Gabe came to his feet at the sound of his brother's deep voice, relief washing over him. Dev opened his mouth, but Gabe put a finger to his lips, cutting off the question. Taking in Gabe's soot-covered shirt, torn slacks, and mud-covered boots, Dev realized in an instant they were dealing with the arsonist. "He's inside," Gabe said softly. "Got a hostage, a little boy." "Shit. You armed?" Gabe shook his head. "Not anymore." Dev pulled up the leg of his jeans and drew his .38 backup revolver out of his ankle holster. He handed it to Gabe, who checked the load and stuck it in the waistband of his pants. Dev stepped far enough away from the door that he couldn't be heard and punched in 911 on his cell phone, quietly relayed the situation, then pocketed the phone. Flipping back the tail of his light-colored sport coat, he pulled out the 9mm Browning he carried in his shoulder holster. A look passed between them. "IEDs?" Dev asked. Gabe nodded, tried the doorknob, slowly turned it. It wasn't locked, and he didn't feel any pressure, nothing that told him the door was rigged. "I'm going round back," Dev whispered. "Keep 'em busy till I can get in position to take the shot." Dev had been a marksman with the Rangers. Gabe had never seen a better shooter. Gabe eased open the door, but didn't step inside. Gun clasped in both hands, Dev disappeared into the darkness. The apartment was dimly lit. A light burned in the hall, and another in a room at the opposite end. Using the flashlight to scan the floor, Gabe spotted a second wire just inside the doorway. Crouching down, he shined the flashlight beam on the explosive device, saw the way the pin was inserted, and carefully cut the wire. He took in his surroundings. A living room with a makeshift kitchen. Bathroom down the hall, leading to what he assumed was the bedroom. The couch was old, the cushion sagging, the dingy brown fabric torn. A pillow rested at one end, and a wrinkled sheet draped over it, as if Mueller had been sleeping there. The place was cluttered with stacks of old newspapers and rags, Mueller's collection of fuel to be used for future fires. Gabe's jaw clenched. He eased farther into the room, checking every step of the way for more explosive devices. But Mueller had the boy, and handling the child took valuable time. Gabe heard muffled sounds coming from the bedroom and made his way toward his quarry. Silently, he moved down the hall, checking for tripwires or pressure pads. Mueller had taken Gabe's pistol, probably had the guards as well. But shooting Gabe wasn't what the arsonist wanted. Flames drove his demons. Fire was his god. Gabe heard the muffled sounds again, the boy struggling, then fell silent. He inched farther along the passage until he could see into the bedroom. The bed had been removed, replaced with a pair of sawhorses with a piece of plywood on top, Mueller's work table. Fertilizer, a coil of wire, a can of gasoline, one of motor oil. A length of steel pipe, blasting caps. All it took to make a bomb. Or 3. Gabe's eyes locked with Mueller's. "Let the boy go," he said with deadly calm. Mueller held the child. He was no more than 5 years old, with blonde, curly hair, his mouth duct-taped, wrists bound in front of him. Big brown, terrified eyes stared at Gabe. Mueller's arm wrapped around the little boy's neck. "It's me you want, not the boy." Mueller flashed his odd, twisted smile. "That's right. But one has to expect a certain amount of collateral damage." Gabe didn't recognize the revolver Mueller pressed against the boy's head. The guard's, most likely. Smaller, easier to handle than his Glock semi-automatic. "Doesn't have to be that way. Just let him go." "Actually, I've decided on another change of plans." For the first time, Gabe noticed the door behind Mueller. The man had planned an escape route. It wasn't surprising. Mueller had been prepared from the start. Gabe flicked a glance toward the window, saw faint movement outside. Not wanting to give away his brother's position, he kept his eyes fixed on Mueller's face. Thin, dark eyebrows, a blade of a nose, and those odd, twisted lips. "You're an amazingly flexible guy," Gabe said. "That's right. And I've decided to take young Billy with me." Mueller turned the knob behind him, cracked open the door. "His mother's a whore. Stays out till all hours of the night. She ignores Billy most of the time." Gabe figured his brother was ready to take the shot. But with Mueller's pistol against the little boy's head, the timing had to be perfect. "The woman is nothing like your mother, right, Jacob? Not like Vera." His lips thinned. "I told you, Billy's mother is a whore. My mother was a saint." He shifted, his anger building. "And you killed her." "I didn't kill her. I had nothing to do with her death. People get old, Jacob. Sooner or later they die." "You're a liar. You killed her with your greed, and now I'm going to kill you." Turning the pistol away from the boy, Mueller swung it toward Gabe. Everything happened at once. Gabe dove for cover beneath the table. At the same instant, Mueller and Dev both fired. Glass shattered as Gabe rolled to his feet on the opposite side of the table, Dev's revolver in hand. A hot sensation burning across his ribs. Dev's bullet creased Mueller's skull, spinning him around. But the kill shot missed deadly penetration by a millimeter, leaving Mueller alive but off balance. He lost his hold on the boy as he toppled to the floor, and something clicked as he landed. Gabe recognized the sound of a pressure plate being activated, a bomb about to explode. "No!" Mueller cried out, his black eyes wide with terror. "No!" Gabe charged toward the boy, grabbed him, and slammed through the back door. He dove for the ground, shielding the child with his body, as the IED exploded, and the bedroom turned into a ball of flame. Mattie screamed as the explosion at the back of the duplex shook the ground. A ball of flame climbed above the roof of the apartment building, orange and red tendrils spiraling into the black night sky. Jumping out of Captain Daly's Suburban, she started to run. A uniformed police officer caught her as she raced across the front lawn toward the rear of the building. "Sorry, ma'am, you can't go back there." "But Gabe's in there." Daly reached her, turned her to face him. "You said you'd stay in the car if I let you come with me." When the dispatcher's call had come, and Daly had told her Gabe and Dev had found the arsonist, she had begged him to take her to the scene. When he refused, she told him she was going anyway, if she had to run every step of the way. She shoved her soot-covered hair back from her face with a shaky hand. "Please, can you at least find out if he's all right?" Daly pointed toward the small, ragged group rounding the side of the apartment building. "Looks to me like he's on his way over to tell you himself." Relief hit her so hard, her legs wobbled. Maddie covered her mouth to hold back a sob. Gabe's face was covered with soot, his dark hair hanging over his forehead, his shirt and navy blue dress pants torn and muddy. To her, he had never looked better. Maddie ran toward him, her heart in her throat. Gabe walked next to Dev, who was also covered with dirt and soot, and holding a little blond boy propped against his shoulder. The EMTs ran up and took the boy, carried him over to the ambulance to check him for injuries. Maddie kept running. "Gabe!" When she reached him, she hurled herself against his chest and heard his swift intake of breath. She backed away. "Oh my God, are you hurt? What happened? How bad is it?"
"Bullet just grazed him," Dev said. "He'll be all right."
"Bullet?" Her voice went up on an edge of hysteria. "You've been shot?"
"Mueller wasn't trying to kill me," Gabe said. "He just wanted me to stay in the bedroom long enough for him to blow it up."
"Oh my God." Gabe eased her back into his arms.
"You were incredible tonight. I was so proud of you. I love you, Maddie."
"Oh, Gabe, I love you too." Tears burned as her arms went around his neck. "I was so frightened. I was afraid I'd never see you again." He grinned.
"Well, I'm still here."
He caught her chin and kissed her.
"I love you, honey. Will you marry me?"
The tears spilled onto her cheeks. She swallowed, her throat so tight it was hard to speak. "I'd be honored to marry you, Gabe." It was a huge risk. Marriage meant giving up her security, trusting her life to someone else, trusting Gabe not to hurt her. Marriage went against everything she had taught herself to believe, and yet there seemed no other possible answer.
"No hesitation?" he asked. "No doubts?"
She shook her head. "Not that I can think of at the moment." Gabe laughed.
"I'm crazy about you, honey. I want to spend my life with you. I want to have kids with you."
She smiled up at him through her tears. "That sounds perfect." Gabe leaned down and kissed her, and passed out cold at her feet.
"Nothing to worry about," Dev said, as Maddie hurried to catch up with the EMTs, rolling Gabe along on the stretcher. "Slight concussion, loss of blood. He'll be fine in a day or two."
She looked over at the ex-ranger. To him, this whole thing was no big deal. "Thank God you showed up when you did," she said. "How did you know where to find him?"
Chaz came across a former Harwood tenant named Vera Mueller. She was supposed to be dead, but the funny thing was, she was still cashing her Social Security checks. I followed the lead, found out Vera had a stroke right after she got the notice of eviction and was put in a rest home. According to the people at Shady Lane, Mrs. Mueller died a little over 3 months ago. A couple of months later, the fire started.
"Her death must have been the trigger," Maddie said.
Apparently her son was always spouting off about how his mother would still be alive if it weren't for the greedy bastards who condemned the building where the two of them lived.
"So you tracked Mueller here?"
"The rest home gave me his address."
Gabe stirred on the stretcher, reached out and took hold of Maddie's hand.
"You okay?"
She nodded, teared up. "You saved that little boy." He shrugged those powerful shoulders that seemed willing to take on the weight of the world.
"I like kids.
Her lips trembled. "I know you do. We're going to have a house full."
"That's going to take a lot of work. What do you say we get started as soon as I get home?"
Maddie brushed away the wetness on her cheeks. She tried for a playful, sexy smile, but she was still worried about him, and it didn't work. "Sounds perfect to me." Dev rested a hand on Gabe's shoulder.
"You'll be happy to know Billy's mom had just left their apartment. She was over at the neighbor's, borrowing a cube of butter. Apparently she works nights as a waitress. The neighbors told the police she's a very good mom."
Gabe seemed relieved.
"Glad to hear it."
His beautiful blue eyes shifted to Maddie's face.
"Just so you know, we missed Enrique's opening, but I'd already stopped by the gallery and picked out one of his paintings."
She squeezed his hand, leaned down, and softly kissed him. "You're the most amazing man." There wasn't time for his reply, as the EMTs loaded him into the ambulance, and Dev helped Maddie climb in beside him. She had told him she would marry him. She should have been overwhelmed, should have been scared to death. Instead, an odd sort of calm had settled over her. They were alive. The threat was gone, and they were going to build a future together. For the first time in a long time, she felt as if her life was exactly as it should be. Epilogue. 1 year later. The music thundered against the brick walls of Club Rio. It was Wednesday night, and the place was packed. Up on stage, the long-haired singer, his belly gyrating more than his hips, seemed to think he was the king of rock and roll. Maddie smiled. Tonight was her birthday. Gabe had done his best to make it special for her. They had been celebrating all evening, beginning with a poolside barbecue that had extended into the evening when everyone decided to finish their party at the club. Besides her handsome husband, she loved thinking of him that way, Sam and Tracy were there, also happily married. They were moving into Sam's newly remodeled house. Maddie was planning to give them a kitten as a housewarming gift. Aaron Kresge was with them, there with Emily Bliss. After the fire and explosion that had put Gabe in the hospital, Aaron had gone to him with a personal apology for his frightening phone calls. Gabe had restrained himself and politely accepted. Maddie's mother and her husband, Jack Kendall, were in town for the birthday party, snuggled up at the table like a pair of lovebirds. Jack had found a job just weeks after his dealership had closed, and he claimed he was working for the best employer he'd ever had. "It wouldn't have mattered if he'd had to take a job as a dog catcher," Maddie's mother had said. "I love him no matter how little money he makes." Which was kind of an epiphany to Maddie, who thought that perhaps she had been seeing things the wrong way ever since her father died. "I don't think there's really such a thing as security," she'd once told Gabe. "Things happen. Earthquakes, fires that destroy our homes and everything we've worked for all our lives. Investments fail and we lose our savings. We just have to do the best we can. The important thing is to live our lives to the fullest," he said, "and be as happy as we possibly can." And they were. Incredibly so. Just weeks after the fire, Gabe had come to her with another proposal, since she had already accepted his first. "This is just an idea," he'd said. "I'm not pressing you or anything. Your job is important to you. I know that, but..." "But what?" "But I was thinking maybe we could form our own company. You could do the design work, I could do the construction.
We could work for ourselves, but also for our clients. We could start with a warehouse. I've still got to get caught up on my other projects, so you'd have plenty of time to do the plans. Like I said, I'm not pressing you. Just think about it, okay?"
Mattie looked up at him. "Could we build our own apartment on the second floor?"
Gabe just grinned. "You're the architect." Mattie had thought it over for all of 10 minutes before she had agreed. It had never occurred to her that she and Gabe could build a business together, that the success they achieved could belong to both of them. She looked around the table at her very dearest friends. Sam and Tracy had eyes only for each other. Mattie believed that together they had found exactly what each of them needed to feel complete. At the end of the table sat the evening's special guests. Gabe's brother Jackson, a slightly taller, more chiseled version of Gabe, with warm brown eyes and the lean, muscled build of a cowboy, which, being a rancher, he was. A beautiful brunette, his wife Sarah, sat beside him, Jackson's arm draped protectively over the back of her chair. Only Dev was missing, off on some new adventure. Jackson and his family were staying in Mattie's loft apartment during their long-overdue visit, since she and Gabe lived in his condo until their new, larger apartment was completed. Little Holly Rains, Jackson's adopted daughter, was already tucked into bed, Rosa Ramirez babysitting until they got home from the club. Mattie figured the child couldn't be in better hands. Angel had made a full recovery. He had graduated high school in June and had just started downtown at El Centro Community College. He and Enrique were still best friends. The Young Painters show had been a tremendous success. The artwork Gabe had purchased, a brilliantly colored painting of the projected park, now complete, with the mural on one wall, hung in the dining room of the condo. It had already more than doubled in value. Whenever she was needed, Mattie still volunteered at the Family Recovery Center. But her life was fuller now, and she and Gabe often spent weekends in the hill country at his Rolling Acres ranch. Life was ridiculously good. And tonight, once she told Gabe her secret, it was going to be even better. He stood up just then, grabbed her hand, and hauled her to her feet. "All right, honey. Time to sing for your supper." "What?" Mattie shook her head. "No way. I'm a married woman now. I don't need to get up on stage." "I think you do." He turned to the others. "What do you guys think? Do we want Mattie to sing?" They all clapped and cheered. "Give us a song, Lena," Aaron teased. Emily grinned. "I don't know. It's her birthday. Maybe she's getting too old to belt one out like she used to." "Come on, Mattie," Tracy coaxed. "It'll be just like old times." Mattie groaned. "Tell you what," Gabe said. "I'll go first." Her eyebrows went up. "I thought you couldn't sing." "Can't carry a tune in a bucket, which means once I'm finished, you'll have no excuse." Mattie laughed. "All right, you win. Let's go." They walked over to the DJ. Each picked out a song, and Gabe walked up on stage. He looked so sexy up there, and watching the women drooling over him like a juicy piece of meat, she wasn't sure this was such a good idea. Then the music began. A Ray Charles song was the last thing she would have expected Gabe to choose. The orchestra music swelled, his gaze fixed on her face. "I can't stop loving you. It's useless to say." He sounded like a bloodhound howling at the moon, and everyone at the table cracked up. Everyone but Mattie, whose eyes filled with tears. Gabe kept singing, and everyone kept laughing. But the beautiful lyrics were meant just for her, and her throat closed up. She knew why he wanted her to get up and sing. He knew how much she had always loved doing it, and never wanted her to feel as if she had given up anything when she had married him. The truth was, Gabe had given her the part of herself that she had always been missing. Gabe's song came to an end, thank God. As he came down the stairs to where she waited, she cupped her hand against his cheek, went up on her toes, and kissed him. "Thank you." Gabe kissed her back. "Your turn," he said a little gruffly. "Knock 'em dead, honey." Mattie made her way up on stage, and the music started. She had chosen the song she had sung the night Gabe had seduced her in the hall. The night her life had truly changed. She picked up the microphone, tossed back her curly auburn hair, and began to sing. She was wearing the short white skirt and turquoise midriff top she'd had on at the barbecue, but she had changed into a pair of strappy, high-heeled sandals before coming to the club. Tapping her foot to the music, she waited for the intro, then fixed her attention on the man she loved. Swaying to the beat, she let the mood sweep her up, let herself feel the rhythm of the fast disco song. The crowd went wild, and from the scorching look in Gabe's blue eyes, hot love was exactly what she would be getting when they got home. The second chorus was nearly drowned out by wolf whistles, catcalls, and cheers. She found her old confidence and began to really enjoy herself, strutting back and forth across the stage, tossing her hair, and generally having fun. When the song came to an end, applause erupted. Mattie bowed and blew a kiss, then left the stage. At the bottom of the stairs, Gabe stood waiting. Instead of leading her back to their table, he caught her hand and tugged her toward the stairway leading down to the basement. Halfway along the hall, he opened the door to one of the storage rooms, dragged her inside, and closed the door. Moonlight poured in through the high basement windows, lighting the solid line of his jaw and the indentation in his chin. When his eyes found hers, she could read his desire, his hunger. Her mouth went dry as he backed her up against the wall. "Gabe." Claiming her lips in a scorching kiss, he shoved up her skirt and cupped her bottom in his big hands. Hot, wet kisses followed, deep, burning kisses that took away her breath. "I'd have you right here if our friends weren't up there waiting," he said, as he nibbled the side of her neck. Mattie slid her hands into his silky dark hair. "Then I think it's time for us to go home." Gabe chuckled and kissed her. "Nice, slow love-making tonight." Mattie laughed. "You know the answer to that." His eyes gleamed. She liked it hot and hard. He kissed her deeply one last time. "You know how much I love you." She combed back his hair. "You've made me so happy, Gabe." She went up on her toes and kissed him full on the lips. "And by the way, I love my birthday present. The pretty little sorrel filly he had given her last weekend at the ranch. She's beautiful." "I'm glad you like her." Mattie's heart trembled with love for him. "I've got a present for you, too." He eased back to look at her. "You do?" Taking his hand,
She rested it against her stomach, still flat, but soon round with their child. He's right in there. Or maybe he's a she. Gabe's breathing halted. Tell me this isn't a joke. No joke. You're serious? You're pregnant? She nodded, grinned. In about 8 months, you're going to be a daddy. Gabe let out a shout that rang in her ears, captured her face in his hands, and kissed her long and deep. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, honey. I love you, Gabriel Rains. She let him take her hand and guide her toward the door leading out into the hall. One of these days, we're going to finish what you keep starting in here. Gabe laughed and kissed her. That's a promise.
The end. You've been listening to Against the Fire by Kat Martin, narrated by Jack Garrett. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books Romance recommends the next book in the Rains of Wind Canyon series by Kat Martin, Against the Law, also narrated by Jack Garrett. At 32, Dav is mostly retired from Rains investigations, content to run operations from his sprawling Arizona home. But Dev has never been able to say no to a beautiful woman. So when Lark Delaney comes to him for help, the former U.S. Army Ranger from Wind Canyon gets back in the game. Only this time, the game is far more dangerous. Emotionally dangerous. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. Call us toll-free or log on to recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers, order another recorded book, or to read author interviews and narrator profiles. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.